The empress just called me father, which scared me so much that I broke out in a cold sweat, because I am an imposter. Any slight mistake could cost me my head. Fortunately, both my appearance and demeanor are very similar to the late emperor, which saved me from disaster. Just when I thought I could deceive everyone, Prince Shenwei beside me suddenly exclaimed, "This is impossible. You clearly have already." But then he hesitated, feeling that something was amiss, and quickly turned his head to look at the empress, laughed madly, "Ha, you girl are truly foolish to the extreme, finding someone so similar to your father to impersonate him? However, the ruler of a country can harness the fortune of the dynasty for his own use, something you have never experienced, yet you think you can deceive us with him? Ridiculous." When this was said, the empress's expression changed from surprise to doubt. Although the person in front of her looked exactly like her father, who had been missing for many years, how could he suddenly appear here? Thinking of this, an uncontrollable chill and killing intent surged in her heart. This must be a conspiracy arranged by Prince Shenwei and the people behind him. They were indeed not easy to deceive. Both Prince Shenwei and the empress were suspicious of my identity. However, the words Prince Shenwei just said caught my attention. Can the ruler of a country manipulate the dynasty's luck? Could the abundant energy in my body now be the dynasty's luck? Although my impersonation was not completely successful, as long as I gained some recognition from others, I could gradually receive some feedback of power. Sensing the imposing manner that seemed to control the world, I was already sure that this was a small part of the power feedback from the former emperor's manipulation of the dynasty's luck. Realizing this, I became calm and even increased the intensity of my performance. With a sigh, I said, "A great dream is like an illusion of 3,000 thoughts within a square inch. I have forgotten many things, but now, those memories are gradually resurfacing." There was a hint of confusion in my eyes, as if I had just awakened from a deep sleep and was recalling my past experiences. Seeing this, the empress furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze becoming colder. The person's temperament and the sense of detachment in his words seemed genuine. He really played the part well. Prince Shenwei, on the other hand, laughed mockingly. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he said, "Niece, you have truly given Uncle Emperor a great gift. If this person impersonates my deceased brother and then abdicates in favor of me, my claim to the throne would be legitimate." However, the empress did not pay attention to Prince Shenwei's mockery. Instead, she began to ponder. Obviously, Prince Shenwei was also unaware of the origin of the person impersonating her father. But perhaps this was a conspiracy of those old folks in the royal family. As Prince Shenwei was just a pawn they pushed forward. This person was not worth much, not even having remarkable cultivation qualifications. If not for this, she would have a hard time ascending to the throne. "Do you want me to abdicate in your favor?" At this moment, my calm voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, even the empress was taken aback. Did this person want to cause trouble today? Prince Shenwei's expression also became strange. Then he burst into laughter, turning from darkness to light. "You know how to appreciate. Serve me from now on, and I will spare your life." Boom! Before Prince Shenwei could finish his words, a majestic force suddenly surged from me. With a thud, Prince Shenwei uncontrollably knelt on the steps, his head heavily hitting the stone floor, blood flowing. This scene immediately shocked the nearby Empress Dowager, her face losing color. The Empress, who had been observing me, also froze as she recognized this force, the dynasty's luck. For a moment, her heart pounded inexplicably. Could the person in front of her really be her father? Prince Shenwei's forehead still pressed against the ground, his body trembling from struggling, but unable to move an inch. "Damn it! You dared to attack me!" Even though Prince Shenwei was furious, he vaguely realized that the white figure in front of him could manipulate the country's luck, just like his deceased elder brother who had been dead for many years. And at that moment, a graceful figure had already come to my side, enveloped in a fragrant breeze, and suddenly threw herself into my arms like a bird. "Father, you have finally returned. Sierra missed you so much." The warm jade in my arms was soft and comfortable, making me somewhat absent-minded. And at that moment, the power of the country's luck within me surged even more. I know this is due to the recognition of the Empress, and the feedback I received is getting stronger. I tentatively called out the Empress's name, Sierra. Hearing this, the Empress raised her head and nodded vigorously. "Father, it's me." Her voice seemed to be trying to awaken my memory. The Empress could hardly imagine what her father had gone through during the years of his disappearance. With that, she noticed that her father's gaze fell toward her, clear and deep. "Be good." Xiachi spread a gentle smile and reached out to rub the Empress's head. It was like he hadn't done this in a long time and was still a little raw. Although he himself was only a drag queen actor before crossing over, the basic training of an actor was still there. In his current state, it couldn't be that hard to impersonate a person who had lost his memory. Without any resistance, the Empress obediently lowered her head. The green jade fingers under her robe sleeves all fought to clench and tremble slightly. It was as if he was restraining the grievances in his heart as much as possible to keep himself from crying out. During these years, she was pushed up to the throne, but she was emptied of her royal power, and she never even had the luck of the nation added to her body. After suffering until now, she was surprised to see her father return. It was only until then that Xiaqi's gaze fell on King Xianwei, who was still kneeling on the steps. He was now considered to have successfully impersonated the empress's father, and had received the appropriate feedback. However, this is not considered a complete impersonation. From the previous words of King Xianwei and the empress, he was also able to determine that in this dynasty, both the empress and King Xianwei should only be considered as marionettes pushed to the front of the stage. Behind them, there must be forces manipulating in the dark, and in order to reap the full benefit of the impersonation feedback, he would have to convince everyone that he was the returned prior emperor. Royal brother. At that moment, King Xuanwei's trembling voice came, as he was trying his best to suppress his fear. It wasn't me who assassinated you in the first place. I had no choice. Only just after he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that the intimidating pressure that was spread all around him dissipated a lot. Only then did he try to raise his head and look at Xiaqi, oblivious to the blood spilling from his forehead. Sure enough, that late emperor did not disappear for no reason, but was assassinated. Is Xiaqi's heart moving? Now then, looking at it, I guess I'll still have to face the late emperor's enemies if I want to impersonate down. But all this was no trouble for Summarize. Instead, it's an opportunity. If he could get those people to identify with him altogether, his level of impersonation would surely increase drastically. The fact that the long-dead ancestor had swindled his body was enough to give him quite a bit of feedback just from the sense of shock alone. Your Majesty, it was King Xianwei who coerced my concubine. Suddenly, Mrs. Dou, who was beside King Xianwei, knelt down towards Xiaqi, her miserable white cheeks filled with panic. She pointed at Xianwei Wang and said eagerly, "It is all because of him. My concubine has always been to your Majesty." You. King Xuanwei's face instantly became hard to see. Taking advantage of the dissipation of the pressure around him, he fiercely slapped his palm across the air towards Consort Dou. Boom! A palm fell. The powerful palm wind almost condensed into substance in the body of Dao Tai Fei through the body, and hardened the stone pillars on the side of the steps were reduced to pieces. With only one blow, Consort Dou's cries stopped, and her body collapsed helplessly to the ground. No more sound. That strong? Xiaqi couldn't help but be dismayed. He had thought that King Xianwei should not have much force if he could be easily suppressed to his knees. This was all before even seeing the python robe on his body come into play, and he was able to strike a near substantial palm wind just by himself. In other words, you'd need several soul rings, right, King Xianwei? At that moment, the Empress in Xiaqi's arms turned her head and coldly looked down at King Xianwei. Now that father has returned, do you still think you can act recklessly as usual? To commit murder in front of her father's face is to violate the king's authority. King Xianwei glanced at the Empress, and his gaze fell on Xiaqi again, clenching up his teeth. Imperial brother, you've been gone for many years, and this great Xia dynasty has long since ceased to be the scene it was in the beginning. Even though your country's fortune is added to your body, when they were able to kill you, they are now able to do it even more easily. You are now returning, but you can't even remember the past. If you still want to kill me, then they are bound to break your spirit. He knew very well that the moment Xiaqi appeared, his life and death were out of his control. One can only try to stay alive by any means necessary. However, as soon as he spoke, he suddenly felt that familiar sense of oppressive pressure strike again, and, far heavier than before. It made it difficult to support his body, and his head slammed heavily on the stone slab. Even the bones in his body were breaking apart inch by inch. Blood was flowing out from everywhere around him, but King Xianwei could hardly even utter a scream. Before his consciousness blurred, he could only hear a faint voice coming from him. I don't care. It's true that Xiaqi doesn't care about that. When he was activating the power of the national fortune within his body, it was as if he was at the top of heaven and earth, and all living beings were like ants. Even if he were to exterminate King Xianwei now, it would be as simple as pinching an ant that was intent on biting, without any psychological burden. There was silence outside the temple. The Empress looked at the two corpses on the steps, her complexion filled with complexity. In the past, although she is the Emperor of the Summer, but everywhere restricted, this Xianwei Wang previously even in the Imperial Temple and Dou Tai Fei met, not the slightest put her in the eyes. But now, King Xianwei had been killed by his father so easily. That's her father. When the king is on the throne, it all felt a little surreal to her. Immediately, she hurriedly looked at Xiaqi again, her face grave. Father, what King Xianwei said cannot be ignored. Now he died. Those old things are bound to notice, only afraid of, bound to set off rebellion and turmoil, shaking the fate of the country, but also will harm the father. The empress' eyes were filled with worry. Although the father has returned, but I'm afraid that everything has to be done slowly. However, Xia Qi, however, did not worry at all, and even thought that these people mentioned by the empress could show up in a hurry. He was still waiting to scare those people with his current status as the return of the king. What's more, after getting a taste of the sweetness of the feedback, Xia Qi was already figuring out what kind of identity to fictionalize in the future in order to get more and more feedback. Immediately, Xia Qi shook his head with a light smile at the empress, who cast a worried gaze. No harm done. My father will take you to kill. Chapter 4. Kneeling outside. Your Majesty, King Xianwei is dead? Daxia Palace. An old voice resounded leisurely, seemingly suppressing the anger in his heart. How did he die? Did His Majesty kill him? The tone was more like questioning the emperor, and it was also wrapped in a mighty force that spread in all directions, causing the ground of the palace to set off a slight tremor. In the temple, the empress's eyebrows knit tightly, and both of her white hands gradually clenched. They had only just returned to the palace from the imperial temple when someone came to take responsibility. Once King Xianwei died, the original balance between her and King Xianwei was broken, and it was inevitable that all the spearheads would be pointed at her first. It could be imagined that the next Daxia dynasty would inevitably be plunged into a chaotic situation. Her heart was a little cold. As the king of a country, where did she have the majesty of her father at first? Father. Thinking of this, she subconsciously looked at Xia Qi beside her, but she saw that her father had always been on cloud nine, as if he had not heard the words outside the palace, and was still sipping his tea unhurriedly. Seeing that the teacup in Xia Qi's hand was at the bottom, the empress immediately lifted the teapot and filled it up obediently. It is worthy of being the father. Female emperoress heart secretly praised. This kind of calm and relaxed, for the king of a country should have the temperament. And Xia Qi was indeed tasting the tea, only somewhat marveling at the divine nature of the tea, in which the aura was so rich that when he drank a mouthful, he felt a stream of warmth nourishing his limbs and bones. In the end, it was the royal family of this world, and this kind of enjoyment really wasn't something that normal people could experience. Only then did he look at the empress beside him, reaching out his hand and gently touching her head. Scared? It was estimated that after he had killed King Xianwei, he had also caused the empress to be quite worried about all the future. The empress shook her head and gently pressed her head against Natsuki's palm like a meek kitten. As far as I can remember, even before her father disappeared in the first place, she was rarely favored like this by her father. Xia Qi smiled before casting his gaze outside the palace. Through the power of the national fortune within his body, he had long since detected that the visitor was an old man, dressed in a python robe, stepping into the air, surrounded by a faint golden glow. Not a mortal at first glance. Is this the person behind King Xianwei? He inquired. The empress's expression, however, was somewhat complicated, and she looked deeply at Xia Qi, saying, Father, the visitor is the king of the mountain, who is considered your king's uncle in terms of seniority, and whom you especially trusted in the beginning. He is considered one of the old princes who supported me to the throne after your disappearance. In other words, that king of the mountain is considered to be the one who pushed the empress out. Xia Qi understood. However, he didn't take for granted that the king of the mountain was on his side. The empress was also just a puppet emperor who had been put on the stage, and the mountain king was the man behind the curtain who raised the strings. Your Majesty, why don't you come out to meet me? The voice from outside the great hall resounded once again. If King Wind and King Lin come to ask for punishment, how do you plan to respond? Outside the great hall, the mountain king was standing with his hands in the air, his beard and hair flowing, and in his python robe there seemed to be a great python coiled on the peak of the mountain, looking down disdainfully at the imperial palace at his feet. He didn't seem to care about the face of the empress at all, letting the courtiers in the palace kneel on the ground and tremble. Humph, don't think that I don't know your intentions. Do you really think that if you kill King Xianwei, you will be able to sit on the throne? Seeing that the empress never showed her face to respond, the mountain king's brows had furrowed. The robes around his body were fluttering, as if he had already developed a rage. Without the old man's push, what are you? A girl child? His arm slowly raised, as if he wanted to grab something out of thin air from the palace. An even more majestic mist emerged in the surrounding area, constantly converging in his palm. If you don't come out, then the old man will personally. However, he hadn't finished his sentence. Boom! An unspeakable might suddenly emerged from his surroundings, as if countless mountains had fallen on his shoulders in an instant. In just an instant, the aura emanating from the mountain king collapsed violently. His face changed wildly, and before he could even react, his body had already fallen sharply from the air and smashed heavily on the ground. The whole person is even uncontrollably kneeling on the floor outside the palace, hands struggling to support the ground but also still no help, head ruthlessly smashed down. A circle of smoke and dust was stirred up hard and spread out. The Mountain King's pair of old eyes had gone wide, and no matter how much the power in his body was pushed, he was unable to support his body under the suppression. National fortune? You actually control the national fortune? His voice was all but shrill with disbelief. And the temple. The Empress checked the fluctuations outside and already knew what had happened to the Mountain King. Immediately, they looked at Xiaoqi, and both their eyes were flooded with a strange color. Click! The tea light in Xiaoqi's hand suddenly cracked open, and his brows frowned imperceptibly with it. Just now, he had actually mobilized most of the power of the national fortune within his body before he managed to suppress the Mountain King to the point of kneeling outside the palace. Until now, he didn't know much about the division of battle power in this world, but it was estimated that even 100 Xianwei kings would not be enough in front of the Mountain King. It's a bit low on just the current feedback, Xiaoqi mused. Luckily, someone from outside the palace came to warm him up. Outside the palace, the Mountain King still maintained his kneeling posture, his figure all but trembling under the struggle, yet he was always deadlocked. No wonder. This is what you're leaning on. The Mountain King clenched his teeth. Although I don't know how you stole this part of the power of the national fortune, you mustn't forget that at that moment, even though your father's father added to the national fortune, he still could not escape death. His voice was not too low, making some palace eunuchs not far away were able to hear this kind of shocking hidden secrets, and at once they were shocked to the 6 gods. But the king of the mountain doesn't care about that. All those who hear these secrets must die. It seems that great summer ancestor is about indeed dead. Xiaoqi swept away the few remaining concerns in his mind. This time, the identity that he impersonated had mistakenly become the late emperor of Daxia, and it would be a bit embarrassing in case the late emperor came to life. Then next time you fudge your identity, think differently. He's capable of more than just fictionalizing and impersonating an identity, or even thoughts open up to the direct fictionalization of an yet ancient and powerful identity. You can't just show up as a random person who is Uncle Wang. Well, at least you have to let people call you old ancestor directly, right? Xiaoqi pondered. Regardless of what the world is really like, and regardless of how strong the other party is, come up and first board the board and call out an old ancestor before saying anything. As for the feedback in it, it naturally goes up with it. And the moment. Better to start with a layer of patches on the identity of the first emperor of Daxia. Father, the Mountain King might have other leverage. In addition, I'm afraid that the Wind King and the Forest King, who originally supported the Xianwei King, will also be coming. At this time, the female emperor reminded in a low voice. Today, no one else in the world knows that father has returned except her. However, her father's current state was obviously not right, not to mention that these people had been able to harm her father in the first place. However, when he heard the empress words, Xiaoqi's eyes lit up. Someone else is coming. So that's even better. The more people who saw him then, the more adequate his impersonation could be, and the more feedback he would naturally receive. Spin. Xiaoqi laughed lightly and pulled the empress aside to sit down, and let the Mountain King kneel outside first, while my father waits for them. At those words, the empress was stunned, but looking at Xiaoqi, who was always calm and self-contained, she had to suppress her concerns first. When father returns, he is bound to rule the world. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Not long after, there was suddenly a flurry of footsteps outside the palace, and even the dome of the sky above the palace was quickly covered with a layer of dark clouds. Noticing this, the empress's gaze instantly condensed, and she immediately said to Xiaoqi in a deep voice, Father, it's King Lin's secret cavalry. He's even directly deployed his troops. Chapter 5. That white dress. In the sky above the imperial palace, the clouds were dense, shrouding the sky with rawness, the sound of footsteps constantly ringing, like the gods beating drums. Regal, but also in the more and more close to the palace. Before the dark riders even appeared in the palace, they had already brought about an unspeakable sense of oppression. Sending out troops, is this an intended mutiny? Xiaoqi raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at it this way, the Wind King and Forest King behind King Xianwei were really decisive. Once he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately deployed his troops and horses and staged a mutiny, thus usurping the throne and taking the lead. But it backfired on him. The more people that come the better. Not long after, the footsteps outside the palace suddenly stopped. However, the empress did not let her guard down as she focused on the situation in the outside world, but instead, her expression became more and more grave. The footsteps of the dark riders stopped, meaning that they had broken into the palace. She calmed her mind as much as she could and looked over at Xiaoqi, the worry in her eyes never fading. All these years, I have been unable to obtain the national fortune to add to my body. I must beware that they have the means to suppress it. Perhaps in the beginning, these people assassinated father by virtue of suppressing the national fortune, suppressing the national movement. Xiaqi had actually considered this point a long time ago, since that Daxia ancestor would be killed. It meant that even though the Daxia ancestor, who was blessed with national fortune, was not the most powerful person even in the Daxia dynasty, but he's different. Once he succeeded in his impersonation, he was able to get 100 times the feedback. It was really hard to believe that those people could suppress him who had gained 100 times the feedback. As to whether there's any extra menace in this, that's naturally rich. If he was able to successfully and thoroughly impersonate the great Xia forefather, then this was bound to be of great benefit to his future actions in this world. Roar! Suddenly, a beastly roar sounded from outside the temple. The Mountain King outside the palace's complexion suddenly froze. His face hardened to the extreme. As early as when he noticed the appearance of the Dark Rider, he was already anxious to the extreme. The Forest King arrived, but he was suppressed to the point where he couldn't move a single bit, which was tantamount to waiting for death. With his forehead pressed against the ground, he could only humiliatingly look backward through his own 2 legs, but he could only see a pillar-like leg of a pitch-black beast slowly approaching. Ink Jiao Fierce Tiger. This is King Lin's mount. Brother Wang, what do you mean by this? There was a faint voice that rang out with a wave of dismay and sarcasm. The Mountain King's old face instantly turned red, but under the suppressive force that never dissipated, all struggles were to no avail. Solely and eagerly hissed to the temple, "Your Majesty, no matter what arrangements you have, it is better to let go of the old man to help you first." At this point, his words once again came to an abrupt halt. The might on his shoulders suddenly increased, causing his body to practically quiver, making it difficult for him to even speak. "Is this the national luck?" Behind the Mountain King, the words came again with a slight surprise. The Forest King rode on top of the tiger's back, and the ferocious beast under his seat resembled a jiao or a tiger, with scales that were as black as ink, exuding ferocious might. His face was surprisingly young, with only 2 strands of gray hair on his forehead, and he was looking down on the Mountain King from above. Behind him, there was even a group of cavalrymen following closely behind him. Each soldier's body without exception exuded a powerful aura, and that was none other than the Dark Cavalry. Under that kind of suppression, this majesty of ours was even able to steal this part of the national fortune. No wonder he dared to lay his hands on King Xianwei and kill him. The Forest King seemed to have quickly realized the situation of this place and turned his gaze to the temple in front of him again. "Your Majesty, to be able to suppress the Mountain King, it seems that this king had somewhat underestimated you earlier, but without the Mountain King's assistance, how else can you stop this king with just you?" His mouth curled into a mocking smile. The Empress more than likely had some backhanders, but she still couldn't make any waves. And the temple, the Empress that is enough to let the world her stunning face has long been spread all over the gravity. A white gold-encrusted robes more vague power surging, such as a great enemy. "Father, King Lin has arrived but King Lin has not shown up. Perhaps in their view, there is no need to go to great lengths to deal with me at all." She smiled a little to herself and apologized, not daring to look at Natsuki. "It is Sheer who has dishonored father's name." The king of a country was surrounded by soldiers in the palace, but she could do nothing about it. But at that moment, one of Xiaqi's fingers had already reached in front of her nose, gently tapping the tip of her upturned nose. "Why do you need to talk about this? The way to be a king. You can learn it well from my father in the future." He looked at the Empress's delicate face with gentleness in his eyes. As a professional drag queen actor before crossing over, Xiaqi had seen many beautiful stars in the crew, but even if you throw away the appearance, such as the Empress of this temperament, he can say that he has never seen. Knit his brows and smile. All show stunning. Also, Xiaqi also noticed that it seemed that many of his performances on the side of the Empress were also able to gradually affect the power of the national fortune within himself. In the exchange with the Empress, the national fortune within him was also gradually rising. This should mean that the recognition of my identity by others can also further deepen my level of impersonation. Xiaqi had some realization. Even though the Empress already considered him to be the late emperor, this recognition could still continue to deepen, thus giving him more feedback. Only then did he look outside the palace. Although not all of the people he was waiting for had arrived, this battle outside was enough. Outside the palace, King Lin looked disdainfully at the temple in front of him, a ghostly cold light gradually surfacing in his eyes. "Your Majesty, get the hell out, and when you see your dead father, give him my regards." With that, he gently patted the Ink Jiao Fierce Tiger under his seat. Roar! Immediately afterward, the beast's roar resounded, rolling sound waves almost visible to the naked eye, spreading to the temple in front of them. A crack instantly surfaced above the temple under the sound wave, stirring up rolling smoke. This was to forcibly destroy the temple and force out the Empress, overbearing and incomparable. At the same time, a group of dark riders all brushed forward in unison, and a blade surfaced in their hands with a chilling aura. If placed in the outside world, A team of 100 dark riders would be enough to destroy an ordinary cultivator city. But suddenly, the roar of the beasts that had originally filled the palace all of a sudden returned to silence. The movements of all the dark riders were instantly halted, as if they were bound by an invisible force, and even the smoke falling from the temple was stagnant. Squeaky. The door to the room of the temple was slowly pushed open, and the empress's figure in a snow-white, gold-encrusted dress emerged. Seeing this, King Lin's eyes first narrowed slightly, and then a sardonic smile appeared on his face. Hiding won't help. But the next moment, it was as if King Lin had noticed something. The smile on his face froze. All of a sudden the entire person was as if he were a statue. Since the empress was behind him, he actually also saw a white coat of blooming snow. It was a young man, stepping out from behind the empress with a calm and unhurried pace. But only just at the first sight of this white-clothed young man, King Lin's heart shook violently. Chapter 6. I ask you, who am I? That's someone who should have died years ago. King Lin had seen the man die. In order to kill him, they had deployed the hidden spies they had planted for many years, invited many secluded great powers, and even paid an extremely painful price. It was only after stripping his country of its fortune and forcibly suppressing it that he finally allowed that person to die. But now, that great Xia ancestor had actually appeared in front of him once again. Illusion? King Lin instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that the empress had invited some kind of existence capable of casting powerful illusions to confuse even him? And behind the forest king, those group of dark riders who had already rushed to the front of the temple, but were unable to move under the suppression of the national fortune, all had their pupils suddenly dilated at this time. Filled with horror, every dark cavalry soldier in this world was definitely a cultivator of not-so-weak strength. They all naturally recognized the figure before them as well. The great Xia's late emperor Yuan Shang. With the luck of the nation, one is the strongest in the great Xia. In front of the door of the temple, Xia Qi's figure walked out step by step, his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Even though there were enemies in front of him, he remained calm and collected. It was even more like he was surveying the scene outside the temple with interest. Just when he stepped out of the gate of the temple, boom! The crowd of dark riders outside the temple, all of their figures uncontrollably knelt down in unison. Everyone's body was trembling, yet it was as if they were carrying an incredibly heavy mountain that they could not break free from. Actually, at the same time when the door of the temple was opened, Xia Qi could feel the energy that filled his body rising rapidly. It wasn't just the power of the country's fortune in that, but also its own surging qi and blood. As Xia Qi had predicted earlier, just the shock he had caused after showing up was enough to give him great feedback. And that Daxia's late emperor that he was impersonating should have stepped into cultivation in addition to his national fortune being added to his body. In his earlier exchange with the empress, Xia Qi briefly understood some of this world's cultivation methods. Cultivators can absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and refine their own qi and blood, thus metamorphosing step by step. Now, just the feedback of qi and blood alone had already brought Xia Qi a particularly strong sense of power. Wu! The Yingqiao fierce tiger under the Lin King's seat was no longer as ferocious as it had been earlier. Instead, it flexed its 4 beastly legs, as if it had seen its natural enemy, and continuously emitted a whimpering sound that signaled weakness. As for King Lin, he did not make a sound for a long time, staring at Xia Qi in death. What's going on? At this time, the Mountain King, who had been kneeling outside the temple, also noticed the anomaly of the surrounding crowd, but he had been suppressed, and was unable to detect the situation on the temple side at all. However, he noticed that the national fortune that had been suppressing him seemed to have weakened by a few points. Only then did he try to lift his head and look ahead. Just for a moment, the king of the mountain then regretted it. He shouldn't have looked up, or he wouldn't have seen the figure in front of him that he couldn't believe anyway. The living emperor? That's not possible. King Lin, since you have seen the late emperor, why don't you worship him? The empress's cold voice rang out leisurely. It was only at this point that King Lin finally shook as if he had woken up from a dream. The power of the national fortune that filled the 4 directions of the temple made him realize that this was not an illusion at all. Emperor Yuan Shang did come back alive. How did you come back to life? King Lin practically crumbled the words out of his teeth, not even noticing that his voice was particularly shrill at this point. Immediately, he looked down again at the kneeling king of the mountain. Could it be that you guys left something behind in the first place? Now that he's come back alive, you're all going to be liquidated too. However, it was always difficult for the Mountain King to reply to what the Forest King had said. After he got a good look at Xia Qi's figure, the oppressive force returned once again, and Xia Qi fell in his heart. From King Lin's words, it wasn't hard to deduce that when that late emperor of Xia was assassinated, it wasn't just with the plotting of King Lin's group, even the Mountain King's faction was involved. The two sides had joined forces to set up a trap, and that late emperor of the Grand Xia would surely be unable to escape death. even if he had the luck of the nation on his side. Only then did he take another step forward and put his hands behind his back, letting out a long, languid sigh. Struggle for power and the killing of one's own kind. No matter how many years have passed, it's still the same. The voice is full of dusty meaning. Seems to have long been peeping through the world of red dust, away from the earthly years. Upon hearing Xia Qi's words, King Lin's gaze suddenly froze. His eyes fell on Xia Qi, constantly scrutinizing. No, your aura has changed. You're not Emperor Yuan Shang. Who are you? Oh, you realized I'm not Emperor Yuan Shang with just one sentence? Xia Qi's mind spun without the slightest alarm. That was supposed to be what he was going to reveal. Neither the king of the forest nor the king of the mountain knew of his current condition. He could have just gone on in disguise as that great Xia forefather returning. But after all, he hadn't even met the late emperor of Daxia. So if he impersonated him like this, there would still be a break. So the state of having lost many of his past memories was the best way to impersonate him as far as he was concerned. But he didn't explain anything too much to King Lin. Instead, he took a slow step and walked over to the kneeling mountain king. Only then did he turn to look at the empress behind him, asking in a gentle tone, "Sheer, the first truth that my father taught you is that in this world, the strong are honored." As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve at the mountain king. Whoosh! Benton time. The mountain king's body flew uncontrollably from the ground into the sky, and then violently burst apart into a cloud of blood mist. Blowing with the wind, blood was scattered outside the palace. Those who turn their backs on their masters and deceive the king, kill. From the beginning to the end, Xia Qi's tone was particularly calm, but inexplicably made people feel a sense of uncontrollable majesty. With the blessing of the national fortune, Xia Qi is now the real Daxia emperor, dominating the country. The empress nodded with a complicated expression, looking at the blood spilled outside the palace, all a little frustrated for a moment. The mountain king and these people, even if it was just their own cultivation alone, were by no means within the reach of ordinary cultivators in the great Xia dynasty. Not to mention, the king of the mountain has great power, but in front of father, it was like grass. Is this the emperor? Xia Qi had already taken a step forward once again, looking down at the crowd of kneeling dark riders in front of him. Whoever shakes the country and rebels in rebellion, kill. In an instant, the group of dark riders in this place did not have the slightest room for resistance before they all collapsed to the ground in unison. Their tendons and veins snapped and died. The feedback that Xia Qi received nowadays was already too much beyond what it was earlier. The strength of these dark riders might be extremely strong in the outside world, but in front of Xia Qi, they were still like ants. At this very moment, the forest king looked at the corpses all over the ground and his body stiffened, sitting on the tiger's back as if frozen. The mountain king's cultivation was not much weaker than his. However, in front of Xia Qi, he could not even struggle and died violently on the spot. The shock it brought him was too great, but what made his heart stir even more was that at that moment, Xia Qi's gaze had already been cast towards him. King Lin, I ask you, who am I? Chapter 7 The whole big job. You. King Lin's breathing was rapid and incomparable. The qi and blood in his body continued to surge, and his back was seeping out cold sweat. Awns and thorns in his back. He didn't even care about Xia Qi's pressing questions. His mind was already constantly pondering how he should escape. As for the people in front of him, all of them had already suppressed the four directions with their national fortune alone. Who else could do it but the late Emperor Yuan Shang? He had long since lost that doubt. Emperor Yuan Shang had returned, and it was imperative that he brought this news out. Everything had to be laid out again. Otherwise, if he didn't escape from the territory of the great Xia dynasty, it would be impossible for him to defeat an existence that possessed a national fortune added to it. Think about it. A cold light suddenly flashed in King Lin's hand, and that light transformed into a lance in a short period of time. The tip of the gun had a cold light of 10,000 points. An even more majestic might spewed out. If I can kill you once, I can kill you again. As he spoke, he raised his arm high, and was about to violently throw his lance at Xia Qi. He even harnessed the Yingjiao fierce tiger under his seat to fight for the opportunity to escape from this place. There are still his secret riders in this palace. The dark riders were out in force. How could they stop the late emperor for a while? As long as he can escape. At that time, whether it was their side or the Mountain King's faction, they would deal with Emperor Yuanqing first. Dangling. However, as soon as the lance struck, it smashed directly onto the ground in front of King Lin. Not the slightest bit of might was revealed at all. As for the Yingjiao fierce tiger, it was even prostrate on the ground, not moving at all. Only the king of the woods sat frozen on the tiger's back, still in the awkward position with his arms raised. I'm asking you, who am I? Xia Qi's inquiring voice sounded again, still calm and bland. He's doing a test with the king of the woods. Earlier, King Lin suspected that his words and actions did not resemble the late emperor of Daxia. then King Lin's heart must have instantly made many guesses about his identity. But if one borrowed King Lin's speculation and thus fictionalized other identities, could this bring unexpected feedback? King Lin opened his mouth, but then suddenly felt that his body was no longer under control. The majestic mountain-like heavy suppressive force that filled his surroundings in turn caused his body to levitate from the tiger's back and float into midair. Become a king? Why do you need to humiliate me? This king is at least considered your uncle. King Lin spoke with difficulty, his expression twisted. Uncles. Xiaoqi was inexplicably a bit speechless. Impersonating the first emperor of Daxia is not bad feedback, but this is flat out a generation behind. Moreover, there is an upper limit to the strength of the first emperor of Daxia after all. He pondered, his thoughts spreading out. You can still make up your own identity. Although I am now posing as the late emperor of Daxia, what if I were to build on that identity and fictionalize it? Put on a patch. The first emperor of Daxia, on the surface, is the emperor who inherits the throne and the national fortune is added, but in fact, there is something else. For example, the reincarnation of great powers, the reincarnation of ancestors, or similar myths like the heavenly ordained Shin bird descending and giving birth to merchants. This type of myths added to an emperor. That's rather reasonable, isn't it? Xiaoqi's mind was racing, and he had already decided on his future thoughts. Lay out before it's too late. He no longer paid any attention to King Lin and turned to look at the empress behind him, sighing softly. I was like experiencing a big dream during those earlier years, and the me in the dream, however, was not the emperor of this Daxia, and there was not even a Daxia dynasty. It was as if he was reminiscing about the past. His tone was long and leisurely, and it even revealed a sense of vicissitude. Since we're fictionalizing identities, let's make a big one. The identity of the Great Summer's late emperor was only the beginning of other people's perception of his identity, but it was not at all the end of what he was going to impersonate. He intended to reveal some of the age-old meaning here in the empress first. Wait and see if there's a chance to add another layer of passing to your identity afterward. Could father be remembering something? The empress was originally still paying attention to what Xiaoqi had done to King Lin and the others, marveling at the majesty displayed by her father. But when she heard Xiaoqi's words, a wave of concern subconsciously welled up in her heart. What her father had gone through in the years he had been gone, she could not imagine after all. But think, can let once that king of the world-spirited emperor become now this dusty, must have experienced endless vicissitudes. What kind of loneliness would that be? The empress suddenly felt some heartache. A pair of brimming watery eyes flooded with some crystals. However, Xiaoqi's words fell on King Lin's ears, but it was as if they carried another layer of meaning. You can't remember the past? King Lin's gaze trembled as if he had thought of something. What exactly did you go through after we suppressed the national fortune to the ancestral ground? The Daxia kingdom has been suppressed to the ancestral lands? Hearing this, Xiaoqi's heart was slightly moved. He hadn't expected to be able to get words out of King Lin's mouth when he patched up his identity. And at the same time, Xiaoqi even felt that the qi and blood in his body surged vaguely, but it flickered. Is this feedback from the patch that just put in? Xiaoqi instantly came to a realization, but he also knows that the identity he's trying to fictionalize isn't complete. It's just a slight mention. Even if there is feedback, it will only be minimal. But this proves that his line of thinking works. Wait until afterward. If you can have the opportunity to really fictionalize a layer of a more prestigious identity on top of the identity of the first emperor of Daxia, the feedback that can come from that is definitely more than expected. Only after collecting these thoughts did Xiaoqi look at King Lin again. The test is complete, and it's time to use the king of the woods in other roles. It's just a matter of dust to dust. Xiaoqi just waved his hand casually. The midair forest king was then in shock. His body shape trembled violently. His body's qi and blood suddenly condensed, and his breath no longer existed. Poof! King Lin's corpse fell down powerlessly from midair and smashed on the ground. It was only then that silence returned to the surroundings of the temple. Only that Ink Jiao fierce tiger was still prostrate on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. As the empress watched this, her gaze once again fell on Xiaoqi, long filled with reverence. Over the years, she had also thought about how heroic her father's return would be. Now, her father was like an immortal descending to the mortal world, easily clearing away the enemies that she was simply unable to fight in the past, suppressing the ups and downs in her heart. The empress only then reminded Xiaoqi again, "Father, there should still be many dark riders in the palace, and the Wind King and the others have yet to show up until now. This throne of hers was not worthy of its name after all, and even the fights in the outside world only slightly affected her. But those people, after all, will step into the Daxia palace." However, Xiaoqi just looked up at the sky that was like two halves separated by dark clouds and smiled slightly. Then let these people, all together, show themselves. The feedback he was harvesting now could have been quite a bit. and he had no intention of waiting on this side of the palace all the time to have it delivered to him. Might as well just go straight to the whole big job. In the palace, the dark horsemen had already filled the 4 directions and surrounded the exits. Even in the sky, it had long been covered by the might of the dark riders, not allowing anyone to break out. King Lin had killed his way into the depths of the palace, and there wasn't any might emanating from it until now, so he thought that everything must have gone well. They only needed to wait for King Lin's next order. Bang! 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 However, just at this moment, a sound of ferocious beasts running wildly on the ground came, causing the group of dark riders guarding the front of this portal to look at each other in disbelief. It was a voice that was familiar to them all. That was the ringing sound of King Lin's mount, the Inkjiao Fierce Tiger. As it ran, soon, they noticed that the Inkjiao Fierce Tiger revealed itself from the portal and suddenly surfaced in front of them. Poof! But before they could react, a figure had already fallen down powerlessly from the tiger's back, and that was none other than King Lin. Seeing this scene, all of the dark cavalry soldiers here couldn't help but tremble. An uncontrollable panic surfaced in their complexion. King Lin is dead. Chapter 8 Passing on My Will. Wind King, you have already surrounded the palace with troops. Is this your intention to start a mutiny? In the sky, a group of figures are standing out of the sky, headed by an old man with reddish hair. A python robe exudes a strong might, making the surrounding wind and clouds turbulent. And in front of them, there was the same group of figures with their feet in the void, confronting each other. Didn't you already intend to split the difference when you had that girl child kill King Xianwei? In the crowd opposing the red-haired old man, a young figure stepped out, but its hair was white at the roots. A mocking smile hung on his face as he faintly said, "Or is it that you guys can't even control that girl child? So much so that it happened so suddenly that even you guys weren't prepared for it." King Xuanwei's murder at the Imperial Temple was too much of a surprise for both of them. There are too many layouts that are too late to unfold, too many backhanders that are too late to show. No one had expected the Empress to dare to do this suddenly, but since the balance had been upset, it was bound to set off a killing spree. The red-haired old man looked in the direction of the palace with gloomy eyes. Only then did he say to the Wind King in a chilling voice again, "Even if you forcefully seize the throne, what can you do? If not for the direct lineage of the previous generation of emperors, no one can withstand the addition of national fortune. Forcibly occupying the country's fortunes will only result in a backlash. If not, why would they have to support the Empress to ascend the throne?" The Wind King shook his head, and his gaze was also cast over to the palace, his expression always calm. "Fire King, why do you juniors need to bother with this king about the difference between the first and the last? Afterward, let that girl give birth to another heir, and then it will be both a direct and a collateral line. Only the first family can withstand the addition of the nation's fortune?" In the palace, Xiaoqi listened to the Empress and raised his eyebrows slightly. He was preparing for the next wool gathering of the Wind King and the others while listening to the Empress talk about the world system. The Empress nodded, a slight complexity in her bright voice. When a cultivator cultivates, he must have 9 clasps on the spiritual platform, 1 clasp for a lifetime, and 1 step for a transcendent. And these are the 9 realms of cultivation. And those who are added to the national fortune are like the 10th realm beyond the first 9 realms within the dominion boundaries. No wonder, with the power of the national fortune alone, it can easily suppress the likes of the Mountain King and the Forest King. Xiaoqi instantly understood. Dare I say that the power of national fortune is especially special in this world. What he received was direct feedback from the 10th realm. After thinking for a moment, he then inquired of the Empress again. Then there are no drawbacks to the addition of national fortune? Regular people cultivating, one realm after another, sounded not only difficult but also dangerous. But as long as the national fortune is added, it easily surpasses everyone's cultivation. This can't be without its drawbacks. In response to what Xiaoqi had said, the Empress's expression became more and more complicated. Father had indeed forgotten too many things, even how to cultivate, he could not remember. Although the time spent with Xiaoqi was not that long, she could clearly feel that her father had changed too much. Even, she occasionally wondered if the father who had returned now was still the original father. Suppressing these chaotic thoughts, she patiently explained to Xiaoqi, there is a limit to a cultivator's lifespan. And even though every time he breaks through the realm, he can increase his lifespan accordingly, the higher the realm, the more he will show a tendency of extinction, and it is difficult for him to escape from death in the end. Even in the 9th realm, at the end of their lives, they will only live for 800 years at most, but those who are blessed with national fortune can only live for 100 years at most. Ha! Xiaoqi was stunned. If you're lucky, you can only live for 100 years? The lifespan of cultivators in this world is too short, isn't it? However, on second thought, a sense of strangeness rose in Xiaoqi's heart again. One is able to get 100 times the feedback. So doesn't that mean that, If the late emperor of the Grand Xia can live for 100 years, I can live for 10,000 years. Then this disadvantage of this national luck addition is tantamount to saying to Xia Qi, you can live until you die. There's no downside to screwing around for me. Xia Qi shook his head, sort of having a general understanding of this world's cultivation system. The empress smiled to herself again as if she had thought of something. Although there are drawbacks to the addition of national fortune, in comparison, the path of unusual cultivation is even more difficult. It is said that back then, when you had not yet won the throne, father, you stepped into the sixth realm at only 50 years old, so you were already a supreme genius, and such as that King Lin. Even though his natural talent is extraordinary, he only stepped into the eighth realm at the age of more than 300 years. King Lin is already in the eighth realm? Natsuki was getting more and more playful. You haven't gotten your own feedback completely yet, and this is going to be invincible? But he also knew that it was probably not that simple. The late emperor was clearly blessed with national fortune, but in the end, he also died. Now, combining with the empress's statement, Xia Qi had been able to determine that the late emperor of the Grand Xia must be completely dead. That maybe, above the ninth realm, there are other realms. Only when he thought of this did he ask the empress again. After the 9 deductions of the spiritual platform, is it really impossible to cultivate anymore? Maybe there is, but I'm not sure. The empress smiled bitterly and shook her head. Xia Qi, however, noticed that her slender white fingertips gradually clenched. The empress' face was a bit melancholy. Although I have a special physique and have now stepped into the 7th realm at the age of 20, I don't know how I will be in the future. Stepping into the 7th realm at the age of 20. No wonder, in Xia Qi's probing, the energy fluctuation within the empress was not too much weaker than the previous mountain king and forest king. It turns out that the empress is the real genius. Xia Qi already had a judgment in his mind. He looked at the empress, who was already furrowing her brows, and gently reached out to smooth her brow. With my father here, you don't need to worry about this. Let's see my father kill a piece of heaven for you. At those words, the empress' eyes turned to Xia Qi. Finally a smile unfolded. As beautiful as the warm spring sun after the ice had melted, she walked over to the throne and held out her hand to Natsuki. Father, begin. Previously, they had already discussed what to do with the rebellious kings. Natsuki nodded and reached out to clasp her fingertips lightly. There was a ray of golden light flowing down his fingers into the empress's palm. Immediately after, that ray of golden aura then quickly spread around the empress, gradually covering her body. It made her at this time in a golden light, like a goddess descending to the earth. Magnificent! This is the power of the kingdom of Shachi. Even if she is allowed to give birth to an heir, it will not be a bother to the Wind King. In the sky, the Fire King with a head full of red hair smiled coldly. Although this king doesn't know why you dare to mutiny at this time, you mustn't forget that my great Xia dynasty's Jingguoshin beast has always favored the first family. With that, he fiercely bowed respectfully towards the high sky. The descendants of the great Xia imperial clan implore the subduing divine beast to descend. Boom! In the next moment, the sound of rolling thunder suddenly exploded high in the sky. Large, dark clouds converged together, and lightning flashed among them, as if they had coalesced into a huge vortex. And in this vortex, a huge head gradually poked out. 3 heads, backed by a long, sheer body, clad in dragon scales and covered in gold. It was a 3-headed dragon. Who calls me? The old voice came out, but it was also like a thunderous explosion that resounded through the entire imperial city. The Wind King in the sky stared intently at the 3-headed scaly dragon, his gaze flickering. The great Xia's divine beast of subjugation was undoubtedly their greatest obstacle. The Fire King still maintains his posture of respectful obeisance and slowly opens his mouth. Please ask the Jingguo divine beast to help us. Giggle. The Fire King's words hadn't even fallen yet. Far away in the sky above the Daxia imperial palace, there was suddenly a blazing golden pillar of light rising up from the ground and shooting up into the sky. A rolling might in the palace swept in all directions, emitting a golden light that even covered the dark clouds in the sky. Even more so, it caused the huge body of that 3-headed scaly dragon to be shaken. The traitors King of Mountain and King of Forest have already been put to death. Pass on my decree. King of Wind and King of Fire, you and others quickly come to see me and ask for punishment. The voice seemed to be wrapped in infinite majesty, like a godman descending into the world. It was the voice of the Empress. Chapter 9 Fictionalizing a New Identity. One time, in the sky above the great Xia imperial city, the Wind King and Fire King and the others were all shaken violently. In that golden pillar of light that had risen up from the palace, there was constantly a majestic might spreading in all directions. In only a short period of time, it had already covered the entire imperial city of Great Xia. The people in the imperial city had already closed their doors due to today's fight between the kings of Xia, and now under that might, it was even more so that the entire imperial city was reduced to a dead silence. Halftime. Only then did the Fire King seem to come back to his senses, a pair of old eyes long filled with gravity. It's national luck. It's amazing that the Empress has gained the luck of the nation. Whoosh! Suddenly, high up in the sky, the three-headed scaly dragon's body swam in the sea of clouds, and actually suddenly swept towards the great summer palace. This king originally thought that you were able to control that girl child, but now it seems that you are all a bunch of losers, and have allowed that girl child to steal the nation's fortune. The Wind King gazed in the direction of the palace, a sneer showing on his face. It's not true that the three-headed Jiao is a divine beast that subdues the country, but it only recognizes the country's fortune. So all your years of laying out your plans, could it be that you're all doing the work for others? Just as he spoke, his expression also revealed a sense of gravity. The king of the mountain and the king of the forest were actually both killed by the empress, and regardless of how strong the mountain king was, at least the forest king had long since stepped into the eighth realm. And even more so, he also brought dark horsemen to besiege the palace. How could this be easily killed? Did even he underestimate that empress? Humph! Wind King, if she is truly blessed with national fortune, your scheming has likewise failed. The Fire King merely snorted coldly and abruptly rushed towards the direction of the palace. They had to have the help of the three-headed Jiao to be able to suppress the Wind King, but the Wind King was in no hurry. He retracted his gaze, looked at the void behind him, and faintly said, "Thank you all." In the imperial palace, golden pillars of light rushed skyward. The huge body of the three-headed scaly dragon had already arrived high above the sky, and slowly poked out a dragon's head toward the bottom. The country's fortune is so majestic, I can't imagine you can break through the obstacles. It seems that your direct lineage of the great Xia imperial clan does not deserve to die. Its voice was loud and unmistakable, pressing down into the middle of the palace below. Like a mountainous body that covered the clouds and the sun, it invariably exuded an unspeakable sense of oppression. Kneel and worship me, and I will help you to sit on the throne. It was as if a god had descended and was honored. In the palace, the empress stepped out of the great hall and looked up at the three-headed dragon in the sky. Only then did he whisper to Xia Qi behind him again, "Father, the Xingguo divine beast is one of the only remaining three-headed augur dragons in the world, and unlike cultivators, the ancient beasts can live to a much longer age due to their own bloodline. It has been sitting in my great Xia dynasty for nearly 1,000 years, so perhaps it stepped above the ninth realm." Oh, hearing this, Xia Qi, who was still in the great hall, narrowed his eyes slightly. Above the ninth realm? Also lived for at least 1,000 years, after he traveled to this world. Apart from that inked Jiao fierce tiger, it was the first time he had seen a Jiao dragon that was able to ride the clouds, which was more or less a novelty. However, it was another flash of light in his mind. Isn't the opportunity to patch up his identity as the first emperor of Daxia coming? Fictionalizing an older, more ancient origin based on the current identity is bound to get feedback. And as for the identity to be fictionalized afterwards, Natsuki already has an idea. How can it be that the ancestor of this great Xia imperial clan has descended? High in the air, the three-headed Jiao condescendingly looked down at the empress who walked out from the great hall. Her gully-like dragon mouth opened and she was just about to say something. But then suddenly, the dragon's eyes narrowed. The luck of the kingdom is not on you. As the state-suppressing divine beast of the Daxia dynasty, there was naturally some connection between it and the Daxia's national fortune. It was already felt that the empress in front of her was merely drawing on a portion of the power of the country's fortune. The real fate of the country belongs to someone else. But the next moment, the dragon eyes of the three-headed Jiao then snapped wide open, since behind the empress, a figure dressed in white slowly walked out. And that figure clearly looked somewhat like that great Xia's late emperor Yuan Shang. You actually came back to life? The three-headed scaly Scout's voices all carried a wave of astonishment in their voices. Hearing this, Xia Qi's heart was suddenly stirred. Did this divine beast know about the death of the late emperor of the Grand Xia back then? And at the same time, Xia Qi even felt a majestic surge of energy in his body. There was more of the power of feedback coming in quickly. Even more than the feedback brought by the king of the mountain and the king of the forest before. Could it be that the stronger the other party is, the more they recognize my identity, the more feedback they will bring? Xia Qi instantly had a realization. He felt the energy surging within his body and smiled in satisfaction. Now, just by virtue of the qi and blood feedback alone, it was estimated that he would now be able to manage to easily decapitate the Lin King without resorting to the power of the kingdom's fortune. As for the feedback on the state's fortunes, Xia Qi suddenly stretched out his hand and made a distant grab towards the Xingguo divine beast in the sky. Bent in time, vast might suddenly coalesced in the surrounding heaven and earth, almost transforming into a substantial cloud that bound the three-headed dragon in the sky. How dare you? The huge figure of the three-headed Jiao swam high in the sky, trying to break free from the invisible bonds around it. However, under its struggles, the binding force was always difficult to be broken free. It was dragging its form, gradually tugging it towards the palace below. Your power has actually made a breakthrough. Could it be that you have really forced yourself to change your destiny against the heavens? The words of the three-headed augur were filled with alarm. Against all odds, Xiaoqi raised his eyebrows slightly. From the words of the three-headed augur, he did piece together some information. That late emperor of the Grand Xia had wanted to do something against the heavens in the first place, but he didn't really care too much about that. With the feedback he was getting today, he was only a step-by-step process away from completely impersonating the Great Xia's late emperor. And he's next, but he's fictionalizing an even more ancient identity. Back then, I had bred a few little bugs in this heaven and earth. Xiaoqi slowly put his hands behind his back, as if he was recalling something, and spoke leisurely, rather unimagined. Its descendants have grown to look like you. The tone of voice is calm, but inexplicably allows people to feel the vicissitudes of a long time. The empress behind her was stunned, and her gaze at Xiaoqi became dismayed. When did father ever raise a dragon? What's more, what was in front of him was a divine beast that had already subdued the Great Xia more than 1,000 years ago. But just as she thought of this, the empress suddenly realized again. This may have something to do with the experience of Xiaoqi's disappearance for many years. You junior, you've only been missing for a short period of time. Have you gone crazy? The three-headed scaly dragon struggled while spitting out human words. Even though the late emperor of Daxia had disappeared for many years, it was only a small period of time for an existence like it. Only, Xiaoqi's next move, however, caused its figure to stall. Xiaoqi actually let go of his original restraints and turned his back, shaking his head and sighing lightly. Seeing you, I recalled something. You have not yet truly transformed into a dragon. The words fell. The three-headed Zhao actually violently felt that a throbbing violently surfaced in his body, which was as if it came from the depths of his bloodline. Chapter 10 Longer than a dynasty. As an ancient beast with a particularly special bloodline in this world, the three-headed dragon's own lifespan already far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators. Even the bloodlines of most of the ancient beasts in the world didn't seem to be able to catch up to it. Regarding his own bloodline, the three-headed augur dragon naturally felt extremely deeply. But now, Xiaoqi's mere words had actually touched its bloodline. It couldn't help but feel an unspeakable thrill welling up in its heart. What exactly did Emperor Yuan Shang go through during the time he was missing? Why does the present moment give it a feeling that is actually very different from what it once was? And Xiaoqi always silently focused on the reaction of the three-headed Zhao. Even though the augur's body was huge, he was still able to see the three-headed augur's astonishment. It worked! Xiaoqi smiled with satisfaction. In fact, he had already harvested some feedback when he stated that he had once bred augur dragons in this heaven and earth. This part of the feedback, on the other hand, should come from the empress beside her. He glanced appreciatively at the empress. The seeds of patching up his future fictional identity, which he had planted earlier by revealing the implication of ages in front of the empress, were now sort of starting to take root. Of course, this feedback doesn't count for much, but it was already enough for him to quietly mobilize and cause some impact on the three-headed scale. All of this was in Xiaoqi's calculation. At this moment, the three-headed Zhao had already suppressed its mind, and the vertical eyes of the dragon eyes were staring at Xiaoqi, which invariably exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Could it be that you had another chance after your disappearance? What hidden secrets have been learned? It had realized that what Xiaoqi had said was not without reason. There is even some kind of karma in those simple words. The empress was also looking at Xiaoqi suspiciously, her rippling watery eyes glowing with an inexplicable light. She unconsciously moved closer to Xiaoqi, always feeling that the distance between her and her father had widened when Xiaoqi spoke these words as if they were in the clouds. Xiaoqi just paced up and down slowly, not rushing to speak. He knew that the three-headed scow had taken the bait. The fact that he would continue to pursue it meant that he wanted to know more, and that would naturally make it easier for him to fudge his identity. However, wool gathering is a gradual process. He simply shook his head slowly and sighed softly. The world is a big dream. The years are too long, and many things are just dreams and bubbles in my eyes. I don't know when I will recall the past. It was like he was remembering what had been, but eventually letting go. Only then did he turn around to face the three-headed augur in midair. I only vaguely remember that the true dragons of the world shouldn't be like you. A dragon, after all, is not a true dragon. The three-headed Zhao could not help but fall into deep thought, and it clearly felt that with every word that fell from Xiaoqi, a throbbing in its own bloodline would follow. Even more so, the later it gets, the stronger it becomes. This great summer ancestor must have had an extraordinary experience before he was resurrected and returned. Moreover, the words it spat out even related to the hidden secrets of the world related to true dragons. For a while, the three-headed augurs were all a bit hesitant. I don't know what kind of attitude to face Natsuki with, but what it is even less likely to know is that, Xia Qi quietly mobilizes the feedback the party receives every time he speaks. This further deepened the three-headed augure's speculation about his identity, and moreover also continued to woolgather, gradually accumulating feedback. Elder Divine Beast. She merely stole the national fortune. It is by no means a national fortune added to her body. Suddenly, an urgent shout came from the distant sky. The Fire King had already swept in, his head full of red hair fluttering in the wind, and was still waving at the three-headed Jiao from afar. The state-suppressing divine beast had a close relationship with the great Xia's national fortune, and if it really helped because of the national fortune stolen by the empress, then I was afraid that it would only be irreparable. Your Majesty, now that you have stolen the nation's fortune, do you think you can rest on your laurels? His gaze went back toward the front of the palace hall, his tone full of rebuke. If the empress hadn't suddenly killed King Xianwei, causing the situation of the entire royal family to be instantly detonated, why would he have to be in such a sorry state? Even though you can kill the mountain king and the forest king, it's not good. His voice suddenly became shrill. The sight had fallen in front of the palace hall, but what did he see? The empress was not the only one standing in front of the palace hall at this time. There was even a figure dressed in white, the late Emperor Yuan Shang. In just a moment, the Fire King realized where everything was coming from. That vast national fortune that covered the entire imperial city did not originate from the empress, but from the previous emperor of the Grand Xia behind the empress. And King Shan and King Lin must have died at the hands of Emperor Yuanshang. Even more terrifying, his eyes just happened to meet the gaze that Xia Qi cast. The Fire King almost did not have the slightest hesitation. Hard from the sky to stop flying towards the great summer palace form, immediately turned around and disappeared into the distance. There was only one thought left in his mind: escape. Although he was a cultivator who had stepped into the ninth realm nowadays, he did not have any possibility of defeating the late emperor who had returned strongly and was even more blessed with national fortune. What's more, he didn't even have the help of others around him. However, Fire King away from the palace figure, but gradually dropped speed, but also in a short period of time, as if bound by an invisible force, was forced to the direction of the palace yanked over. Just got here and you're leaving? Natsuki was all a bit playful. He hadn't even expected that the Fire King had fled so decisively. The moment he saw him, he was immediately about to flee. However, the Fire King had in turn already given him some degree of feedback. Bang! The Fire King's body slammed down heavily on the floor in front of the temple, shattering even the lapis lazuli paved floor. The physical strength of a cultivator who has stepped into the ninth realm is indeed not bad. Xia Qi was all a bit emotional. According to what the Empress had said earlier, a ninth realm cultivator after completing the 9 snapbacks of the spiritual platform was already considered the pinnacle of cultivators, at least within the Great Extreme Dynasty. Although he has not really seen these cultivators performed, the power of the divine ability is really how strong. Can rely solely on this by virtue of the virtual wind skills, coupled with more than the steel is also hard body, is indeed considered to have the internal flavor of the cultivators. Your Majesty, you actually came back to life. A wisp of blood spilled out from the corner of the Fire King's mouth, and this cry of Your Majesty was calling out to Xia Qi. It was as if he was recalling the great Xia's late emperor who had attempted to change his destiny against the heavens. Xia Qi, however, did not rush to respond to him. He tilted his face slightly, as if he was looking into the depths of the sky. In the voice of the words is showing some vicissitudes of meaning. Area of the national luck plus body will let a once great and powerful dynasty set off a lot of turmoil. The world's living beings, it seems to have always been so With these words, he seemed to be lamenting the chaos of today. However, the Empress and the three-headed Jiao had their minds frozen at the same time. There have been dynasties of great men and women. How does this sound like the years the person speaking has experienced are even longer than this great Xia dynasty that has already lasted for thousands of years? Same time, a feedback surged within Xia Qi's body once again, and the qi and blood surged, seemingly to be longer than even the feedback from the national fortune. Chapter 11, The Mighty Gave Knees. The new identity patch is already taking shape. Xia Qi felt the energy surging within his body and smiled with satisfaction. This feedback energy wasn't quite strong, but it was much thicker than the previous qi and blood feedback, more like a power that had been baptized over by some kind of spiritual power. Many speculations also surfaced in his mind. Perhaps this kind of power means that cultivators actually do more than just absorb the aura of heaven and earth and refine their own qi and blood afterward. This should be the power of a cultivator of a certain realm after the 9 snapbacks of the spiritual platform. It was certain that after the 9th realm of the 9 snapbacks of the spiritual platform, there were definitely other realms. After all, the three-headed augur that was still perched in the sky gave Xia Qi a feeling that was more than a notch stronger than the Fire King who had stepped into the 9th realm. At this point, the Fire King, who was still paralyzed on the ground, struggled to support his body and stared at Xia Qi. Since His Majesty has returned, he will inevitably set off a great reckoning. An old man will definitely not be spared. It was as if he had resigned himself to his fate, and he no longer offered any resistance. Instead, it was more like he was always carrying a wave of doubt in his heart as he asked Xiaqi, "Now then, does it mean that His Majesty has successfully changed his destiny against the heavens? Again, we're talking about a reversal of fortune." Xiaqi glanced at the three-headed augur in the sky without showing any trace. He was more or less able to realize that perhaps the death of the Dixia's late emperor back then was precisely related to his attempt to change his fate against the heavens. But he didn't answer the Fire King's question, nor did he need to. Turning to look into the distant void again, he leisurely opened his mouth. "There is no need for you to hide. You can't hide it from me." Hearing this, the Empress and the Fire King immediately looked suspiciously in the direction that Xiaqi was gazing at, but found nothing. But the Empress realized that perhaps the Wind King and the others had followed the Fire King to the palace. Under the concealment of her form, she could not yet be detected by virtue of her. However, even the three-headed Jiao in the sky looked as if they had just reacted, with a pair of dragon eyes looking toward the front. A cultivator who stepped into the silence? The three-headed Jiao looked like it had discovered something, and the dragon's eyes displayed a dangerous implication. Silence? Xiaqi raised an eyebrow. Does this mean the realm above the 9 buckles of the spiritual platform? He was able to sense that among that group of cultivators hiding in the void, there was one whose chi and blood fluctuations were not even weaker than the three-headed Jiao. The void shifted for a moment. A crowd of figures suddenly emerged from the void. I didn't even expect that I would still be able to see the late emperor of the Grand Xia. The leader of the group was actually a stooped old man with a walking stick, his wrinkled face almost drooping. His entire body is as thin as a wood, but also filled with a dead-like atmosphere, as if at any time will die. However, Xiaqi was able to see that it was the old man's chi and blood fluctuations that overshadowed the crowd behind him. The Fire King, on the other hand, obviously recognized this old man, and his face shifted for a while. "Rin Frost King, weren't you supposed to enter the Great Frost Dynasty's ancestral land years ago?" Immediately, he looked at the Wind King following behind the old man. "Wind King, you're still colluding with the Great Frost Dynasty. Even if you seize the throne, you won't be able to sit on it." But for what he said, the Wind King, however, just smiled coldly and did not say much, and in front of him, the Rin Frost King had already opened his mouth to Xiaqi once again. "Yuan Shang Emperor, old me personally exterminated you in the first place. Why are you still able to resurrect?" His tone was calm, and he didn't seem to be too startled by seeing Xiaqi at all. But after hearing his words, the palm in the Empress robe sleeve clenched up all of a sudden. She gently tugged on Xiaqi's sleeve and reminded in a low voice, "Father, this should be a cultivator who has surpassed the 9 buckles of the spirit platform." It was a realm she hadn't even known. Xiaqi, however, never rushed to speak. In fact, he was silently checking for feedback. The moment the Rin Frost King and the others arrived, the energy surging within his body actually reached an instantaneous extreme. The majestic national fortune coalesced within him, making it seem as if he had completely arrived at the pinnacle of heaven and earth. Even his own chi and blood were churning. Natsuki was almost able to confirm it. The extent to which he had impersonated the late emperor of Daxia was, at this moment, not much closer to being a complete imposter. Just wait for the water to fall into place afterward. The current him had nearly 100 times the feedback of the country's fortune, as well as nearly 100 times the ability of that great Xia forefather. That girl child behind you, could it be that she doesn't even know about the silent realm after the 9 snapbacks of the spiritual platform? The Rincon King shook his head, seeming a bit playful. In response, the Empress's eyebrows knitted up, but she still clutched the corner of Xiaqi's coat tightly. The worry in her heart was already thick to the extreme at this moment. In the beginning, it turned out to be this Rin Frost King who made the move, causing father to disappear for many years. But now that father has returned, forgetting too many things, the situation may be very bad. How else can you deal with the King of Rincon? In the sky, the three-headed Jiao's pair of dragon eyes stared tightly at the Rin Frost King as they spoke leisurely. "Silent Realm Mighty Cultivator, if you don't enter the ancestral land of your Great Frost Dynasty, I'm afraid that in this world, your days are numbered, aren't they? When you come to my place of defense, aren't you afraid that those juniors in the ancestral land of the Great Xia Dynasty will also kill out and break into your Great Frost Dynasty? It is at least the Great Xia Dynasty's divine beast of state. In this great summer imperial city, the Rincham King wouldn't be able to cross it." The Rincon King, however, did not care to give a smile. "What kind of light is in the Great Summer ancestral land nowadays? You, an ancient beast with a long lifespan, would not know." He didn't seem to care about the situation in the ancestral land of the Great Xia Dynasty. But just then, a faint voice suddenly sounded. "Coincidentally, I don't know what you're talking about either." Xiaoqi looked at the jittery empress behind him and smiled gently. Turning around again, he faced the likes of the Rincon King and the Wind King. Why don't you guys get on your knees and explain yourselves to me? The words fell. He reached out as if at random and pressed his hand vainly in midair. The Rinfrost King and the others were still a bit puzzled. But in just an instant, all of them felt in unison a suppressive force that was like a mountain, suddenly falling on their shoulders. It caused their figures to fall down sharply. Even the Rinfrost King all crashed to the ground together without being able to resist. Boom! There was a flush landing. When the Rinfrost King and the Wind King and the others came back to their senses, they had already fallen on their knees in front of Xiaoqi. The National Luck Plus was originally equivalent to the 10th realm beyond the 9 snapbacks of the spiritual platform. Nearly 100 times the national feedback was already enough to easily suppress the Rincon King. One time, the entire palace was plunged into a dead silence. The three-headed Jiao coiled in the sky looked at all the sights happening below in near stupefaction, and both pairs of dragon eyes suddenly enlarged by a few points. Halftime. Only then did its three heads turn stiffly to look at Natsuki again. It was all a bit disbelieving what it was seeing. A silent realm mighty cultivator. Just giving a knee? Chapter 12, How do you know I have never lived forever? Boom! Majestic might exploded out from the Rinfrost King, his chi and blood surging, actually causing his hunched body to take on a youthful appearance. However, all of this might, was confined within the square inches of the Rinfrost King's circumference. Regardless of any signs of struggle, he was never able to break free from that force of suppression. King Rinchang's pair of old eyes glared round. How could he not have expected that he would be in this light after meeting the first Empress of Daxia, a great cultivator of the Silence Realm? In front of Xiaoqi, he did not even have any room to resist. He tuned his eyes again, looking at Natsuki in near horror. How many years have passed since then? Why is this great Xia forefather so powerful as this? As for the people around him, they were even more horrified. Under that horrible pressure that suppressed the whole body, there was actually some helplessness in their hearts for no reason, especially the Wind King. This sudden shift in the situation made him not even come back to his senses yet. He can't take it. Until then, it was only in front of the door of the temple that Xiaoqi took a slow step forward and swept his gaze over the crowd. You call the realm after the 9 deductions of the spiritual platform the Silent Realm? He gave a faint inquiry. However, when they heard Xiaoqi's words, the Wind King and the others were all stunned. Why did Emperor Yuanshang suddenly ask them this? The Silent Realm could almost be considered common knowledge to cultivators after the 7th realm, and it was impossible for Emperor Yuanshang not to know about it. The only one who was still struggling hard was the Rinfrost King, who did not pay any attention to what Xiaoqi was saying. He still could not believe that he would be easily suppressed by Xiaoqi. Instead, it was the three-headed augur in the sky that seemed to have realized something, and the dragon's mouth slightly opened as it tentatively inquired to Xiaoqi. Could it be that in the hidden secrets you have explored, the realm after the 9 snapbacks of the spiritual platform is not the Silent Realm? It had already heard the many hidden secrets of the world that Xiaoqi had said earlier. Those hidden secrets were not even known to it, an existence that had lived for over 1,000 years. Perhaps, the world that Yuanshang Emperor saw during the time of his disappearance is not the same as this heaven and earth. Only the Empress always stood behind Xiaoqi, quietly listening. Her father had forgotten many things, and even the memories that occasionally came to mind were very different from her father's past experiences. She could only explore her father's past as much as she could from Xiaoqi's mere words. Xiaoqi instead looked at the three-headed Jia with a rather startled look. The question I just asked can still be interpreted that way? He was previously wondering how he was going to pretend that he was going to inadvertently reveal to the likes of the Rinfrost King and the Wind King later on that he had forgotten a lot of things. Now the three-headed augur had instead directly helped him with a more reasonable answer. Only then did he raise his chin to the three-headed Jiao and said, "Tell me more carefully." Words. The three-headed Jiao was instead more and more certain of his earlier guess, and regardless of what Emperor Yuanshang had actually experienced, what was certain now was that in Xiaoqi's sights and sounds, the realms of the cultivators might all be different in some way. Only then did it slowly say, Cultivator Spirit Platform 9 buckle. Each buckle, or a realm, can add longevity, but there is always a limit. After stepping into the 9th realm, although the longevity is greatly strengthened, oneself will gradually appear to be in a state of silence, or even, if one is not careful, one will completely return to silence. And if a cultivator is able to utilize this power of silence, he will be considered to have stepped into the silence realm. But likewise, the power of silence will gradually become difficult to resist on its own. This is the realm after the 9 snapbacks of the spiritual platform? Xiaoqi was a bit speechless in his heart. It sounded like this so-called silent realm was more like the maximum limit for cultivators in this world. And immediately afterward, the three-headed scow added another sentence in a mocking tone. Human cultivators can live up to 700 or 800 years after the ninth buckle of the spiritual platform. But once you step into the silent realm, you only have a maximum of 200 years left to live. Ancient beasts like it with a notable bloodline would obviously not be too restricted by longevity and would be able to live longer. Xiaoqi suddenly and inexplicably felt that the cultivation of the cultivators in this world sounded like a process towards silence. After thinking about it, he asked again, "Then what is the ancestral ground you speak of?" Earlier he had noticed. It seemed that whether it was the Xia dynasty or the Defrost dynasty behind the Rin Frost King, all of them had ancestral lands that existed. Moreover, the three-headed augur also mentioned that silent realm cultivators seem to have to enter the ancestral land before. This time, the gaze of the Wind King and the others as they looked at Xiaoqi had become more and more suspicious. Even the Rin Frost King had given up struggling and looked at Xiaoqi suspiciously. It seems that the first emperor of Daxia has even forgotten his ancestral land? They all had already realized that after disappearing for many years, Emperor Yuansheng must have had an extraordinary experience. The ancestral ground is a place where the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is the most dense. And that seems to be a special space that can help cultivators suppress the momentum of silence. The three-headed Zhao didn't seem to know much about the ancestral ground either. Xiaoqi nodded his head, and in his mind, he could not help but associate it with the copy secret realm written in the pre-crossing net article. This should be something like that. Only then did his gaze fall back on the Rincon King. "Now, you can tell us what you know about the news." The words fell. The Rince Frost King's body instantly levitated uncontrollably, and that oppressive force completely imprisoned him, making all his struggles only turn into a feeble tremor of his body. He stared at Xiaoqi in horror and said, "What exactly did you go through after you changed your destiny against the heavens?" At the thought, his pale face twitched again. "Did you really do it? Breaking the longevity limit by bearing the fate of the country? Is this what the late emperor of Daxia was trying to do to change his destiny against the heavens?" Xiaoqi's heart fluttered. To bear the fate of the country, one could only live for a maximum of 100 years. So that late emperor of Daxia wanted to break this limit. These doubts were, in turn, cleared up in one fell swoop. But he didn't just want to impersonate the great Xia emperor. Even if he was the great Xia emperor who succeeded in changing his destiny against the heavens, he would still be limited by this heaven and earth after all. After thinking for a while, he then leisurely said, "Breaking the longevity limit and surviving in the world for a long time is not necessarily a good thing." Upon hearing Xiaoqi's words, the Rin Frost King and the others were nonetheless stunned. Cultivation for cultivators was originally to pursue longevity and break the longevity limit. But what did Emperor Yuansheng mean by that? Has he experienced immortality? It's simply not possible. Even though you may have broken the longevity limit now and can live some more years, you have never lived forever after all. So how can you know what it's like to live forever? The Rin Frost King said in a cold voice. Now that he was no match for Xiaoqi, I'm afraid it was impossible for him to leave alive. What's more, after stepping into the silent realm, his days were already numbered, not to mention that he would not beg for mercy from Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi shook his head and suddenly said faintly, "And how do you know that I have not lived forever?" This time, everyone in this place was stagnant. Even the Empress' gaze as she looked at Xiaoqi was flushed with a strange color. "Father, ever lived forever?" Chapter 13. Words are broken. The heart of the Tao is shattered. Everlasting life, lonely as snow. Xiaoqi sighed, his tone full of vicissitudes and withering silence. A white coat is even in the breeze gently fluttering, reflecting this time he is like a relegated to the world of the true immortal. Seeing this, a layer of watery mist inexplicably welled up in the Empress's eyes. Her emotions had all been mobilized by Natsuki at some point. That kind of loneliness, she couldn't imagine. The pairs of dragon eyes of the three-headed augur in the sky were also gazing at Xiaoqi in unison, filled with complexity. Perhaps the Rin Frost King and the others would feel at a loss as to the reason for what Xiaoqi had said. But it's different. It had already deeply experienced the throbbing coming from the depths of its bloodline within its body just now. And, just now, Xiaoqi let out an exclamation. It all felt the throbbing in the blood veins within its body, and it was all a bit unstoppable. The Yuansheng Emperor in front of him. Is he really still the original Daxia Emperor? The one who returned now was more like an elder who had experienced countless years and had seen the vicissitudes of the world. Is there not in this world one who lives forever? The three first skulls were unconsciously emotional. But after a moment of silence, the Rincon King suddenly snorted. "Although I don't know what kind of condition you're in nowadays, even the ancestral land of your great Xia dynasty has already suffered a great calamity. And how many of the great Xia ancestors are still alive today? You're mentioning longevity in front of the old man. The great summer ancestral land has suffered a great calamity." Upon hearing the Rin Frost King's words, the one who reacted the most violently was instead the Fire King, who was kneeling in front of the crowd. His expression all looked particularly stiff, staring at the Rincon King in near stupefaction. What did you say? He suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the Rin Frost King dared to appear in the imperial city of Daxia in a dignified manner. This was not at all concerned about those ancestors in the Great Summer Ancestral Lands. The Great Summer Ancestral Land, surprisingly, had a change of heart. The Empress also slightly furrowed her eyebrows. The Ancestral Land was related to the survival of the entire Daxia dynasty, and could be said to be the foundation of the Daxia dynasty. If something happened to the Ancestral Land, then the entire Great Xia dynasty would be plunged into even greater chaos. She subconsciously looked at Xia Qi beside her again. By now, she had a vague feeling that Xia Qi was no longer her original father. The father in his memory was not as light and dusty as Xia Qi, but rather more indifferent. But since Xia Qi walked out in the temple, he has become her direct dependence. She didn't know how Xia Qi would react in the face of such a situation. However, Xia Qi's complexion was always calm and unperturbed. It was as if he didn't care about the situation in the Great Summer Ancestral Land at all. Actually, he really didn't care much either. Based on what we know now, the Great Xia Ancestral Land should have quite a few Great Xia imperial ancestors who had stepped into the Silent Realm. But since these people were fighting against their own tendency towards silence, they could not easily walk out. It's not so different from dying with the world. But, on second thought, since he was going to fictionalize an identity with a not so uncommon origin, it shouldn't be quite enough just to rely on these people in the current Daxia dynasty. After all, counting the three-headed Zhao, there were only two Silent Realm powerhouses. Back to the past. It was time to find a way to find some strong cultivators to further refine the degree of impersonation. Suppress these thoughts for the moment. Xia Qi shook his head again, seemingly having long since seen through all the delusions in this world. The world is obsessed with immortality, trapped in a corner of the world by itself, and even if it delays the silencing, it will eventually cease to exist. He's too calm. So much so that the Rince King's heart trembled a few times after seeing his reaction. What kind of existence is this Yuan Shang Emperor nowadays? The Rincon King's mind was filled with questions. It's okay to call yourself everlasting, but what made him have to care was this means of being able to easily suppress him. In front of Xia Qi, he, who was already a Silent Realm mighty cultivator, was even like an ant. This is a situation that should not have happened. The Silent Realm was already the apex of cultivators in the world before it was right. At best, it's an existence with more years to live. Could it be that worldly cultivators are really able to break through the shackles of silence and step into a realm that has never existed in the world? At this moment, the Rin Frost King suddenly regretted somewhat that he had not entered the Great Frost Dynasty's ancestral land. Otherwise, he must be able to know more about the hidden secrets above the Silent Realm. Phew! There was a gust of wind that caused the clothing around the King of Rincon to flutter. This scene, however, fell in the eyes of the other people around, but it caused their hearts to suddenly tremble. The Wind King and Fire King and the others all stared at the Rincon King with wide eyes. The eyes were filled with horror. Even the three-headed Zhao in the sky and air. At this time, a pair of dragon eyes were slightly narrowed. At this moment, the Rin Frost King, from his torso, gushed out rolling black gas. The black gas covered his skin in no time, as if it was gradually devouring him. The heart of the way is broken. The voice of the three-headed augur resounded leisurely, carrying an indescribably complex meaning. Silent Realm cultivators will eventually return to silence. That rolling black gas had taken on a human form. That was the gesture that appeared after covering the body of the Rincon King, who had been completely consumed by the black aura. Eventually, the black gas completely dissipated, but the Rin Frost King's figure was already gone from the original spot. The Frost King was swallowed up by the silence. The moment. The Wind King and the Fire King and the others were in a state of stagnation, each one of them stiff as if they were statues. It seemed that an unspeakable fear was gradually brewing in their hearts. This is the silence that they encounter when they reach the final stage of their cultivation. The powerful Void Silence Realm cultivators were all annihilated in an instant and no longer existed. The three-headed Jia was the first to come back to its senses, but its gaze converged on Xia Qi again right afterward. Just now, Xia Qi had caused a Void Silence Realm cultivator's doubt to shatter to the point that he was consumed by his own silent momentum with just a single sentiment. This is horrible as hell. Gradually, the Wind King and the Fire King and the others also came back to their senses as if they were waking up from a dream, and all of them looked at Xia Qi in horror. It's practically word for word. Not even a Silent Realm powerhouse could resist it. But Xia Qi didn't say anything else. He had just actually been surprised at the sight of the Rin Frost King being engulfed by the silent momentum. This was the first time he had seen this situation. Cultivators painstakingly cultivate to the Silent Realm, and then they are swallowed up by the silent momentum. Then this kind of cultivation should not be a big problem, right? After a moment's thought, he put those doubts aside again. From what he could tell, this trend of silence didn't affect him much. But Natsuki fell back on his thoughts. The next identity to be fictionalized would have to be a being who has passed through the silent tendency, and regardless of what realm would be above the void silence realm. However, from what we know now, it seems that cultivators who cultivate and thus certify immortality by practicing the way is an act of drinking hemlock to quench their thirst. And after. It was only then that Xia Qi swept his eyes at the Fire King and the Wind King and the others before turning to the Empress with a gentle smile. Hey, they're all yours. With the power of his national fortune, he could easily suppress the chi and blood of the Fire King and Wind King and the others. Now they were no different from mortals in front of the Empress. The Empress slowly nodded and was about to say something to Xia Qi, but she saw that Xia Qi's figure had already appeared in the sky. The sky. Xia got up to one of the heads of the three-headed Jiao. Fatally said, Fang, you don't know where I come from. Call me a junior. I don't pick your reason. Now, what do you say you call me? Chapter 14 Longer Than Legend. Xia Qi carried his hands behind his back, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, and his body no longer exuded the slightest bit of might. However, his silhouette, which was practically tiny compared to the huge body of the three-headed Jiao, fell into the eyes of a pair of dragons, but it was like covering the sky and the sun. The moment the three-headed Jiao felt his heart beating wildly, and the throbbing in his bloodline was even more unstoppable. It caused its huge mountain-like body to tremble slightly. It had realized long ago that if the answer did not satisfy Natsuki, then, even though it was the town beast of this great extremity dynasty, its battle power was enough to overshadow ordinary silent destruction realm cultivators. It will die too, Your Majesty. No, ancestor, old ancestor. The three heads of the three-headed Jiao opened their mouths in unison, and together they rushed at Xia Qi and bowed down, appearing to be respectful to the extreme. It reacted quickly. The Xia Qi in front of him was no longer just the previous Xia forefather. Based on what Xia Qi had said earlier, it roughly guessed that Xia Qi might even have experienced immortality. Even a few true dragons had been bred, and those true dragons must be its ancestors from ages ago. At the same time, when the three-headed augur opened its mouth, Xia Qi instantly felt that the deep and long-standing ability in his body surged a few points again, as he had expected. The other layer of identity he had fictionalized on top of the identity of the late Emperor of Daxia gave him more feedback, and by now, Xia Qi had also obediently defined this identity as an elder, an eternal being who had experienced countless years and transcended life and death. But this identity, to get enough feedback, with just the current Daxia dynasty, it's completely insufficient. Natsuki mulled it over. By now, he had pretty much figured out how he was going to accomplish the impersonation more thoroughly. It comes from other people's perceptions of who he is, such as the three-headed augur in front of him. Although it was not much weaker than a great cultivator of the silent realm, the cognition was ultimately limited and could not truly allow him to reach a higher level of impersonation. After thinking for a moment, he then said to the three-headed Jiao, "Do you know where the Great Summer's ancestral land is? Based on the current understanding, at least in the boundaries of the Great Xia dynasty and the surrounding areas, it should be extremely rare to find silent destruction realm cultivators. When you enter the silent realm, you only have a maximum of 200 years to live." This kind of longevity restriction was tantamount to a shackle for cultivators in the world. If he wanted to find more silent realm cultivators, it would be best if he had to make a trip to the Great Summer ancestral land. The head of the three-headed Jiao that was located in front of Xia Qi immediately nodded and said, "It should be in the Great Wilderness. However, it is rumored that the Great Wilderness is profound, and that it is an area that has survived since the ancient times. So I wonder if the old ancestor knows about it? The Great Wasteland? Or is it a place that has survived since time immemorial?" Xia Qi's heart stirred as he asked, "Do you mean that the Great Wasteland has to be even more ancient than the region where the Great Xia dynasty is located? There's an old and a new for the different regions of this world? The legend is like this. The late generation is not too clear. The three-headed augur seems to be not too sure. But it is said that the Great Wasteland is the true ancestral land of many dynasties in this world. And all of our ancestors are from the Great Wasteland out of the Great Wasteland." Speaking of which, it also gave Xia Qi a somewhat hesitant look. In this world, true dragons only existed in legends, but the old ancestor had bred true dragons, and should also be in existence that came out of the legends. But why would Xia Qi not know this? Thinking of this, the three-headed Jiao suddenly seemed to realize something again, and looked at Xia Qi with an increasingly moving gaze. This old ancestor, in front of me, shouldn't he be in existence that is even longer than the legend, right? Xia Qi did not pay any attention to the mind of the three-headed Jiao, and just let it keep transmitting feedback. He had only been wandering around the imperial city of Daxia since he crossed over, and he didn't know much about this world. It seems to sound like there are many hidden secrets in this world that normal people can't understand. Even the three-headed Jiao, which was the Great Xia's divine beast of suppression, was not aware of it. Xiaoqi secretly pondered how one would have to know enough about this world to fictionalize an identity suitable enough to impersonate. He then nodded to the three-headed Jiao and said, "In the future, you can continue to be the great Xiao's divine beast of suppression and cultivate with dedication. Or you may be able to have the day when you transform into a true dragon." Speaking, Xiaoqi was also trying to mobilize the energy that came back to influence the bloodline of the three-headed Jiao. From the beginning, he hasn't stopped this kind of behavior. It was also for this reason that the feedback brought by the three-headed ogre did not stop for a moment. The wool comes off the sheep's back. He all but lamented a bit. And just then, the three-headed scaly dragon eyes actually blossomed a golden light, vaguely visible in that light, seems to contain a complicated charm. Even the scales on the three-headed ogre's body were blooming a little in unison. Roar! The three-headed Jiao's body trembled violently for a few moments, and it couldn't help but let out a dragon roar. Halftime. It was only then that the radiance around it gradually faded, and both pairs of dragon eyes regained their clarity. When he looked at Xiaoqi again, his eyes were already filled with shock and respect. "Thank you, elder ancestor, for awakening a trace of the true dragon bloodline for my junior." It had a bit of excitement laced all through its voice. Awakening the bloodline? Xiaoqi was all slightly dismayed. He had merely borrowed the power of feedback and exerted some influence on the bloodline of the three-headed Jiao, but he had actually awakened a trace of true dragon bloodline. But soon, Xiaoqi figured it out again. Originally, his fictionalized identity included a reference to having bred several true dragons. I'm sure this created an extremely deep impression on the three-headed Skao. Then it made sense that these feedbacks contained the ability to awaken the bloodline of the three-headed Jiao. Then if I say that if I get enough feedback, wouldn't I be able to directly transform the bloodline of the three-headed Jiao into a true dragon completely? Natsuki pondered, gradually settling down. If he waited until the feedback from the elderhood had reached a certain level, he might actually be able to create a true dragon with his hands. Collecting these thoughts, Xiaoqi looked at the three-headed Jiao again and said, "Your enlightenment is quite good." He smiled and reached out his hand, as if he were an elder, and gently touched one of the heads of this ogre dragon in front of him, casually instructed, "The children are teachable. Go back first, I will call you afterward." The three-headed scaly dragon curled up its huge body, and in front of Xiaoqi, this scaly dragon that had already lived for nearly 2,000 years behaved like a child, docile to the extreme. After dismissing the three-headed Jiao, Xiaoqi looked back into the middle of the great Xia Palace. The empress had already taken advantage of the previous situation to shock a group of soldiers and horses, escorting up the Wind King and Mountain King and the others, leaving the palace. And almost at the same time, another wave of feedback surged in Xiaoqi's heart, one that was even more bizarre than the previous one. Against all odds? Feeling this strange feedback, Xiaoqi couldn't help but be a little stunned. This was surprisingly a mutilated merit law. There was only one realm recorded on it, but it was extremely special. It was not the 9 snapbacks of the spiritual platform, but rather, the 9 snapbacks of the spiritual platform had been transformed into a large realm, the spiritual platform realm. As for the subsequent realm, although the record is not detailed, but also completely different from the silent realm of this world's cultivators, and more importantly, after browsing through it, Xiaoqi realized that there was no mention of the silent trend in this gongfu. Noticing all this, he couldn't help but feel his heart surge. What is recorded in this gongfu is a brand new cultivation system? A cultivation system that was completely different from the path cultivated by the cultivators of this world, and currently even more so without the influence of the silent trend. This meant that perhaps by practicing this method, the cultivator would be able to minimize the limitations of his longevity. This technique, from the great Xia forefathers against the heavens? Natsuki mused. Nowadays, it seems that great Xia ancestor had gotten some kind of great chance when he changed his fate against the heavens in the first place. Suppressing these thoughts, other uses for this technique had already surfaced in Xiaoqi's mind. That feedback from the first emperor of Daxia should not be over yet. Furthermore, even with this technique alone, he should be able to fictionalize other more mysterious identities. His gaze quickly landed on the empress in the palace and he smiled slightly. Chapter 15, Walking away from the ancestral land. Misty clouds churned up, dropping down to the earth from the sky above, as if they had constructed a wall that separated heaven and earth. It even stretched for an unknown number of thousands of miles, and it was impossible to see the end of it. And just at the corner of the blanket of clouds, an invisible ripple suddenly rose. Immediately afterward, a figure stepped out from the clouds. It was a middle-aged man wearing a purple golden robe with a scaly dragon tattooed on it, and there was even a purple gold light shining from the dragon's eyes. Poof! But the next moment, this person's figure then fell straight down from the sky. He half kneeled down, hands on the ground, but also a large mouth breathing heavily. Within a short period of time, his body actually hunched over at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his originally black-on-white hair and beard all turned pale, instantly aging. The great summer ancestral land is almost ruined. How can the old man sit and wait for death? It was only after a long time that this person finally stood up trembling and looked back at the vast clouds that separated heaven and earth, turning to look ahead again. There, in the direction where the great summer imperial city was located. While I can still live a few days on this earth, I will forcefully seize the throne for my children and grandchildren. Some dead, pitch-black mist floated around him, but he didn't care. With only one step, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In your opinion, what is this national fortune? In the imperial palace, Xia Qi turned his back to the empress and gazed into the distant sky, standing with his arms folded, only leaving the empress with a faintly out-of-this-world back. The empress gazed at Xia Qi, her eyes brimming. She pondered a little before slowly answering. The royal family has always had a legend that many years ago, there was no national fortune in the world, but after a great change in the heavens and the earth, the sages came out from the great wilderness, and so there was a national fortune in the world. You really know? Xia Qi was a bit stunned. He had originally planned to find a topic of conversation, thus going along with it, to have the empress try to cultivate that heaven-defying technique. According to his speculation, it was estimated that when the empress began to cultivate this technique, she should bring him subsequent feedback from this technique as her cultivation and cognition increased. If he could, then with this heaven-defying technique, he might be able to influence the entire world. Thus led all the cultivators in the world, all to his impersonation of the identity to bring cognition. The feedback, then, will be unmeasurable. And now what the empress said made him ponder. The world was not meant to have a kingdom? There have also been dramatic changes in this part of the world. With regards to the Great Wasteland, are there any other records in the imperial family? He asked the empress again. The Great Wasteland is not simple, but rather more like the source of everything in the world. The female emperor, however, shook her head helplessly and pondered. The imperial family did not record much, and the Great Wasteland seems to be just a scene of silence, with its borders being blocked by a vast cloud, making it difficult for mighty cultivators to return even if they step into it. It is said that in the borderlands, there are some families whose ancestors also came out from the Great Wasteland, and all of them still have many hidden secrets related to the Great Wasteland in their bloodlines. Do human bloodlines also keep secrets? Xia Qi understood after a little thought. The human race is the same as all living things, so naturally there will be a bloodline. Just like the empress in front of her, she was able to step into the seventh realm at such a young age, so naturally she was also different from the norm. However, Xia Qi always had the feeling that this part of the world where the Great Xia dynasty was located was more like a secular dynasty. Even though it seemed that the path of cultivation was broken at the silent realm, the cultivators of this heaven and earth had not truly felt the end of cultivation. At this time, the empress spoke softly once again. Could it be that father has discovered some hidden secret of the world after he changed his fate against the heavens? She had a beautiful voice that made Xia Qi's thoughts quickly collect themselves. That gong method, on the contrary, was indeed considered to be the result of the great Xia forefathers' reversal of destiny. However, the first emperor of Daxia failed, and instead, Xia Qi completed it after going through the feedback. After thinking about it, Xia Qi slowly turned around to look at the empress. My father has a technique here, which is not complete at the moment, but should be enough to cultivate into a great cultivator without being limited by the fate of the country. And the efficiency of cultivation is by no means comparable to that of the past. The original limitation of the country's fortune was supposed to intensify the momentum of the silence, thus making it possible for the ruler of a country to live for only 100 years at most. However, this gong method, which was the cultivation system of Order Pioneer, was not subject to this restriction. Moreover, in terms of cultivation speed alone, this dharma could be equally 100 times as much feedback. Words. The empress' eyes were unconsciously wide, and a touch of shock was even more evident on her small face. What father said was actually a feat that could break the limitations of the country's fortune. She just thought of these, and suddenly realized, and now Xia Qi is no longer the original father. More like a long-lived person who has experienced an unknown number of years. It's only natural that father could come up with this kind of method. On the contrary, I once heard a legend that countless years ago, the lifespan of a cultivator wouldn't even be as short as it is now. Could father have obtained the ancient method of cultivation, dharma of long ages ago? Xia Qi's heart fluttered. It's still a real possibility. Perhaps there had been a huge change in heaven and earth in this world, so much so that even the cultivation system had been altered. Then in that case, the usefulness of this technique for him could be even greater. Subsequently, he gently pointed his fingertip, allowing a ray of radiance to enter the empress's brow, and said, "You should first cultivate in accordance with this gong method, and afterward, if my father remembers anything, He will then pass on the method to you. The empress nodded her head obediently and meditated on her senses. But the more she sensed, the more her heart was shocked. Now that she had personally felt the gongfu handed down by her father, she was more than able to realize Xia Qi's transcendence. Same time, Xia Qi suddenly felt another feedback of long and deep energy surging within his body. In this, there were even some subsequent chapters of the reversed heavenly life technique. Noticing this, Xia Qi instantly raised his eyebrows. This must be the feedback that the empress brought him. Sure enough, from the feedback of the empress's current cognition, she was also able to obtain the follow-up of this heaven reversing technique. Passing on the empress kung fu, then the empress brings feedback on the follow-up of the kung fu. Hiss. It's more or less a fleece on the sheep's back. Xia Qi looked at the empress once again, and his face was already filled with a pleased smile. He was almost certain that after the empress practiced accordingly, she might be able to complete this gong method. At this point, Xia Qi suddenly seemed to realize something and looked towards the sky again. He sensed that there was a not-so-weak aura sweeping towards this side of the imperial city. That was even a more powerful aura than a silent realm powerhouse like the Rin Frost King, elder ancestor. Only a short while later, the three-headed Zhao's voice transmission also echoed in Xia Qi's ears. There are great cultivators of the silent realm approaching the imperial city. That seems to be one of the ancestors of the lineage of the Wind King. No, he's back from the ancestral land? There was a note of shock in all of its voices. Some Daxia ancestor who killed his way back from the ancestral land of the Daxia dynasty? A wave of eccentricity welled up in even Xia Qi's heart. Just so eager to come and give him feedback? All specialize in killing back from the ancestral land. At this time, the owner of that aura had already arrived in the Great Summer Palace at an extremely fast speed. From his aura, Xia Qi also detected the momentum of silence that was far more intense than the aura of the Rin Frost King. This doesn't even look like it has a few days left to live. Xia Qi's expression played up. How embarrassing for him to make a special trip to send feedback before he died. In the palace, the old man in the purple and gold augur robe held a tree branch as a walking stick as he took a trembling step. This palace, the old man has not seen for nearly 1,000 years. He seemed to be somewhat emotional and shook his head, his cloudy gaze going back to the temple in front of him. And the one who is the emperor now is a female child, right? Old ancestor, I don't have much time. After I kill you, I will clear out your direct lineage to be buried with you. His words were especially weak, but they carried an unquestionable strength. Chapter 16. The world will eventually be silent. Hearing this old man's words, Xia Qi was instantly happy. It seemed that this old man didn't even know that the Wind King and Fire King and the others had been killed. Just by walking out of the Great Summer ancestral lands, he rushed straight to the imperial palace. But that's normal. Judging by the momentum of silence that permeated this old man's body, it shouldn't take more than 3 days for him to completely return to silence. It is true that time is running out. The empress was closing her eyes tightly, comprehending her gongfu, her long eyelash feathers trembling gently, as if she had also sensed the situation outside the palace. Rest assured, just leave it to my father. Xia Qi gently rubbed her head, helping the empress stabilize her mind. Only then did he take a slow step toward the outside of the temple. The sky. The three-headed Zhao had already reappeared, its mountain-like body emitting a strong pressure as it confronted the old man in the palace. Xia, and Lai, didn't you enter the ancestral land nearly 1,000 years ago? It recalled the old man's name and drank in a deep voice. However, the old man glanced at the three-headed Zhao, and a smile unfolded on his wrinkled face. It's rare that the Jingua divine beast still remembers the late generation. After nearly 1,000 years of not seeing you, you are still as the late generation remembers. Speaking of this, yet a touch of mockery flowed out of Cheyenne Lai's eyes. But is just that, empty of longevity? These nearly 1,000 years have passed, and although your cultivation has grown a bit, you're not even as good as many of the old things in your ancestral land. Under the majestic pressure of the three-headed augur, the old man's body remained hunched over, but he did not react in the slightest. He was always calm and self-contained, seemingly half concerned about this three-headed scaly dragon that was also in the silent realm. The pair of dragon eyes of the three-headed Zhao instantly became dangerous. Now that the old ancestor was in the palace, it was still planning to put on a good show in front of Xia Qi, but nearly 1,000 years have passed. Below this original it watched grow up juniors, even has already belittled it. What's he from? At that moment, a calm voice suddenly reached the ears of the three-headed Zhao. That was not Suki's voice. The three-headed Zhao looked around and did not find Xia Qi's figure, so he had to silently transmit his voice, reporting back to the old ancestor. This son should be named Xia Anlai, the most gifted descendant of the great Xia dynasty in the last 1,000 years. When he was only 300 years old, he had already stepped into the silent realm, and then he entered the ancestral ground. So I didn't expect that he would extend his lifespan for nearly 1,000 years. Oh, to step into the silent realm at the age of over 300. Wouldn't this be a great loss? Xia Qi recoiled with some bellyaching. It is reasonable to say that it is at the ninth deduction of the spiritual platform that the cultivator's longevity is the longest realm. But, after entering the Great Xia ancestral land, he was able to extend his lifespan by nearly 1,000 years, which was somewhat surprising to Xia Qi. And at this time, Xia Enlai had already slowly raised the branch in his hand that acted as a walking stick, pointing it straight at the three-headed augur in the sky. Three-headed Jiao, submit to my lineage and continue to be your divine beast of suppression, so you can borrow the Great Xia's national fortune to cultivate. The group of old things in the Great Summer ancestral land are dying out, and it no longer makes any sense for you to shelter the first family faction. He was obviously extremely clear about the situation in the Great Summer ancestral land, and from the beginning to the end, his words were filled with disallowing disobedience. At those words, Xia Qi's brows also frowned slightly. The cultivators of the Great Summer ancestral land are dying out? No wonder the Rin Frost King had also mentioned earlier that there had been a change in the Great Xia ancestral lands, but this was a bit difficult to get, and if there weren't too many Silent Realm cultivators, it wouldn't be good for him to get more feedback. Xia Enlai, you are seeking your own death. The head in the middle of the three-headed augur shook. In his opinion, no matter what kind of refinement Xia Enlai has in the ancestral land, it is bound to be impossible to defeat the old ancestor. Today's clamor is just a last flashback before death. Ha! Still this unimpressed. Xia Enlai snorted and suddenly his arm shook. The tree branch raised in his hand actually turned into pieces in an instant. Ashes flew away, while his palm was already bent into a claw, condensing a violent wind from the surrounding heaven and earth. In an instant, it bound the huge body of the three-headed Jiao, and was actually trying to forcefully drag the three-headed Jiao in front of him. Immediately, his arm tugged, but his skin, covered in black spots, did not tremble in the slightest, as if everything was easy and casual. Under this kind of might, the pairs of dragon eyes of the three-headed Jiao could not help but become grave. A majestic cloud of mist violently surfaced around its body, like a cloud from a dragon. But even this cloud was bound by the violent astral wind that Xia Enlai had pinched up, and was forcefully absorbed to his side. Boom! All might dissipated. Shouldn't have been this big. Xia Enlai shook his head. Only a cloud that had not yet completely dissipated remained in front of him. He had already used his great divine ability to confine the three-headed scaly scow, shrinking its mountain-like body all the way down to a normal human size. Only then did he look at the cloud again, waiting for it to dissipate. He blandly said, "None, you can still shelter the old man's children and grandchildren. You can be given a living life." However, his words ended abruptly before he could finish them. The clouds in front of him dispersed and a figure emerged, but it wasn't the three-headed Jiao. Instead, it was a young man dressed in white. Only just seeing the young man's face, Xia Enlai's eyes suddenly rounded. "One son?" He couldn't even help but scream out in shock. His voice shrill, and his entire body froze up, as if he were a statue. Xia Qi stood in front of Xia Enlai with his arms folded, gazing at him calmly. "What happened in the Great Xia ancestral land?" Xia Qi faintly inquired. "How come they're all dead in good time? Where else would you find someone to give feedback?" Xia Qi was all a bit speechless, and only at this point did Xia Enlai finally come back to his senses, and took a few steps back in a daze, but his body was so unsteady that he was about to fall to the ground. But, instead, he realized that his body had actually levitated uncontrollably, just floating in front of Xia Qi. "You succeeded against the odds? This is impossible," Xia Enlai muttered, staring at Xia Qi with a deadly stare, roots of blood gradually surfacing in both of his old eyes. At the same time, Xia Qi had instead detected another small portion of the remnants of the reversal of life technique in the feedback that kept coming in. Only, instead, he noticed that a pitch-black mist was already continuously seeping out from Xia Enlai's surroundings. The momentum of the silence quickly gained the upper hand in the face of his unsteady mind. He had already braced himself to get out of the ancestral ground, but now he was even more rapidly running out of gas. "It's going to be silent again." Xia Qi shook his head. However, with a wave of his arm, a majestic energy was then poured into Xia Enlai's body, temporarily stabilizing his state. "Tell me, what happened in the Great Summer ancestral land?" But the momentum of silence was so swift and fierce that a trace of chaos had already surfaced in Xia Enlai's old eyes. He seemed to be in a state of imminent disorientation, and he spoke with difficulty. "The silence, ancestral ground is also going to be barren, and completely integrated into the Great Wasteland. Even the Great Summer ancestral land can't hold out against the silence?" Xia Qi frowned and asked again, "What about the national fortune that was suppressed in the ancestral land?" That was the original Daxia's national fortune, and he could still be thinking about it. If it is not taken out, it will also be silenced. Xia Enlai's eyes became more and more chaotic. Xia Qi slowly loosened Xia Enlai's confinement and allowed it to return to silence. The momentum of silence seemed to be sweeping the entire world. Chapter 17. I look back from the great wilderness. Across the ages of the ages. This guy is really just coming over to deliver a wave of feedback before he dies. Nothing else worked. Natsuki shook his head. Nowadays, it seems that the cultivation path in this world is indeed extremely problematic. Even the ancestral lands that could allow Silent Realm mighty cultivators to continue their lifespan were to be silenced together and integrated into the Great Wasteland. Wouldn't that mean that the cultivation path of the future cultivator was completely cut off? Broken? No. No higher realm cultivators. Where am I going to find feedback? Natsuki belabored it. At this point, a concerned voice of inquiry from the empress came from the rear. Father, just now it was. Xiaoqi turned around, smiled gently at the empress and waved his hand. At this time the empress and the comprehension of that gong method, temperament actually also changed. Appear more mature, but also has a vague ethereal if immortal temperament. More and more moving. She padded over to Xiaoqi's side and looked at the place where Xia and Lai had previously returned to silence, before withdrawing her gaze. But immediately after, the empress, however, heard Xiaoqi's voice ring out again. Sheer, you and don't move around in the palace. I'll go get you a national fortune. The tone was casual, as easy as an old father about to buy an orange for his child at the market. At those words, the empress but could not help but stare. However, she then saw that Xiaoqi had already flown into the air and landed on top of one of the heads of the three-headed Jiao. Xiaoqi waved his hand at the empress below before he sat down and gently patted the head of the three-headed Jiao. Three-headed Jiao. Let's go. According to the information learned so far, the Great Summer Ancestral Land was afraid that it would be finished. Then he would go over to collect a wave of feedback while the Ancestral Land was still of use. And in the meantime, take back the Great Summer's national fortune. He would like to see what the ancestral ground would be like after it melted into the Great Wilderness. It shouldn't be that not only the Great Summer Ancestral Land, but even this entire world is gradually silencing, right? Xiaoqi pondered that. At least from the current point of view, the situation of the world was not good at all. The speed of the three-headed augur was so fast that in less than half a day's time, Xiaoqi could see from afar that there was a blanket of mist in front of him that seemed to be separating heaven and earth. The fog spread endlessly, and on top, it went straight up to the sky, while on the bottom, it enveloped the ground, with no boundaries. Here, it's like the border of the world. The sky is like a bucket and the earth is like an overturned plate? Xiaoqi suddenly realized how this heaven and earth was constructed. It also seems that one day, that blanket of fog gradually closing in, is constantly swallowing the boundaries of heaven and earth, so that everything will return to silence, and beyond the border is the great wilderness that has been turned into barrenness. As for this side, there are mountain ranges stretching out from the mist, and there are also several cities scattered around, in which the population is quite prosperous. Elder ancestor. It is rumored that most of these cultivators living at the border of the Great Desert have ancestors of extraordinary origins, and it is possible that they are a group of beings that originally came out from the Great Desert. The three-headed Jiao duly recounted to Xiaoqi. It wondered if this would bring back some memories of this old ancestor. Ancestors of great importance? Xiaoqi keenly captured the keywords in the words of the three-headed Jiao. How does it compare to the Daxia dynasty? He asked. The three-headed Jiao deliberated before answering. If we don't count the old ancestor among them, then it should be that the closer we get to the Great Wasteland, the more ancient it is. Surprisingly, there are extras. Xiaoqi was instantly moved in his heart. If it was a family legacy that was even older than even the Daxia imperial family, then once he used it to fictionalize his identity, perhaps his rank would also be a bit higher than the ancestors of the Daxia dynasty. Sure. In the absence of powerful cultivators who can wool gather, there will be less feedback for a short period of time. But for the current summer up, ancient, it's enough. He has summarized the first rule of his fictitious identity. The wool comes off the sheep's back. With the feedback of the moment, going to the next step of the fictionalization is half the battle. Xiaoqi released his senses and probed downwards to a city closest to the cloud border. Giggle. Today, it's not that you're withdrawing from me, but that I don't want you. At this point, a not-so-strong might erupted in a room. Lu Xiyan, if you want to marry into my Yi family's door, you're not qualified. He, Grand Prince Yi has such a big mouth. Yi Chuan, what are you? Sitting in this small frontier city and daring to speak out of turn? Listening to this one voice, Xiaoqi's heart suddenly became odd. This is the withdrawal stream? No. How in the world can you really come across a stream of withdrawals? Wait, there can't be any Heaven's Destiny sons in this world, right? Moreover, the name Yi Chuan is not simple on first hearing. The kind of cultivation scum that one day transforms into a dragon at the first sign of wind in clouds. Xiaoqi's probing easily penetrated the roof and landed on one of the teenagers, but then he shook his head. This teenager named Yi Chen was only just a snap of the spiritual platform. And in his body, Xia Qi did not find anything special that could be compared to the empress. Withdrawals happen all the time, but geniuses don't. Xia Qi retracted his gaze and did not find the expected sight of a genius reduced to a loser. He looked at the blanket of fog in front of him again, and his mind was already calculating. Soon, he made his decision. A seed is planted here on the way, and not much care is taken as to whether it takes root or not. As for the great summer ancestral land, it shouldn't be so bad for such a short while. Yi Chen, you are punished to go forward and kneel at the clan shrine for 3 days. Don't cause trouble for my Yi family. The majestic voice rang out from the room. A teenager walked out from among them, his head lowered as he silently walked into the Yi family clan house. As the son of the Yi family patriarch's own son, I'm finally ashamed of my ancestor. Facing one of the plaques in the ancestral shrine, Yi Chuan knelt down and clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails had long since disappeared into his flesh and seeped out fresh blood. Only, he didn't realize that in front of the tablet in the ancestral shrine, smoke curled up and gradually coalesced into a human figure. The children of later generations have fallen so far. There were disembodied sighs ringing out, cascading down. At the sound of the voice, Yi Chuan immediately shuddered and subconsciously looked up. Then his eyes rounded up. In front of him was an illusory figure coalesced by curling smoke, standing with its back to him and its arms folded. In just a moment, Yi Chen could not help but fall into a stupor, and Xia Qi received some feedback at the same time. Perceiving carefully, he clearly realized that this feedback actually originated from the feedback of the bloodline, just like the previous three-headed augur. Moreover, the underpinnings in this bloodline seem particularly strange. It is indeed from an extremely ancient family heritage. Xia Qi's heart was clear. Until then, it was only then that Yi Chuan, as if he had returned to his senses in a daze, subconsciously stood up and stared dead at the illusory figure in front of him. Ancestor manifestation? He simply couldn't believe it. You are. He forced himself to calm his mind and inquired to Xia Qi in a deep voice, while still secretly observing his surroundings, seemingly ready to escape at any time. Xia Qi silently collected all this into his eyes, and there was some appreciation in his heart. This teenager's heart was quite good, qualified enough to be the seed he planted. I look back in the midst of the great wilderness, across countless years, and I can still see my descendants. Xia Qi sighed leisurely, the vicissitudes of might in his voice, but it made Yi Chen's heart and soul tremble. Since we're going to fictionalize it, of course we have to fictionalize a big identity. Yi Chuan's body stiffened, horrified to find that he could not move in the slightest. Couldn't help but carefully contemplate Xia Qi's words. Looking back in the middle of the great wilderness, across countless years, a suspicion that appalled himself gradually sprang up in his mind. The ancestor of the Yi family could be the very existence that came out from the great wasteland. Chapter 18. The sky is falling and the earth is breaking up. The years are long and unsteady. Since I have seen you, it is also the fate of you and me. So be it. Xia Qi's words were illusory to the extreme, always layered on top of each other, as if they were coming from ancient time and space. The implication of the words was even more appalling. Yi Chen could only passively listen as well, unable to say a single word. But then, he noticed a wisp of smoke drifting toward him from the hands of the illusory figure in front of him. Buzz. Vaguely, Yi Chen seemed to hear a long echoing sound coming from within himself. Spirit Stage 2 buckles. Surprisingly, he had stepped into the second realm in an instant, and even then, his qi and blood were still rising. What is this power? Yi Duan was stunned. It was beyond his comprehension. Ryoko. It was only then that Yi Chen finally came back to his senses, and his somewhat stiff gaze once again landed on Xia Qi. He knew very well that the illusory figure in front of him, he was afraid that it was indeed a powerful existence beyond the world, and it was even more likely that it was a certain ancestor who had sent a message to him across countless years. At this time, Xia Qi leisurely spoke again. I have awakened a trace of bloodline for you, and in the future I will dive into cultivation. While today's great change in the world, perhaps silence will finally engulf the world. His voice became more and more disembodied, as if he was about to dissipate into the world, separated by an unknown number of times and across the long river of time, manifesting and transmitting the voice at the shrine. Yi Chuan's mind raced as his gaze continued to flicker. At this point in time, how could he not realize the situation at hand? If such a powerful being really wanted to harm him, why would he do so? The illusory figure in front of him was, I'm afraid, indeed an ancestor from 10,000 ancient years ago. It was a great opportunity bestowed upon him. Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately knelt down towards Xia Qi's figure with respect and reverence. Yi Duan, the ungrateful grandson of a later generation, pays homage to his ancestor. As he knelt, Xia Qi was also silently checking the feedback. This was indeed a powerful bloodline inheritance. Even if there was only a trace of it, he was able to detect that its bit was enough to rival the feedback brought by the three-headed Zhao, and under his control, the figure in front of the spirit tablet had become illusory to the extreme, leaving only wisps of smoke to gradually dissipate. When Yichuan raised his head again, he saw that the smoke had returned to normal, and the only thing that rang out was an extremely illusory voice. Perhaps you and I will see each other again in the future. This time, the throbbing in Yichuan's heart was all but uncontrollable. This ancestor, but across countless years and cast of figure, that if the future see, wouldn't it mean that this ancestor would have survived beyond unimaginable time to this day? What kind of existence is this? Everything is like a dream. In front of the vast mist, Xia Qi sat on the head of the three-headed scaly dragon and scrutinized it carefully. In front of the unknown boundary of the fog, the three-headed Zhao's body, which was already as large as a mountain, even appeared to be particularly small. Old ancestor, this fog has a spatial rift that can lead directly to the ancestral land. The three-headed Zhao hesitated a little and added, if you enter it, if you want to come back, I am afraid that it will be extremely difficult. Like that Xia and Lai, there are occasionally mighty cultivators who come out of this, but almost without exception, after they come back, they will return to silence in a matter of days. Of course, an existence such as the old ancestors should not be restricted. The cultivation of the world's cultivators is a broken road. Only in the ancestral land can barely provide some resistance to the silence of the aura. Xia Qi nodded and casually instructed, wait outside for now. The words fell. Xia Qi took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared into the mist. This spatial crack, which was hidden within the blanket of fog, was like a cut in the sky, emitting a faint glow. After Xia Qi stepped into it, he saw that it was like an artificially constructed passageway. A mass of light paved a path beneath his feet, while a blanket of white mist surrounded him. The sky is broken. The earth is shattered. The road ahead is cut off. Everything is destroyed. Is there really everlasting life in the world? Suddenly, an illusory voice came from the depths of the passage, like a murmur in the wind, and returned to silence. Xia Qi was slightly stunned. In his perception, there was no other person present in this passageway. Rather, the voice was more like the ravings of some being on the verge of death. This was branded in this space crack, echoing from time to time. Whether there is longevity in the world, I don't know, but I should have no problem living for tens of thousands of years at the moment. Xia Qi silently bellyached. The voice had rather verified his earlier suspicions about this world. The path of worldly practice is broken. He stopped and watched some more, but did not seek any trace here. It was a pity that it wasn't some kind of ancient being with only the slightest vestige of sanity left, or else it would have been able to pull the wool over their eyes. He didn't bother to look deeper into this, but instead took a step forward. This passageway did not show any more anomalies until Xia Qi stepped out with one foot, and then he had already stepped out from the spatial crack. What came into view with it was a vast desert. It seemed that all that filled heaven and earth was the sand and dust of the dead of eternity. The Great Wasteland. It's really literally the Great Wasteland. Natsuki was all a bit staggered. He inexplicably had the illusion of being on some barren planet in outer space. It's dead silent, with no sign of life. As for the aura of heaven and earth, Xia Qi raised his eyebrows slightly when he sensed it a little. He had previously understood that the Great Summer Ancestral Land was a place where the aura of heaven and earth was extremely dense, and for this reason, Silent Destruction Realm cultivators could slightly slow down the tendency of this silent destruction in their bodies here. Here, on the other hand, the aura of heaven and earth appeared to be somewhat disorganized. Some places are a little denser, while others are not nearly as strong as the outside world. However, one of the areas caused a slight movement in Xia Qi's heart. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth there was far denser and purer than the surrounding area. Even there, Xia Qi sensed a familiar aura. That was the power of the Daxia dynasty's national fortune, the ancestral land of the great Xia dynasty. Is it such a place? Xia Qi immediately took a step and followed his senses towards the front. Only a short while later, he arrived at this area, and as far as the eye could see, it was also finally no longer a sprawling desert. Instead, it was an oasis where the grass wasn't exactly lush, but it revealed some life, and at the center of the oasis was a pool of spring water. When Xia Qi took a few steps forward, he saw that there was still a figure sitting withered around him, only that a considerable portion of these figures were already dead, buried mostly by the sand and dust around them. The only place close to the spring was where there were less than 10 other people sitting on their feet. Even though they sensed Xia Qi's arrival, they did not turn back in a hurry. Only a hoarse voice came from one of them. Which little fellow is here? How many years have passed since then? And you've even stepped into the silent realm. The voice also seemed extremely weak, not even probing into Xia Qi's identity, as if it had already consumed a great deal of qi just by answering. The great summer ancestral land, indeed, had fallen into disrepair. Xia Qi shook his head. his gaze sweeping over the crowd of almost mostly dying cultivators in front of him. Then, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly and he said, "I don't know how long it has been in the past. I have been asleep in the middle of the world beyond the world, and I woke up only to see the world. The heavens have crumbled, the earth is shattered, the road ahead is cut off, and everything is destroyed." Chapter 19 Everlasting Life, Lonely as Snow. Xiaoqi directly copied the words he heard earlier in the spatial crack. His tone was vicissitude and ancient, lamenting the changes in the world. One time, the few people in front of them, however, all fell into a dead silence, and no words were spoken in reply for a long time. Even their bodies froze, as if they had fallen into the silence of eternity. Only, the occasional aura that leaked out from their bodies was proving that their minds were not calm, sleeping outside the world. Just that sentence alone is astounding. What kind of being was the visitor? It was only after a long time that they finally turned their heads with difficulty and turned their cloudy gazes towards Xiaoqi. But the next moment, the men were again apparently baffled. "Wan Sung, is that you? You actually came back to life?" The man who had spoken earlier stared at Xiaoqi closely, his old eyes looking dry, but still showing a touch of uncontrollable astonishment. And one by one, they were almost all shaped like skeletons, seemingly about to die at any moment. Even Xiaoqi noticed that there were still two people in front of him who failed to turn their heads, seemingly without even that much strength left. But even so, Xiaoqi still felt that an energy surged up in his body, and it was also wrapped with the follow-up part of the reversal of life technique. This is almost dead and still brings feedback. Xiaoqi was all a bit secretly staggered. But what he was going to impersonate could have long since been more than just Emperor Yuan Shang. He then took a slow step and walked to the front of the crowd, turning to look back at a group of figures shaped like dry bones. Earlier, Xia and Lai broke out beyond the ancestral ground and mentioned that the ancestral ground was about to be silenced. And now it seems that it would be better for you to not enter this place if you choose to live on like this under the trend of silence. Xiaoqi carried his hands behind his back and calmly looked down at the crowd. Words. The complexion of the crowd revealed a touch of deep complexity. Xia Anlai is among the ancestors, the one with the highest talent. We are no longer capable of stopping him? The old man who seemed to be in the most favorable condition spoke again, the shock in his expression always difficult to subside. He gazed at Xiaoqi, and indeed, there was not the slightest bit of hostility. There was a pause before he seemed to finally gather his strength again and spoke again. "Could it be that you've successfully changed your fate against the heavens?" As early as earlier, Xiaoqi had already learned that the great Xia's ancestor had changed his fate against the heavens and had some relationship with the ancestral ground. Now it seemed obvious that all of these old men were informed as well, but he shook his head slowly at them. "Yes and no. It's just a flashback." He looked out into the distance with his hands behind his back. From here, it was also possible to see the vast fog in front of them, and on the other side of the fog was the very same heaven and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located. It was just that earlier, even though he had stepped through the spatial rift and entered this place, he knew very well that the length of that passageway definitely didn't represent the edges of this blanket of fog. The group of old men were all a bit confused as to what Xiaoqi meant and fell silent once again. Flashbacks? How many years has Emperor Yuan Shang lived? What past can he have? However, they were also able to perceive that the situation of Xiaoqi in front of them did not seem quite right, and did not resemble the Yuan Shang emperor that they knew. Immediately after that, they then heard Xiaoqi's words ring out again. "As I remember it, this world shouldn't be so dull, and cultivation, moreover, shouldn't be a broken path. After the 9 buckles of the spiritual platform, step into the silent realm." Speaking of this, Xiaoqi shook his head. This is more like a helpless act of the world's living beings struggling to survive. He combined that heaven reversing skill to reveal this hidden secret that ordinary people simply didn't know about. In fact, through the feedback brought by these old men, this Gong method, in turn, was able to complete a part of it. And the realm after the spiritual platform realm came to light. The realm of birth and death. After the spiritual stage realm, it should have been that birth and death followed each other, not just stepping into silence alone. And Xiaoqi's words fell. This crowd of old men, however, could not help but stare at their dry eyes. "What do you mean? How come it sounded like the words Xiaoqi had spoken were hidden secrets that even they, the cultivators who had entered the ancestral land long ago, did not know? It was more like, from countless long ages ago. You are not Yuan Shang. Who are you?" Finally, the old man tried to speak. Same time, the feedback they bring, once again, pours in. Xiaoqi smiled with satisfaction. These people were finally on board. A person who had died, but now has been resurrected and returned against all odds. More than that, he carries many hidden secrets of the world and knows the past that has been annihilated. How could this person still be the original Yuan Shang emperor? To change one's fate against the heavens, Does it really contain a heavenly secret? The old man murmured, sweat dripping from his wrinkled forehead. His eyes kept flickering as he gazed at Xiaoqi, as if he realized a lot of things. What exactly did you realize in that thing you sent out from the ancestral land in the first place? Ancestral land giveaway? Xiaoqi raised his eyebrows as he realized that this might be the source of the great Xia forefathers' reversal of destiny. Earlier, he had learned that the great Xia ancestors' reversal of fortune was related to the ancestral land. Now, it seems that the great Summer's ancestor had obtained something from the ancestral land, thus comprehending the method of changing one's destiny against the heavens? But he was in no hurry to say anything more on the subject. Gathering the wool over these people's eyes and getting more feedback is the most important thing. It was only then that he slowly paced up and down in front of a group of old men. I also can't remember. It seems that I was in a haze. I saw the world change, and eventually everything returned to silence. So much so, the world has forgotten whether there is true longevity in this world. So far, Xiaoqi had learned that there should have been some kind of change in this world, so much so that the world's cultivation system has changed. It would be difficult for worldly cultivators to live forever anymore, and even since they stepped into the silent realm, they would quickly become silent, and all of these can be used today as the foundation of his fictitious identity. His words, which seemed to be emotional and reminiscent, were spoken in a calm tone. However, in the ears of a group of old men, it was like a thunderous explosion, moving through the world. This is another great mystery. Which of the world's cultivators is not in pursuit of immortality? Those of them, since they stepped into the silent realm, had entered the ancestral ground, not even just to slow down the tendency of the silence within their bodies only, but also to find that ray of life. It's just that, since the beginning of time, even among the legends, nor does anyone know whether or not immortality exists in the world. But what did Haki say? Does he know the immortality that the world has forgotten? Could it be that the one standing in front of them today was an eldritch? For a while, their minds that had been dormant for many years could not help but be messed up. If Xiaoqi was not an elder, then how did he know about these hidden secrets that were shocking enough? But Xiaoqi stopped speaking and just carried his hands behind his back. The white clothes fluttered, as if emanating the vicissitudes and solitude of the ages. Everlasting life. It's lonely as snow. Chapter 20. You may call me your ancestor. And what is your honor? Here, for, this time. The figure sitting at the forefront of the group of old men on a plate sent an inquiry to Xiaoqi in a particularly weak voice. It seemed extremely difficult for him to even open his mouth. And after uttering these words, he closed his eyes and mediated. Xiaoqi glanced at him. This person was almost all skin and bones. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and his body was constantly emitting a rich aura of silence. It was as if at any moment it would be consumed by its own tendency toward silence. Xiaoqi shook his head and slowly extended his hand towards the person. Stand up and talk. I don't like this effort to talk to others. His tone seemed very casual and, at those words, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but frown. This person was so high and mighty before them. That figure sitting at the front of them was an ancestor of the greatest seniority in the ancestral land today. It has even lived for almost 2,000 years. And this makes him stand up? And don't think he can stand up? Click, click. But just the next moment, a sound of bones clanging together suddenly emanated from the body of the foremost Xia ancestor. The crowd was all shocked. Could it be that the ancestor was going to be forced to use his last resort? And right in the middle of the horrified gazes of the surrounding crowd, his originally skin and bones withered body actually became full at a speed visible to the naked eye, like there was flesh and blood growing. What's more, there was also an inexplicable meaning that gradually permeated around him. That's like life. It seemed that even that great summer ancestor was stunned beyond measure. His eyes had long since widened and he looked down at the changes in his body in near stupefaction. It took a long time before he drifted off to look at Xiaoqi again, and even his breathing became rapid. But then he was surprised to realize that he hadn't felt such a powerful breath in I don't know how many years. Vitality has grown inside the old man? This Xia ancestor's voice was no longer as weak as before, full of alarm, and his words all seemed a bit shrill. Halftime, until the vitality in his body no longer nourished, and that tendency of silence that had originally eroded him for many years was greatly alleviated. It was only then that this great summer ancestor finally came back to his senses. He moved his legs tentatively and slowly stood up with the two legs that had already regained a lot of chi, but they seemed especially rusty. It seemed that even with this simple act, he had forgotten how to do it. It was only then that he finally stared dead at Xiaoqi again, shocked beyond words. Your Excellency, Senior, just who are you? All of this had completely exceeded his knowledge. He is clearly on the verge of returning to silence, even in the middle of this ancestral land. I'm afraid that it won't take long for him to lose his form and spirit. And in this world, even just trying to resist one's own tendency toward silence alone is difficult. Not to mention, the white-clothed young man in front of him, just by waving his hand, caused life to grow within his dying body. What kind of greatness would it take to do that? He couldn't even imagine it. But actually, this is just an experiment for summarize. 2. He looked at the old man in front of him, who had experienced a medical miracle. With some novelty, let this old man as soon to be silent body nourish life. For him, it is, surprisingly so simple. He had only mobilized the feedback from that reverse heavenly reform technique. In this Gongfu, the chapter after the spiritual platform chapter was the birth and destruction chapter, which corresponded to the birth and destruction realm. As for the realm of life and death, it is that life and death follow each other, and there will be a tendency of silence in the body, and likewise there will be life that is enough to fight against the tendency of silence. In this way, the longevity limit of the silent realm, naturally, will not exist. Is this Gong method inherently powerful, or is the feedback I've gotten that the realm alone has already surpassed that of a great cultivator? Natsuki was having some trouble recognizing it, but all in all, he just tried to nourish the vitality in the body of this great summer ancestor according to another cultivation system, and he did it easily. Gathering his thoughts, Xiaoqi only then looked again at the great Xia ancestor who stood up in front of him. A light smile spread across his face. You may also call me an ancestor. What? Hearing this, the people here could not help but fall into a stupor. As mighty cultivators of the silent realm, each of them had experienced a long period of time. All of them are also in this ancestral land, lingering for many years. But it was really Xia Chang who had given them too much of a shock after his arrival. Now, this person who looked as good-looking as Daxia's late emperor Yuan Shang had claimed to be their ancestor again. The ancestor of the entire Daxia dynasty. First, ancestors? Finally, it was that great summer ancestor who stood up who spoke in a daze. He had already experienced the power of Xia Qi firsthand. It was a kind of power that was completely beyond his cognizance. As Xia Qi said just now, he had experienced countless years of change and witnessed the silence of all things. This kind of existence, whether they wanted to obliterate them or wear out this great Xia ancestral land, it was bound to be no difficult task. Even now Xia Qi claims to be their ancestor. He was having trouble even figuring out a reason for Xia Qi to deceive them. Among the descendants of the future generations, there are indeed people as quick-thinking as Sheer. A look of relief spread across Xia Qi's face as he nodded with a smile. For how many years? That silent momentum has not completely worn out your mind after all. Not bad at all. He could already feel that the energy within his body was beginning to surge. These people from the great summer ancestral land had gradually been able to provide him with feedback. Heather? That great Xia ancestor's heart moved slightly, and he even experienced a sense of age-old meaning from Xia Qi's current words. Could it be that the person Xia Qi was talking about was also one of their great Xia's certain ancestors? He had already entered the ancestral ground for too many years, under the silent trend, and did not know much about the outside world. But until now, all the people here are also still having trouble accepting Xia Qi's identity. Each of them could have been old men before they entered the ancestral lands. Regardless of which branch of the great Xia imperial clan they were cultivators of, their ancestors had also all either passed away long ago or entered the ancestral lands. Now, out of nowhere, a young man appeared, born in the likeness of their descendants, yet claiming to be their ancestor. How can this be easy for them to accept? Not to mention, if Xia Qi was really their ancestor, how many years of existence should he have lived? Is it really through the ages? The world was still undecided as to whether or not immortality even existed. And now, in front of them stood an immortal who should have only existed in legends. Who would dare to believe that? The throat of the great summer ancestor who stood up moved. But in the end, he was unable to call out another ancestor. Instead, he asked, former, seniors, if they are really our ancestors, then why are they in the likeness of the later emperors of my Daxia? Xia Qi had long guessed that they would have such doubts. He didn't really think of any reason, just shook my head and said, forgot. Anyway, his fictional identity at the moment was that of an elder who had lived through countless years and forgotten many more things. If there's anything in there that you can't figure out, leave it all to these guys to brainstorm. Xia Qi raised his head to look at the sky inside. When I look back, too many years have passed, and perhaps in the long river of time, it is all no longer possible to find my traces. Chapter 21 Older than the ancestral lands. No trace of it can be found again in the course of time. The eyelids of that great Xia ancestor jumped. Such words had been larger than life. He didn't even know what to think. The feeling that Xia Qi in front of him gave him was just too transcendent, like he had reached a realm that they could not understand at all. There was absolutely no need to lie to them with this kind of existence. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly stirred, as if he had realized something. Tentatively, he said, could it be that Senior is a certain ancestor who walked out from here? You have successfully stepped out of the silent realm? from the ancestral land of Daxia? Xia Qi looked at the people here, as well as those long dead bodies not far away. Instantly, he realized that in this ancestral land, there should have been quite a few great Xia ancestors who had left from this place to explore the depths of the Great Wasteland. After all, the Great Summer Ancestral Land was located in the Great Wasteland. So naturally, it was definitely not the full picture of the Great Wasteland. This is just one corner of the Great Wasteland. But he still shook his head at the Great Summer Ancestor in front of him and said, "Here, I should be here for the first time." This time, that Great Xia ancestor's heart couldn't help but tremble wildly. A guess rose vaguely in his mind, but it was simply unbelievable. The Xia Qi in front of him might even be in existence even older than the Great Xia Ancestral Land. How many years ago would that have been? There's simply no way to examine it anymore. Same time, Xia Qi felt again that the power of feedback in his body was becoming more and more majestic. In the short time that he had entered the Great Xia Ancestral Land, the feedback power from just impersonating the elderly alone had nearly caught up to the complete feedback from the nation's fortunes when he had previously impersonated the Great Xia's late emperor. But Xia Qi was clear. Even now, this power of feedback was only the tip of the iceberg. How could a long-lived person who had endured countless years have only this much power? He suppressed this energy and raised his chin again toward the Daxia ancestor in front of him. "Tell me with me how you have survived in this place in the past until now?" Lying in wait. That Great Summer Ancestor laughed bitterly. Those of them who still remain in the ancestral land, even though they have survived until now, are they not still lingering? We are foolish. We have not yet realized much of the origin here. It is difficult to walk out farther in the silent realm. We can only cocoon ourselves here. Daxia ancestor despondent said. Late generation, these nearly 2,000 years, had seen several ancestors and descendants of later generations, here to realize the origin, stepped into the middle stage of the silence, so as to walk out of here, but they, finally did not come back. To realize the source here? Xia Qi raised an eyebrow. He sorted out useful information from the words of this Great Summer Ancestor. It seems that after entering this place, the ancestors of the Great Summer generations, in addition to slowing down the trend of extinction, but also to comprehend some kind of origin in this place, and after comprehending the origin, there was no need to be stuck here, thus going forward to explore the Great Wasteland. In that case, this great wilderness should also not be the desolation he originally expected. Comprehending the origin is likewise your cultivation above the silent realm? Xia Qi asked again. The Great Summer Ancestor gave Xia Qi a complicated look. This ancestor senior appeared to not even remember how they cultivated. Or perhaps, what Xia Qi remembered was some sort of cultivation path that they were unaware of. Only then did he explain. Sort of. We ultimately do not know whether the cultivator is able to step out of the silent realm, and the path practiced is only in the silent realm. Comprehending the origin. For each origin, there is a disparity between the strong and the weak. The weak can increase their lifespan by 100 years, while the strong can increase their lifespan by 500 years. This was somewhat similar to the birth and destruction realm of that reversal of the heavens technique. Xia Qi instantly came to a realization. But it's not quite the same in this. Since the beginning of the realm of life and death follow each other, and there is no need to worry about longevity. As for the silent realm, one could only wait until they had comprehended the origin before they could slightly increase their lifespan. Two different cultivation systems, but the realm strength should be similar. Both can be called mighty cultivators. Xia Qi simply categorized this realm. Lingtai, Daneng. These were the two realms he knew of at the moment. Although the road ahead is broken, but on it, perhaps there are still cultivators who are renewing the broken road. Only then did he look at that Great Summer Ancestor again. So you've lived for nearly 2,000 years. And you've never gotten out of this place? The Great Summer Ancestor nodded with a mortified face. The latecomer has only comprehended 3 origins, and ultimately failed to step into the middle stage of silence. And in doing so, he will always be closely pursued by the momentum of silence. Only here, borrowing the ancestral land to live on. With that, he looked at the pool of spring water behind Xia Qi again. Xia Qi also obediently turned his head towards the spring. As early as when he had just rushed to this place, he had already sensed that the might of that great summer's national fortune seemed to exist in this pool of spring water. He simply from the pool of spring water in the hand, but looked at the spring water from the things fished out, but could not help but be stunned. It was a hand bone with a jade seal gripped in its fingers. On the other hand, that cut-off hand bone seemed to condense the roots of the entire ancestral land, as if it was communicating with the entire area where the great extreme ancestral land was located. Almost at the same moment that the hand bone surfaced, the people here actually seemed to have sensed something, and their bodies trembled slightly. The silent breath within their bodies all seemed to become active at this moment as well, with black mist constantly emerging from their bodies. Even the great Xia old ancestor in front of Xia Qi was likewise the same. Xia Qi noticed their reactions. but did not rush out to stop them. Instead, he observed the cut-off hand bone and the jade seal it gripped. The jade seal was carved with a coiled-up divine dragon. The whole body was warm and moist jade, and it seemed that there was a vast might contained in it. That is the national fortune of Daxia. Is this suppressing the jade seal that unites the great Xia's national fortune? Xiachi instantly understood the meaning of suppressing the national fortune. With this pool of spring water isolation, coupled with the strangeness of the ancestral land, it is no wonder that in the past, the female empress has never been able to obtain the national fortune to add to her body. He merely swept a glance at the jade seal before his eyes quickly converged on the hand bone. There was not the slightest bit of flesh and blood attached to it, as if even the skeleton was rotting, and the bones of the hand appeared to be dry. But in the dark, Xiachi was able to feel it. All the mysteries in this entire great summer ancestral land seemed to originate from this hand bone. The aura in this place that was enough to enliven a cultivator's chi and blood originated from it. Silent realm cultivators sensed the origin and likewise derived from it. So, for so many ages, the cultivators who have entered this place have only been practicing around a dry hand bone? A feeling of absurdity inexplicably welled up in Xiaqi's heart. That hand bone may have come from a powerful spirit, which can vaguely feel the breath of an unknown number of years, but under the erosion of the years, it had also long since decayed, and now there was even just a trace of arcane energy left. At any moment, it was going to completely collapse, causing the entire great summer ancestral land to fall into silence with it. It's the root of everything. Chapter 22 is blessed by the ancestors. No wonder the great summer ancestral ground can't hold out much longer. Xiachi turned around and looked at the great Xia ancestor. This ancestral ground is already about to decay with it, and it will be difficult for you to comprehend much of the origin even if you sit here withered. Right? The roots of the ancestral land had already withered and decayed, and it wouldn't take many years for this ancestral land to completely die out. In response to what Xiachi said, the great summer ancestor was momentarily stunned and speechless. He was still staring at the withered bone, and seemed to have never expected that such a hand bone was buried in that pool of spring water. Ryoko, the great summer ancestor, finally returned to his senses and nodded with a complicated expression. The ancestral land is about to die out, and it will be difficult for us to renew our lifespan here in the end. And we had only hoped that those who went out from this land would be able to find a new ancestral land for future generations. And now their hope seems to be one more. He looked towards Xiachi. In this era where the path of cultivation was cut off and all laws had fallen, instead, they met this ancestor who seemed to have lived forever. This kind of encounter, even if it is him, also feel like a big dream. Xiachi turned his head to look beyond the ancestral land, and on this side of that vast mist was the great wasteland. What is the site of the great wilderness beyond the ancestral lands? He inquired again to the great summer ancestor. It seems that from the current intelligence, the great wasteland is mostly this withering scene. At least within the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles, all are barren and dead. Oasis is hard to find. The great summer ancestor respectfully replied. Farther away, perhaps there are areas that have survived since ancient times, but we do not know. The great wilderness, after all, is a wilderness. It seems that since ancient times, the emergence of the great wasteland is a piece of the once vibrant region, gradually silenced, melted into the great wasteland. However, is there a region of this world that continues from ancient times to the present? Xiachi pondered. Even now, he still had a vague feeling that silent realm cultivators had not truly reached the end of the cultivation path. Even further ahead, there was still silence, but for countless years, there should always be a cultivator who can continue the broken road. A little groping forward. It's a world that will never be so small. On second thought, Xiachi couldn't help but have a smirk spread across his face. This means that his ability to fictionalize his identity and impersonate it has a lot more to offer. The feedback received, too, will be more than expected. Just, this smile of his, which he did not conceal, fell in the eyes of the great summer ancestor and the people behind him, but it caused them to be inexplicably a little frightened by it. This ancestor, who had lived with the world for an unknown number of years, had laughed after learning of the world's withering scene? They couldn't imagine what kind of realm and mindset that was. Inscrutable. What they know even less is this. At this time, Xiachi was still receiving feedback from them one after another, harvesting the wool they sent up voluntarily. Not to mention, the feedback sent up by the Void Silence Realm cultivators is more powerful in the end. Xiachi felt the surge of chi and blood in his body, and his heart was soothed. Just as he had guessed earlier, after coming to the Great Summer Ancestral Land and getting these Void Silence Realm cultivators to recognize his identity, the eldritch feedback he received became even more powerful. Even, according to his estimation, based on the chi and blood of this eldritch status alone, it was already a bit so much stronger than the national feedback of the Great Xia. Just for now, I'm afraid it's not quite enough to get the full feedback from the elders. he mulled it over again. And regardless of those who had stepped out of the Great Xia ancestral land to explore the Great Wilderness, at least if they wanted to get more feedback by just relying on the current Great Xia imperial family, it would have to wait until they were strong enough. There was no need to worry on the Empress's side. With her talent, coupled with the heaven-defying technique, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for her to surpass these people in the ancestral lands. Even, it would reach an unprecedented level with this unique cultivation system, and at that point, the Empress would naturally bring him more feedback. Only when he thought of this did he ask the Great Summer Ancestor again. What exactly was the thing that was passed down from the ancestral ground in the first place? He was also a bit curious as to what that reverse heavenly change technique was supposed to be like. It is a drop of blood that emerged from this pool of spring water. And back then Yuan Shang was the one who exchanged the jade seal of the state for that drop of blood, replied the Great Summer Ancestor. He didn't know exactly why Xia Qi had appeared in the form of Emperor Yuan Shang, but he couldn't look deeper into all that. With another complicated look at the withered bone, he added, ever since that drop of blood gushed out, this pool of spirit spring has become more and more depleted. Today it seems, the drop of blood, perhaps, came from this hand bone. Xia Qi took another look at the hand bone. With just a single drop of blood remaining on it, the late Emperor of Daxia had comprehended that he had to change his destiny against the heavens? Even though the Great Xia Emperor was a failure. Judging from all this cut-off hand bone should have been considered to be of great origin countless years ago. With a wave of his hand, he let the hand bone fall back into the pool of spring water once again, only letting the jade seal hover in the air. Rather, it was not expected that the state seal, which contained the fortunes of the Great Xia nation, was sent to the ancestral land by the Great Xia's late emperor on his own initiative. This really doesn't leave any room for the Empress. And after, Xia Qi also said to the Great Xia ancestors, you guys continue to cultivate and sense the origin. If I find a chance that can be used by you, I will send it to you. These people were still able to provide him with a steady stream of wool, and it was more than a bit of a shame to die like that. This ancestral land, as far as he was concerned, was also still able to function. Regardless, in the future, as long as the Great Xia Imperial clan continued to have cultivators grow up, they could be able to bring him feedback. Wool gathering has to focus on sustainability as well. The Great Summer Ancestor subconsciously nodded his head, but when he heard Xia Qi's later words, he could not help but freeze. To seek opportunities for them? Should the ancestors shelter them? Ancestors? When he did not wait for him to finish, Xia Qi waved his hand and did not say anything more about it. Instead, he looked at the Great Xia Transmission Jade Seal. He noticed that after this jade seal was taken out from the pool of water, the light contained within it began to gradually undergo a slight change. Vaguely, there seemed to be an extremely blurry figure emerging from it. However, Xia Qi still recognized the figure at a glance. It was none other than the Empress. It seems that Sheer has started to gradually obtain the national fortune to add to her body. Only after putting the jade seal away did Xia Qi look at the crowd in front of him again. Although he had already finished harvesting a round of wool from this group of cultivators, it was best to add another fire to ensure the subsequent output of wool. Over countless years, I have seen too many cultivators pass away in extreme splendor. You must not slack off. When you stabilize yourselves, you may have the opportunity to leave the ancestral land and return to the Grand Xia. I hope to see you all afterward. These words are just like the sage advice and exhortations of elders to their juniors. The Great Summer Ancestor's heart and mind inexplicably trembled. For some reason, he, who had already lived for 700 or 800 years, inexplicably felt a bit like crying at this moment. As blessed by elders, they will inevitably leave no stone unturned to hold on here and wait for their ancestors. Chapter 23 The Willow Tree of Vast Ages Ago. However, when the Great Xia Ancestor looked again at where Xia Qi was just now, Xia Qi's figure was already gone. The ancestor, who was like a man out of a legend, has departed this way. The Great Summer Ancestor was silent for a long time before looking at the crowd behind him again. If the ancestor can really find a chance to replace that hand bone, the Great Summer Ancestral Land will not die out. It is even possible that the old prosperity may be restored. But soon, the Great Summer Ancestor also noticed that all the people around actually seemed to be feeling something individually at this time. Within a short time, there was someone with wide eyes and a startled expression. That ancestor likewise nourished my vitality. They were all like this, and their bodies, which were already close to running out of gas, were nourished with life, enough for them to fight the tendency of silence in their bodies. Realizing this, the Great Summer Ancestor immediately bowed towards the location where Xia Qi was originally located. Since the opening of the Great Xia dynasty, the 11th generation of grandchildren, with their descendants, respectfully thank our ancestors for their blessings. They no longer doubted that Xia Qi must be one of their ancestors who had stepped out of the legend. In front of a blanket of fog, the three-headed Jia was perched deep in the clouds. its three heads taking turns to stare at the spatial rift in front of it. It didn't know what exactly was going on over at the Great Summer Ancestral Land, but for many years, it hadn't seen several cultivators who had come out of the ancestral land, and that old ancestor is afraid that he has long surpassed this world's living beings by an unknown amount, and should not be bound by common sense. Just then, there was suddenly a flash of light at the spatial crack, and the three-headed Xiao immediately got into the spirit. With that, he saw Xia Qi's figure appear before him. "See you, old ancestor." The three-headed Xiao hurriedly spoke respectfully. The old ancestor had indeed walked back through the spatial rift, truly verifying its suspicions. The old ancestor is unfathomable. Xia Qi felt the feedback coming from the three-headed Xiao, and there was something odd in the bottom of his eyes. I don't know what this three-headed ogre was thinking again. He hadn't originally planned to walk through the spatial rift, but wanted to see if he could still hear the words that seemed to echo through the passage when he passed through it again. But in the end, nothing was heard. It was only then that he casually waved his hand and sent the jade seal of transmission, which contained the nation's fortune, to the three-headed Zhao. National fortune. The three-headed ogre's eyes instantly widened. The old ancestor had actually retrieved the Great Summer's national fortune that had been suppressed in the ancestral land so quickly? It's really hard to figure out. Bring this jade seal to Shi'er. In addition, there is another thing that you need to convey to her as well. Xia Qi tapped his fingertips, and the subsequent chapter of that reverse heavenly reform technique, the chapter of life and death, transformed into a wisp of light, and disappeared into one of the three-headed Zhao's heads. The huge body of the three-headed Zhao gently trembled as it subconsciously sensed, and as if he had discovered something, he was startled beyond measure. This is, it was perilously close to losing its voice. What this technique recorded was actually a cultivation system that it had never known before, a path that is completely different from the paths cultivated by worldly beings. What an amazing hidden secret! The three-headed Zhao only felt the alarm in his heart grow more and more uncontrollable. Xia Qi glanced at the three-headed Zhao, and his heart moved slightly. This Gong method, you can also try to cultivate it, but you must not force it. He did want to experiment on the three-headed scaly scales as well. Ancient beasts such as this can live far longer than ordinary cultivators by virtue of their own bloodline. Then would it be possible to cultivate another system as well through this Gongfu? And at that time, what would happen? Huffing and puffing, the snouts of one of the three-headed ogre's heads spewed out mouthfuls of white mist, clearly having been alarmed. Such a heavenly chance, the old ancestor just bestowed it on the late generation? It still seemed to be in disbelief, and the dragon's eyes even showed an ecstasy that was hard to hide. Thank you, elder ancestor. Nowadays, it had long been convinced of Xia Qi's initial words of having bred a true dragon, fearing that the true dragon that only existed in legends. When he saw Xia Qi, he would have to respectfully call him an old ancestor as he did. There is no need to say thank you. Practice well. Xia Qi shook his head bashfully, and added silently, from the bottom of my heart that the wool comes off the sheep's back anyway. He already had a reckoning for his current situation. After posing as an identity, whether it was the empress or those in the ancestral ground, even Yi Duan was still providing him with a steady stream of feedback as his cultivation increased. This is equivalent, then, to having a group of people who keep helping him to cultivate. And it's still 100 times the feedback. Am I becoming a cultivator capitalist? Xia Qi silently bellyached. He didn't say anything more to the three-headed Zhao and had already passed through the spatial rift once again, entering the Great Wasteland. The Great Summer Ancestral Land was merely a corner of the Great Wasteland, and the true Great Wasteland was unknown to anyone as to how vast it really was. Only, compared to that part of the heaven and earth where the Daxia dynasty was located, the vast majority of the area in the Great Wasteland should be in a state of disrepair and desolation, not to mention cultivators practicing in it. Even trying to survive in it was difficult. There's no such thing as a higher order realm in this world either. Xia Qi was in the middle of the great wilderness, picking a direction at random and traveling straight ahead. But even with his current speed, he had already traveled for nearly a day. Along the way is also visible some such as Daxia ancestral land like small oasis. Should be similar to the existence of other dynasties' ancestral land. But Xia Qi didn't stay. The situation of those small oases wasn't much stronger than the great Xia ancestral land. According to his understanding, there was no such thing as ascension in this world. That meant that there was a high probability that there was no such area as the so-called spirit world, immortal world, or the like outside the world. Sure, it could also be that the path of cultivation has been broken, and no one has known about it for a long time. At that moment, Xia Qi could only hope to find a place in the great wasteland where there were enough cultivators and strong enough to find a way to wool gather. Finally, after traveling for nearly half a day, Xia Qi saw from afar that further away, there was a large tree. It appeared to be a willow tree, with branches that stood like tops in the middle of a great wilderness. What's more, there were also thousands of silk tapestries hanging down. each branch emanating a glistening blue light, magnificent and incomparable. Xiaoqi could be sure that if there was something divine about this willow tree as well, then, it was estimated that just one branch alone would be enough to easily exterminate a great cultivator. In the depths of the great wasteland, could there really be an existence that has lived from countless years ago to the present? Just, when Xiaoqi slightly approached the willow tree, but he also noticed the abnormality. This one branch did emanate a glistening turquoise light, only that it gave him a feeling of being withered. It seemed that this willow tree, too, like the hand bone in the ancestral land of Daxia, had in fact long been eroded cleanly over the years. Even though the willow tree's vision was not bad, the feeling of withering and decay given to Xiaoqi was even stronger than that cut-off hand bone. It was then that he actually came to the trunk of the willow tree and frowned slightly. The willow tree, indeed, was all but lifeless. There wasn't even the slightest hint of strange prowess left. Only the vision of a topsy-turvy tree trunk is left behind, seemingly telling of past glories. Chapter 24, while we're at it, fool around. The sky is broken. The earth is shattered. The road ahead is cut off. Everything is destroyed. Is there really everlasting life in the world? Xiaoqi couldn't help but recall the echoing sound that he had heard for an unknown number of years when he first entered the spatial rift. The great branches of this willow tree were by no means something that could be nourished by today's heaven and earth. Perhaps countless years ago, it also sat on a side of heaven and earth, with the trunk connecting heaven and earth, and the willows like the divine chain of order. But today, none of it survives. The vision alone is already topsy-turvy, but even an existence of this level is silenced. Xiaoqi was a bit emotional. It could be imagined that even before this world had changed, this willow tree should have an extremely strong strength. But the willow tree never survived after all. He stepped out and quickly arrived at the trunk of this willow tree vision. Instead, he also noticed that there were many corpses scattered around this area. Among them are human cultivators and unknown ancient beasts, withered bones and mutilated corpses. But the same thing is that they are all silenced. Perhaps from time to time over the long years, cultivators exploring the great wilderness would follow the visions and come to this place in an attempt to find a chance to extend their lifespan, but died here after all. The place was silent, and as for the body of this willow tree, Xiaoqi shook his head as he looked at the scorched black withered wood in the depths of the vision. The willow tree looked like it had been struck by lightning and burned in a fire, and all that was left was this charred and blackened dead wood. What kind of change has happened to this world? Looking at the scene around him, a wave of doubt flooded all of Xiaoqi's heart. This inexplicably reminded him of the end times as described in the pre-traveling internet text. The world has changed drastically. The magical powers do not exist. Everything is silent, and it is difficult for cultivators to cultivate to the realm of ages ago. He was a bit skeptical. In this world, does there really exist any elders? Sure, Natsuki himself is an exception. He circled around the piece of charred, dead wood and shook his head again. There were no other cultivators in this place, not even other living beings. He couldn't get much feedback here either, but it was just about to leave. Xiaoqi, however, suddenly stumbled in his footsteps and looked down towards the bottom of the charred and blackened deadwood. There, he saw a flash of broken green. It was a delicate branch, buried in the barren land. After an unknown number of hours, it finally broke through the ground at this moment. This is... Xiaoqi came forward and surveyed the branch. This branch is actually growing in the charred black withered wood, like a withered tree in the spring, in the dead to find a ray of life. It just so happens that I came here and you broke the ground. So coincidentally? Xiaoqi looked a little odd. He felt that this was not a coincidence. Immediately, he then noticed that the branch was actually swaying gently, and the only slender willow leaf seemed to be responding to him in some way. Xiaoqi's heart fluttered. This willow tree must have had a living consciousness if it had not fallen into silence. And does the tender branch that grows today possess the same divine qualities that it had in the beginning? When he tentatively reached out, he saw the willow leaves of this delicate branch touching toward his fingers as well. The still tender green leaves rubbed gently and intimately against Xiaoqi's fingertips. The branches that are new in the silence have not yet remembered the past. Xiaoqi muttered, already realizing the state of the branch and leaf at this moment. Even though it was a new branch that had sprung from the charred and dead wood of this willow tree, the willow tree itself had long since returned to silence. And this branch was instead more like a new birth that the willow tree had experienced. After thinking about it, Xiaoqi tentatively asked this willow branch again, "Are you sensing my arrival? Sensing my extraordinary nature? So this is why you broke the ground?" He didn't know if this willow branch could understand him, but thought that it should possess some divine properties. Sure enough, the branch slowly swayed a few times, as if nodding its head. Xiaoqi raised his eyebrows slightly. Now that he had received a lot of feedback, the aura emanating from his body had also long been different from that of an ordinary cultivator. Even more so, he possessed a trace of the aura of an elderly one that was as if he had passed through the ages of 10,000 years. So it seems, this newborn willow branch from the silence was also indeed particularly divine. In the end, it is also considered to be an existence that has survived countless years, even preserving a hint of hope for a new life in the midst of silence. Xia Qi secretly sighed. Then this branch and leaf was considered the first living being he had sought out in this great wilderness that had survived since the ancient times. He sensed the aura emanating from the branch again, even though it had only just broken out of the ground. However, in this extremely short period of time, the breath of this branch was actually growing dramatically. Only for a moment. The aura emanating from this branch and leaf was actually already equivalent to a cultivator of the seventh buckle of the spiritual platform. And it continues to climb. Not bad indeed. Xia Qi sighed in admiration. He had confirmed more and more that this willow tree must have been a powerful existence that far surpassed the cultivators in this world by an unknown number of realms. When he thought of this, a sudden movement occurred in his mind. Since this willow branch was only broken out of the ground after sensing his aura, and should still have a not bad spirit, so does this mean that it's a fleece that comes to your doorstep on its own? Xia Qiku has never forgotten that wool gathering is the most important thing he should do. Then, would he be able to get unimaginable feedback if he was able to fictionalize an identity that was convincing enough to convince this willow branch? This was an existence that had lived from countless years ago until now. Even though it has gone through a new birth, it is equally as godly as a great one. He looked at the willow branch once more, smiling as he stroked over its leaves. Only then did he whisper, "Do you remember me?" Willow tree branches and leaves seemed to be slightly stunned, no longer swaying, only the slender leaves on a bit of blue light. It was a long time before it slowly swayed again, as if shaking its head. The smile on Xia Qi's face grew stronger. He knew, of course, that this willow branch and leaf could not remember him. Before that, he hadn't even seen this willow branch either. But he can't afford to make up where he came from. It's normal that you can't remember. Xia Qi slowly stood up with his hands behind his back and looked up at the charred black deadwood in front of him. Even back then, I only planted you casually, and at that time, you, too, did not yet have this kind of spiritual wisdom. As he spoke, he was still silently observing the willow branch. What's more, he also secretly mobilized a trace of the ancient aura in his body to surround it. This willow branch and leaf can no longer remember the past, even if there is now a spirit, can only be regarded as the beginning of the spirit. It should not be able to withstand this kind of lull either. It's just that Xia Qi is also a little bit not quite sure if he can get feedback with the current state of this willow branch and leaf. But at this point, the willow branches and leaves were swaying underneath, as if observing their current situation, and turning their blades back toward the charred deadwood behind them. After a long time, its leaves were aimed at Xia Qi again and continued to sway slightly. In the meantime, Xia Qi instantly felt an unfamiliar energy welling up within his body. Feedback is coming in. Chapter 25 Abducting Ancient Beings. It was a feedback that was full of the meaning of ages, even more so than the feedback brought by Xia Qi's status as an elder, giving him a sense of vicissitude. In this moment, Xia Qi seemed to be transformed into a figure that was planting trees. In the pale mist, a willow sapling was planted. Feeling this marvelous experience, Xia Qi was all rather dismayed. The feedback this time around is indeed a bit unusual. It made him feel as if he had actually planted the willow tree. He came back to his senses, feeling the energy fluctuations within his body. From what he could see, the power of feedback that this willow tree was bringing him right now wasn't actually too strong. It was only much stronger than the sense of power he had brought when he had fictionalized the identity of Yi Chen's ancestor. But the power of this feedback is particularly divine. Moreover, it seemed that the feedback he was receiving was also increasing due to the fact that the breath of this willow branch was always climbing up. It was certainly an extremely successful attempt. Xia Qi let out a light breath, all but moving, just at the moment alone. The rate of increase in the feedback given to him by this willow branch was on the verge of catching up with those people from the great summer ancestral lands. But this willow branch was still in the realm of the spiritual platform. It can't be considered a great power at all. This if, in the future, this willow tree is able to grow, the speed of feedback it brings, mustn't it be heaven-defying? Xia Qi's eyes lit up. It was only then that he collected these thoughts and his gaze fell once again on the willow branches. Willow branches grew on top of the charred and dead wood, still swaying gently, constantly signaling to Xia Qi. It was clearly clueless, not quite sure what the word Xia Qi had said meant, yet it was as if it extremely agreed with every word Xia Qi said. This time is considered to have picked up an opportunity. Xia Qi raised his head again to survey the topsy-turvy vision of the willow tree. I just happened to run into a newborn willow tree with a newfound spirit, and it didn't even take much fooling around to easily get the branch's approval. After thinking about it, Xia Qi added, and now that you have gained a new life, there is no need for me to make more effort to save you. It was as if he had rushed over to Willow's side this time in order to revive it from the silence. Only, The willow branches swayed slightly without any change in amplitude, not knowing if they had understood Xiaqi's words. Xiaqi also only felt that the energy feedback in his body had been increasing and had not changed much, which made him shake his head. Presumably this willow branch needs no deepening of his identity at the moment. Just as a chick with a broken egg will become close to the first living thing it sees, this willow branch is just pure of heart and doesn't think too much. But Xiaqi was clear. The fictitious identity was still necessary, and when this willow branch grew up in the future and gradually gained enough knowledge of this world, it would inevitably bring him more feedback as well. But Xiaqi couldn't help but think again. The future growth of this branch must be immeasurable, but at the moment, it was growing on top of the charred and dead wood, and it was not good to move. And the vision of the willow tree that topped the sky was bound to keep attracting more cultivators and spirits to this place in the great wilderness in the years to come. Then, when the time comes, the alien beings will surely discover that this branch is not bad. That's a bit of a bummer. Xiaqi pondered, and suddenly had another change in his mind. Smilingly asked this willow branch, although you are now considered a withered tree, and have experienced splendor in the past, you are too young at the moment. Will you leave with me? Come back afterward to receive your passing. With the feedback he had obtained from this willow branch just now, it would not be difficult to separate this willow branch from the scorched black withered wood first. The power of that feedback was extremely divine, like it was able to do the reconstruction of life. It's just hard to do a true reconstruction of life based on current feedback alone. And after Xiaqi's words fell, the swaying of the willow tree's branches decreased a lot, as if it was thinking by virtue of its clueless spirit. Soon, its branches only slowly shook a few times, nodding to Natsuki. Immediately after, under the gaze of Xiaqi's strange gaze, the branch supported the scorched black deadwood again with only one leaf. The main trunk of the branch fought to stretch outward, as if it wanted to pull itself out hard, but it couldn't work. Xiaqi was all a bit speechless. This little one, so pure, had a stupidity that was too clear. It's a hell of a thing to pull out for yourself. He had to stop this willow branch before it screwed itself up. Don't worry. You need me to help you in your current state. Xiaqi helplessly reached out his hand and mobilized the energy feedback in his body. At that instant, a light emerged from his palm and merged into this willow branch. Gradual. The glittering turquoise light on the only remaining leaves of this willow branch gradually brightened, reflecting on one side and covering the entire branch. And after, this willow branch then changed as if it were rapidly thriving. Its branches became slightly thicker, and the only remaining leaf extended outward, transforming into a branch. The light gradually dissipated. This willow branch had changed greatly, and was actually like a willow sapling rooted on a charred black deadwood. No longer just a branch alone, but a tiny, extremely pocket-sized willow tree. On it, too, only one branch remains. However, looking at this small willow tree in front of him, Xiaqi instantly associated it with that topsy-turvy willow tree vision. It seemed that if there were more branches on the trunk of this little willow tree, it would take on the appearance of that willow tree. Is this your new life? Xiaqi instantly came to a realization. This branch, which had grown from that scorched and dead wood, had only lost its past, as if it had only left a trace of its origin to fight for a ray of life. But, the willow branch, which was already in the shape of a small willow tree, was still shaking the only branch it had left, as if it wanted to keep pulling that branch out. Xiaqi instantly pulled the corner of his mouth breathlessly. You still want to pull it out? It's not even realizing the changes that have happened to you. He had to reach out and gently touch the little willow with his finger, reminding, you're a willow now. It was then that the little willow tree seemed to realize what was going on, and the branches pointed toward the trunk below, as if examining it. Immediately, it started pulling the whole little tree trunk up from that charred deadwood again. Xiaqi was pretty sure that if he didn't have himself to watch, sooner or later, this little willow tree would have to be screwed up by itself. But just then, Natsuki suddenly noticed. In the sky, the vision of the topsy-turvy willow tree actually changed as the little willow tree pulled out its roots from the scorched black deadwood. Mota's willow tree vision all began to shake, and the thousands of branches trembled as if the divine chain of order was constantly shaking. The entire vision, in fact, was rapidly shrinking and becoming illusory. It is clear that such a drastic change has not occurred in the past 10,000 years, but now it is like celebrating a new life. Chapter 26, The Supreme Family. The heavenly willow tree vision kept shaking. Countless branches covered the sky and emitted glittering blue light, as if it had formed a green sky of its own. It was just that. Even with this dissimilarity, there was no might emanating from it. It's more like a silent change. In the silence, the willow tree vision shrinks more and more, also in more and more illusory, and finally disappeared. Xiaqi put his eyes on it. In this great wilderness, there is no longer see that willow tree shadow, turned into the surrounding signs of a barren. Only in front of Xiaqi's body, That piece of charred black withered wood still stood in the middle of this barren land. The only remaining willow on it no longer exists, and in its place, a small willow tree less than the size of a palm. Chaotic mist floated at the roots of the tree, as if it was rooted in the void. A branch swayed, seemingly observing its surroundings while familiarizing itself with the new body of the tree, and tentatively stretching out its roots from the cloud. Xia Qi shook his head. This little guy could finally avoid the fate of screwing himself over, but he noticed all the same. Just in such a short period of time, the might emanating from this small willow tree was actually on the verge of catching up to a great cultivator. The feedback brought to him is likewise multiplying several times over. After all, it's a ray of hope that has been plotted for countless years. So that's normal. Xia Qi summoned the small willow tree into his hands and looked at the charred and dead wood again. At this time this section of scorched black dead wood is actually as if transformed into the previous willow tree vision like shadow, as if not exist in this world in general. Only an illusory charred black vision was left behind. He knew that the charred and blackened dead wood might still contain the divinity of this willow tree from long ago, but the current little willow tree was far from being able to inherit this divine difference, or else there would surely be silence following it as well. Later on, if you are successful in your cultivation, you can come back here again. Natsuki barked again at the little willow in his hand, not caring if it could hear him or not. The little willow tree just gently shook its branches and kept a clear stupid look. Natsuki shrugged and moved Willow over her shoulder. He mused that he might be able to have unexpected benefits from having this little willow around in the future. Subsequently, Xia Qi no longer lingered, ready to continue exploring the great wasteland. This great wilderness seemed to be boundless, but where he passed through was mostly barren. However, according to Xia Qi's speculation, there must be more areas in this great wilderness that had survived since ancient times. It is not possible to say that there is an even more expansive land that has not yet been silenced than that part of the heaven and earth where the Grand Xia dynasty is located. But just after traveling for a short while, Xia Qi suddenly stopped in his footsteps. In his probing, there was an aura converging towards this place. Moreover, that aura was not weak. A mighty cultivator who has comprehended multiple Tao origins? Xia Qi raised an eyebrow. In this great wasteland, after a cultivator stepped into the silent realm, the only way to extend their lifespan was to comprehend the origin. There should be a significant portion of cultivators who can only be trapped in one area to sense the origin, as in the Great Summer Ancestral Land, making it difficult to go out. It was the first time he had ever seen a cultivator in the Great Wasteland who was able to explore at will. Is this sensing the change in the vision of that willow tree and thus coming to explore? After all, that willow tree vision was topsy-turvy, and even if they were separated by an extremely distant territory, there would be cultivators who would notice the disappearance of the willow tree vision. This would save the next step in aimlessly exploring the Great Wasteland. Xia Qi's eyes lit up. Since these cultivators were able to explore the Great Wasteland at will, then perhaps there would be more cultivators in the places they came from. Thinking of this, Xia Qi immediately moved his feet and rushed towards the front. The divine tree's vision has disappeared. Could it be that some sort of shocking change has occurred in this heaven and earth? It's hard to say. Perhaps there is another chance. We must be careful. In addition to us, other Dao lineage inheritances are bound to come here to explore. The group of cultivators flew at high speeds, penetrating the Great Wasteland and swept towards the area where the willow tree vision was located. For countless years, that heaven-topping vision had never faded. And now, but suddenly this kind of change has occurred. They are since all cannot help but be alarmed. The Taoist legacy? The void. Xia Qi listened to their words silently, and his heart was slightly moved. In this great wasteland, there was even such a thing as a Dao lineage inheritance? It would have to have experienced the silence of the heavens and earth to be able to pass down a Taoist lineage. Farther out, similarly, there was also an aura that came speeding towards this side. It was actually riding in a bronze carriage, and the ones pulling the carriage were clearly 9 scaly dragons. 9 dragons, pulling a cart? The row is so big? Xia Qi was all a bit staggered. In his senses, even though the bloodline of that one scaly dragon was not yet comparable to the 3-headed scaly dragon of the Great Xia dynasty, they all had an ancient beast bloodline. In this world, it should all be able to resist a portion of the silent might and gain longer as well. But an ancient beast such as this is used to pull a cart? Beyond that, there are more cultivators rushed to, some riding on top of a white tiger with wings. Some are one phoenix pulling a car. There are also cultivators riding the auspicious clouds. All of them are very fast. Those ancient beasts that acted as mounts even had notable bloodlines. The aura of the cultivator was also particularly strong. Even according to Xia Qi's speculation, even among silent realm cultivators, all of these cultivators should have stepped into the later stages and sensed more than 6 origins. These people must have come from a region far beyond that part of heaven and earth where the Great Xia dynasty was located. Xia Qi was hidden in the void and did not show up in a hurry. In the great wilderness, Seeing so many mighty cultivators for the first time could have greatly exceeded his expectations, but it could just as easily be a great opportunity for him to fictionalize his identity. Not much longer. The group of people then converged individually, and perhaps out of caution, they didn't rush to the area where the scorched black withered wood was located in the first place. Instead, they watched from a distance while each was vigilantly on guard. Such supreme clans as yours truly have even been startled. A cultivator who set off on the back of a white tiger looked faintly at the group of cultivators pulled by the 9 dragons. In front of the carriage, the 9 scaly dragons were each coiled up, and they all seemed to have not weak spiritual intelligence, and they were especially wary of the cultivator on the tiger's back. Only a flat voice came out from the carriage. The divine tree has stood in the depths of the great wasteland since the time of my chief family ancestors, and my ancestors have gone to investigate, and now that the divine tree has changed, we must come. The words rang out. The surrounding group of cultivators all looked as if they had realized something, and their expressions changed. Even the cultivator on the tiger's back narrowed his eyes slightly. That ancestor of the Chi family, could it be that supreme being? Only, in the carriage, no more sound came out. One time, the people here actually fell into a silence. Even the cultivator on the tiger's back didn't utter a word, turning his head once again to look out at the direction where the scorched black withered wood was, his expression solemn. The void. Natsuki listened to their conversation and was also organizing the information as best he could. Supreme family. Supreme? Does this sound like it represents a certain realm? Of course, what he cares more about is the ancestor mentioned by the man in the carriage. This may be the opportunity to send him a fictitious identity. Chapter 27. What is the supreme being? Back then, Supreme Emperor Chanchi had visited the divine tree, and Maichu family's ancestor, likewise, had mentioned it. In the midst of the silence, another voice came from the distance. The crowd immediately looked at the sound, and saw that above the distant sky, there was a huge flying bird with wings like the clouds of the hanging sky, flapping its wings and flying in an unhurried manner. Koan Pang Legacy Seed? Noticing the huge flying bird, the expressions of the group of cultivators here were all shaken. Xiaoqi also glanced at the huge flying bird and raised his eyebrows slightly. Since this huge flying bird, he had already felt the power of the bloodline that was no weaker than that of the 3-headed Jiao at the beginning. It sounds like this giant flying bird also possesses the Kuan Pang bloodline? And this kind of ancient beast was, after all, just a mount. On top of the back of the huge flying bird, there was a group of cultivators sitting on their backs. Among them were not only old men, but also some teenage boys and girls. The Chu clan Dang really has a good spirit, and now that they are exploring the divine tree, they have even brought their descendants to practice. The cultivator on that tiger's back exclaimed, but his brows furrowed slightly. Obviously, with cultivators from these powerful Dao lineage inheritances coming, even if there were any chances that existed under the divine tree's mutation, then, for a cultivator like him who didn't have a Dao inheritance behind him, it would be extremely difficult to compete for it. The 2 supreme families of the southern wasteland have come. You all are really not planning to leave any chances for us cultivators? The cultivator on the tiger's back spoke bluntly. It seemed that although he was fearful of these supreme family cultivators, he was not completely shocked. Soon, the huge flying bird slowly fell down, and an old man on it stepped out, carrying his hands on his back and sweeping over the 4 directions with a smile. The divine tree has existed for too many years. Even in the times of all the supreme beings, there were traces of the divine tree. This may have touched the hidden secrets of heaven and earth. If there is truly any chance, my Chu family will naturally not monopolize it. His words also carried an extremely strong aura. And the void. Xiaoqi always listened to their words quietly. Gazes lingered briefly on the side of the Qi clan, which had 9 dragons pulling the cart, and the Chu clan, which was riding the Kuan Pang Legacy Seed, respectively. The families behind these 2 parties have both produced supreme. Moreover, it seemed that all of the cultivators in this place were extremely respectful of the supreme being. Is the supreme being similar to the most outstanding existence of an era? Xiaoqi thought back to the online articles he had read before crossing over and had a rough prediction. A thought couldn't even help but well up in his mind. Is there a supreme being alive in this world? More importantly, if one could gain the approval of the so-called supreme being while fictionalizing one's identity, how great should the feedback one could receive be? Xiaoqi couldn't help but be secretly staggered. It was just that there was really not much he had learned about the realm of cultivators nowadays. At best, he knew that cultivators in this world could comprehend the origin after stepping into the silence realm. When one comprehends 3 or more paths, one can be considered in the middle stage of silence. And when one comprehends 6 or more paths, one is in the late stage of silence. And the silent realm further up, the cultivation of the road seems to be a broken road. Xiaoqi did not really know much about the realm that the supreme being was in. This time, It was as if the group of cultivators here had reached a consensus to go forward and explore the divine tree together. All of them had no intention of striking out at each other until they realized that a chance existed. Then how about I, the Chi family, open the way and you all follow behind us? The voice came out again from the Chi family's carriage. In response, the surrounding group of cultivators did not have any objections, allowing the 9 auger dragons to pull the carriage together. They first rushed towards the direction where the scorched black withered wood was located. Instead, they followed the back of the carriage, each keeping a watchful eye. In the past, that topsy-turvy willow vision stood in the middle of the great wasteland and had never undergone any changes. There is no chance or danger here. It seemed that the willow tree, originally, was part of the great wilderness, for all time. But now, the willow tree vision had disappeared, and they were unable to know what had happened. Only in the void. Xiaoqi looked at the direction the group was traveling and slowly shook his head. As he expected, a brand new branch sprouting out of the charred deadwood was bound to attract the attention of other cultivators. Only, it wouldn't be so easy for these current cultivators to want to touch that scorched black withered wood again. Even the scorched black withered wood was transformed into a vision, and there was no life left in it. These people, doomed to make an empty trip. But Xiaoqi didn't care too much about that. Instead, he was pondering on how to seize this good opportunity to fictionalize his identity now. Someone exists. That can be a wool-gathering opportunity for him. After a moment's thought, the corner of Xiaoqi's mouth curled up into a smile. With that, he let out a long, languid sigh towards the void beyond. All things are silent, but the withered wood will eventually spring, so why should you bother to stir up? The words were not loud, but they were clear enough to reach the ears of all the cultivators here. Vent in time. The group of cultivators who were originally carefully rushing towards where the scorched black deadwood was, all their footsteps came to a halt in unison. The 9 scaly dragons pulling the carriage even instantly prostrated themselves in unison, as if on guard against some danger. The white tiger with 2 wings on its back also subconsciously arched its body, and even that Koan Pang legacy species, at this time, also slightly convergence of wings. Who's talking? Among the cultivators, there were immediately people who looked alarmed and alert to the extreme. Soon, their gazes all landed in unison on the side of the cultivators from the 2 supreme clans again. In this great wasteland, the cultivators of the supreme family were already more powerful than the other cultivators. Now after the divine tree had undergone a mutation, yet someone dared to be so secretive in front of them. However, they were horrified to discover that behind the Koan Pang legacy seed, the old man who came from the Chu clan was also vigilantly watching the 4 directions. It was like there was no sign of any other cultivator's presence. Alas! Suddenly, another sigh came, and even more so, the hearts of all the cultivators couldn't help but tremble violently. There was no trace of that sigh. It was as if it rang out of nowhere, between heaven and earth. Even though they each exerted their divine abilities, trying to search for traces of other cultivators' existence, they found nothing. I wonder who your honor is. Once again, a voice came out from the carriage pulled by the 9 dragons. Immediately afterward, an old man stepped out of the carriage and swept his gaze in all directions. Arching his hand again, he said, I am a member of the Supreme Family Chi family, and I have come to explore the divine tree alteration. He had already declared his family origins, hoping that the other party would sell a few favors. That unknown visitor was unable to even detect a trace of them, which meant that this person's cultivation was far beyond theirs. Just after his words fell, instead, a silence fell around them. Xiaoqi was slow to answer, as if he didn't care too much about them. The crowd of cultivators looked at each other in dismay, and their minds were even guessing the identity of the visitor. Finally, they heard Xiaoqi's voice again, seemingly coming from the ancient years. What is this supreme that you speak of? Aha! Words. All the cultivators here cannot help but heart and soul trembled violently, but also vaguely creepy. Chapter 28, Playing God? What are you going to do if you really show up? I don't know how many years the God tree has existed, but now that it has suddenly disappeared, there must have been some kind of shocking change in this place. Such a strange change would inevitably attract the attention of some ancient existences. All of these cultivators were able to understand this, but what they were horrified by was, this ancient and powerful being didn't even know what the supreme being was. There was even a trace of absurd speculation surfacing in the hearts of some cultivators. That existence, could it be even more ancient than the supreme being's existence? Only this absurd idea was dispelled by them again in a moment. Since ancient times, each supreme being in the heavens and earth could almost be said to have led an era, all of them shaking the world. The supreme family they have passed down is even more talented. How could the name of the supreme being not be known to anyone except for some isolated ancient places in this world or the most remote places in the great wilderness? Thinking of this, the old man who walked out of the Chi family's carriage slowly bowed his hand toward the front again. Could your excellency be a senior who came out from the ancient land? The supreme being is the strongest existence in the heavens and earth, the divine radiance reflecting the heavens for 10,000 years, and the living beings in the world will extol his name. According to their speculations, Xia Qi should be an existence that had come out of some ancient land. As for being older than the supreme being's era, this was completely impossible. But even so, there was no denying the power of Xia Qi. There might be some kind of ancient inheritance that the world's cultivators have never seen before, not to be underestimated. And the void. Xia Qi was also pondering over this old man's narration. Is the world's most powerful being? Could it be that these supreme beings have gotten rid of the silence? It was only when he thought of this that he sent another voice outward. I have slept for too long and forgotten many things, yet I can detect a silent might from you, and it seems that none of you will live much longer. Listening to Xia Qi's words, all the people here looked a little complicated. After stepping into the silence realm, the silence might followed closely, sparing them. They were all seeking ways to extend their lifespan. But why was this senior curious when he sensed the silent might? Pondering in his heart, the Chu clan old man riding on the back of the Kuanpang legacy seat also stepped forward to speak out. Senior, even though we have all comprehended multiple Tao origin, the more we step into the late stage of the silence realm, the denser the momentum of silence becomes. And in the opinion of a being like Senior, we should indeed be considered to not have much time left. He was already able to determine that the unknown being should be an existence that had already surpassed the silent realm. Otherwise, it was impossible that he and the old man from the Qi clan could not even sense the aura of that being. The only way to do this was to surpass them by at least one great realm. And Xia Qi did learn a message from his words. The more one stepped into the late stage of silence, the more dense the momentum of silence became. It seems that even after comprehending multiple Tao origins, it is impossible to erase the momentum of silence. The path of cultivation in this world could be said to be difficult. Figure this out. Xia Qi's heart moved, and he once again transmitted his voice to the outside world. Then the supreme beings you speak of, are they free from the limit of longevity as you are? Supreme was the strongest existence in this world, and that should mean the apex of a cultivator. If that's the case, there should be the ability to escape from the silence, right? But after hearing Xia Qi's inquiry, the crowd here, however, fell into a silence. Supreme being, free from the limit of longevity? The crowd of cultivators looked at each other, their expressions clearly carrying doubts. The gazes converged again on the old men of the two supreme families, the Qi family and the Chu family respectively, but they obviously also seemed to be caught off guard by Xia Qi's question, and actually looked like they didn't know how to answer. Humph, pretending to be a god. Even if you are a cultivator who came out from the ancient land, it must be impossible for you not to know the supreme being. Among the cultivators, the one riding on the back of the white tigress suddenly let out a cold laugh. His gaze swept over the two old men from the Qi and Chu families, his expression filled with mockery. Just a cultivator who hides his tracks has bluffed both of you? Is not what this man says blasphemy against the supreme being? No wonder after those two supreme beings inscribed for all eternity, neither of your two families have ever produced another supreme being. The cultivator on the tiger's back had a wild attitude, and it seemed that since the beginning, he was not afraid of the cultivators of the two supreme families. And for what he said, the brows of the two old men from the Qi and Chu families were furrowed. However, they, yet again, both did not say anything more to the cultivator on the tiger's back, but were still observing the surrounding void. What this cultivator on the tiger's back said wasn't just in contempt of them, it likewise offended that being in the void. You seem to know a lot? Xia Qi's voice did not show any anger, but instead was particularly calm. In fact, it was true that he didn't outright redworm at this man's remark. Just as an immortal god sitting high in the clouds, would he be angered by the words of a mayfly that lives and dies? And he's got this calmness about him, but it is even more so that a group of cultivators here cannot help but be alarmed. They all thought carefully about what Xia Qi had said earlier. Having slept for too long and forgotten many things, it was more like a being that had survived for an unknown number of years. Still pretending, the cultivator on the tiger's back shouted coldly, and the white tiger with wings on its back under its seat followed suit with a guttural low roar. You should also come for the divine tree. Why hide? If this divine tree mutation really has any chance, you can't take it away. His sleeves all fluttered, and a majestic might spread out in all directions, stirring up rolls of dust and smoke in the middle of the great wilderness, and spreading out like ripples. Feeling his might, the expressions of the other cultivators in this place became grave. Even the old men from the two supreme clans stared at the cultivator on the tiger's back, the peak of silence, behind the Kuanpang legacy seed. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of teenage girls behind himself again, but even at this time, these teenage girls did not show any panic. Instead, a young girl in a long pale yellow dress smiled with eyes like crescent moons and said to the old man, Ancestral grandfather. Your old man is afraid that you haven't underestimated the risk this time and are going to put us in danger. The old man shook his head and did not say much. Before exploring the situation of the divine tree, the peak silence power cultivator was already the highest battle force in this place. If there is really any great change here, it is not for him to get involved. But just then, the four directions suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The teenage girls on the back of the Kuanpang legacy seed were all staring intently at the tiger-backed cultivator's side, stunned and speechless. Noticing this, the Chu clan's old man instantly realized that something was wrong and immediately turned his head to look. Into the eyes is a full Snow White. It was a young man who was standing in front of the tiger-backed cultivator with his hands in the air. But before that, no one had ever noticed the appearance of this young man. Even now, they failed to detect any fluctuation of breath from this young man. It is as if this young man does not exist in this heaven and earth at all. Even the tiger-backed cultivator's original emanation of might seemed to have fallen into a stagnation. Only Xiaoqi took a slow step, slowly approaching with that tiger-backed cultivator's glaring sight. Talk to me about what you know. Chapter 29, Xiaoqi, I had planted the willow tree. At some point, the cultivator's body on the tiger's back had long since inexplicably trembled. He seemed to be trying to work the qi and blood in his body to mobilize his might. However, even the might he had previously exuded was as if it had been imprisoned by some invisible force. The rolling smoke and dust, all suspended in mid-air, did not descend. It seemed as if everything had come to a standstill. And under these circumstances, no matter how much the cultivator on the tiger's back tried to work his qi and blood, he was only making his body tremble continuously. He stared tightly at the white-clothed young man in front of him, and roots of blood gradually surfaced in both of his eyes. But he couldn't struggle after all. And the scene, it likewise landed in the sights of the other cultivators around. The gazes they looked at Xiaoqi were instantly filled with deep scorn. The cultivator on that tiger's back was a great power at the peak of the silent realm who had already comprehended the Nine Dao origin. This was already considered the most powerful few even among them. But he, however, could not move in the slightest in front of that young man in white. Then what kind of existence should this young man in white be? You seem to know a lot about the so-called Supreme Being? Xiaoqi opened his mouth once again, faintly inquiring. In this moment, he did still feel that there was a vague surge of energy in his body. This means that he is close to getting feedback. However, his plain words fell on the ears of the other cultivators around him, but it was like a thunderous explosion. This young man in white, does he really not know about the existence of the Supreme Being? But it was so powerful. After struggling fruitlessly, the cultivator on the tiger's back finally gave up struggling and turned to look at Xiaoqi. His complexion was all a bit grim, obviously not expecting that Xiaoqi would be this powerful. Even until now, he surprisingly did not even feel any might on Xiaoqi. I come from the heavenly god's palace, so think carefully. He opened his mouth in a cold voice, but it was like a trapped beast in a cage, making feeble grunts. Temple of Heaven. Xiaoqi silently memorized the name. This sounds like some force in the world. Only then did he turn his head, and his gaze fell on the old man from the Qi clan who was pulling the cart with the 9 dragons. You explain it to me. Hear this. A little sweat oozed out from the forehead of the Qi clan's old man. His mind was racing, as he was constantly thinking about what he had experienced after encountering Xiaoqi. It seems that this being who doesn't know where he comes from is really not aware of the Supreme Being. It was then that he stepped forward and arched his hand. Senior, the Heavenly God Hall is a Dao lineage inheritance that has continued from ancient years to the present day, and although no supreme beings have ever appeared among them, yet, they have also gone through the times of multiple supreme beings. Xiaoqi then nodded slowly. According to the news received so far, it seemed that even that supreme being, who represented the apex of cultivators in the world, had not all lived forever to this day. The cultivation system in this world is indeed greatly problematic. He was all a bit emotional. It was surprising that none of the cultivators could live forever even if they had cultivated to the very top. And this sentiment of his was not deliberately hidden, but instead was able to be heard clearly by all the cultivators here. One time, a wave of horror surged uncontrollably in the hearts of all the cultivators in this place. What this being of unknown origin was lamenting was actually the cultivation system of the world. But since the beginning of time, whether it was them or the legendary supreme beings, they all cultivated in this manner. This would have been a perfectly normal way of practicing for them, not to mention questioning what's wrong with the cultivation system. Think about that. These cultivators' hearts are moreover still all surfaced in impulse. Since this existence of unknown origin claimed that the cultivation system in the world has problems, does that mean that Xiaoqi knows another different cultivation system? But if that was the case, what kind of existence would this white-clothed young man in front of him be? The more he thought about it in his mind, the more uncontrollable this urge to seek the way became. The Qi family's old man finally tried to ask Xiaoqi, Then where did Senior come from? And why do you think our cultivation system? But before he could finish, his words came to an abrupt end. In his expression, a wave of horror was revealed uncontrollably. In the meantime, all the other cultivators around them also froze in their figures at this moment, frozen as if they were wooden. What did they see? Couldn't believe my eyes. In the midst of their gazes, on Xiaqi's side, the void surged. A branch just poked out from the void, followed by the trunk of the tree behind the branch. It was a small tree less than the size of a palm, and there was only one branch and leaf on it. But this branch and leaf, however, was more than familiar to all the cultivators here. It was the branches and leaves of the willow tree. Even though they had shrunk by countless times, and were gently swaying, dropping points of blue light, it still gave people a vague feeling of a power like the divine chain of order. This is the sacred tree? They didn't know why that divine tree that stood at the top of the sky and the earth had turned into its current less than palm-sized appearance. However, such as the Qi family and the Chu family, such as the Supreme family, but all of them have survived the records of that divine tree. That divine tree is just a vision that does not harbor any might, and perhaps it has existed since the beginning of time, as if it were part of this great wilderness. And now, this small willow tree, but clearly already have the power to emanate, actually turned into a living creature. At this point, Xiaqi's gaze also fell on the small willow tree beside him, with some helplessness in his heart. When he stepped out of the void just now, this little willow tree obviously hadn't reacted yet. It wasn't until now that this little willow tree finally stepped out of the void and came to his side, but just for such a short period of time. Xiaqi had already realized that the fluctuation of might emanating from this small willow tree was already catching up to that of a mighty cultivator, but this kind of mighty fluctuation, but different from the silent realm, and also not like that contrary to the sky to change the name of the Gongfu recorded in the realm of life and death. Only then did Xiaqi face the group of cultivators, shaking his head and sighing lightly, sighing for the colt in the gap, the fire in the stone, the body in the dream. I have not yet remembered where I came from, and this world, after all, is not what I remember. The world was not the way he remembered it. The gazes of the group of cultivators here kept changing back and forth on that small willow tree as well as Xiaqi. The horror and shock in his expression also became more and more unmistakable. If they hadn't guessed wrongly, that little willow tree should be inextricably linked to the divine tree vision that had existed in the world 10,000 years ago. And before, this young man in white appeared both with that small willow tree, and even spit out these words that are enough to make all beings in the world horrified. The origin of Nasha rising. At this point, under their watchful eyes, Xiaqi had already reached out and gently stroked up the branches and leaves of the small willow tree, whispering, "When you were first planted, you were also this size." Planting the God tree? Chapter 30. A white knuckle assist. Almost in the first moment when they heard Xiaqi's words, all the cultivators here couldn't believe what they were seeing and hearing. What this young man in white is talking about is planting the divine tree, right? The crowd of cultivators were unconsciously staring dead at the small willow tree beside Xiaqi. This little willow tree, was it a living being transformed by the divine tree's vision or not? This is amazing. Several eras, a number of supreme beings have come to explore the divine tree vision, but the top of the willow tree vision has never changed. It seems to be so for eternity. But now, this white-clothed young man in front of him claimed to have planted this divine tree? What kind of being should he be? That's never going to happen. Only, at this moment, no one dared to raise their voice to question it anymore. No matter what, this white-clothed young man's origin and strength was frighteningly large. Moreover, if there is any chance for the change of the divine tree vision, then the small willow tree beside Xiaqi must be the greatest chance of this place. A being that was transformed by this kind of heaven and earth greatness was afraid that it was destined to be comparable to a supreme being. This time, Xiaqi had already silently checked for feedback. As he expected, his appearance this time was full of spectacle and came up to shock these cultivators. Together with the small willow tree that appeared from the void, there was no need to display any might. Just this selling appearance alone was enough to scare people. With this set of combinations, I ask who can stand it? In this world, it seems that there was once a great change. Where is the supreme being you speak of? Xiaqi turned his head again and inquired to the crowd in front of him. Where is the supreme? However, in response to Xiaqi's question, the faces of the group of cultivators all became more and more complicated. Can't this unknown being say anything normal? Supreme beings were the strongest existences in the world, and each of them had almost always left behind a world-defying legend. Is this something you can just say you want to see? Where do they know where the supreme being is? It was only after a moment of silence, on the back of the Kuan-Pang legacy seed, that the Chu clan's old man slowly stepped forward. Somewhat hesitantly, he said to Xiaqi, "Senior, in this world, there have been at least nearly 10,000 years without another supreme being appearing." Such a supreme power in the heavens and earth as that. It was only possible for one person to appear in an era. If not, how could it be worthy of the name of the supreme being? Xia Qi carefully pondered over the words of the Chu clan's old man, combined with what he had previously learned. Even supreme beings had not truly escaped their lifespan limitations. There should be no living supreme beings in this world. Even if they did, I guess they all have big problems in their current state. He was silent. The group of cultivators in this place then followed in a daze and were speechless. All of this that they had experienced since Xia Qi had appeared was just too shocking. It will take a while for them to digest it properly. Senpai. At that moment, on the back of the Kuan-Pang legacy seed, a young girl wearing a long pale yellow dress suddenly rose. She clenched her hands as if to suppress the unease in her mind. Again, he asked Xia Qi, could it be true that Senior has lived through many years? And how many eras of supreme beings has that been through? The words rang out. The Chu family's old man's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted down to the young girl, Chen-er, you must not be rude. He turned around again and gave a respectful bow to Xia Qi. Little children are spoiled by their families. I hope Senior won't be offended. The cultivator from the Heavenly God Temple was still being suppressed by Xia Qi up to now, his might stagnating and never receding. If Xia Qi blamed his Chu family's descendants, then I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to stop them even if he tried his best. However, Xia Qi's expression did not show the slightest bit of anger, but instead, the corner of his mouth lifted up a warm smile. That's a good point to ask. He had wondered earlier if he wanted to show these people further signs of age, but this is the kind of thing that, if it's too deliberate, it's not as effective in reverse. And now, this young girl's questioning was a good opportunity for him. Only then did he slowly say, I no longer remember how many years I have experienced, and I have slept for so long that the world has changed. With his hands behind his back, he paced for a few steps, and his gaze fell back on the young girl behind the Kuan-Pang legacy seed. As for what you call supreme beings, I have never heard of them in the past, and I don't even know how many supreme ages I have experienced. A being that has been asleep for an unknown number of years, and now with the change in the vision of the divine tree, do they wake up together? Hearing Xia Qi's words, the depths of the eyes of the group of cultivators here could not help but fall into a state of shock. On the other hand, the two old men from the Qi and Chu families passed a glance at each other. They actually know that there are actually existences in this world that have been sleeping for many years. Those existences, in another way, caused themselves to fall into a deep sleep, thus controlling the momentum of silence within them. Only, in doing so, they can no longer walk the earth. There is even the possibility of dying out in a deep sleep. Could it be that Xia Qi was actually an existence that had spent 10,000 ancient years in a deep sleep? But even so, it was also completely beyond their imagination. In this world, is there really someone who can do that? Using the method of falling into a deep sleep by himself, to pass through the ages? Not to mention, it's still an era where no supreme being has ever appeared. Then what realm is Senior at? That young girl once again voiced her inquiry, her voice crisp and full of vigor. It seemed that the uneasiness in her heart had slightly dropped a few points after receiving Xia Qi's reply. After thinking about it, she added, Senior should be much stronger than a great power in the silent realm. Well, that is, the kind of strength of my grandpa, right? Saying that, she even casually pointed at the Chu clan's old man in front of her. The Chu family's old man's face twitched, but in front of Xia Qi, he did not dare to interrupt. Had to remind the young girl with a wink. However, the smirk on Xia Qi's face grew stronger. This girl, she's been sending him opportunities all along. He could also want to understand what kind of realm a cultivator had after becoming a great power. It was then that he lightly smiled and inquired, what realm will you step into after breaking through the silence realm? The young girl seemed to be pondering, her soulful eyes fluttering and blinking a few times. Only then did he add, it should be the patriarchs of the clans, or the head teacher of each Taoist system that realm. Each of them has lived past the limit of the silent realm's lifespan, so at least they must have lived around 4,000 years in the world, right? After the silent realm, there really were realms. Xia Qi's heart fluttered. Even though a cultivator of the silence realm had comprehended the nine Dao origin, which could extend his lifespan, the more he stepped into the late silent stage, the more powerful the silence might within his body would become. According to Xia Qi's prediction, in fact, even if he stepped into the peak of the silent realm, he should not live for 4,000 years at most without suffering any changes. And in this world, there were even cultivators who had lived to around 4,000 years. Afterward, his gaze fell back on the Chu clan's old man. Since that young girl only had a general understanding of the realm after silence, this kind of cultivator who had already reached the peak of the silence realm would have known about the realm after that. Noticing Xia Qi's gaze, the Chu clan's old man could not help but ooze some sweat on his forehead. He had no choice but to reply. My Chu clan patriarch had mentioned that it was the Void Dao realm, but exactly how it is, My juniors aren't sure. Not even a cultivator at the peak of the silent realm? Xiaoqi was a bit stunned. Chapter 31. He is the greatest opportunity. When you step into the peak of silence, your lifespan will eventually have a limit. If we do not seek a breakthrough, we will only return to silence. But even the clansmen of the Supreme Family did not know the specifics of the next realm? Is the path of cultivation in this world so problematic? Natsuki was all a bit belabored. After thinking about it, he then asked the Chu clan elder again. How many years have you already lived through? More than 3,200 years. The Chu clan's old man respectfully returned. Over 200 years old. Stepping into the peak of silence, Xiaoqi recalled back to that great Xia ancestor in the great Xia ancestral ground, who had lived for almost 2,000 years even though he had only comprehended 3 Tao origins. That is to say, after comprehending more of the Tao origin, the cultivator's longevity enhancement would gradually become minimal as the silent momentum increased. Look at it this way. Instead, at the beginning when the spirit platform is 9 buckles, the increase in longevity is the most, and the power of silence is even more, almost none. Xiaoqi was secretly staggered. It's all a bit counterintuitive. After figuring this out, Xiaoqi was considered to have a deeper understanding of the cultivation system of this world. Only then did he look at the young girl behind the Kuanpang legacy seat again, casually raising a hand. You are very good. Your heart to seek the Tao is firm. You will achieve something in the future. Bent in time. Around that young girl, there were then points of light that flashed and merged back into her body. See this scene. The Chu clan's old man's subconscious mind tightened. But soon, he noticed that there wasn't the slightest hint of destructive might in the dots of light around the young girl. Instead, it is filled with an unspeakable vitality. It was life enough to override the might of the silence. That young girl was also curiously surveying the light around her at that moment, her eyes all reflecting into a radiance. Under this kind of might, her body couldn't help but levitate. It wasn't until the dots of light faded that she tried to carefully move her body. And after, as if she had discovered something, her face was filled with astonishment as she hurriedly looked at the Chu clan's old man in front of her. Ancestral grandfather, the silent momentum within me seems to have become much weaker. She was originally a silent realm cultivator who had comprehended an origin, although they were not very old. But like her and the teenage girls around her, they were all cultivators who had stepped into the silent realm. The bloodline of the Supreme Family was already especially extraordinary. The old man of the Chu clan looked deeply at this young girl before he finally came back to his senses and hurriedly waved his hand at her. Chen why don't you follow me and thank Senior? Although he did not know exactly what kind of divine ability Xiaoqi had performed, he was able to perceive that the momentum of silence within Chu Chenner's body had been drastically suppressed by the vitality. Perhaps in the future, even if Chu Chenner did not go back to comprehending the origin, she should still have a longevity that was difficult to compare to other cultivators. This must be a chance creation. And around a crowd of cultivators at this time also have long been heart-stirring ups and downs, giving life and suppressing silence. Isn't this exactly the chance that all cultivators in the world are struggling for? Cultivators, all seek immortality. For them, the best chance in the world was naturally the chance to extend their lifespan. However, Xiaoqi was able to do so casually, which was something that even the sect leaders and patriarchs of those Taoist lineages were absolutely unable to accomplish. Thank you, Elder. Under the gaze of the other cultivators' eager eyes, Chu Chenner respectfully bowed to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi nodded with a light smile, before looking around. You want to come here to seek opportunities, but here, there is nothing you want, and I am not stopping you. Just, after a fruitless search, don't stir up that stump much longer. With that, he gently stroked the small willow tree rooted in the chaotic mist beside him. And as for what Natsuki said, the crowd of cultivators were all silent. By now, where could they not see that the little willow tree was undoubtedly the original greatest chance of this place, and this chance had fallen into the hands of Xiaoqi? Or maybe, even this small willow tree was just a chance left behind casually in the past by this existence in front of him that had awakened from the ancient ages. Right now, the greatest chance should be this ancient existence in front of him. When you have departed, you may also make it clear to the world that you must not stir up too much, Xiaoqi added to the crowd. In response, the crowd of cultivators had all long since placed their postures in a respectful manner, and they all nodded their heads in succession. We bear that in mind. If there was this ancient existence guarding this place in the future, then even the sect masters and patriarchs of those Tao lineages would not come here easily, and they know it well. Wait until they leave from this place and report what happened here. Then I'm afraid that the many Tao lineages in the world would also be shocked beyond measure. An ancient existence of unknown ages walked out of this place with a being transformed by the divine tree's visions. Then what kind of realm should this being be? And can it be compared to the supreme being? Xiaoqi took in their reactions and was calculating in his heart. With these people around, they should be able to proclaim his deeds today all together. When that time came, the world would surely have one more legend with the identity of a tree man like him. Again, it's bound to bring him some level of feedback. He's already summarized the second law of wool gathering. It's not just about the immediate wool. It's about the flock learning to diffuse my influence and provide me with more wool, even if those fleeces don't belong to me at the moment. Sure, based on the first law of wool gathering that the wool comes from the sheep. Before wool gathering, it is also still necessary to give the sheep enough grass to eat. Subsequently, Xiaoqi waved his sleeve towards the crowd again as if casually. I know that you have all come here for something. And now, since you have met me, let me give you something as well. The words just fell. The group of cultivators in this place then noticed that in mid-air, bits of light suddenly fell. Those radiances were just like the radiance that had previously disappeared into Chu Chenner's body, which contained a rich vitality. It's just that, in comparison, the vitality contained in these glows seems to be more like some kind of primer. The cultivators were all sensing carefully. They inexplicably had a feeling that it seemed that as long as they were able to incorporate this radiance into their bodies, they would be able to awaken a portion of the vitality within themselves, thus slightly suppressing the momentum of silence. And, not only were they cultivators, but even the mounts they rode, the ancient beasts, each had a bit of light floating and sinking in the void. For a moment, a strong stirring rose in the hearts of the cultivators, wanting to immediately incorporate the radiance into their bodies. Still, out of caution, they all forced down their minds. After all, even though the power displayed by Xiaoqi had exceeded their expectations, but if there were any means lurking within this radiance, it would be too terrifying. However, when they came back to their senses, Xiaoqi's figure, however, had already disappeared. Only the front, the cultivator of the temple of the heavenly god. A faint pitch-black mist gradually emerged around his body. It was the momentum of silence. Chapter 32. The decaying wooden ship sailing the void. Black gas filled the air and the silence raged. In only a short period of time, the heavenly god temple cultivator was swallowed up by the black mist, and was thus reduced to silence. But in the process, the cultivator had failed to even let out a hiss. Only the white tiger under his seat was lying on its back, unable to stop trembling. Watching the scene, the hearts of all the cultivators were even more shocked. A peak mighty cultivator who had comprehended the Nine Dao origin died just like that? In front of that ancient existence, death is silent and cannot set off any waves. How could others dare to insult a being like that? Even until now, they still couldn't imagine what kind of realm Xiaoqi actually existed in. Come back to your senses. All of them again each looked at the sporadic light beside them, and these points of light that seemed to contain vitality were, after all, just a casual act of that being, an existence that has awakened from the ancient ages and is now present in the world. Does it mean that some kind of change is going to happen in this world? The chief family's old man lamented, with a complex expression. With all that was happening here now, they would inevitably have to report back, and perhaps that being would initiate a shocking change. Xiaoqi also didn't understand what kind of realm he was actually considered in this world right now. His fictitious identities are all beings that have descended from ancient times. Under these feedbacks, his Tao is different from all the cultivators in this world, and his method is far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. But one thing is certain. Even a mighty cultivator at the peak of the silent realm was like an ant in front of him. He was able to bestow a surge of vitality to silent realm cultivators at will, suppressing the tendency of silence within their bodies. Naturally, they could also easily destroy the vitality in their bodies and allow the momentum of silence to spread, even regardless of the strength that could truly be exerted. This could be completely attributed to the difference in realms. It is as if the world is silent and I am the only law. However, just because Xiaoqi didn't care about the clamor of a mole, it didn't mean that he wasn't careful. The one who is open-minded and untainted is the tree planter who has awakened from the ancient ages. What does it have to do with me, Xiaoqi? Xiaoqi looked back at the direction of the group of cultivators at the back and silently calculated the next plan in his mind. He was still waiting for these people to go back and spread the news of this place, thus giving him more feedback. Now, he had gotten to know more about the Great Wasteland. Many Taoist lineages are distributed in the Great Wasteland, and all the world's cultivators are renewing their broken paths and seeking a longer lifespan. Among them, there were even cultivators who were good enough to amaze an era and achieve supremacy. And all this means even more room to play for Xiaoqi. He stepped out with an unhurried pace. However, the space around him was constantly shifting, making his speed swift. After walking along the path those cultivators had come from, a region with flourishing grass and trees soon appeared in front of Xiaoqi. The spiritual qi of the heavens and earth here was also beginning to become dense, compared to the situation over at the Great Summer Ancestral Land. Even though there was the existence of heaven and earth aura, it was extremely disorganized. This place is more like a particularly complete heaven and earth, and it's endless. While he was walking, Xiaoqi's footsteps suddenly lurched. Feeling the surge of energy coming from within his body, his eyebrows raised slightly. The Empress stepped into the realm of birth and death so quickly and became a great power? The feedback he felt coming from the Empress had become more and more majestic. Likewise, he was given a portion of the subsequent chapters of that reversal. Just as in this world, even after a cultivator has comprehended the nine Tao origin, there is still a broken path to continue. There were also subsequent realms in the cultivation system brought about by that heaven-defying reform technique. The realm of the void Tao. Xia Qi pondered over the realm of cultivators in this world after the great powers. I don't know what the corresponding realm of this heaven-defying and life-changing technique will be like. It was estimated that by the time the Empress became more successful in her cultivation, she should be able to provide him with more subsequent chapters of the Gongfu. Also, I don't know what else the Empress had done, but Xia Qi had actually found that the feedback of the national fortune had also increased a lot in these feedbacks. Once we turn around here, we'll go back to Daxia and have a look around. He hadn't really explored much of that part of the heaven and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located either. As night fell, high in the sky were countless stars, glowing in various colors. In this world, there are 3 bright moons hanging high in the sky, but they take on 3 different forms: crescent, semicircle, and circle. It hasn't changed since the beginning of time. And just under the night sky, there are cultivators flying through from time to time, or riding on swords, or riding on ancient beasts, or riding the wind out of the void. They soon each stood in a side of the void, all gazing at the sky with a grave expression. Have the cultivators from the 2 supreme families, the Qi family and the Chu family, come? I wonder if you all have ascertained what kind of changes have occurred with the divine tree vision in the depths of the great wilderness. The gazes of the crowd of cultivators quickly converged on the side of the 2 cultivators. In this region south of the great wilderness, the Qi family and the Chu family were the 2 supreme families that all cultivators could not ignore. All of them have produced supreme beings, and even have tens of thousands of years of accumulated heritage. Even in the entire great wilderness, they definitely belong to a transcendent existence. There is no need for you all to be in a hurry. Not only us, but all the other Tao lineages should have also sent people forward to investigate the divine tree's visions, and it shouldn't take too long for there to be news. The Qi clan's cultivators stood on top of the carriage, and there were several auger dragons pulling the carriage, exuding a hefty divine might. It was rumored that the supreme father of the Qi family had subdued 9 overwhelmingly powerful auger dragons in the world, which were thereafter used to pull carts. As a result, many of the descendants of the Qi family followed suit. The divine tree vision has not changed in countless years, and now, in this deep space, another existence is about to descend. At the head of a huge foreign bird, the Chu family's cultivator had his hands behind his back, gazing into the deep space and letting out a sigh. Perhaps some kind of change is going to happen in this heaven and earth. Changes in heaven and earth. In response to what the Chu clan cultivator said, the other cultivators in the surroundings were silent. A change in the divine tree vision in the depths of the great wilderness had indeed never occurred to anyone. But this world, from time to time, there will be monuments to the world. If you say to change the situation, should not be so fast. At this point, a fluctuation came from the night sky, but it interrupted the thoughts of all the cultivators. They all raised their heads unanimously and looked out in the direction from which the fluctuation came. In the depths of the night sky, there were suddenly invisible ripples spreading out, disturbing the clouds and making the projections of the stars and buckets seem to be wrapped up in the ripples. And at the center of the ripples, but there was a huge black shadow that gradually emerged. As if breaking through the water, the prow of a sailing ship was revealed in full view of the crowd. It was a wooden sailing ship, with a darkened bow showing, and traces of decay all over it. I can't believe it. This scene can be seen. The cultivators of the Qi and Chu clans, however, all changed their faces in unison. They knew that even though this rotten wooden ship seemed to be in a state of disrepair, as if it would soon be completely withered away in the course of time, they knew that the ship would soon be completely withered away in the course of time. However, it is well documented by both of them that the decaying ship has been sailing for an unknown number of years. Even in the times of the various supreme beings, this decaying wooden ship was already in its current form. Chapter 33, The Sacred Land of Shiho. Holy Maiden, you presumptuously stole the clan's greatest treasure and rebelled against my Shihi Holy Land. And now that the stolen goods have been captured, do you have any more sophistry? Deafening angry shouts resounded, like a flood of thunder, echoing endlessly from between the mountains. In the mountains, many cultivators are all gazing at the same direction, and their expressions are complicated to the extreme. The direction they were gazing at was one of the tallest peaks among the mountains, towering into the clouds, with even more blazing light shining down from the top. It made the clouds that twisted around the mountainside reflect gold. Great elders, you still don't believe me? A voice rang out from the highest mountain peak. The might was not as strong as the previous voice, but the clear and pleasant voice carried a touch of perseverance. If I were greedy for the sect's greatest treasure, why would I need to act like this? It's just that you guys are more willing to believe senior sister, simply because she's the sect master's personal disciple. As the gusts of might emanated from this place, high in the sky, Xiaoqi was overlooking the great hall and the highest mountain peak below with great interest. A branch of the small willow tree beside me swayed, and behind Xiaoqi seemed to be probing and looking down. This is a false accusation? Natsuki rubbed his chin. He was originally walking the world, exploring this vast world located in the middle of a great wilderness. As he had previously understood, the territory south of this great wilderness was called the Southern Wasteland by the cultivators. The two supreme clans, the Qi clan and the Chu clan, were located right in the Southern Wasteland. He had planned to, first, search for the place where the Qi and Chu families were located in the Southern Wasteland and see if he could find an opportunity to fictionalize an identity. These two families, as supreme inheritances, could definitely be able to bring him greater feedback. However, after traveling in the Southern Wasteland for some time, he realized that the mountains had a rich heaven and earth aura that was hard to match in any other region. And here, it turned out to be a sect Dao with a notable heritage. In particular, the words that constantly resounded from this Dao inheritance attracted his attention. In that great hall, a large group of cultivators were converging at this moment. Standing at the top of the great hall was an old cultivator with white hair and a face full of anger, staring at a woman in a long green dress kneeling in front of him, and deep in the bottom of his eyes, there was still a touch of pain. Don't talk nonsense. That old cultivator waved his sleeve heavily. Since today, Aishiha Holy Land deprive you of the position of the Holy Maiden and order you to think about it for 100 years. Can you accept it? His words fell. The woman kneeling in the hall, however, clenched her fists in death, her body constantly trembling, seemingly filled with endless grief and anger. Her eyes were actually still emanating a faint, dense light, magnificent and divine. Only the corners of her eyes still held tears. Discipleship. But without waiting for her to say anything, among the cultivators on both sides of the hall, a young girl had already come forward and bowed to the old cultivator at the top of the hall. Great Elder, the Holy Maiden must still have bitter feelings. Perhaps the most precious treasure is beneficial to her pair of heavenly eyes, the young girl said, and looked accusingly at the woman beside her. She clearly looks far inferior to the Holy Maiden beside her, but her dress is much more gorgeous, and at this time, she is even more of a pitiful appearance. It was as if it was not the Holy Virgin who was being punished. In the sky, Xiaoqi watched the scene with a gradually odd expression. He had only one comment to make about this sight: the canon. Is this because you think that Grand Elder's punishment for the Holy Maiden is too light? Xiaoqi saw the clue at a glance. He, who was familiar with all kinds of online articles before crossing over, was simply more than familiar with the current situation. Isn't that a false accusation? White Lotus falsely accuses the Holy Maiden, and then has to put on a pitiful face. But in reality, when Miss White Lotus said something about the Holy Maiden having bitter intentions, she was actually saying that the crimes committed by the Holy Maiden had still not been truly revealed, and that there must be another conspiracy. He didn't care too much about this, but was assessing the Shiha Holy Land below. Let's see if there's a need for a fictitious identity here. Nowadays, among his fictionalized identities, the one that seemed to have the worst strength was Yi Chen's ancestor, in addition to the Great Summer's ancestor. Both identities, however, brought unexpected feedback, and regardless of the fact that the feedback from the Great Summer's first emperor had directly provided him with the technique to change his fate against the heavens, just the identity of Yi Chen's ancestor alone allowed Xiaoqi to truly feel the power of the bloodline power. And Xiaoqi vaguely felt that the bloodline of Yi Duan's clan did not seem to be that simple. Even after he had awakened a trace of bloodline power within Yi Chen's body, he clearly felt that the trace of bloodline that Yi Chen possessed contained a more divine power than even the cultivators of the Qi and Shu families that came from the Supreme Family. Yi Duan said that his ancestor had walked out of the Great Wasteland. This doesn't seem to be that simple. Xiaoqi Du has many speculations. Collecting these thoughts, he continued to look at the Shiha sacred ground below. He was able to tell that this Grand Elder of the Shiha Holy Land was also a peak powerhouse who had comprehended the Nine Dao origin. But compared to the Supreme Family, at present, this Shiha Holy Land seems to be much weaker. In the Great Hall, the Holy Maiden slowly looked at the young girl beside her, her gaze cold to the extreme. Senior sister, is the status of the Holy Maiden worth it? It's nothing more than being able to allow you to travel to the upper sect. But don't forget that the Zixihe Supreme Being at the time actually walked out from this holy land of ours. Her words were tinged with sadness, but always firm. While high above the sky, Xiaoqi raised his eyebrows. It sounds like there was a Supreme Being in this Shiha Holy Land? It was just that there should still be a big gap between this place and the true Supreme Dao. But this is not a problem at all for Xiaoqi, but rather a better opportunity. Enough. the Grand Elder at the top of the Great Hall interrupted them with a deep shout. Chang Yao, you go forward on your own to contemplate, and you may not step out of the bottom of the peak for 100 years. However, before his words fell, the holy maiden Chang Yao suddenly stood up. Elder, I'm not convinced. She gazed at the Grand Elder, her expression filled with determination. If the patriarch was bent on replacing the holy maiden, he could have come out and spoken to me instead of performing such devious tricks. Sovereign? Words. The Grand Elder's expression tightened, and he seemed to subconsciously glance toward the back. As for the crowd of cultivators on both sides of the Great Hall, their faces changed in unison, and a touch of panic was evident in their expressions. And right at this moment, a vicissitude voice suddenly resounded from this place. Grand Elder, do you still want to show favoritism and shelter her? The tone of that voice was bland, but it gave off an irrefutable interrogative undertone. The Grand Elder's figure froze, and then he let out a dark sigh. Immediately afterward, that vicissitude voice resounded once again. Chang Yao, you denigrate the upper sect and talk about Shiha Supreme. This seat will punish you again for taking your own spirit eyes heavenly eyes to pay for your sins. Upon hearing this voice, almost all of the cultivators in the entire hall couldn't help but tremble in their shapes. These words clearly contained an irresistible and terrifying might. Even the two of them, the Grand Elder and Chang Yao, were both shaken under that might, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. In the Great Hall, there was a dead silence. Yeah, I do think that she's quite right. But suddenly, a gentle voice suddenly resounded in the dead silent hall, and even the might that had originally filled the hall was dissipated. Chapter 34, holding the sun and moon in his hands and picking the stars. Xia Qi had already arrived in this great hall. With his hands behind his back, he walked slowly to the center of the crowd as if he were walking idly, and his gaze landed on the holy maiden Chang Yao, nodding his head gently. However, for some reason, from Xia Qi's gaze, Chang Yao even saw an inexplicable meaning, but that wasn't what she cared about at the moment at all. Rather, who was this white-clothed young man who had suddenly appeared in the Shiha Holy Land? The same doubt appeared in the hearts of everyone in the Great Hall together. They were very certain that there was absolutely no such a cultivator in the Shihi Holy Land. White clothes fluttering, double sleeves like clouds, as if in the clouds, not stained by the world. He is too dusty, more like a misty existence that does not belong to this world. Your Excellency is, at the top of the Great Hall. The Grand Elder forced himself to suppress his mind and arched his hand towards Xia Qi. Now the patriarch of their Zixihi Holy Land is going to use the excuse to take away the position of the Holy Maiden. And even more so, he wants to forcefully take that pair of spiritual eyes, heavenly eyes of the Holy Maiden. Under such circumstances, there was a cultivator of unknown origin who appeared without warning in the sect hall of their Shiha Holy Land. It's no wonder they're not wary. Xia Qi's face always had a light and shallow smile, and he just nodded his head towards the Grand Elder, as if he had known the Grand Elder for a long time. But his eyes were more like looking at a junior. Immediately, Xia Qi's line of sight went back to the back of the Great Hall, and the smile on his face tightened for a few moments. He said faintly, "Is this how you become the head of a clan?" Aha! Hearing the questioning implication in Xia Qi's words, all the cultivators in the hall could not help but stiffen their expressions. A wave of dismay and amazement even welled up in their hearts. No! Who the hell is this person? Why did he dare to intrude into their Zixihi sacred land alone? And as soon as he came here, he even directly questioned their patriarch? Grand Elder, Chang Yao, is this person here by your collusion with the intent to rebel against the clan? At the back of the Great Hall, the voice full of vicissitudes resounded once again. He was obviously already guessing where Xia Qi came from. However, in response to the patriarch's questioning, both the Grand Elder and Chang Yao's hearts were filled with doubt. The two of them glanced at each other, both seeing a wave of incomprehension in the other's eyes. But this time, Xia Qi's words had sounded leisurely. In this world, who is claiming invincibility, and who dares to say that he is undefeated? As the head of a clan, one should break the idols in one's heart, and talk about denigrating the clan. And what is there to talk about the Supreme Being? These words not only echoed in the Great Hall, but also resounded throughout the mountains of the Zixihi Holy Land. While falling on the ears of the cultivators, this was even more of an admonishment. But on the contrary, they have absolutely no idea who this person is. But Site Sacred Land is in the middle of the mountains. The cultivators who had been paying attention to the upper head of the hall, on the other hand, could not help but look at each other in dismay. Who showed up in the middle of the Great Hall? Why does it sound like it's admonishing the patriarch? Could it be that there is still a certain ancestor who has been in seclusion for many years in our Shihi Holy Land? They are even more speculative. It was really because Xia Qi had appeared too suddenly, and with such a strong stance, he had reprimanded the patriarch in the sect hall. This made them all think that perhaps there was a certain ancestor in the Shiha Holy Land who had not yet returned to silence. It was after seeing the chaos in the sacred land of Shiha that he came out of seclusion and at this point, in the middle of the great hall, a figure finally walked out from the back. It was a middle-aged man with graying temples, wearing a greenish-blue Taoist robe, with a hint of vicissitude in his eyes. Sovereign. Seeing this, all the cultivators in the great hall hurriedly bowed to this middle-aged man. Their gazes subconsciously fell on Xiaoqi again, but they saw that Xiaoqi was still calm and relaxed. Master, this person must be a helper colluded by Chang Yao and the others. In the crowd, the young girl who had previously identified Chang Yao suddenly came in front of the Shiha Holy Land patriarch and reached out to point at Xiaoqi. It seems that Chang Yao stole the clan's greatest treasure. Fearing that it was for the purpose of taking it to this person, there was still a flash of pleasure in the depths of her eyes. However, the patriarch of the CC Sacred Land did not say anything more on this, but was gazing at Xiaoqi. Fellow Taoist should also be a cultivator who has stepped out of silence. Why did you come to my Shihi Holy Land? A monk who steps out of the silence? At those words, the hearts and minds of all the people in the Great Hall were condensed. Even though they had long speculated about Xiaoqi, they still could not help but feel shocked when they heard the words of the patriarch now. To be able to step out of the silence realm. In this world, one must be an existence that was already famous thousands of years ago. Xiaoqi, however, always looked casual and careless. He swept his eyes around, as if he was feeling something, before he sighed softly. It's just a revisit to his hometown. The words seemed to be wrapped in a vicissitude so thick that it could not be melted. He came to fictionalize his identity. Of course, there had been supreme beings that had come out of this Shihi Holy Land. Then his room to play here could be even greater than in the midst of a supreme family like the Qi family and the Chu family. Hometowns? The patriarch of the Zixihi Holy Land frowned slightly. Now that my Zixihi Holy Land is punishing traitorous disciples, does your excellency want to come and intervene as well? As he spoke, a strong might was emitted from his surroundings. The Qi and blood surged, suddenly sweeping through the entire Zixihi sacred ground and spreading even farther away. For a moment, all the cultivators in the entire Shiha Holy Land were trembling with fear over it. Even the many living beings in the mountains outside the Shiha Holy Land were scattered as if they had sensed some terrifying aura. This kind of might had long surpassed peak great powers by an unknown amount. However, Xiaoqi, was as if he had not realized it. Instead, he no longer paid attention to the patriarch of the Shiha Sacred Land and took a step to the side of the holy maiden Changyao. A gentle smile spread on his face. I see the shadow of Shiha in you. When she was young, she was as resolute and certain as you are, and never feared the many injustices imposed on her by the world. He smiled more and more as if he was remembering something. And at this point, Chang Yao, who was originally still suffering from the raging might of the Shiha Holy Land Patriarch's suppression, inexplicably felt a lightening of her body. She subconsciously looked up at Xiaoqi, her eyes filled with dismay and confusion. Just now, what did she hear? Who is seen in her? How does it sound like? This white-clothed young man in front of him has seen that Shiha Supreme in the legend? The other cultivators around were even more horrified. Xiaoqi's words were too astonishing. The name of the Supreme Being, he even said it casually. A ripple likewise rose in the gaze of the patriarch of the Shiha Holy Land as he gazed at Xiaoqi. The powerful pressure he exuded was as if it didn't exist in front of this young man. This man, what is his origin? Even in the various supreme Tao lineages, he had never heard of such a cultivator. However, Xiaoqi never paid any attention to the surrounding crowd. Instead, he slowly raised one hand and said, holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. Traces of my existence are no longer seen in the years, but the legacy left by the deceased is still visible. And now, as I did back then, I will renew her legacy again. Chapter 35, The Supreme Being's Old Man. The words were loud and scary. Xiaoqi was nowhere to be seen in all the years, and the CC Supreme Being was actually all his deceased. The hearts of all the cultivators in the Great Hall could not help but set off waves of shock. How did this young man sound like an existence that had come out of the ancient ages? But it's totally unbelievable. The brow of the sacred land of Shiha's patriarch was even more furrowed, and his heart was in a constant state of speculation. Is this man talking big to cajole him? However, he could not detect any fluctuation in his breath from Xiaoqi's body. It was as if Xiaoqi did not exist in this world at all, without a trace. Even, he had already predicted that perhaps Xiaoqi was a few points stronger than even he, a cultivator who had already stepped into the Void Dao realm. But why would a cultivator like that need to lie to him? And Xiaoqi had stopped talking. He was just silently checking for feedback. The previous behavior, no matter what, had begun to make the cultivators of this Shiha Holy Land speculate about his identity and origin. That would naturally give him some feedback. The identity that he was going to fictionalize now was an existence that had seen the young Zixihi Supreme Being, and even more so, had guided that Zixihi Supreme Being, although he didn't even know exactly what kind of experience the Zixihe Supreme Being had right now. He thought that the Zixihe Supreme Being's influence in this southern wasteland should not be any greater than that of the Supreme Beings of the Qi family and the Chu family. Or, the era of its existence is even longer than the Supreme Beings of these two families. Therefore, the cultivators of this Shiha Holy Land didn't necessarily know much about the Shiha Supreme Being, and just as he was checking the feedback, Xia Qi suddenly felt that, seemingly invisibly, he detected an inexplicable connection in this Shiha Holy Land. So, Xia Qi then followed that connection and reached forward. Immediately after, a ray of light then surfaced in his palm as well. The light dispersed and transformed into a golden hairpin that resembled jade and a tree branch, which did not have any lines carved on it, and had an ancient shape. But within this hairpin, it was as if it contained a great sun, blazing with an internalized golden light that emanated a scorching temperature. But just the next moment this hairpin appeared, Xia Qi then felt again that the feedback in his body had increased a little more, and in the middle of the hall, a group of cultivators even subconsciously trembled. This is the greatest treasure of my Shiha Holy Land. How could it be? How did it come to be in his hands? As for the sacred land patriarch of Shiha, at this moment, they even couldn't help but take a step backward. He was also staring at the hairpin in Xia Qi's hand with a deadly stare, his pupils slightly dilated. Who exactly are you? At this moment, his voice grew a few shades sharper. Many speculations kept surfacing in his mind. Previously, Xia Qi had said that he had met the young Zixihe Supreme, and even after countless years, even Zixihe Supreme was considered to be his late friend, and that hairpin is the most precious treasure of their Shiha Holy Land. Legend has it that when Supreme Zixihe walked out of the Zixihe Holy Land, he left this item behind, and even though Supreme Zixihe hadn't yet become a supreme being at that time, he was already a world-renowned talent who had amazed an era. This object has been passed down for many years, and has been stored in their Sai Holy Land, subject to the incense offerings of later generations of disciples. But even the patriarch of the Shiha sacred land would find it difficult to mobilize this hairpin, and would have to lay down a large formation with some kind of close connection to this hairpin to be able to cast a spell or two. But today, Xia Qi had easily recruited the hairpin and held it in his hand? Could it be that what Xia Qi had said earlier was true? Xia Qi, however, did not pay any attention to the sectional sovereign of Shiha sacred land, but looked at the golden hairpin in his hand. He was able to feel the majestic energy contained in this hairpin, and it was even more like it was still harboring some kind of spirit. Artifacts have a spirit. If it really nurtures a spirit, then this hairpin should not be too. This hairpin, it's the greatest treasure of the Shiha Holy Land? He had validated his earlier thoughts. If it was said that the holy maiden Chang Yao had stolen the clan's greatest treasure, that was simply impossible. This thing, clearly stored in the depths of the Zixihe Holy Land, where it is filled with many prohibitions and formations. It should be that even the Zixihe Holy Land patriarch in front of him would have to make some effort if he wanted to enter. What's more, this holy maiden Chanya was only a middle-stage silent realm powerhouse. If she knows that the Shiha Holy Land, which she had walked out of, has now been reduced to such a state, she should also be particularly disappointed. Xia Qi sighed softly and shook his head before he finally looked at the Holy Lord of the Shiha Holy Land. As the head of a clan, framing the holy maiden together with your disciples, and even attempting to seize a pair of her eyes, you're considered to be the head of this clan. Word strike. He spread out his palms and allowed the golden hairpin in his hands to float in the air. Seeing this, the Shiha Holy Land patriarch's eyes instantly widened. He was able to feel that at this moment, that golden hairpin actually brought him an unspeakable sense of crisis. Then naturally he wouldn't sit on his hands. With a wave of his big hand, it was as if he was trying to mobilize the terrifying might of heaven and earth to forcefully suppress Xia Qi. However, as a golden light flashed by, all the movements of the Shiha sacred land's sovereign ceased. The blazing firelight scorched up on the body of the patriarch of the Shiha Holy Land, but he remained motionless. In just a few moments, he was reduced to a cloud of ashes. And the scene, it was even more clearly and incomparably falling in the eyes of all the cultivators in the Great Hall, causing endless panic to well up in their hearts with difficulty. The Grand Elder's eyes were even widened and his lips were lightly trembling. He knew very well that the patriarch was an existence that had stepped out of silence and entered the Void Dao realm. As the lord of a Dao lineage inheritance, the patriarch of the Zixihe Holy Land should be no better even compared to the sect leaders and patriarchs of the major supreme Dao lineage inheritances. But to die so casually in front of Xia Qi? Not even his resistance made the slightest ripple. Then what kind of existence should this white-clothed young man in front of him be? Is it really an ancient cultivator who has endured countless years and has even seen the Zixihe Supreme Being with his own eyes? Until then, a terrified scream broke the silence of the moment. That was the young girl who originally stood beside the patriarch of the Shiha sacred land, and she was the patriarch's personal disciple. But at this time, the Grand Elder had no time to care. He clearly noticed that Xiaqi's gaze clearly fell on his side. Without waiting for the Grand Elder to react, Xiaqi had already opened his mouth with a light smile. I am aware of your difficulties, and in the current Shiha Holy Land, you have performed reasonably well and will not be pursued for the time being. Earlier, this Grand Elder had only allowed the holy maiden Changyao to think about her for 100 years, but in reality, he was blessing Changyao. Instead, what the Shiha Holy Land sovereign really wanted was Changyao's pair of spiritualized heavenly eyes. Only then did Xiaqi look at Changyao again and waved his hand, signaling her to get up. I had no intention of getting involved in the feuds of you later generations, but back then, she wouldn't have wished to see that either. In that case, I'm kind of relieved of one of her hang-ups. From the beginning to the end, Xiaqi's words carried an implication that was enough to startle all the cultivators here. When he really had an old relationship with Supreme Shiho, he was a deceased member of the Supreme Being. Chapter 36, Changes in Heaven and Earth, Ryoko. It was only then that the Grand Elder finally came back to his senses, and as if waking up from a dream, he was busy bowing to Xiaqi. Could Senior be a certain ancestor of my Shiha Holy Land from countless years ago? Even though he was, his mind had been complicated to the extreme. The era of the Zixihe Supreme Being could have been more than 100,000 years from now. This was too long ago even for worldly cultivators. It's almost legendary already. But since Xiaqi was the deceased of Supreme Emperor Shiha, didn't that mean that he had already survived for at least more than 100,000 years? Even further back? In the Grand Hall, all the cultivators, including the holy maiden Changyao, were also gazing at Xiaqi. And now all this has happened, making it difficult to calm their agitated hearts. An ancient existence that came out of legends, beyond their knowledge, and almost shouldn't exist in this world. Even more so, after showing up in the Grand Hall of their Shiha Holy Land, with a wave of his hand, he killed the patriarch who had already stepped into the Void Dao realm. I am only afraid that today, they have already witnessed the legend. Xiaqi silently checked the feedback while looking at the crowd. He knew that the big opportunity this was coming. And then, a touch of calmness as if he had surveyed the world unfolded in his complexion. Time is too long ago. I have already forgotten a lot. I just remember that there is some connection with this Shiha Holy Land. Or perhaps it was by chance when she woke up from a dream. She saw her as a young girl, determined to cultivate the way, walking alone in the darkness, and then she was guided in the right direction for her. These words, at first glance, seem to be in the clouds, not knowing what they mean, but all the cultivators just a little thought. They cannot help but recall the previous speculation on the Summer Up calendar. The person mentioned by Xiaqi must be the CC Supreme when he was young, and on reflection, they were even more alarmed. On the occasion of waking up from a dream, I met the Shiho Supreme. Wouldn't that mean that Xiaqi had truly existed for even longer than Supreme Emperor Shihi? Even so long ago that they could hardly imagine it. One time, the shock and complexity in the eyes of the Grand Elder and the others as they looked at Xiaqi were beyond words. The origin of this senior in front of him was so big that it was scary. They even vaguely speculated. Xiaqi is now in the world. Doesn't it mean that some kind of shocking change is going to happen in heaven and earth? At this time, Xiaqi, however, stopped saying anything more on this matter and spread out his palms, allowing the golden hairpin to levitate. His eyes fell on Changyao again, and he had long since noticed that there was a divine light within the eyes of this holy maiden that did not resemble an ordinary person. Spiritual eyes, heavenly eyes. Xiaqi hadn't previously heard that this kind of eye meant anything. Instead, he was also able to roughly guess that this should be similar to some kind of physique or talent or some other kind of ability. After thinking about it, he handed the golden hairpin to Changyao. Laughing softly, he said, "This object, for the time being, will be given to you to call upon, and diligently warmed up, should be of great use to your pair of spirit eyes, heavenly eyes." He had already seen it coming. The holy maiden Changyao in front of her was undoubtedly the most gifted cultivator in the entire Zixihe Holy Land. Judging by its chi and blood fluctuations, it is not very old, but it has already stepped into the middle stage of silence, and moreover, it has this pair of innate pupils, so it will surely achieve something in the future. According to his first law of wool gathering, Changyao could also be counted as the most worthy person to cultivate in this Shiha Holy Land. Changyao was obviously stunned, looking at the golden hairpin suspended in front of her, but for a moment she didn't know whether or not to take it. Before Shasta arrived, she can be precisely in the slander theft of this thing, and now, really want to let her to call this clan treasure? Of course, what Xiaqi said now, any person in the Zixihe Holy Land would definitely not dare to refute it. After thinking about it, she still hesitantly said to Xiaqi, "Senior ancestor, this is a supreme treasure that Supreme Emperor Shiha once left in the sect. Disciple is only a cultivator in the middle stage of silence. She is not able to invoke it yet. What's more, disciple has a shame to be subjected to it. But without waiting for her to finish, Xia Qi waved his hand and interrupted her. Don't worry, it is. You can already invoke it now. Chang Yao was stunned, but then she saw that the golden hairpin emitted a soft glow and lightly landed in her white palm. On it did not even give off the slightest bit of repulsive power. And seeing this, the gazes of the other cultivators around them instantly became eager. Was this a direct exertion of great power to change the energy of the sect's greatest treasure? Sure enough, since this ancestor had instructed Supreme Cece, I'm afraid that he would be in existence no less than a supreme being. And this kind of existence, even if you just see it once, it is a great chance. The Grand Elder took a deep breath and finally forced his mind to calm down. After looking at Xia Qi again, he hastily sank his voice to the surroundings. Order the entire Zixihe sacred ground to immediately go on martial law, and not to reveal the slightest bit of everything that happened today to the outside world. He knew that Xia Qi's appearance this time was only temporary. This was certainly an opportunity for the Shiha Holy Land. Could be the same. The Shiha Holy Land had lost the shelter of a patriarch who had stepped into the Void Dao realm once Xia Qi left. Then, the current Shiha Holy Land is equivalent to a child carrying a heavy treasure. They had to respond with caution. Furthermore, he glanced at the young girl behind him again and waved his hand aside with a cold face. Since the patriarch was dead, it was only natural that the people from the original patriarch's faction couldn't stay. This great wasteland in the Taoist heritage can continue to this day, can be able to distinguish between light and heavy. When that is taken care of, it was only then that the Grand Elder finally walked solemnly to Xia Qi and respectfully bowed down. Chang Mingchang, the current Grand Elder of the Zixihe Holy Land, brings all the disciples to pay homage to the ancestor. Immediately after that, all the cultivators in the entire hall also fell to their knees along with Grand Elder Chang Mingchang to pay homage to Xia Qi, regardless of whether or not Xia Qi was the ancestor of their Zixihe sacred ground. But since he had guided Supreme Zixihe with this affection, it was not too much for them to call Xia Qi as their ancestor. Xia Qi smiled lightly and nodded, facing the crowd with a light cloud. In fact, he could have been silently checking for feedback. This time when he came to the Shihi Holy Land, the feedback he received was more than expected. Even, according to Xia Qi's estimation, even if one were to enter the Supreme Family, the feedback one would be able to obtain before awakening the true underpinnings of the Supreme Family wouldn't be too much more than it was now. This Shiha sacred land, on the contrary, can serve as my first Dao lineage in the Great Wasteland. Natsuki molded over. According to his own summary of the second law of wool gathering, you can't always go around making up identities, either. It's also a matter of finding the right opportunity to spread the influence and let the wool come to your door. The Qi family. As the supreme family of the southern wilderness, the Qi family's family residence was a large city that was absolutely majestic and incomparable in the entire great wilderness. From time to time, there were cultivators who transformed into streams of light and flew across the sky, and there were even rare birds and beasts soaring above the clouds. At this time, however, there was a crowd of cultivators gathered at the center of the city. The mutation of the divine tree's vision has actually transformed into a living being? And what exactly is that being who awakened from the ancient ages? Even do not know the world has the supreme, then he may know never passed on the hidden secrets. This kind of existence, history books are afraid that it is difficult to find its traces. The news from earlier over at the divine tree vision had already been brought back, and the entire Qi clan was alarmed by it. And among these cultivators, an old man with white hair slowly sighed, such existences awaken. I'm afraid that there is going to be a huge change in heaven and earth. Even the ship of decayed wood has drifted once more into the world. At the mention of the rotten wood ship, the cultivators here frowned even more tightly. According to the records passed down by the Qi clan, it was a decaying wooden ship that could only be revealed every 10,000 years, and had experienced the era of every supreme being. Just like the vision of the divine tree in the depths of the great wilderness that topped the sky, there had never been a change on it. There were even legends that in this rotten wooden ship, there existed amazing chances that even supreme beings were envious of. But about these, the Qi family does not have much intelligence. Even when the Qi family, the Tianqi Supreme Father, had also boarded this rotten wooden ship. In this world, it has been nearly 10,000 years since a supreme being has appeared again, right? Suddenly, an old cultivator slowly spoke out. While hearing this, the surrounding crowd fell into a silence. The supreme being was too far away from them. Even if one is a cultivator of the Void Dao realm, one simply cannot look at a trace of the supreme being. Ryoko. It was only then that an old man at the top of the great hall finally waved his hand. The appearance of the decaying wooden ship has always corresponded to chance, and it was passed on to the children and grandchildren of the family that as long as the decaying wooden ship did not stop at the forbidden area in the great wilderness, they could all go and strive for chance. Even we, perhaps, will have to go out. After that rotten wooden ship appeared in the world, It would dock itself at one of the regions in the Great Wasteland, and wherever it stops, great opportunities exist. Throughout the ages, every 10,000 years, there would be heavenly prides competing to come out and go forth to fight for it. In that, it might even contain the chance to become a supreme being. Of course, the decaying ship would also fall into a forbidden area that no cultivator had ever set foot in since long ago. The ferocity of that, it was rumored that even a supreme being would have to slightly avoid it. And this time, the Rottenwood ship is present. I do not know where it will dock in the great wilderness. In the vault of heaven, many cultivators were tracing a direction from afar, exerting their full power to hurry. It was the trajectory left behind by a rotting wooden ship that had traveled across the sky and cut through the clouds. Its traveling speed may not be fast, but it is enough to sail through 1,000 miles of land in a few moments, and it still makes it difficult for many cultivators to even pursue it. According to the direction in which the rotten wooden ship traveled to project the territory where it docked, it should be south of the southern wasteland. There seems to be a Shihi Holy Land there, right? Chapter 37 Docked Rotten Ship. Above a mountain peak in the Shiha Holy Land, Xiaoqi casually sat on top of a huge rock, smiling as he looked at the holy maiden Chang Yao in front of him. She had a long, flowing dress that was left out of the world. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and her body was slender, like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Xiaoqi felt especially eye-catching even looking at it. Tell me a little bit about what happened to Supreme Shiho. He lightly waved his sleeve, and a mass of heaven and earth aura that had condensed into a substance, transforming into a refined spiritual liquid, appeared in heaven and earth. He also casually intercepted a section from the earth's veins and transformed it into a set of tea lights, allowing it to hover in front of himself and Chang Yao out of thin air. The entire person always appeared to be on cloud 9, but in reality, he actually wanted to learn more news related to the Supreme Being from Chang Yao. He was not familiar with the past of any of the Supreme Beings in this world. If it is used again in the future to fictionalize an identity, it will have to be fictionalized according to the information learned to make sense. Xia Qi's actions, however, fell in Chang Yao's eyes, but caused her eyes to flicker. With a wave of the hand, the aura of heaven and earth is condensed into substance, and the earth's veins can be intercepted at will. This kind of great power, I'm afraid it only exists in legends. Chang Yao didn't dare to speculate too much and quickly collected her mind. Even if Xia Qi suddenly asked her about the past of Supreme Shihi, in her opinion, it should be that the ancestor had gone through too many years and had forgotten too much. Perhaps even Supreme Shiho, to the ancestor, was just a passerby. Her eyes were inwardly focused and her voice was moving as she spoke to Xia Qi. In the past, after Supreme Zixihe walked out of this Zixihe holy land of ours, he left behind many legends in the years that followed, and then he witnessed the Tao in one fell swoop, becoming a supreme being who astonished the entire era. She had also later left a Tao inheritance east of the Great Wasteland, which is the Sun Royal Palace in the Eastern Wasteland, which is precisely the upper clan of our Shiha Sacred Land. The upper clan of the Sacred Land of Shiho is the Sun Royal Palace? Xia Qi drew on the useful information in Chang Yao's words and raised his eyebrows slightly. This could be another piece of information about a supreme Taoist system. In just a moment, he thought of many things. Since he was able to impersonate the deceased of the supreme being in this sacred land of Zixihe, then in the Taoist system left behind by the supreme being of Zixihe, naturally he could also logically impersonate. This could be another great fleece waiting to be harvested. After thinking about it, he asked Chang Yao again. So, even after she became a supreme being, she still used Shihi as her name, and even though she left behind her Tao inheritance, she did not replace the name of this place? In response, Chang Yao slowly nodded her head, a slight complexity in her expression. It's just that since the era of Supreme Zixihe, even though our Zixihe sacred land has inherited her name, in terms of heritage, we simply can't be compared to a true Supreme Tao lineage. Even the only person who was qualified to enter the Sun Royal Palace to cultivate after comprehending the Nine Tao origin is the Holy Maiden. Xia Qi did not take a position on this point. Indeed, after all, when looking at the entire Zixihe sacred land, apart from the patriarch that he had casually killed earlier who was at the Void Tao realm cultivation level, there were only 3 Void Tao realm cultivators hibernating in the depths of the sacred land that were still close to death, and in Xia Qi's probing, they had indeed run out of gas. He had only slightly mobilized some vitality in the retreat place of these 3 cultivators, waiting for them to suppress the silent momentum in their bodies afterwards and be able to recover some of their longevity and come out from it. Otherwise, maybe these people had just stopped their seclusion, and it wouldn't be long before they had to return to silence. Even if you step into the Void Tao realm, you will still be closely pursued by the silent momentum. Xia Qi was a bit emotional. The cultivation of the cultivators in this world is indeed not easy. The limitation of longevity brings a great sense of oppression, and they are forced to cultivate for longevity. He looked at Chang Yao in front of him again. her long skirt swaying in the breeze, like a flower blooming in a barren land. Absolutely beautiful yet fragile. Your Tao heart is especially good. There is no need to force chance too much. Stick to your own path, and your future accomplishments may not be weaker than Supreme Shiho. Xiaoqi let out a light laugh and raised the tea, but did not drink it. Instead, it was poured out to the small willow tree hidden in the void behind him. Even this kind of refined spirit liquid, for the current him, was not even close to the benefits brought by the feedback. He's already cooking up a plan. If the Empress or the Changyao in front of him, under his support, their future achievements would not necessarily be lower than those legendary supreme beings. And if he waited for some people to actually achieve supremacy, the feedback that would be brought to him would be even more unimaginable. Perhaps if I follow this path, should I not open a golden great age in this world? Then, at that time, oneself would be enough to be called the sect ancestor of the world. In the midst of Xiaoqi's flurry of thoughts, he suddenly seemed to have sensed something. Eyes peered out into the distant sky. In his probing, it seemed that there was something in the depths of the sky that was sweeping this way. Sparing him, he was not even able to see what exactly it was that came flying. Ancestors' teachings. Changyao honors them. Changyao bowed. She was not how proud of herself because of Xiaoqi's word of praise. Every supreme being in this world was in existence that stood out from the countless overwhelmingly magnificent heavenly prides they had fought against. At this point, she noticed that Xiaoqi had already stood up from the boulder. Ancestor? Changyao was stunned, somewhat unsure. Immediately afterward, she saw an interested smile spread across Xiaoqi's face. In this world, is there a legend about a ship? Xiaoqi asked. A ship? Changyao pondered for a moment, but still shook her head. She had also traveled the southern wasteland and had seen a lot, but ever since the new patriarch stepped into the Void Dao realm, he had been suppressing her. She was also unable to know about the many hidden secrets of the world. Xiaoqi just smiled faintly and waved his hand to Changyao. You should go back first and tell the Grand Elder that there may be many cultivators coming to this realm afterward. Let the foreign cultivators all be at peace. The words fell. He took one step and his figure suddenly disappeared. Changyao was staggered in place, still somewhat stunned, and subconsciously raised her head to look towards the sky, but her pupils slightly shrunk. In the middle of the sky, at some point, a ship actually sailed. The Rottenwood ship's speed dropped significantly after it flew and swept near the CC Sacred Land. Xiaoqi stood in the void and surveyed the decaying wooden ship. It was a sailboat of ancient shape, built of wood throughout. As far as the eye could see, there were traces of decay all over it, and it seemed to be on the verge of complete decay after undergoing a period of erosion for a number of years. However, in the entire ship, Xiaoqi did not find any signs of the existence of any living beings. It was as if the decaying ship was sailing through the sky on its own. The feeling brought to Xiaoqi was somewhat similar to the vision of that topsy-turvy willow tree. A self-propelled rotting ship? Natsuki was all a bit confused. In relation to the pre-travel knowledge, sailing ships are mostly associated with ferry. Then who is this ship of rotten wood, sailing through the world? To ferry? How did it suddenly appear near the Shiho Holy Land? Moreover, the decaying ship seemed to be looking for a suitable place to dock after it had reduced its speed. Soon, Xiaoqi's complexion then became a little more odd. He felt the rotten ship, like it was going to dock on his side. It was traveling straight and true in his direction. Chapter 38 Supreme Engraving. Great Fleece, going to be hit by a ship in the sky? Xiaoqi's expression couldn't help but look odd. That's a bit of an overly niche statement. He took a step out and vacated a position in the void, observing the decaying wooden ship. Unlike the vision of the topsy-turvy willow tree, this decaying wooden ship was in the midst of a non-stop voyage of, according to Xiaoqi's estimation, this rotten wooden ship should come from a great source, and perhaps, it has also experienced 10,000 ancient years. Just, while Xiaoqi changed his orientation, he noticed, the bow of the decaying wooden ship, surprisingly, also appeared to deflect, and was once again aimed at him. This is recognizing me? Natsuki narrowed his eyes slightly. In the dome of the sky of the southern wilderness, a stream of light followed the traces left by sailing ships sailing through the sky, traveling at a rapid pace. Is the distance sailed a little too far after the present appearance of this rotten ship? Could it be that we're rushing to that forbidden area in the southern wasteland? No, if it was rushing to the forbidden zone, it would have switched directions long ago. These were the very same cultivators who were chasing after the rotting wooden ship, and they were rushing along, with conflicting speculations as to where the rotting wooden ship would dock. Since the beginning of time, every time the rotten wood ship docked in the world, it meant a great opportunity. It could almost be said that the decaying wooden ship was not landing in a treasureless place. It was running to dock in a place where there were opportunities. Then what kind of chance was the rotten wood ship running for this time when it sailed to the depths of the southern wasteland? The rotten ship seems to be finding a place to dock. At this point, among the cultivators traveling at the very front, Someone seemed to have sensed something and sent a voice around. In the midst of the sky ahead of them, they had been able to view the movements of the decaying wooden ship from afar. This means that the rotting ship is about to dock. Where to fall? That should be near the sacred land of Shiha. Could it be that the chances within the sacred land of Shiha? In the eyes of some of the cultivators, there was a slight shadowy undertone. Although the Shihi Holy Land bore the name of Shihi Supreme, it was not a true Supreme Tao. If there is really any chance here that should not belong to the Shiha Holy Land. No. But just then, another cultivator suddenly cried out in alarm. The course of the decaying ship has changed, and when the other cultivators observed the decaying wooden ship after following closely behind, their expressions couldn't help but stagnate. The course of the decaying ship is, indeed, changing. Yet, it was being turned around in an almost bizarre gesture. Rotten ship spinning in place? The prow of the decaying ship was constantly reversing its direction, making a circle from left to right, followed by another circle from right to left. Traces of decay were all over it, unchanged for countless years. It is rumored that a supreme being once attempted to engrave words on this rotting wooden ship, but every 10,000 years of age, when the decaying wooden ship reappears, even though the words left behind by the supreme being are blurred, the decaying wooden ship is always the same. It was a rotting wooden ship older than even the era of a single supreme being. Now, however, it was as if he was in the dome of the sky, caught in some kind of invisible storm vortex, and kept spinning in place. Could it be that this rotten ship is going to break down on this day after sailing for countless years? This was an incomparably bizarre scene for all the cultivators, causing them all to be alarmed. For a while, they actually didn't dare to approach the rotten wooden ship that hadn't really finished docking without authorization. But suddenly, the rotten wooden ship actually violently stalled again, no longer making the slightest movement. It was just suspended in the sky, emanating the desolate and withered aura of the ages, not moving a muscle. Like, stopping at the vault of heaven on this. The cultivators looked at each other in disbelief as they couldn't help but observe the rotting wooden ship. The decaying wooden ship docked in the sky was not unheard of in the records of the many Tao lineages, but that is mostly in the great wilderness of the major forbidden areas. Will be accompanied by unnameable great horror? Even the Supreme must be cautious. The cultivators couldn't help but survey the area around this territory again. There was nothing else worth looking at here except for that Zixihi sacred ground in the distance. Not to mention, in this sky, the clouds had long been disturbed by the previous strange voyage of the rotten wood ship. What chance can there be in this sky? The doubts in their hearts were already thick to the core. Above the deck of the decaying wooden ship, Xiaoqi had already stepped in and surveyed the surroundings. Since you ran into me, there should be a reasonable explanation, right? He spoke faintly. Earlier, when he had turned around twice in the void, he realized that the bow of this rotten wooden ship was also turning in his direction. There was no doubt, then, that this rotting wooden ship had come to this place and was headed precisely for him. It was just that even though Xiaoqi had now stepped into the rotten wooden ship, he did not find any living beings on this ship. The entire rotten wooden ship is made of wood, covered with traces of decay. The sails have also long been broken, on which may have been engraved with some kind of pattern, but in the years, has been blurred invisible. Even as Xiaoqi took a few steps on the deck, he was able to hear the creaking of the wood as if it was overburdened. This ship was not an artifact of any kind, nor did it contain a spirit in it. Perhaps countless years ago, this ship should have been able to be used as some sort of magic weapon, but nowadays, it should have withered even the spirit that should have been there. Xiaoqi wandered around the deck, but on the side of the hull, he found two blurred words. Sky, Qi. These two words looked like they had been engraved on the rotten wooden ship a long time ago, but for some reason, the handwriting was already blurred, and there was only a trace of divine Tao rhythm left in it. It seems that in a few more years, these two words will disappear completely, leaving only the hull of the ship showing its original shape. It's a text that Tianqi supreme being of the Qi clan once left behind? Xiaoqi had heard the name of the Qi family's Tianqi supreme being over at the divine tree vision. Only, even the words left behind by the supreme being were about to be worn out by the years. Xiaoqi probed his hand and sensed the residual Tao rhythm in these two words, silently memorizing this Tao rhythm in his heart. Soon, a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. There aren't many Tao rhymes, but should be enough. He is a man who never forgets the opportunity to wool gather. With this remnant of Tao rhythm, he was able to try and mimic some of the power contained within it, and wait until afterward. If one could have the opportunity to fictionalize their identity amongst the Qi family, a supreme family, then he should be able to obtain no small amount of feedback from this trace of Tao rhythm alone. Wordlessly, as Xiaoqi retracted his palm, the last of the Taoist rhythm in these two words dispersed, leaving only two blurry handwriting, which might not take many years to disappear. In this world, even the Supreme Being still has an end. The traces left by the Supreme Being are not immortal. Gathering this up, Xia Qi scanned around, his eyes finally landing on the entrance of the cabin in front of him. Reaching out again, he probed into the void behind him and said, "Look here, is there anything you can use?" The origins of the little willow tree were already extremely extraordinary, and it was hard to say who had been around longer compared to this rotting wooden ship. Xia Qi, on the other hand, took the first step into the cabin. If there is any hidden secret in this rotten ship, it should be hidden deep in the cabin. Chapter 39 The Young Figure in the Boat. The cabin was deep, as if it wasn't in the same space as the rotting wooden ship outside. It looked like an ancient palace, not wooden after all, but constructed of some unknown sturdy stone. It is especially dim in it, with no light in sight. However, this did not constitute the slightest obstacle to Xia Qi's eyesight. He moved forward at an unhurried pace, all the while looking around. This ancient palace, too, had become particularly dilapidated. On the stone walls, there was some kind of subtle pattern carved, perhaps which originally contained a divine to the extreme power. But now, all have died out. Click, click. At this point, the sound of stone chips falling came from Xia Qi's side, and when he turned his head to look, he saw that little willow was hovering in front of a stone wall, gently tapping the wall with the only remaining willow. "What's this you found?" Xia Qi's heart fluttered. After waiting for the little willow tree to knock over the stone wall, he looked along and saw that a few extremely vague handwriting were revealed in this stone wall. Compared to the words Tanchi on the deck of the rotten wooden ship, the words on the stone wall are even more blurred, almost indistinguishable. Is this another engraving by some supreme being who had visited the rotting ship? Xia Qi looked odd for a few moments. Do all these supreme beings, after coming to the rotting ship, want to leave a mark? He took a closer look at it and could only vaguely make out a few words in it. Days, change, road breaks. There wasn't any Dao rhyme left in these writings either, and only surfaced for a moment before those originally falling stones returned to their original places, covering them up. Obviously it should be that the person who carved the words was not like Supreme Emperor Tianqi, directly relying on his own supreme Dao rhythms, forcibly branded on the rotten wooden ship, but used some kind of tricky method. This also made it so that these words should be even older than the era of Supreme Emperor Tianqi, yet they still survived in the decaying wooden ship. The sky changes and the road breaks. Xia Qi pondered over the meaning of the line of text, and then inexplicably thought of the echoes he had heard when he had entered that spatial rift in the Great Wasteland. This all seems to be saying that there had been some sort of change in this world, a huge change in heaven and earth, and the cultivator's paths to immortality were all cut off. He integrated the information he had learned earlier and had a rough guess. It was a useful piece of information for his fictitious identity. Continuing on, Xia Qi, however, noticed that this ancient palace was even more dilapidated than he had expected. The deeper you go, the more you can see a broken scene. Gradual. All that's left around is some broken walls. The domes, originally constructed of stone, had all collapsed a significant portion, revealing the rotting wood of the ship outside. And beyond that, it was empty. All this, it seems, is a manifestation to those who come after, of the terrible erosive power of age. But, Xia Qi did find an interesting place in this broken wall. It was the same collapsed ruin, but with the stone walls falling away. It presented a relatively flat area, like a stone table with a somewhat abstract shape. The stone table, on the other hand, was strewn with piles of broken pieces. Looking closely, those broken pieces even looked like they were able to form the shape of a cup. Xia Qi raised an eyebrow and took a step over. The ancient, decaying wooden ship hovered silently in the sky. The cultivators all moved forward cautiously, trying to approach the rotten wooden ship. Come to think of it, it was the first time since the beginning of time that this rotten wooden ship was parked in an empty area in all directions like this. Here, it didn't even look like there was any chance of a situation existing. Have you fellow Taoists seen the abnormality? Suddenly a vast voice resounded from a group of cultivators. At the sound, a wave of displeasure subconsciously surged in the hearts of the cultivators here. They were all cautiously exploring the decaying wooden ship in this bizarre situation. While that voice was so reckless, however, none of them showed anger. The visitor was not a cultivator, but an ancient beast like a fierce tiger. It did not reveal its true form, but transformed into the size of a calf, with pale hair all over its body, and at the front of its body was a head half the size of its body. What was even more appalling was that on the head of this ancient beast, there was even a small head growing densely, more than 30 of them. Elder Chai Hu Dao Master has actually come in person. Immediately, a peak powerhouse stepped forward to respectfully salute. This ancient beast had been ferociously renowned thousands of years ago, a Daolord-level existence that had stepped into the Void Dao realm. A humanized smile was revealed on the huge head of the Chai Hu Daoist Lord, sweeping the four directions with a torch-like gaze. Since the other Daoists are unwilling to show themselves, then the old man will go ahead and explore this rotten ship. Now we have not found any traces of the chance in the place where the rotten wooden ship is docked. Then perhaps, the chance this time is on the ship. The docking of a decaying wooden ship, placed in the era of the Supreme Beings, would sometimes cause even the Supreme Beings to be startled and go exploring, although its stopping place contains different sizes of chances. But for the world cultivators, it is also enough to attract people to rush. This time, in particular, the docking of the rotten ship took a different turn. The Daylord level existences should all be unable to hold back and want to make an early move as well. I'm traveling with you, fellow Taoist. In the void, an old man in a long robe walked out, with a white beard and hair, with an immortal temperament of his own. Upon seeing this old man, Taoist Master Chai, whose eyes all narrowed slightly, and the other cultivators became even more respectful. This was an old ancestor of the southern wasteland supreme family Qi clan, Qi Chang, the same as the Taoist master level cultivator. Young has already shaken the party, but also had to break into the southern wilderness of the edge of the forbidden area and survived. The cultivation is unfathomable. Now, the two Daylord level cultivators who had stepped into the Void Dao realm were going to open the way first and go forward to explore the Rottenwood ship. Many of the surrounding cultivators could only suppress their minds for the time being. The scene inside this rotten wooden ship was recorded in the inheritance of all the great dynasties, which seemed to be in a state of disrepair, and even though several supreme beings had entered it, all of them had found nothing. The real chance never lies only in the place where the decaying ship is docked. At this point, even if we were to explore the Rottenwood ship, it would only be difficult to find anything. It seems that this time, it is just a mistake of the rotten wooden ship after sailing for 10,000 ancient years. Under the gazes of the surrounding cultivators, Taoist Master Chai Hu and Qi Qing had already stepped onto the deck of the rotten wooden ship together. Stepping on the decaying wooden structure, there was only a slight creaking sound, nothing out of the ordinary. This is the engraved mark left behind by Supreme Emperor Tianqi. 70,000 years have flown by and his mark still lives on. Qi Qing walked up to the two texts on the decaying wooden ship and bowed. This is the depth of the Supreme family. There are many ancient places in the world where traces of the Supreme Being can be seen. Taoist Master Chai Hu glanced at him and didn't say anything more as they circled around the rotting wooden ship together. And in the end, their gazes were all directed at the cabin. After the other cultivators had also boarded the deck of the rotten wooden ship one after another, Taoist Master Chai Hu and Qi Qing looked at each other and walked into the cabin together again. They walked slowly along the corridors of the ancient stone palace, not noticing anything out of the ordinary along the way. However, when Taoist Master Chai Hu and Qi Qing went deeper into the palace and came to where a piece of broken wall was located, their footsteps suddenly stopped in unison. Even his figure instantly tightened up and his cold hairs stood on end. In the ruins ahead, a young figure was clearly sitting in the middle of the ruins. Chapter 40: The drinking game that continues throughout the ages. The ancient ruins are mottled and deserted in all directions. The ruins were filled with rubble and dust, as if this place had been forgotten by the whole world, and no one knew what kind of splendor it had once possessed. Only vaguely from the surrounding broken walls, vaguely find some traces of the ancient beings had existed. And right in the middle of this empty and silent ancient ruins, a young man was sitting quietly in front of a stone table made of rubble, and in his hand, he was even cupping a stone cup. Seems to be drinking alone here. It was like he was completely integrated into this region, appearing ancient as if he didn't belong to this era. Taoist Master Chai Hu and Qi Qing only felt their bodies stiffen to the extreme. There was a bone-chilling cold that seemed to rise up from the nine hells, enveloping their entire body. Who is this young man? For many eras, every time the decaying wooden ship appeared in the world, there would be cultivators who would try to enter it and find out what was going on. But even the Supreme Being found nothing here, and the whole rotten ship has never seen a change. Not for ages. But now, the figure of a young man has appeared in this rotten ship, drinking alone in the ruins. He was too bland, yet he looked as secretive as could be, like he wasn't supposed to be in the ruins. Even powerful cultivators at the Daolord level like Taoist Master Chai Hu and Qi Qing couldn't feel any aura on this young man. It was as if the young man was originally part of the decaying ship. Even when they had broken into this territory, that young man did not even look at them. Does this young man really exist? Taoist Master Chai Hu and Qi Qing secretly glanced at each other, the same question welling up in their hearts. In comparison, that young man was more like a projection imprinted on this rotten wooden ship by an ancient existence of unknown origin. Actually, at this moment, Xia Qi, indeed, did not pay any attention to the arrival of Taoist Master Chai Hu and Qi Qing. He sat in front of a simple stone table constructed from the rubble of the ruins, cup in hand, and was silently sensing the Tao rhythms that remained here. It was a metaphysical feeling. Here, there were remnants of a trace, a strand of many different Tao rhythms. These Tao rhythms don't just come from one supreme being, Xia Qi pondered in his mind. Rather, there have been many supreme beings. all of whom came here and sat alone on this side after entering the Rottenwood ship. On the stone table, there were many crumbs of stone scattered like broken cups, like those supreme beings who came here. All of them were drinking here, and they were drinking with none other than the other supreme beings who had come here successively in different eras. This is a drinking game that will last for ages. Xia Qi was already aware of it, and the remnants of Taoist rhythms in front of this humble stone table were left here by those supreme beings to drink with the ancients and those who came after them. He memorized all of this strand of Tao rhythms. These Tao rhythms were too mutilated, nor did they resemble the engraved marks that the Tianqi supreme being had forcibly left on the deck of the rotting wooden ship. Merely a trace left here, but enough for summer eyes. Even if he merely imitated these Tao rhythms to fictionalize his own breath, it would be enough to provide him with many references. Do all that. Xia Qi did not drink the spiritual liquid in the cup, but instead placed the cup back on the simple stone table, just as one of the supreme beings who came to this place in the past. This time, there were already more and more cultivators walking in this ancient temple. In the past, the docking place of the rotten wooden ship must have a great chance, but this time is particularly unusual. So perhaps the chance really exists in this rotten wooden ship, but this place is always in a state of disrepair, so I'm afraid that even a supreme being would have trouble finding a chance here, right? I wonder if Taoist Master Chaihu and Taoist friend Qiqing have discovered anything up ahead. Together they explored deeper into the temple, regardless of what kind of thoughts each of these cultivators had, at least until they found out that there was a sufficiently appealing chance present in this place. They would not take the liberty of striking out without authorization. After all, not only were there cultivators from the two supreme families of the southern wasteland here, but there were also many Daelord-level existences hidden in the shadows. However, when they went deeper into the temple and noticed the two figures stationed in front of them, none of them could help but stagnate. In front of them, Taoist Master Chaihu and Qiqing were standing still, not moving a muscle. It seemed to be gazing at the scene in the wreckage further ahead, and as if shocked by some presence. Could there be a change ahead? Bent in time, the hearts of all these cultivators throbbed. To be able to make Chaihu Taoist Master and Qiqing, the two existences that have stepped into the Void Tao realm, both stop here. Then perhaps, in the ancient halls within this rotten wooden ship, there really is some change that has not been seen in the ages. However, they had only just traveled a few steps when they saw the scene in the ruins of the temple, and then they all instantly stopped in their tracks, just like Taoist Master Chaihu and Qiqing. All of them were staring dead ahead, at the figure in the ruins. They instantly realized that the young man's figure was definitely unusual. In front of the simple stone table, Xia Qi had already put down the cup in his hand, but he still paid no attention to the cultivators rushing in from the outside world. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd of cultivators, it was as if they were contemplating something. Is this person a cultivator from somewhere? No, I can't detect the slightest hint of aura in his body. What kind of being is he? All of these cultivators had already set off waves of shock in their hearts. How could a young man suddenly appear in the depths of the cabin of this rotten wooden ship? Earlier, the cultivators from the outside world could have been following the rotting wooden ship, and among them, there were even Daelord-level cultivators of the Void Tao realm. Under the observation of so many cultivators, it was by no means possible for a regular person to escape prying eyes and thus sneak into the rotten wood ship. In particular, they could not detect the slightest bit of aura from Xia Qi. It was as if this person did not exist in this heaven and earth. They already understood why the Chaihu Taoist Master and Qiqing would stop here, and Natsuki did ponder. As early as when he had sensed that there were cultivators stepping in this rotten wooden ship, he had already understood the current situation. Numerous cultivators had followed the decaying wooden ship to seek the opportunity, and nowadays, these cultivators, however, found him in the rotten wooden ship. Who was alone here? It shouldn't even take him to do anything deliberately. It was already enough to deter these cultivators. Even Xia Qi was all vaguely aware of an energy fluctuation coming from within his body. That's feedback? At this point, the cultivators had gradually forced down their throbbing hearts in disbelief. Taoist Master Chai who looked around and finally slowly took a step forward. It had never been able to see whether Xia Qi was a projection from 10,000 years ago or a real existence, but since there is a change in this decaying ship that has never been seen before, that might also mean that some sort of chance exists. But the next moment, Lord Chaihu Dao's movements, however, stopped for a moment again. The cultivators in the back felt their bodies stiffen even more. They clearly saw that the figure sitting alone in the ruins in front of them had slowly turned its head and looked toward them. Chapter 41. This is my ship. Is this person an imaginary shadow? For a while, the hearts of all the cultivators were creeped out. They knew very well that the figure in the ruins was indeed looking at them, and were even able to inexplicably feel a whisk of intent over their entire bodies from that bland gaze. In front of Xia Qi, no matter if it was a cultivator who had stepped into the Void Tao realm or an ancient beast with a strong bloodline and body, they all inexplicably felt especially small. Stump. In the void, several figures walked out, their feet staggering. Those were powerful existences that had stepped into the Tao Master level, and under Xiaqi's gaze, none of them could hide in the void anymore. However, all the other cultivators here no longer had time to care about them, and could only stare intently at the figure in front of them. Since this gaze, they clearly did not feel any might. The gaze, it seemed, was not directed at them. However, it still left them all in a state of shock over it. The figure in front of him was definitely a powerful existence beyond imagination. Finally, Natsuki spoke up. This was a silent ruin. So why are you here? His tone was particularly calm, not revealing the slightest bit of joy or anger. Yet it still shook all the cultivators in their hearts. The young man in front of him, surprisingly, really wasn't a projection branded here. This dilapidated and ancient palace. It was also true that it was just a ruin, but they had come, originally intending to seek opportunities. God knows how they could have seen a terrifying existence in such a place. Halftime. In front of the crowd of cultivators, Qi Qing took a step forward and bowed towards Xiaqi. Elder, the decaying wooden ship docking in the sky has never been like this since the beginning of time, and we came after the chance, but we found nothing at the place where the Rottenwood ship was docked, so we entered the Rottenwood ship to poke around, not realizing that we had disturbed Senior. He stabilized his mind and told Xiaqi the truth. However, even Qi Qing was still in a state of shock and uncertainty in his heart, and he was unsure if the powerful being in front of him would be angered by their intrusion. All the other cultivators were also silently paying attention to Xiaqi's situation, filled with uneasiness. However, instead, they noticed again. After receiving Qi Qing's reply, Xiaqi however fell into silence, as if he was contemplating something. After a long time, Xiaqi's voice only sounded again. So, this ship has really gone through 10,000 years of age. Aha! At those words, the hearts of all the cultivators couldn't help but tremble wildly. What do you mean? This powerful being in front of him didn't know the origin of the Rottenwood ship? Or is he not aware of the time the decaying ship has been through? In only a short period of time, many speculations had already sprung up in the minds of the cultivators, and Natsuki did lament. From Qi Qing's words, he had already gotten their information about this rotten wooden ship. It was reasonable to say that a Rottenwood ship would not dock in the middle of the sky for no reason, but would land in a place where a chance existed. That's why these cultivators in front of them entered the Rottenwood ship after failing to find a chance. Think about that. Xiaqi's mind, however, was flooded with a question. Then what was the meaning of this time, when the rotten ship was traveling towards him? After thinking for a moment, he then asked Qi Qing again. You mean, this ship, it never docks at a place of opportunity? Qi Qing nodded his head immediately. And not just him, many cultivators in the rear also subconsciously nodded their heads. Xiaqi verified the thought, and his mind grew more and more odd. Then this time the rotten ship came running towards me. Meaning, I am the chance. Or, he looked again at the small willow tree in the void behind him. This little willow had been exploring everywhere on its own after entering the cabin. The chaotic mist beneath it kept floating, spreading out in clumps from time to time, sweeping over a ruin as if it was collecting something. By now, Little Willow's movements had stopped. Xiaqi didn't know what it had gathered here, but it just felt that the feedback coming from the little willow tree was getting more and more frequent. There's a good chance that this rotten ship is actually headed for Little Willow. He already had a guess. This little willow tree could definitely be a great opportunity for any cultivator in the world. Though it's not showing much right now, and it's kind of dorky, but it can be imagined that when the little willow tree grows up in the future, just brushing down a little bit of turquoise light will be enough for many cultivators to realize. Figure those out. It was only then that Xiaqi focused his attention on these cultivators in front of him. It was estimated that in the minds of these people, his appearance within this rotten wooden ship would have been an unpredictable thing. Immediately afterward, the corner of Xiaqi's mouth curled up slightly as he slowly got up from the stone table. I can't imagine that every time this ship of mine docks, it can be considered a chance for the living beings of the world. Whose boat? One time, all of the cultivators in this place felt as if they had encountered some kind of hidden secret that had not been seen for ages, and their minds were complicated to the extreme. This ship, the one that belonged to this horrible being in front of him? This is never possible. The first thought in their minds was disbelief. Since the beginning of time, how many supreme beings had stepped into this rotten wooden ship? But the supreme beings were all in this decaying wooden ship and had not found anything unusual. What's more, if this ship really belonged to this powerful existence in front of him, then how many years should he have existed? It's simply not possible. In the world, there can be no such thing. We do not yet know the identity of our predecessor. This rotten wooden ship will only appear once every 10,000 years. 10,000 years. But all have never heard of the name of our predecessor. In front of the cultivators, Taoist Master Chai who couldn't help but open his mouth. Each of the eyes on its huge head was open, staring intently at Xia Qi. This was a euphemism for expressing doubt to Xia Qi. What was certain was that regardless of whether Xia Qi was the owner of this decaying wooden ship or not, it was also definitely more powerful than them. Tao Master level cultivators. As for Taoist Master Chai who's questioning, Xia Qi did not show the slightest bit of anger. Instead, he sighed languidly, I have disappeared from the world for far too long, sleeping for an unknown number of years, and I have only just returned to this ship. Rather, they occasionally perceive some special beings coming here, drinking alone on the boat, yet drinking with those who have gone before and those who have come after them. Xia Qi didn't really know much about this rotten ship. As for fictionalizing the identity of the owner of a decaying ship, he was really just trying. Let's see if we can learn more about this rotten wooden ship that has lasted for 10,000 years from the feedback of these cultivators. The crowd of cultivators, however, remained in disbelief. A being who has been sleeping for ages? They're all a little hard to understand. However, is the special being in Xia Qi's mouth the supreme being? Before they could think deeply, Xia Qi's gaze had already landed on Qi Cheng. With that, he slowly spread out his hand, and there was a wisp of Tao rhythm rising from his palm. I do detect in some of you an aura related to those special beings. It was at the same time that that strand of Tao rhythm surfaced. Qi Cheng, as well as some of the cultivators in the rear, could not help but have their bodies shaken. They could clearly and incomparably feel that it was the Tao rhythm of their Qi family Tian Qi Supreme. Chapter 42, Could Elder be an immortal? A mere wisp of Tao rhythm, rising in the void, emitting a faint glow. However, it was as if it possessed an unimaginably terrifying power, as if it was enough to collapse the heavens. The other cultivators were like falling into an ice cave with just a slight touch of their divine thoughts alone. It was a powerful force that even the Void Tao Realm cultivators couldn't touch. They all stared at Xia Qi with dead eyes, their hearts alarmed. This senior, is he really an existence that has been sleeping for thousands of years? It is only when one occasionally notices a supreme being boarding the rotten wood ship that one will step in to intercept a portion of the supreme being's Tao rhythms. Thinking about this, they only felt chills all over their bodies. How many years has Natsuki been alive? In this world, not even the supreme being can live forever. Elder has seen my Qi family's heavenly Qi Supreme? After a long time, Qi Qing finally opened his mouth to break the silence of this place. The era of the heavenly Qi Supreme Being was close to 70,000 years ago, and if Xia Qi was really the owner of this rotten wooden ship, then naturally, the supreme beings he had seen were not just Tian Qi Supreme Beings. Then perhaps, Xia Qi had also sat with the supreme being right here in this decaying wooden ship. Xia Qi, however, slowly shook his head. Unseen, he answered truthfully to that. After all, if he really made up some past events, they should not match up with the Qi family's records. He is, in this respect, still more rigorous. There was a pause before he added, just have detected their breath, but I don't know who they are. The cultivators looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. They were able to hear that even though Xia Qi had no respect at all for the supreme being, of course, with an existence of his stature, it was not like there was a need to look up to the supreme being as the world did, but no matter how deeply they thought about it, they could not understand what kind of existence Xia Qi really was. Unlike the supreme being, it was even more beyond the cognizance of the worldly cultivators. Dare I ask, Senior, if there is any deep meaning in the fact that this ship only comes into existence once every 10,000 years and stops at various places of opportunity in the Great Wasteland? At the front of the crowd, Taoist Master Chai who once again inquired to Xia Qi. By now, it had also realized that I'm afraid that Xia Qi's cultivation and realm were not at all comparable to that of a Void Tao Realm cultivator. But if Xia Qi was really the owner of this rotten wooden ship, then he should be able to answer their doubts. The world's cultivators also only know that this rotten wooden ship will only appear once every 10,000 years. As for its real origin, and why it sails in the Great Wasteland, these can be all unknown. While the crowd of cultivators were watching, Xia Qi slowly raised his head and looked outward. It was as if his gaze was looking through the hull of this rotten wooden ship to the unknown, how far away the sky dome was, or beyond the Great Wasteland. Between his silences, all the cultivators didn't dare to make a sound to disturb him. They had no idea what Natsuki was really thinking, nor did he realize that Natsuki was actually thinking about the reasoning. After a half-hearted silence, it was only then that Xia Qi's voice finally sounded. It's just a constant sailing along the course that was once taken. Even after all the years that have passed, it is pursuing the prosperity of the past and fulfilling the mission that it was meant to do. Combined with what these cultivators had said earlier, he had a general guess. If this ship is sailing autonomously, it must have a course, right? And maybe this decaying wooden ship does not manifest itself in the world only once in 10,000 years, but only every 10,000 years. from its original course. It passes through the Great Wasteland, and after receiving Xiaqi's reply, all the cultivators couldn't help but get their thoughts racing. This decaying ship is sailing along the course it once did? How many years ago would that have been the channel? But what is the point of such a voyage? There were too many questions in their minds. But even though this existence suspected to be the owner of the rotting wooden ship was standing right in front of them, they didn't dare to ask too many questions in this regard. This time, among the group of cultivators at the back, another figure stepped out. That is also an ancient beast, shaped like an ape, covered with golden hair. Eyes are blazing golden light convergence. Especially extraordinary. It was wearing an ancient battle armor, which was covered with battle scars carved by knives and axes. And it was obviously also a Daelord-level cultivator who had endured many years. Walking forward, he bowed respectfully to Xiaqi again. Just like the human race, dare to ask Senior, could you be the immortal of legend, Xian? At those words, the crowd of cultivators behind it reeled. Immortals only existed in legends, and it seemed that the supreme beings of all eras were also in search of immortality. It is rumored that that is truly enough to transcend silence and achieve true immortality in the world. But that was a legendary realm that even supreme beings were struggling to find. Is there a fairy in this world? However, this ancient existence in front of him was one that had the potential to have truly experienced the ages of the ages. I'm afraid the only one who can do this is Xian. And yet they couldn't believe it from the bottom of their hearts. Immortal, too ethereal. No one could understand what kind of existence that was, and whether it would ever truly take the form of an entity and communicate with the world, or perhaps the world's living beings, in the eyes of the immortal, are like ants that live and die. A light smile hung on Xiaqi's face as he glanced at the ape-like ancient beast, without acknowledging it, just shook his head and said, the long wind blows the moon to the sea, and remotely persuade the immortal to drink a cup of wine. The word immortal, ethereal to the extreme, not to be found, not to be found. He did not expect that this golden-haired ape would ask such a sentence. It's the first time I've heard that there is such a thing as a fairy in this world. However, it seemed as though it appeared that, in the understanding of these cultivators, immortals even surpassed the existence of the Supreme Being. That's quite enough of a bit of his fictional identity. But if you really want to pretend to be a fairy, then you can't call yourself a fairy. Otherwise, it's a bit of a drop in the bucket. However, after receiving such a reply from Xiaqi, the cultivators were inexplicably more and more moved. Even this ancient existence in front of him, who claimed to be the owner of the decaying wooden ship, didn't call himself an immortal? They had become more and more incapable of understanding what kind of existence Xiaqi really was. But maybe, that's what immortals are supposed to do, isn't it? Xiaqi silently checked and received the feedback brought by these cultivators and realized that this feedback did contain some sort of divine difference, rather like the feedback Little Willow was giving him. Only, even though there were multiple cultivators here who had already stepped into the Void Dao realm, it wasn't enough to give him direct feedback to the point of immortality. There should still be a considerable gap between the Void Dao realm and the Supreme Being, and there should also be other realms in between. He pondered for a moment before his gaze fell on these cultivators again. The identity he was going to fictionalize in the moment was, in the final analysis, the owner of the decaying ship. He wanted to see if, with the feedback these people brought, he could make some real connection between him and this rotten ship. Immediately, only then did Xiaqi leisurely say, "You have come here in search of a chance, but on this ship of mine, I don't have the chance you want." The rotting wooden ship could indeed be described as empty, and there were no chances at all that would be of use to cultivators. However, the crowd of cultivators did not care about this at this moment, but they all gazed at Xiaqi with some complexity. They already had a guess in their minds. Perhaps, this ancient existence in front of them was the chance of their trip. Chapter 43, The Immortal strokes the roof and teaches eternal life. Now that we have the honor of boarding this ship whose name has been passed down through the ages, and even meeting Senior here, it's already a great chance for us. Qi Qing spoke in a respectful voice. At that instant, the gazes of the surrounding group of cultivators all converged on Qi Qing with odd eyes. It's still the cultivators of the Supreme Family that have eyesight, 1,000 times worn. A horse's ass is not worn. From the beginning to the end, Qi Qing's words and demeanor revealed the etiquette and demeanor that the Supreme Family should have. This would certainly be able to draw the favor of that ancient existence in the first place. Xiaqi also did look at Qi Qing somewhat differently. Look at that. If all the cultivators in this world were this polite, it would be much easier for him to fudge his identity in the future. However, he still smiled gently on the surface and waved at Qi Qing, signaling for him to come forward. See this. Qi Qing, however, was subconsciously a bit wary. No matter how you put it, the one in front of you was an existence beyond understanding. He actually couldn't really confirm, until now, whether Xiaqi was the owner of this rotten wooden ship or not. It's even possible. The existence in front of him was just a terrifying existence that had been sealed here in a certain era. It's also highly likely that those previously stated were compelling them. After thinking about it, he still bowed towards Xiaoqi and took a tentative step forward, still keeping his distance from Xiaoqi, and behind him, the other cultivators were also paying close attention to his situation. They all had similar speculations in their minds regarding Xiaoqi. Once they see the situation, they must react immediately. Xiaoqi was naturally able to see Qi Qing's mind. However, he didn't pay any attention to it and instead laughed. After seeing you, I recalled the special being who detected that aura back then. You should be his descendant, right? But the difference between you now and him is still too far. As he spoke, his fingertips suddenly pointed out a ray of light that went straight at Qi Cheng. See this scene. Qi Qing's pupils suddenly tightened. He subconsciously tried to dodge away, not yet knowing what exactly the ancient being in front of him was going to do to him. But that light, it was too fast. Under his inability to avoid it, it instantly did not enter the center of his eyebrows. However, Qi Cheng, noticed that he did not perceive any danger in that radiance. Instead, there was a metaphysical energy that gradually integrated into his body. Soon, Qi Qing realized that there seemed to be some changes within his body. The momentum of silence that had originally filled his body was actually suppressed. Even his vitality had recovered a bit. Realizing this, Qi Qing hurriedly looked up at Xiaoqi again. His eyes filled with astonishment. Seniors, this is only casually a finger only, actually able to for him this kind of void Dao realm cultivator, suppressing the momentum of silence? This is already unimaginably great. After 10,000 years, the cultivation path of cultivators in this world has changed, Xiaoqi leisurely said, such as that silence within you, which should not have been there before the ages. I'm a little curious, too. He blurted out a shocking hidden secret. In response, some of the cultivators in the crowd who came from ancient Dao lineage inheritances couldn't help but ponder. In their inheritance records, they all vaguely and obscurely mentioned that the cultivation path of today's cultivators has an end after all. This may come from the influence of the silent potential. And did the silent moment not exist before the ages? For these, even the Supreme Being can only leave some speculation. And in the hearts of all the cultivators, they were also marveling at Qi Qing's party. The ancient existence in front of the party should be probing the momentum of silence in Qi Qing's body, right? But after Xiaoqi had probed Qi Qing's appearance, surprisingly, had all become a bit younger. At this moment, Qi Cheng, however, had already bowed to Xiaoqi. Many thanks to Senior for suppressing the silent momentum for Senior. What? Hearing Qi Qing's words, all of the cultivators here all had their hearts and minds violently trembling. Suppressing the momentum of silence? They could never have imagined that Xiaoqi would be able to do this casually. This is simply a legendary immortal stroking my top, nodding hair and granting longevity. Xiaoqi, however, just smiled and shook his head. It's just by the way. Actually, now that the feedback he had previously received from that heaven reversing technique, under the combined efforts of the Empress and those cultivators from the Great Summer ancestral land, was almost on the verge of completing the chapters of the realm of life and death almost to the letter. But this was not enough to reach the point of a Dao Lord level cultivator. But, with Little Willow's previous feedback from the tree planter, coupled with Xiaoqi's cultivation now, it was still easy to suppress some of the silent momentum for the Void Dao realm cultivator and awaken some of the vitality in his body. This sailing ship, sailing for 10,000 years, we always but never expected. It belongs to a great ancient existence. At this moment, Taoist Master Chai, who suddenly opened his mouth and slowly probed a step forward, directly complimenting Xiaoqi. And now that I can have the honor of peeking at Senior's true face, I'm afraid that such a fortunate event would be enough to make the world's living beings envious of it. Its words fell. The group of cultivators in the back couldn't help but stiffen their expressions. Such a great opportunity was unexpectedly snatched up by the Chai Hu Taoist Master. If they were able to obtain a hint of Xiaoqi's attention, then perhaps they would also be able to suppress the silent moment within their bodies, just as Qi Qing did, although it is not known exactly how much longevity this can increase for them. For cultivators in the world, as long as it is a chance to increase their longevity, it is the greatest chance. It's come to this. They no longer doubted whether Xiaoqi was the owner of this rotten wooden ship or not. They were more concerned about whether or not they could get a sliver of life out of Xiaoqi's hands than the rotten wooden ship that was already empty. Same time, Xiaoqi suddenly sensed that an extremely blurred shadow seemed to have surfaced in front of his eyes. It was none other than the silhouette of the rotting ship. As he expected, a trace of a metaphysical connection had indeed been created between him and this rotten wooden ship. But the feedback alone, in the moment, could not do that, to truly control the decaying ship. But it was enough for him. According to the second law of wool gathering that he had summarized, When these cultivators left the Rottenwood ship and spread the word about what had happened here, it would bring him more feedback. With enough feedback, he would truly be the master of this decaying ship. Only then did he look at the group of cultivators in front of him again. Things like suppressing the momentum of silence and awakening a trace of life were enough to be done once for the time being. To really get these guys to bring in more wool, you also have to delay their gratification to do so. This ship is about to embark on a voyage again. You can take this ship and head to the next docking place. This is considered as a meet and greet gift from me to you, Xia Qi slowly said. With that trace of sensation with the Rottenwood ship, he was still able to learn some relevant information as well. As for the next docking of this rotten ship, Xia Qi had no intention of following it there. It's not the hands-on approach to something like wool gathering that works best. And even if it fails to get the life given by Xia Qi, the words he said were still enough to move all the cultivators here as well. Can we take this rotten ship to its next stop? Since the beginning of time, I'm afraid that this is a treatment that only a supreme being can get. Chapter 44. Let your ancestors come out. The rotten wooden ship sailed through the great wasteland, and only when it docked could a cultivator board it. And once it continued sailing, it would be as if it didn't exist in this world, leaving all the cultivators where they were. Therefore, after the Rottingwood ship appeared, even though the cultivators found it entering the great wasteland, they could only follow closely behind it. Xia Qi's words, moreover, made them all realize more and more in their hearts this ancient existence in front of him. I'm afraid that he is really the owner of this rotten wooden ship. Will we be able to follow Elder and ride together on the Rottenwood ship to the next docking place? The Chaihu Dao master immediately asked, its tiger-like body crouching low, its posture posed in a particularly respectful manner. Then this shall be a great honor for us. It had begun to seize any opportunity to pay compliments to Natsuki, but Xia Qi shook his head. This ship will continue its voyage, and if it encounters any opportunity afterward, you may strive for it. This world is no longer as I remember it, and I'm going to have to look elsewhere. He could still be waiting for these cultivators to be able to proclaim the deeds of meeting him after they left with the rotting wooden ship, thus bringing him more feedback. As for this rotten ship, it was no longer of much use to him at the moment. With just this feedback at the moment, he wasn't ready to actually take the ship into his possession straight away. However, it was estimated that if all the cultivators in the world knew about the news of the Lord of the decaying wooden ship's appearance, it would definitely be able to bring about a qualitative change. Subsequently, he lightly waved his sleeves and put his hands behind his back, taking a step forward. Immediately afterward, Xia Qi's figure suddenly disappeared in the gaze of all the cultivators here. Until after Xia Qi left, the hearts and minds of the group of cultivators in this place were also still difficult to calm down for a long time. That ancient existence, after awakening in the ages, saw that heaven and earth had changed drastically, and everything was no longer the same as it was in the beginning. Do you want to travel the world to see how the world has changed over the ages? As that being, are there any beings in this world that he knows? It was a long time before a cultivator muttered something. If there was, then I'm afraid it should be an existence that has experienced at least hundreds of thousands of years of age, right? They can't even imagine how many years Xia Qi has gone through. Even if there is, it should have to be among the great forbidden areas of the great wilderness. Taoist Master Chai who spoke with certainty, and in response to what it said, all the other cultivators were silent. In the great wilderness, there are 6 forbidden zones in different directions and in various strange places. The era in which each forbidden area was rumored to have begun is also different, but they all seem to be older than many of the supreme beings in the world's legends. Sai's Sanctuary. The Grand Elder frowned as he looked at the group of cultivators in front of him, his expression filled with gravity. The trace of the decaying wooden ship was faintly visible in the sky in the distance. He had never expected that this legendary rotten wooden ship would now be docked near the Shiha Holy Land. However, he had been practicing in this Shiha sacred ground for more than 3,000 years, and in his heart, he knew very well that there weren't any chances in the vicinity to be right. However, the cultivators in front of them who had come after the decaying wooden ship clearly didn't agree. Even though they were still slightly concerned about the depths of the Zixihe sacred ground, there were already people who couldn't hold back their minds and secretly released their divine thoughts, probing the entire Zixihe sacred ground. You all are guests from afar. My Shihi sacred land will welcome you. Only, since that Rottenwood ship is not docked in our Shihi sacred land, shouldn't you all go ahead and check out the Rottenwood ship side? With a smile on his face, the Grand Elder opened his mouth to the group of cultivators in front of him. He was already making it clear to these cultivators that the true opportunity brought about by the Rottingwood ship was not in the Shihi Holy Land. However, among these cultivators, there were some who were sneering. Shihi Holy Land has such a big stance. Where is your patriarch? Only sending a cultivator who hasn't even touched the threshold of the Void Dao realm to greet us. Is he looking down on us? Words. The Grand Elder immediately frowned tightly. he knew that among these cultivators, there should be someone who couldn't hold back and wanted to cause trouble, thus taking the opportunity to explore the entire sacred land of Shiha. Before that, he had already received Xia Qi's instructions conveyed by Changyao, telling all the disciples of the Zixihe Holy Land to stay in seclusion in their cave. And among these cultivators in front of them, there should not be any existences that had truly stepped into the Void Dao realm showing themselves. However, there are also many peak great powers, and even, at the peak of the great powers towards the Void Dao realm vaguely step out of the existence. Likewise, all of these cultivators had very little life left. It will seize every opportunity to seek opportunities to extend its lifespan. Once things got out of hand, the current Zixihe Holy Land alone was afraid that it would be difficult to fight back at all. The great elder sighed darkly and had to say, "Fellow Taoists, there is no chance that exists in my Sai Holy Land. I still hope that all of you Taoists will be able to do so." But without waiting for his words to fall, one of the cultivators had already taken a step forward and waved his big sleeve. "How can a hallowed Shihi Holy Land not have a chance? I see. You guys are planning to monopolize the chances of that rotten wooden ship." A strong might suddenly erupted from the cultivator's body, spreading in all directions. It made the Grand Elder's figure stiffen slightly. This was a peak powerhouse who was about to step out from the Silent Realm, perhaps already touching the threshold of the Void Dao realm. The Grand Elder glanced at the cultivator's attire, but he had no choice but to continue to lower his stance and said, "My Shihi sacred ground should not be considered much of a treasure in front of the Heavenly Divine Hall, right?" The reputation of the Heavenly God Palace in the entire southern wasteland was almost on the verge of catching up to the two supreme families. The monks in it have always acted with impunity. However, his words did not draw the attention of the Heavenly God Palace cultivators, but instead, all the other cultivators were clearly moved. Now that someone had singled out the chance of the rotten wood ship, there was no need for them to hold back any longer. The Grand Elder gathered the reactions of these people into his eyes. His expression was gloomy, and he hurriedly said, "Everyone, one of the ancestors in my Shihi Holy Land has already descended in recent days, and perhaps in a few moments, our old ancestor will invite all of you to have a look at him." He had already moved out of Summer Rising. However, he also did not know when Xia Qi would be able to return to the Shiha Holy Land. The surrounding cultivators could naturally hear the warning in the Grand Elder's words, but they didn't care much about it. The Zixihe Holy Land was empty of the name of a Holy Land, but it was only a branch of the Taoist lineage left behind by the Zixihe Supreme being more than 100,000 years ago. Even if there were any living old ancestors, at most they would only be at the Void Dao realm, and perhaps they would already have difficulty resisting the momentum of silence, and would fall in a matter of days. This can be no threat to them. Enough, we only came to explore the opportunity. Let your disciples all cooperate well. Really, if anything goes wrong, it's also your Zixihe sacred ground that will bear the responsibility on its own. Another cultivator opened his mouth, already no longer caring about anything else, and walked straight towards the depths of the Shiha Holy Land. The Heavenly God Hall's cultivator also followed close behind, sneering, "If your ancestor really wants to see us, you can let him come out, as long as he's not afraid of falling early." As things stood, they no longer hid the slightest bit of it. Even if they turned the Shiha sacred land upside down, they still had to seek out the opportunity. If they can't find it, then the bottom of the Shiha Holy Land will be considered their chance. Someone took the lead, and the other cultivators quickly spread out in all directions, looking for opportunities to extend their lifespan. There was no need for them to delay here. Giggle. But suddenly, a cultivator noticed, the first deep into the Shiha Holy Land of that cultivator, its figure suddenly stopped, in no time, turned into a bit of flying ash, gradually dissipated. See this scene. The other cultivators' pupils immediately dilated and their feet unconsciously paused. Chapter 45 is the Daxia dynasty a forbidden zone? A mighty cultivator who was already at the peak of the Silent Realm had fallen in such an unexplained manner. The flying ash dissipated in spots, and in the blink of an eye it was no longer there. The cultivators who were originally planning to follow their steps deeper into the sacred land of Shiha were all instantly alert to the extreme in their hearts. Just now, they hadn't even detected the slightest bit of might. What the hell happened? A certain ancestor in the Zixihe sacred ground, did he really come out of the gate? According to Shiha's sacred land's heritage in previous years, even if there are still ancestors surviving today, they should be Void Dao realm cultivators at most. Perhaps it had also gone extremely far in the Void Dao realm. The higher the cultivation level, it meant that the momentum of silence was more intense. Now that he's out of the gate, he shouldn't live much longer. Could it be the patriarch of the Shiha Holy Land? At the forefront of the crowd of cultivators, that Heavenly God Palace cultivator swept his eyes around, his eyes already narrowed. But soon, he grinned again. I've heard that the previous patriarch of the Shiha Holy Land fell 100 years ago, and so a new patriarch took the throne. You should not have traveled too far in the Void Dao realm yet. Do you really intend to make enemies of us? Although he had not sought out the person who had struck the party, he did not care much, regardless of the fact that there are so many cultivators from various Taoist lineages intruding into this Zixihe sacred ground nowadays. Just his heavenly divine hall alone is already in existence that Zixihe sacred ground needs to look up to. Even though the Shiha Holy Land Patriarch was hiding in the shadows to strike, he was unable to deter them. Not knowing peace of mind like this, and not having boarded that ship, you guys can even look in the wrong place for a chance. But at that moment, a flat voice suddenly came. At that instant, all the cultivators here were stagnant, and then they turned their heads to follow the sound. The direction the voice came from was behind them. Immediately afterward, they saw that a young man had appeared behind them at some point. Ancestor! The Grand Elder's expression was delighted as he hurriedly bowed to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi nodded and ignored the crowd of cultivators in front of him, only looking sideways to the side. Ripples rose in the void on one side, blazing golden light flashed in between, and then a fairy-like figure walked out from it, which was Chang Yao. Previously, she had been borrowing the golden hairpin left behind by Supreme Zixihe and hiding in the void. In Chang Yao's hand, she was still holding the golden hairpin tightly. Her pretty face was tense. Obviously she had been on alert earlier. It was only after seeing Xiaoqi that he relaxed. Xiaoqi looked calm and said softly, "Later on, you will take the treasures on them and distribute them to the disciples." Taking the treasure? At those words, the group of cultivators in this place immediately furrowed their brows. They all stared at Xiaoqi closely, each of them releasing their divine thoughts, wanting to probe Xiaoqi's bottom line. But what surprised them was that the young man in front of them was as if he didn't exist in this world, and the divine thoughts swept through and couldn't detect anything. Even the breath of Xiaoqi was not detected. However, from the beginning to the end, Xiaoqi did not pay any attention to them, but lightly waved his sleeve. Those who are hidden in the void and have not yet come out need not appear again. The words fell. The surrounding void was filled with ripples that quickly subsided again. It was as if something extremely horrible had happened without a sound. This scene, however, fell in the eyes of all the cultivators here, but it caused a deep throbbing to instantly emerge in their hearts. They knew that among the cultivators who had entered the Shiha Holy Land this time, there must be a hidden existence of the Void Dao realm, should be hiding in the void. But today, it is not present. What happened? However, when they looked at Xiaoqi again, deep horror was uncontrollably shown in their expressions. In front of Xiaoqi, there was a pile of radiance strewn about. That is clearly a variety of artifacts. There are small tripods, small towers, long swords, bone bells. Several of the artifacts were still recognized by these cultivators. Those were the original artifacts that had followed their masters to fame thousands of years ago, and now all of them were radiating the might of the Void Dao realm. One time, all the cultivators could not help but be creeped out. As for Xiaoqi, he was not even half interested in wool gathering for these cultivators who had intruded into the Shiha Holy Land. Coming after the Rottenwood ship and even being able to find the wrong place for it to dock was not very promising at all. It was enough to have those cultivators on the rotting ship to provide him with wool. The sky. The rotten wooden ship had already moved again, setting sail again, cutting through the sky and rushing to the next place of docking. However, the cultivators who had broken into the Zixihe Holy Land all had no intention of caring about the decaying wooden ship at this point. They all stared at Xiaoqi with dead eyes, and from the depths of their hearts, fear that was enough to cause despair continued to well up. Even those Void Dao realm Dao lords had died without a sound in front of this young man. What kind of being is this? Above the Void Dao realm? Where is the ancestor that came out from? That place in the depths of the southern wasteland? At this time, the cultivator from the heavenly god hall spoke in a trembling voice under extreme fear. The sacred land of Shiho can still have this kind of existence? As for the upper clan of the Zixihe sacred ground, the Sun Royal Palace, far away in the eastern wasteland, it could not care too much about the Zixihe sacred ground on weekdays. What's more, even a supreme Dao lineage like the Sun Royal Palace would not easily make enemies. Looking at the entire southern wasteland, I'm afraid that only that unspeakable place in the depths of the southern wasteland would have such a terrifying existence, right? The other cultivators were all constantly speculating. The young man in front of them clearly hadn't exuded the slightest bit of might, yet he had already brought them deep despair. And just as their horrified gazes watched, Natsuki waved his hand casually. In an instant, the thoughts of these cultivators all came to a standstill. Their bodies all turned into bits of flying ash and dissipated, leaving only the artifacts they were carrying in place. In the Shihi Holy Land, silence was quickly restored. However, the Grand Elder and Chang Yao did not return to their senses for a long time. Those cultivators who had just intruded into the Zixihe Holy Land were almost enough to bring about the extinction of the entire Zixihe Holy Land. And now it's all gone up in smoke? It's like a molehill. Xiaoqi, however, didn't pay any more attention to this at all, and just laughed softly as he rushed the two people beside him. After that, what happened here will probably be spread out, so you just need to claim to the public that an ancestor has returned. Behind those cultivators, most of them should have a Tao lineage heritage. It was bound to notice that these cultivators had fallen in the sacred land of Shiha, and this is a chance for Xiaoqi to pull the wool over his eyes. The Grand Elder nodded his head in a hurry. He knew that after this matter, even if the Tao lineage inheritance behind those cultivators wanted to seek revenge, they would have to weigh how powerful the Zixihe sacred ground, which was able to make even that Tao Lord level cultivator buried here, was today. Speaking of which, do you guys know about that place mentioned by that cultivator earlier? Xiaoqi naturally noticed what the Heavenly God Palace cultivator said. Chang Yao glanced at the Grand Elder before answering to Xiaoqi. It should be that forbidden area deep in the southern wasteland, rumored to be in the middle of a vast cloud. Misty clouds? Aha! Xiaoqi couldn't even help but be stunned. The entire southern wilderness, the only one vast cloud, boundless, as if isolated from heaven and earth. But isn't that where the Daxia dynasty is? The forbidden area of the southern wasteland is on the side of the Daxia dynasty? At this moment, Xiaoqi inexplicably felt that he seemed to have touched some kind of hidden secret in this world. Chapter 46, The vast ages have never treaded. What kind of existence is this forbidden zone you speak of? Xiaoqi suppressed the throbbing thoughts in his heart and remained unperturbed on the surface. He also had a lot of speculation. However, that part of heaven and earth where the Grand Xia dynasty was located, although it was within the vast cloudy isolation, but how could it be seen? It could not be called a forbidden area, could it? Chang Yao and the Grand Elder glanced at each other, obviously both somewhat stunned. Unexpectedly, the ancestor did not know the existence of the forbidden zone. But this is not surprising, even if this forbidden area that the Holy Spirit of the world can't enter. For the ancestor, it should be nothing at all, right? Immediately, the Grand Elder came forward and slowly spoke. In the great wilderness, there are 6 forbidden zones, spread out everywhere, through the ages of the various supreme beings, and it is impossible to explore just how many years these forbidden zones have survived. It is rumored that all the supreme beings have also entered the forbidden zone, either discovering some amazing secrets in it, or breaking out into a great battle with some of the existences in it. And deep within the southern wasteland lies one of these forbidden zones, named Jedi Sky Pass. Even the supreme being has entered the forbidden zone before? Xiaoqi raised his eyebrows slightly, and in his heart, he quickly understood how these forbidden zones existed. As for the name of this forbidden area in the southern wasteland, it was something he cared about quite a bit. Jedi Antenna. The blanket of clouds that seems to isolate heaven and earth is indeed called a Jedi Sky Pass. And this forbidden zone, does it refer to the vast cloud? Or to the heaven and earth within the cloud? Does the sacred land of Shiha have any accounts of that Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area? He asked the Grand Elder again. The Grand Elder shook his head with a bitter smile. The levels involved in the forbidden zone are too high, and I'm afraid that only the Tao inheritance of the Supreme Being has a more detailed record. Under normal circumstances, cultivators will not easily mention the name of the forbidden zone. Although we in the sacred land of Zixihe are close to the depths of the southern wasteland, there are only some oral accounts of this forbidden area. Throughout the ages of the various supreme beings, none of the supreme beings had ever entered the forbidden zone either. The world's cultivators are even more secretive about the forbidden zone, which may contain great horrors that the world's living beings can hardly imagine. After a pause, the Grand Elder still told Xiaoqi as much as he could about what he knew. It is rumored that behind the vast clouds in the depths of the southern wasteland, there is another heaven and earth, but it is much different from the situation in the great wasteland. And that blanket of clouds, the world has not been its molding account, but occasionally there are cultivators in the blanket of clouds when they enter. We'll find some can be able to continue the life of the chance. That would be all he knew about the Jedi Heavenly Pass. Natsuki nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly. Earlier, when he entered the great wasteland, he was filled with curiosity about the vast clouds. I don't know why it exists in the world and isolates that part of heaven and earth where the great Xia dynasty is located from the great wasteland from each other. Now it does seem that there is some kind of hidden secret, but he had originally planned to return to the part of the heavens and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located after only wandering around in the great wilderness. Now it seemed that on the way back, it would be a good idea to see what secrets were hidden in this vast cloud. Although he had not yet traveled to the various supreme Tao lineage inheritances, he now had that rotten wooden ship sailing in the middle of the great wasteland. It's also enough to temporarily allow more of his monks to bring him wool. Afterward, Xiaoqi turned around and faced the depths of the southern wasteland. See this scene. Both Chang Yao and the Grand Elder could not help but be stunned. Ancestor, this is... I'm going to take a trip to that blanket of clouds. As the words fell, Xiaoqi had already taken a step out and his figure instantly disappeared. But for a time, Chang Yao and the Grand Elder. However, both struggled to return to their senses for a long time. The ancestor is actually heading to the Forbidden Zone? But this move, which was clearly enough to shock the world, was as simple as going home in Xiaqi's mouth? In this world, since all eras, only a supreme being would enter the Forbidden Zone in such a grand manner, right? Ryoko. It was only then that the Grand Elder finally slowed down and sighed with emotion. After all, we are unable to understand the existence of an ancestor like this. This ancestor who had instructed Supreme Shiha was afraid that he wasn't also in existence at the level of a supreme being like this. A vast cloud of mist crossed between heaven and earth, in which rolling mists were suspended, making it impossible to see through to the front. As for Xiaqi, he had already arrived before the clouds. However, this time he did not seek out the spatial rift, nor did he intend to return to the Grand Xia dynasty through it. He swept his eyes around, and stepped straight into this vast cloud. According to Xiaqi's guess, that Jedi antenna Forbidden Zone should be in the middle of this vast cloud. Moreover, there must be some sort of connection between it and the part of the heaven and earth where the Great Xia dynasty was located. The small willow tree hovered over Xiaqi's shoulder, its leaves flickering and constantly probing in all directions. At this time the trunk of the little willow tree, Hercules, sent out new shoots again. It was as if it wouldn't take long to add another branch, after detaching itself from that charred black tree body. In such a short period of time, the might it exuded was already enough to be comparable to that of a late Silent Realm mighty cultivator. This kind of cultivation progress, if it is spread to the world, it should also be enough to shock the world. Get a good feel for what's in this blanket of fog and see if there's any chance you can use. Natsuki whispered to Little Willow. The area covered by this blanket of fog is just like most places in the great wilderness, with a dead silence everywhere. And here, moreover, cannot feel any traces of the existence of living beings? There is just like an endless desert and cover the line of sight of the mist. It seemed that for endless years, no one had ever explored the edges of this vast mist. Xiaqi was not sure if he could explore to the end after entering this vast fog. Is the entire mist, known as the Jedi Heavenly Passage, or is the forbidden area in the mouths of the cultivators in the great wilderness only somewhere in this mist? Common sense dictates that it should again be the latter. Since the cultivators were able to find a chance somewhere in this vast fog, it means that the forbidden zone in their mouths exists in a specific location. The fog isolated everything, and even the current Xiaqi was unable to explore any other traces in this fog. It was as if this was a region forgotten by the world, where no one had ever set foot for 10,000 years. Xiaqi traveled all the way, somewhat unaware of how much distance he had rushed, and the desolate scenery remained unchanged for ages in all directions. It's just a pity that there isn't enough feedback right now, or else we could have borrowed that rotten ship to catch up. He could only sense the general location of the Rottenwood ship at the moment with the previous feedback, but he was not yet able to truly control the Rottenwood ship. The good thing is that the feedback from the identity of the owner of the decaying ship is growing. Apparently the rotting ship had landed at the next stopping place. The wool had started to come in automatically for him. It's in the middle of a march. Xiaqi suddenly noticed that the branches of the small willow tree on his shoulder were pointing straight in one direction. Is this sensing something? He knew that with Little Willow's divine powers, he might be able to find something in this blanket of fog. Immediately, he rushed in the direction that Little Willow was pointing. Only a short time later, Xiaqi stopped in his tracks. In the desert in front of them, a corpse bone was clearly being scattered. It was a gigantic corpse with only bones left, but it was like countless gigantic mountains piled on top of each other. Chapter 47, The Immortals are also silent. The bones of this corpse had all turned pale and seemed to have dispersed all their divinity, and it was unknown how much time had passed. Just like that, in the midst of a vast fog, it fell into the silence of the ages. Xiaqi's divine thoughts swept through, and his gaze quickly landed on one spot. That's the orientation of where the head of this corpse is. This is obviously an ancient beast. Its head should be born with 2 horns. Only one horn has been broken. The other is also crippled, as if it had experienced some kind of great battle in its lifetime. Dragons? Surveying the skull of this corpse, Xiaqi could not help but associate it with the several augur dragons he had seen in this world, and the skull bones of this corpse were clearly somewhat similar to the head of a 3-headed scaly dragon. But it's even more divine. It was actually a dragon bone. However, this dragon bone no longer possessed any divine supernatural qualities, and it could not even be compared to the hand bone in the Great Xia ancestral ground. Xiaqi also could not tell from this only skeleton whether this ancient beast was a true dragon or not in life. But this dragon bone could be much bigger than the 3-headed scaly dragon. According to Xiaqi's estimation, the huge mountain-like body of the 3-headed Jiao should only be the size of a bone of this dragon bone. It could be imagined that this dragon bone must have been some kind of powerful existence in its lifetime. Even that was by no means comparable to those Void Dao realm cultivators. Even such beings are dead and no longer harbor the slightest trace of divinity. Natsuki was all a bit emotional. he stepped on top of the skull of this dragon bone, and a slight cracking sound even came from under his feet. Over the countless years, even this dragon bone has weathered. If it wasn't for the vast mist that was always silent for ages, I'm afraid that this dragon bone would have been transformed into a part of the great wasteland. This should have to be even longer than the ages of the various supreme beings, right? Xia Qi had a rough judgment. Around this dragon bone, he didn't find any more traces. It should all have faded away over the ages. Only, after Xia Qi scanned the circle, his gaze was directed to the direction that this dragon bone head was facing. This dragon bone was estimated to have opened its teeth and claws before it died, as if it was struggling to rush in a certain direction. But in the end, it failed, collapsed on the way forward, and thereupon decayed in a haze. Where is this traveling to? Xia Qi's heart was filled with doubts. Something that had survived from such ancient years always seemed to be filled with some sort of mystery. But Xia Qi had a vague feeling that all these mysteries were pointing to the same thing. Without stopping too much longer, he continued deeper into the blanket of fog in the direction of the dragon bonehead. After traveling some more, Xia Qi once again saw a corpse. It was a human skeleton, its size insignificant in this haze. And yet, there is no longer anything divine about it. It's also like falling down the road. Xia Qi looked out to the front, his eyes narrowing slightly. Further ahead, there was likewise a corpse. Obviously, in these corpses' lifetime, they were all headed somewhere, but eventually they all fell. Where are they headed? And why did he fall on the road? Xia Qi collected his thoughts and continued on his way. Along the way, he saw many more corpses and bones, some of which were even more mutilated, and it was impossible to tell what kind of living species they had been in their lifetime. But the deeper they went in that direction, the more corpses they saw on the way, and the closer they got. Until the end, Xia Qi actually saw a corpse with bits of flesh and blood still remaining. That should be a human cultivator, sitting on a plate in one area, only the eyes part of the head, remnants of flesh and blood. Xia Qi took a glance and roughly judged that this human cultivator's corpse should have been born with some sort of divine pupil just like Changyao in his lifetime. So much so that its bones were weathered, but the flesh and blood in the area of the eyes remained. Among them, there was even a hint of strange fluctuations. After 10,000 years, it can still preserve a trace of energy. These eyes, I'm afraid they're not divine. Xia Qi was all a bit stunned. He quietly sensed the trace of divine Tao rhythm contained in these eyes, which had long since dried up their flesh and blood. Silently write it down. Perhaps with this trace of Tao rhythm, I can turn around and go to Changyao's place to make things up and gain feedback. Xia Qi shook his head without lingering too much longer. He had already sensed that he was getting closer to the location that these beings were heading to. As he moved forward, Xia Qi took a step forward, but the scene before him suddenly changed. He had arrived in the middle of a crumbling ruin, and all the clouds around him had disappeared in an instant. However, after seeing the scene of this place, Xia Qi's heart was flooded with a hint of eccentricity. A temple in the hold of a rotting ship? The crumbling ruins here were surprisingly extremely similar to the temple in the cabin of that decaying wooden ship. Even the stones used to construct this ruin were as if they were made of the same material. It's just that none of the stones here are any longer divine. The level of disrepair was also far greater than that of the decaying wooden ship. Even the stone was almost weathered to shreds. As Xia Qi looked around, he did realize that even if this temple had not fallen into ruins, its scale, too, was one size smaller than the temple of that rotten wooden ship. Instead of saying that he had come to another rotten ship, it would be better to say that this temple was modeled after the temple in that rotten ship. At that moment, Xia Qi suddenly seemed to have a realization and looked at the small willow tree on his shoulder. Chaotic mist surged below the small willow tree, and its branches swayed gently, but it was as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Is this falling into some kind of illusion? Xia Qi's heart stirred. He guessed that little willow should be caught in some kind of illusion, but he didn't have this illusion. What's going on here? The only person who also stepped into the area and fell into the illusion was little willow. Xia Qi tugged at the corner of his mouth as he vaguely realized that the illusion that little willow was caught in at this moment should mean some sort of hidden secret. After all, in the midst of this blanket of mist, it was clear that all the gods were going to dissipate. Even that divine pupil had only a trace of breath left. But here, the power that could pull spirits into the illusionary realm still existed. So it must not be bad. Think about it. Natsuki simply reached out and touched his fingers to Willow, closing his eyes slightly again. He was following the feedback from his status as a tree planter and forcing a connection with little Willow. Silence follows closely behind. And even the ferry boat that we modeled after that ancient divine ship is unable to ferry us to escape? Vaguely, a voice reached Xia Qi's ears. Everything is silent. The only way we can have a chance of survival is to escape to that only remaining territory. Can't escape. The divine pupil immortal father all stayed behind to break the back for us. Even an existence like him can't escape. How can we escape? In his voice, there was despair. Even the immortal emperor will be silenced. Chapter 48. The way ahead is broken. The momentum of silence seemed to have swept through the entire world, and in order to avoid it, all the living beings in the world were scrambling to cross over. It was like a great cataclysm in heaven and earth. In the end, many beings fell on the path of escape. Even the existence known as Xian can only be swallowed up by the silence in the end when it breaks off. Xia Qi organized all these thoughts in his heart. It's hard to imagine what a desperate situation that must have been. So, the corpse I encountered before, with only blood and flesh remaining in the eye area, should be the divine pupil immortal they are talking about? Xia Qi took a deep breath. That kind of existence can only be silenced in the middle of the ages, eventually turning into a withered bone. As for the place to which he had now come, it should be, as he had expected, a ferry built in imitation of a ship of rotten wood. Only, this ferry, too, has not been able to ferry the world to escape the silence. Looking at it this way, the origin of the rotten ship is even greater than expected. Xia Qi silently felt the feedback from the identity of the owner of the rottenwood ship. Presumably after the rottenwood ship arrived at its next stopping place, many cultivators had already spotted the cultivator who had walked down from the rotting wooden ship. This feedback, it's growing. Retrieving these fugitive thoughts, Xia Qi went back to sensing the visions that little Willow had experienced. Gradual, before his eyes, all of them also showed a void. The surrounding rubble and ruins seemed to gradually merge with the shadow, revealing a particularly illusory and blurred ancient temple. Many parts of this temple were indeed extremely similar to the place where the rotten ship had not collapsed. There was even an illusory figure walking around in it. Another voice rang out. Does the road ahead really still exist? After this silence, will the world's living beings still be able to leave behind bits and pieces of fire? Even if there is, only to be afraid that from now on, all future generations of living beings will be followed closely by silence. It was those illusory figures that spoke. Xia Qi was vaguely able to see that some of these figures were generally the same as the human race, while some, although in human form, retained traces such as the horns of beasts. It was as if cultivators of many races had gathered on top of this ferry ship 10,000 years ago. Under the catastrophe of the heavens and earth brought about by the momentum of silence, they united together in an unprecedented escape. Xia Qi, on the other hand, had glimpsed a corner of the truth of this world amidst the conversations of these illusory figures. 10,000 years ago, cultivators were indeed different from today, and will not be closely followed by the silence while practicing. Everything, after the silent momentum that swept through the world, changed, and just then, Natsuki suddenly noticed. These illusory figures all seemed to have sensed something, and one by one, they all stopped moving. They turned their heads in unison to face Natsuki. Eyes were cast together in the direction where Xia Qi was. See this scene. Xia Qi, however, knew that these illusory figures had not discovered him. Instead, he was looking to the rear of his bearing. He turned his head to look in the same direction. The illusory ferry was then seen to be rapidly disintegrating. Along with the outside world, the heavens and earth were transformed into a desert in a great wilderness in an illusion. It was as if some kind of unseen terrifying power had swept in. Again, in a matter of moments, it spread throughout the ferry. Eventually, all the shadows in front of Xia Qi's eyes dissipated. In situ, only the ruins of this ancient temple remained. No more figures could be traced in it, and not many traces of that ferry could be traced around it. Everything in the entire ferry, after the sweep of the momentum of silence, decayed and perished in the ages. Xia Qi's mind gradually calmed down as well, and he remained speechless for a long time. He knew that it was through the visions experienced by Little Willow that he had earlier seen this ferry at the time of that cataclysmic event. This is a history from ages ago. The branches of the Little Willow tree swayed, at this point like it was coming back to its senses, still in a daze at the sight it had experienced earlier. Only then did Xia Qi reach out and gently caress the branches of the small willow tree. In the beginning, did you also experience this silence? After seeing these sights in the midst of the vast clouds, he conversely realized more and more the extraordinary nature of the little willow tree. That topsy-turvy willow tree vision could be similarly in the middle of the great wasteland. Having experienced an unknown number of years, perhaps 10,000 years ago, it also experienced the sweep of that silent momentum, but until today, it actually retains a trace of vitality, but also in the dead silence of the ages, revived. The little willow branches moved as if scratching their heads. It obviously couldn't understand what Natsuki was saying now. Xia Qi shook his head, guessing that he would have to wait until Little Willow had really grown up before he could tell him what had passed. He was in no hurry. The heart has long been set on the idea of letting the little willow grow to a certain size and then letting it manifest itself in the world. Then, when the time came, naturally, he would be able to harvest another wave of wool from the tree planter status for him. Subsequently, Xia Qi circled around the ruins again. and after seeing that there was nothing else in the area, he then continued on his way. A question had risen in his mind. This ferry, too, was obviously just a means for the world's living beings to escape its silent momentum 10,000 years ago. And in that cataclysm, all the world's creatures were fighting to cross over. There must be other beings who have gone further ahead. And where, then, is their way forward? Behind this blanket of clouds. A touch of eccentricity surfaced in Xiaqi's heart. If he really passed through this vast cloud, he would be back in that part of the world where the Great Xia dynasty was located. Could it be that that part of the heavens and earth where the Great Xia dynasty was located was precisely the final destination that the beings from 10,000 years ago were fleeing from? He increasingly found that the part of the heaven and earth where the Great Xia dynasty was located was not simple. Above the road ahead, there was indeed a set of decayed bones, all of which had also lost their divinity. On this journey, Xiaqi had been traveling at full speed, and, since the feedback he was getting was actually increasing, his speed was likewise climbing. Even he didn't know how much distance he had traveled in this vast cloud, but the number of corpses in the road ahead was dwindling. As if under that catastrophe, the number of cultivators and living beings who could escape to this place is also getting fewer and fewer. Eventually, Xiaqi couldn't even see any remains of the corpse in his forward march. Have they fled to the end of the line, or is this path of escape completely broken? He mused, shaking his head. Perhaps the path he took today was just one of the paths of escape for cultivators before the ages. But there was clearly no longer any living creature at the back of the road. There was only the blanket of fog that always shrouded the heavens and the earth, and the empty silence of eternity. But just as Xiaqi pondered whether or not he should follow this path to see if he could get through the haze, instead, he was in front of him, and saw a silhouette that stood like a mountain. That turned out to be a stone monument. The stone tablet, although already broken, was clearly very different from the previous situation. Chapter 49 The Great Medicine in the Forbidden Zone. I continued along the former path of the ancients, and what I saw into my eyes was always a vast fog. The road ahead is broken, a road that may be impossible to cross. I'm running out of time. This stone monument in front of him was engraved with a passage. It's just that over the years, the text has faded as well. The stone monument was mutilated, as if many years ago, a cultivator had used great magical powers to condense the waste soil in the great wasteland and constructed it into this stone monument. But the power of that cultivator could not withstand the erosion of the years, and many parts of it had been mutilated, and the words on it were intermittent. Xiaqi stopped in front of the stone monument, but on this stone monument, he detected a strand of Tao rhythm that had survived. Supreme? A movement in his mind. Although this strand of Tao rhyme had also lost many of its divine differences, it was still able to detect some of its power. Rather, it was somewhat similar to the Tao rhythms left behind on the decks of the heavenly Chi Supreme and the decaying wooden ship. It should be that many ages ago, some supreme beings had also followed this path of escape, tracing the direction in which beings had fled 10,000 ancient ages ago. But in the end, it was nothing. It looks like it was left by this supreme being in his later years. Xiaqi pondered and continued to read the words on the stone tablet. The further back you go, the more mutilated the texts become. The Jedi Sky Pass shouldn't just be that one area, but this blanket of fog, into the midst of that forbidden place, I will go to. At the end of the day, all that was left was a vaguely recognizable text. Chu, that supreme being from the southern wasteland Chu clan? Xiaqi instantly realized the identity of the person who left the stone tablet. According to his understanding, the era of that supreme being of the Chu clan was tens of thousands of years later than supreme being Zixihe and supreme being Tianqi. Therefore, this stone monument left behind by that supreme being of the Chu clan after he had passed through the vast mist and arrived at this region was also able to leave behind so many words over the tens of thousands of years. Xiaqi pondered over the meaning embedded in the passage. Sure enough, the forbidden area that the southern wasteland cultivators are talking about is just an area of this vast fog. This text, in turn, verified his suspicions. The so-called Jedi Heavenly Passage was actually this blanket of fog that separated heaven and earth only. But, the word enter the Lord in this text did make Xiaqi a little concerned. It looks like, what kind of cultivator has entered an area in this vast fog? And that area was precisely the forbidden zone that the southern wasteland cultivators spoke of. Collecting these thoughts, Xiaqi also carefully calculated the path ahead, which this Chu family's supreme father had already helped him explore in advance, was mostly impassable. Even if you can get through, it's probably going to take a lot of time. Xiaqi did not intend to waste too much time in this fog. He also had to return to that part of the heavens and earth where the Great Xia dynasty was located to pass on the subsequent reverse heavenly reform technique to the empress. It's come to this. The subsequent chapters of this kung fu have become more and more complete. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long before the cultivation method for the Tao Master level realm would be fully presented in it. The cultivation experienced by today's cultivators, including supreme beings, should all be at the Void Tao realm. I wonder what realm this Gongfu corresponds to. Xia Qi looked around again. Besides this monument in front of him, there were still traces deliberately left behind by that supreme being of the Chu family. It could be imagined that in the past, after that supreme lord of the Chu clan had delved deeper into the vast mist, he had a premonition that his time was running out. Therefore, this monument was left behind, waiting for people to come here later, sort of guiding the way. Xia Qi, on the other hand, did detect a hint of urgency amongst the words on this stone monument. It's like this supreme being, on the verge of his demise, wanted to leave something behind as much as possible for those who would come after him. Since the road ahead is bad, let's take a side trip to that forbidden area. Xia Qi had already made up his mind. He had entered this vast mist, originally intending to take a look at the forbidden area on his way back to that part of the heavens and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located. There, it was a place that even a supreme being would defy all odds to go and explore in his later years. And Natsuki, after going all this way, there was a growing feeling that there must be some sort of connection between this forbidden area and that part of the heavens and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located. Following the traces left behind by this Chu family supreme, Xia Qi made his way forward. After passing through another blanket of fog, he finally stepped into an area. Looking at the sight in front of him, he was a little amazed. It was like an area forgotten by a blanket of fog, in which there was no mist shrouded, and as far as the eye can see, there is actually an endless expanse of green mountains and water. It is like the southern wasteland, a region that has not yet been assimilated into the great wasteland. This, obviously, is that forbidden area. Xia Qi only swept through with his divine thoughts, and a touch of eccentricity passed over his face. Is it so lively in the middle of this forbidden zone? But just within a small area nearby, he had actually detected hundreds of either strong or weak auras. The relatively weak auras among them had also reached the peak of great power. As for the powerful aura, it was clearly a Tao Lord level cultivator. Moreover, there were a few auras that were even stronger than the likes of Qi Qing and Taoist Master Chai who that Xia Qi had seen earlier on the rotting wooden ship. After only a moment's thought, Xia Qi again roughly understood. Most of these cultivators, they don't have much life left. If a peak powerhouse who had comprehended the Nine Tao origin lived past 3,000 years, his lifespan was about to come to an end. If they didn't step into the Void Tao realm and become Tao Lord level cultivators, they would fall. And until now, Xia Qi also didn't even know how a mighty cultivator was going to step into the Void Tao realm. As for Void Tao realm cultivators, their lifespan likewise had an end. They had to seek out as many opportunities as possible before the silent moment caught up with them, even if the chance is located in a forbidden area. Xia Qi cast his eyes further away again. This forbidden area was even more expansive than he had expected, like a small piece of heaven and earth, with the vast mist being isolated around the forbidden area, stretching farther into the distance, almost impossible to see the end at a glance. There may be an existence here that makes even the supreme beings afraid. Natsuki rubbed his chin and took stock. He had a mind to try and see if he could come across these existences, and if he could pull the wool over their eyes. From the beginning, all he cared about could be the opportunity to get feedback. In the middle of a mountain peak, a crowd of cultivators were slowly climbing. Here, it was as if their cultivation aptitudes were restricted in some way, and they wouldn't easily be inspired. Even the hiking seems to be a struggle, and above the mountain peaks, there was light shining through them. A great medicine appeared in the world, worthy of being a Jedi heavenly passage forbidden area. This great medicine, if you can get all of them, perhaps you can prolong your life for 1,000 years. All of these cultivators were staring intently at the light, constantly climbing with difficulty. It meant their longevity, a chance they would get even if they had to go deeper into the forbidden zone. But trance, in their line of sight, on the side of the big medicine that shone brightly, at some point, a young man's figure actually appeared. Chapter 50. That laurel plant on the moon. I planted it, at the top of the mountain. Light bloomed with brilliance and splendor, like a bright moon, reflecting in all directions. And under this kind of moonlight illumination, a young man's silhouette stood with his arms folded. He had a long figure and a long robe that fluttered in the wind, like an immortal who descended to the earth from the moonlight. Who is that? At this moment, this question welled up in the hearts of all the cultivators on top of the mountain peak. This mountain peak was filled with an extremely powerful pressure. Even Tao Master level cultivators who had stepped into the Void Tao realm were unable to fly here. Can only be hard to carry such as mountain shoulder pressure like pressure, step by step to climb the mountain peaks, and which climbed the highest, but only just barely climbed halfway up the mountainside only. After 10,000 ancient years, do the cultivators of the world have to fight for even a single medicine like this? At this moment, That young man leisurely opened his mouth. His words filled with unspeakable vicissitudes and emotions. After 10,000 years? Only just heard this. Around this mountain peak. All the cultivators then couldn't help but have their hearts violently shaken. In this Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area, traces of the passage of years could be seen almost everywhere. And there were even many things that had survived from the ages of 10,000 years. They are all extremely cognizant of this as well. But now, it was still difficult for them to suppress the throbbing in their hearts. Could it be that young man's figure, an existence reflected in this Jedi Heaven's Pass forbidden area since ages and ages ago? They could hardly even believe that this young figure was a living being. Even over many eras, both worldly cultivators and supreme beings had stepped into the forbidden zone. But the world ultimately knows too little about no-go zones. Xia Qi, on the other hand, did not rush to pay attention to the group of cultivators here again, but instead turned to look at the precious medicine beside him. This turned out to be a tiny laurel tree. Its branches were knotted with points of light, and there was a vague fragrance that wafted out, and just a single sniff would be enough to induce a surge of qi and blood. When the light coalesced together, it formed a glittering cloud of moonlight. This great medicine can prolong a cultivator's life for 1,000 years? Xia Qi checked the dots of light bearing on this laurel tree and had a rough assessment. Each and every one of these laurel petals that had turned into light indeed contained pure vitality. For the cultivators of the world, it was considered a great chance. He couldn't help but look at the small willow tree in the void to his side. As the same plant life, there is a world of difference between this osmanthus tree and the little willow tree. The little willow tree was more like a special cultivator than a plant. The laurel tree, on the other hand, doesn't have much of a will, and it seems that all growth activities are just following instinct. After a bit of exploration, Xia Qi, however, had no intention of taking the osmanthus tree. The chance of this laurel tree was of great use even to downlord level cultivators. But for him, at best it's just icing on the cake. He was still more concerned about how to harvest feedback this time when he showed up in the Jedi Heavenly Passage. Only a little thought. Xia Qi already had an idea in his mind. Immediately, he put his hands behind his back and paced slowly in front of this laurel tree. That laurel tree that was planted on the moon back then, after a great change in the world. But there are descendants who have continued. He seemed to think of something and looked up into the sky. The gaze seemed to penetrate through the blanket of mist shrouding the periphery of this Jedi Heavenly Pass forbidden area, reaching right into the depths of the high heavens. A laurel tree planted on the moon? Hearing Xia Qi's words, the crowd of cultivators around the mountain peak who were already in a state of shock and uncertainty, the heart of the moment was even more set off a huge wave. Which moon is this ancient being of unknown origin talking about? In the middle of the great wilderness, 3 moons are visible every night when you look up. The moonlight shines on the world for who knows how many years. For all eternity. Sounds. Do all the laurel trees in this world seem to come from a laurel tree that grows on the moon? What kind of existence would that be? It was hard to calm their minds for a long time, and they were even still gazing blearily at the top of the mountain. Up until this point, they couldn't comprehend the existence of Xia Qi. Even more so, they did not know if the appearance of this ancient existence would cause any changes to the chance they were about to be able to obtain. Xia Qi did not care about the thoughts of these cultivators. He had already decided that he would take this opportunity to harvest a wave of wool from the tree planter identity. As for the laurel tree on the moon, there are 3 full moons in this world, and he certainly doesn't know their past. The said Ben is a pre-crossing legend. But this, for the cultivators who were already speculating about his origin, could be called a shocking hidden secret. I have planted a few small trees in this world. As if recalling the past, Xia Qi slowly probed his hand, reaching out into the void and gently grasping the small willow tree that was still in a daze. One of them, a small willow tree, has survived through the ages, nowadays. But it's hard to see that little laurel plant. When the words fell, a ripple floated in the void, and immediately afterward, the shadow of a willow tree emerged from his hand. In a split second, around the mountain peak, all the cultivators could not help but have their pupils suddenly dilated. Their eyes, moreover, all revealed an undisguised horror. What did they see? A willow tree void. It is not huge, only as high as a person. But there are thousands of silk tapestries growing on it, gently swaying in the breeze. However, the branches of that one willow tree were all like divine chains of order, dropping infinite turquoise light as they swayed. And what was even more alarming to all the cultivators here was, the silhouette of this willow tree was clearly identical to the divine tree that stood atop the sky in the great wilderness. In the great wilderness, all cultivators would inevitably pass by that divine tree when they entered this Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area. They are all more than familiar with this. And the meaning revealed in the words spoken by the figure of that ancient being on top of the mountain was that it had planted the divine tree? Even, not only the divine tree, but the laurel tree that he said grew above the moon was also planted by it. One time, The horror that could never subside filled the hearts of all the cultivators here, preventing them from coming back to their senses for a long time. They are all still somewhat unable to even believe what they are hearing. Ancestors. But at that moment, an old cultivator of the peak mighty realm suddenly opened his mouth in a trembling voice to a cultivator in front of him. There had been news from the family side that the divine tree's shadow disappeared in the depths of the great wasteland. When the clan was exploring its changes, they even met an ancient being who claimed to have planted the divine tree. That old cultivator's words were all filled with creepy implications, and all around, the gazes of all the cultivators subconsciously converged towards that old cultivator. After seeing the figure of this old cultivator, they were even more shaken. This was a cultivator from the Chu family, the supreme family of the southern wasteland. His words actually directly verified the passing that ancient existence had spoken of. That divine tree that seems to have existed in the great wasteland for ages. Was it really planted by this ancient being? Nowadays, this ancient existence had actually come to the Jedi Heaven's past forbidden area and appeared in front of them. Chapter 51, with a wave of the hand, remodeling the great medicine. Same time, there were also cultivators who were reporting to cultivators higher up, and what came out of their mouths was the same news. The divine tree has changed, and it is suspected that the ancient being who once planted the divine tree has returned. Xia Qi also couldn't help but sweep his eyes around. His heart slightly moved. Sure enough, the second law of wool-gathering, which he has summarized, can greatly facilitate his fictitious identity. The commotion caused by the previous change in the divine tree must have gradually spread out in the great wilderness. Even in this Jedi Heaven's past forbidden area, there were people who had learned of this news, but he didn't say anything more about it. Since the beginning until now, he had also not interacted with the cultivators here. It was as if, with an ancient existence such as his, there was no need to prove anything to these cultivators. Only then did he lightly wave his sleeve, dispersing the vision of the willow tree beside him. Just now, he was also borrowing the small willow tree to slightly restore the vision of the top-heavy willow tree here. This could directly reap him a huge wave of feedback from these cultivators. Immediately, Xia Qi turned around to face the osmanthus tree again, only leaving the cultivators with a back shadow that resembled the loneliness of the ages. Since you have seen me, it is considered your destiny. Since then, there's no need to stay rooted here for long. Saying that, he was already reaching out his hand and touching towards this laurel tree. This ancient being, is he going to take away that great medicine? Benton time. A strong sense of urgency welled up in the hearts of all the cultivators in this place. Even in this Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area, this kind of chance could only be encountered but not sought. Perhaps sitting here for hundreds of years, it is possible to see this kind of chance that can increase the lifespan of 1,000 years. And such great medicines, if taken away by this ancient being, then they again want from the Jedi Tiantong forbidden area. Encountered this kind of chance. I'm afraid I won't get another chance in this life. Senpai. Some cultivators couldn't hold back and shouted out in alarm towards Xia Qi's side. Inexplicably, he had some suspicions that this ancient existence might not be what it was speculated to be. That great medicine is indeed capable of increasing life expectancy by 1,000 years. But if this person was really an ancient existence that had experienced 10,000 years, would he care about 1,000 years of lifespan? But the next moment, the cultivator's words then ended abruptly. All the other cultivators were also stagnant, staring dead at the peak above. A clear, cold moonlight was reflected in all their eyes, under the gaze of their eyes, above the mountain peak, with that ancient existence's finger touching that laurel tree. The dots of light knotted on the entire osmanthus tree actually instantly became more and more shining. Rustling, the branches and leaves of the laurel tree swayed, and the little bits of light were scattered with them. This is the petals of the osmanthus tree, scattered on the ground, but also still shining. There is a fragrance from the top of the mountain with the wind down. All the cultivators in this place were able to feel the chi and blood in their bodies surging rapidly just by taking a single sniff. But here and now, they had no time to care about the fragrance, the great medicine that had clearly scattered all the osmanthus blossoms. At this moment, above every branch, light was flowing. It was as if it had been gilded with a silver coating by the cool moonlight. And behind that laurel tree, there was even a ball of light that gradually coalesced into substance, turned into a moon. It was precisely as the moon that scattered the moonlight in the night sky of the great wilderness. Only yet it was different. This moon seemed to have a vaguely visible osmanthus tree pattern on it, and the modeling on it was also completely different from those three moons in the night sky. However, all the cultivators here realized something. This moon, perhaps, is the moon of which that ancient being spoke, who had planted the laurel tree. The bright moon rose, its light shining brightly, reflecting on the osmanthus tree. Gradual. This cinnamon tree has another bit of silver light coalescing between its branches, as if the trees were revitalized. In a matter of moments, they rebloomed with a single laurel blossom. But unlike earlier, In these laurel flowers, the light is more introverted, and the vitality contained in them spreads only slightly, then quickly closes in again. But even so, all the cultivators in this place couldn't help but have their hearts pounding as well. They clearly felt that the vitality slightly emanating from the osmanthus tree just now was clearly far better than before. Perhaps, now on top of this great medicine, just a single piece of osmanthus was enough to prolong their lives for decades. And there should be hundreds of silver cinnamon flowers like this. Then I am afraid that if all the osmanthus flowers are collected, it should be able to prolong their lives for thousands of years. I'm afraid this is on the verge of reaching the level of the legendary longevity medicine, right? The longevity pill. A divine medicine that even the supreme beings of the world could only dream of. It is rumored that if you can get the chance to get the longevity medicine, you may have the chance to prolong your life for 10,000 years. The moonlight faded. Xiaoqi surveyed the laurel tree in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. Just now, he borrowed the feedback from the identity of the tree planter. And with the great magical power of transforming life, he almost remodeled the origin of this laurel tree. Today, the laurel tree has really been able to transform. According to Xiaoqi's estimation, if all the osmanthus flowers born on this current osmanthus tree were collected, it should be able to increase a cultivator's lifespan by 7 or 8,000 years. If he waited until afterward and the feedback increased further, then he might be able to make this laurel tree prolong the life of the cultivator for 10,000 years. It seems like the supreme beings in this world can only live for about 20,000 years at most, right? Xiaoqi didn't know too much about the supreme being. However, according to the previous estimation, the era of each supreme being was almost around 20,000 years, counting its rise to power and then the time since it stepped into the realm of the supreme being. They should all fall within that range. After all, the silent momentum of this world was something that even immortals could not avoid, not to mention the supreme being. After doing so, only then did Xiaoqi wave his hand towards the laurel tree again, and along with the entire mountain below, they were all plucked up into midair with a wave of his hand. The cultivators who were originally still on the peak, intending to climb up, then fell down hopelessly. They landed lightly on the ground and didn't feel too strong a pressure. However, looking at the peak that rose into midair, they all couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness rise from the bottom of their hearts. It was extremely difficult for them to even climb this mountain peak, and yet, this ancient existence in front of him could easily uproot even mountain peaks. That's no way to fight back. Not to mention, they moreover, saw it with their own eyes. This ancient being transformed that great medicine they had dreamed of in a matter of moments, takes it up a notch altogether. This was already a great divine ability that completely surpassed their perceptions, casually transforming a great medicine so that the longevity it could continue increased by nearly 10 times. Not to mention them, I'm afraid that even those supreme beings who had left legends in the world were simply unable to do so, right? Then what kind of realm is this ancient existence? I am afraid that it really has gone through 10,000 years. Chapter 52, a being who came out of the depths of the forbidden zone. Hundreds of meters high peaks were suspended in the void, vaguely exuding a powerful might. Under this kind of pressure, all living things can't grow on it. It is all bare land, only a laurel blooming at the top of the mountain. But again, in the blink of an eye, this mountain peak shrunk drastically, transforming into the size of a palm and floating down into Xiaoqi's palm. See this. The shock in the hearts of all the cultivators intensified to the extreme almost instantly. Anyone could imagine the terrifying might contained in that condensed mountain peak. I'm afraid that this mountain has all been refined into a heavy weapon beyond the mundane in a matter of moments, right? Suddenly, a breeze blew by, and there were bits of light scattered from the sky, with a refreshing scent of cinnamon. Only just smelling this osmanthus aroma, all the cultivators here couldn't help but tremble. They clearly felt that the chi and blood in their bodies continued to surge, and even more so, they vaguely glowed with a vitality. This is the chance of that great medicine? At once, some cultivators realized the majestic vitality wrapped in that breeze just now, and they could not help but cry out in shock. It was that ancient being who bestowed upon us the laurel blossoms that were scattered earlier, turning them into a breeze. Think about it, can also know, such as that kind of ancient existence, if it really experienced the age of 10,000 years, and will not care about this area of 1,000 years of life of the drug? This was clearly sensing the root of that laurel pill, showing up here, and casually granting a chance for that laurel pill. As for the wisps of life they had acquired today, they had just picked up some edges, but even so, it was enough to provide some cultivators with nearly 100 years of longevity. At this point in time, how dare they speculate on Xiaoqi's origin? The chances of creation that they were experiencing now were feared to be extremely rare even in the era of the Supreme Being. In mid-air, Xiaoqi silently checked and received the feedback brought by these cultivators before he lightly waved his sleeve again, incorporating the laurel tree into the void. With the feedback of the moment, he would be able to make some more enhancements for the cinnamon tree, but for the time being there is no need for that. He had realized long ago that cultivators in this world were actually not supposed to lack vitality. Rather, the momentum of silence is always in close pursuit, constantly eroding, so that the higher the cultivation level, the longer the life, the more dense the momentum of silence accumulates. At the true end of the line, nothing external will work. Many thanks for the gift, Senior. At this moment, some cultivators finally came back to their senses and paid a respectful obeisance to Xiaoqi in the air from afar. Not only did this ancient existence not care about this 1,000 years of life, but he even generously gifted it to them. How transcendent is that? Since ancient times, I'm afraid that only the Supreme Being would have this kind of demeanor. Immediately after that, all the other cultivators didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and they all bowed down in unison. They had already realized that getting to see this ancient existence today was the greatest chance they had ever encountered. Xiaoqi took in their reactions and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He hadn't forgotten the law of wool gathering that he had summarized. Of course, this 1,000 years of longevity, he could actually take away and distribute it to the Great Summer Ancestral Land or the Shiha Holy Land. But why not? Because he is good. The pattern is open, and all the world's creatures can actually provide me with wool. This is the third law of wool gathering summarized by Xiaoqi. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaoqi then sighed leisurely with his hands behind his back in the sight of all the cultivators here. A tiny chance of life, in this great wilderness, is no more than a drop in the ocean. Looking back again, the world's cultivators have all been like mayflies dying in the morning. Can the world still have the remaining glory of the past? What he said was a real hidden secret from 10,000 years ago. Naturally, he was able to deter a group of cultivators here with a single sentence. The hearts of these cultivators were even more complicated and inexplicable. Among them, there could be no shortage of existences that had lived for more than 4,000 years, and there were even those that were more than 5,000 years old. But to this ancient being, it is like a mayfly that lives and dies. But they were even more aware of Xiaoqi's intention to enter this Jedi antenna forbidden zone. This ancient being, tracing the afterglow left behind ages ago. The only place in the world where a trace can be found is in the forbidden zone. How many years has this ancient being lived with the world? Having planted a divine tree and an unimaginable osmanthus tree from an ancient moon that the world has never seen? They can't even imagine it. Seniors, there were too many speculations filling the minds of these cultivators, but they didn't wait for them to try to voice out their questions. Xiaoqi then had already finished checking the feedback and took a step out, heading deeper into this Jedi antenna forbidden zone. Load the wave and run. If he were to create the identity of a tree planter in front of these cultivators again, it would be too deliberate. How about this leaves them more room for speculation and thus reap the benefits of feedback for a longer period of time? He had come here this time to seek the footprints of that supreme being of the Chu clan, and the wool gathering was only in passing. It also wanted to see what kind of hidden secrets existed within this Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area. Here, are there beings who survived ages ago? As for the original spot, the cultivators could only silently gaze at Xiaoqi's departing figure, their hearts stirring inexplicably. That senior actually went straight and deep into the forbidden zone. What kind of being is he? Could there really be elders in the world? Those who live forever have been a vain legend since ancient times. It is rumored that even the supreme being cannot find its trace. The previous experience, even if it had happened in this forbidden area that had survived to this day 10,000 ancient years ago, was still too bizarre for them. One must immediately get in touch with the outside world and communicate everything that has happened in this forbidden zone. The presence of such an existence in the world may mean that some kind of shocking change is going to happen in the world. Xiaoqi stepped into the air, his pace never slowing down. He didn't hide his figure, passing through the gathering places of many cultivators along the way. Obviously these cultivators who had entered this place from the great wilderness to explore the forbidden zone also had their own methods of seeking opportunities. But without exception, when they saw Xiaoqi, who was walking leisurely in the sky above the forbidden zone, their hearts were instantly filled with alarm. This entire Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area was distributed with more or less oppressive forces. In many places it is simply impossible to step through the air. Even if he was able to step into the air, he still had to be wary of being targeted by some unknown existence in the forbidden zone and falling here. To go deeper into the forbidden zone like this at a leisurely pace, only a supreme being should be able to do so. Gradual. As Xiaoqi went deeper and deeper into this place, there were fewer and fewer cultivators around. And those who were able to go deeper and deeper into this kind of territory to look for chances were only left with Taoist master-level cultivators. But Xiaoqi never found anything too worthy of his attention here. It seems that in this Jedi Tiantong forbidden area, there are just some suppressive forces distributed as well as rare living beings in the great wilderness. Rumble. And just when Xiaoqi had almost arrived at the center of this forbidden zone, A mountain peak not far away that was more than 1,000 meters high suddenly trembled. Countless debris fell, and rolling smoke spread in all directions. Xiaqi's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed towards the trembling mountain peak. Immediately, he saw that a humanoid figure had actually walked out of that mountain peak. "It's you? Rolling smoke." The figure that came out from the mountain peak after seeing Xiaqi actually issued a cry of alarm. The sound layers and layers, as if blended by a number of voices, but also in the stone vibration between the issue of Xiaqi, however, raised his eyebrows slightly. This being knows me? He didn't remember seeing such a being since he had traveled. Chapter 53, waiting for countless years in vain. Smoke and dust surged, and the figure of the humanoid being stepped out, treading on the void and rising up into the sky step by step. It exuded a white light all over its body, not really strong, yet reflecting in all directions. This kind of vision had already attracted the attention of many cultivators around. The cultivators all immediately gazed towards the center of the Forbidden Zone, their eyes filled with horrified implications. This Jedi Heavens Pass forbidden area, especially the center area, had not changed for almost eternity. As if the years have been stagnant in this place, the mountains remain the same. Even the grass growing here also rarely see the changes of wither in glory. But today, a mountain peak trembled, and a humanoid figure emitting light came out from it. This was extremely rare even in the legends of the world's supreme beings. And that's all. All of them are since the figure of the young man in midair came to this place. Only then this happened. Who is that young man? What kind of existence was the humanoid figure that came out of the mountain peak? Originally here to explore the opportunity of a group of Taoist master-level cultivators but now cannot help but trembling. They were horrified beyond measure to discover that even though they tried to release their divine thoughts to cautiously probe the two figures in the sky, they all came up empty-handed. It was as if neither the young man nor the figure with the glowing body existed in this world. Xiaqi was also sizing up the humanoid being in front of him. He was pretty sure that he hadn't seen such a being. Is it a case of mistaken identity? Or did mistake me for something else? Xiaqi silently checked the feedback, but did not find any additional feedback that appeared after the humanoid being stepped out. And he, indeed, did not fudge any other identity in front of this humanoid being. This is a bit strange. This time, the glow of the humanoid being's body was gradually converging, revealing its appearance underneath the light. Its body is like jade, wrapped in a layer of broken stone clothes, as if through many years, stone clothes have been weathered. From time to time there are crumbs scattered. He didn't have a face, just a layer of obscurely colored jade exterior. And the whole body wasn't exactly crystalline and rough looking. And within the first moment of seeing this humanoid being, the many cultivators around them couldn't help but stare abruptly. It's actually a natural stone tire. It is rumored that in the past, Supreme Emperor Xia had seen a stone birth spirit in the Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area, and had even discussed the Tao with him. Could this be the stone tire? No. According to the records, in even more ancient years, there were also stone-born beings who appeared in the Great Wasteland and even testified to become supreme beings, but they all fell silent over the years as well. Even a born and bred stone birth spirit cannot live with the world. Some cultivators secretly transmitted their voices, exchanging the hidden secrets of the world. They were able to go deep into this Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area, and almost all of them were cultivators who had traveled extremely far in the Void Dao realm, and they had even lived for thousands of years, and knew many hidden secrets that the world rarely knew. And now after seeing this stoneborn being, he knew even more about what kind of existence it meant. It is said that these stoneborn beings are practicing innately, only waiting to be perfected and emerge from the world. Then they will be able to prove their supremacy in one fell swoop. Then now that this being has appeared in the world, could it mean that there will be another supreme being in the world? The supreme being can reflect the heavens and should be worshipped by the world. This scene is not quite right. The monks were even more speculative. The sight they saw today was too much of a shock. A legendary stone birth spirit appearing in the world and coming out from the depths of the Forbidden Zone was already a shocking secret that was enough to startle the entire great wilderness. This kind of being, not to mention the fact that after completing his emergence, he would be able to certify the supreme being directly, even if it has not been perfected, and has only taken human form. Its realm must be far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. The more critical question is, this stone tire living spirit, is with that young man came to this place after the present world? So what kind of being could that young man be? The sound transmission of these cultivators was particularly hidden, and even more so, it was quite a distance away from the center of the Forbidden Zone, but it still could not be concealed from Xiaqi. Xiaqi silently listened to all of this, and had already gained some knowledge about this stoneborn being in front of him. When you complete your appearance, you can become a supreme being? If you look at it that way, this Jedi antenna forbidden area is at least somewhat special in the midst of it. He hadn't come for nothing after all. However, he could also see that the stone-born being in front of him did not resemble a worldly cultivator. Even it's after the light faded, as if it had fallen into some kind of metaphysical state. It's more like it's not in this world. This was not a supreme being. We have waited for an unknown number of years in this Jedi Heaven's Passage's leftover land. And finally, in this era, we have seen you again. At this moment, the stone tire beings once again emitted cascading sounds. It had no mouth, as if it had been rubbed against a stone from within its body to stir up the sound. And hear this. Xiaoqi was a bit stunned. According to his estimation, this stone birth spirit had definitely recognized the wrong person. And who was he mistaken for? The CC Supreme Being those cultivators are talking about? As soon as Xiaoqi had made a guess, he quickly dispelled it again. Supreme Shi-He was a woman. Even if he had obtained feedback that was somewhat related to Supreme Shi-He, this stone birth spirit should not be able to recognize him wrongly, right? After that silence, we lost the past, buried the future, and have survived to this day through this stone fetus. The stone fetus being came to Xiaoqi. If we can no longer wait for you, we too will return to utter silence. Hearing this, Xiaoqi couldn't help but become more and more puzzled. The silence that this stoneborn being spoke of should refer to the catastrophe that brought the entire world to silence 10,000 ancient years ago, from which not even immortals were able to escape. Could it be that this stone birth spirit was an existence that had survived since 10,000 ancient years ago? Why does that sound familiar? Like when I fictionalized my identity. Xiaoqi gave a secret belly laugh. For the time being, he really couldn't figure out the intention of this stone tire being, so he simply put his hands behind his back and fitted down in a smooth manner. I hadn't realized that you guys were waiting for me either. He intended to set the words of this stoneborn being to figure out what was going on first. The stone tire being sighed languidly. In the beginning, even though the divine pupil immortal emperor broke the back and blocked the silence, our fairy was unable to escape after all. But in the silence, glimpsing you, you do not know that we still exist. This time, Xiaoqi's eyes moved slightly, and he instantly understood. This stone birth spirit hadn't really recognized the wrong person. Surprisingly, he was indeed waiting for him. The stoneborn being in front of him was the cultivator on that ferry in the vast clouds. Earlier, when he was traveling through the vast mist, he had seen the illusory sight of the ferry before it was swallowed up by the silent momentum and the illusion of the little willow tree. And those cultivators on the ferry turned their heads to look in his direction before falling into silence. He hadn't even imagined that the silhouettes of those cultivators were actually looking at him. Nowadays, those cultivators came to this Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area, occupied a stone birth spirit, and even waited here for countless years, just to wait for him? Thinking about all this, Xiaoqi all became more and more dismayed. That vision, after all, turned out to be real. Chapter 54, an instant, continuing throughout the ages. Back then, when I stepped through the river of years and got to see the silence of the afterlife, I fell on that imitation ferry boat and saw you guys, which is also considered your destiny with me. It's true that there are too many things that Xiaoqi can't figure out, but fictitious identities have become a habit. Regardless of what was going on this time when he met this stoneborn being in the Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area. Let's first raise the status bit. Only, after Xiaoqi's words fell, the stoneborn being seemed to be in deep thought, but then shook his head as if he hadn't remembered anything for a long time. And Xiaoqi did not receive any feedback. It's as if this stone birth spirit should not belong to this world in the first place. The lack of feedback means that this stone birth spirit is not actually alive? Xiaoqi instantly had a guess. It is also possible that the state of this stone birth spirit is not right at the moment, but just as the induction feeds back. Instead, he suddenly checked to receive a wave of unanticipated feedback. That turned out to be the power of the kingdom. The power of Great Xia's national fortune had inexplicably skyrocketed. In addition, which is even more mixed with the feedback of that anticlimactic change of life technique. After the realm of birth and destruction comes the humanity realm. In this feedback, the chapter that corresponded to this world's Daelord level cultivators was finally filled out and complete. Cultivators in the realm of life and death perceive the origin and comprehend the human way, thus stepping into the realm of humanity. Then if you backpropagate from this gongfu to worldly cultivators stepping into the realm of the void Dao, Xiaoqi pondered, his brows furrowing slightly. This world's cultivation system, there really is a big problem. Cultivators perceive the human way before they can become a party of Taoist masters. But what the cultivators of this world step into is the void Tao realm. Even the word is not real. Sorting through the feedback, Xiaoqi couldn't help but be a little curious. He's supposed to be doing something big. It actually caused the national feedback to get such a big spike. Suppressing his thoughts, Xiaoqi only then looked at the stone birth spirit again. This stone birth spirit was clearly a cultivator from 10,000 ancient years ago who had survived until now. But it was like it didn't have much of a mind, and its state was particularly odd. After a moment's thought, he asked, Why are you waiting for me? Earlier in the ruins of that ferry, he had sort of met with those cultivators through the illusion, but just because of this side, withered waiting for him for ages. That doesn't make any sense. Forgot. However, the stone tire being's reply caused Xia Qi's expression to stiffen. No. Can this be forgotten too? Then what's the point of waiting here? Xia Qi is a bit powerless to spit. Since these 10,000 ancient years, this stone birth spirit only remembered to wait for him. As for why he was waiting for him, simply forgetting could be okay. Not much of a tone could be heard in the cascading words of the stoneborn being that were stirred up by the friction of the stones. Like ancient stone machinery, he said, when the silence struck, we were already dead, and eternity had been dispersed, but for some reason, the moment of seeing you remained. The past and the future no longer exist, and the past is even dissipated into silence. So I can only spend countless years with the help of this stone tire. Is it really true? Xia Qi verified his guess since the words of the stone tire being, this stone birth spirit is, indeed, dead. The silence that occurred 10,000 ancient years ago changed the entire world, and even the immortals failed to survive it. Even though all the cultivators on that ferry were extremely extraordinary, they could not survive the silence. But, the one moment that this stoneborn spirit said made Xia Qi a bit concerned. A moment, more like the opposite of eternity. If time is compared to a straight line, that instant is like one of the points. If none of the living beings in this world can live forever, what if there is only a moment? This means, the spirits in the stoneborn beings today are not so much those cultivators on the ferry who have survived in another form, but rather, they have mirrored the moment before the silence. So, what was contained in this stone tire in front of him was actually a snapshot of a moment 10,000 ancient years ago. But precisely because there is only one moment, there is no past or future. Gee, that's more or less an abstract concept. Xia Qi secretly smacked his mouth, savoring the meaning. Soon enough, he collected these thoughts again and once again surveyed the rough stone tire before him. No matter what, this stone birth spirit could at least be considered an existence that had truly survived for 10,000 years. Although its spirit only reflects for a moment, it should know many hidden secrets that have disappeared from the world, right? Thinking of this, he simply inquired directly to the stone tire being, what was the cause of that great silence? Nowadays, the hidden secrets that Xia Qi had learned were almost all directly referring to that great silence. But what is the source of this great silence? Why is the world silent? So much so that nowadays, the momentum of silence exists within almost every cultivator in the world. And this is such a hidden secret that the world only knows that the Supreme Being does not know about it. But the stoneborn being answered dryly. Forgot. Xia Qi couldn't even help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What can you remember? At this moment, he kind of experienced how frustrating it was to be a riddler when he fictionalized his identity. But the past of the stoneborn beings had faded with that great silence after all, and it was not good for him to force it. Thinking for a moment before he asked his next question. You're fleeing all the way. Even the immortals are breaking your back. Where exactly are you fleeing to? This was the biggest doubt in his mind earlier when he was in the blanket of fog. And this time, the stoneborn being fell back as if it remembered something and turned to face forward. Xia Qi looked along as one. That direction. The back of the blanket of fog. According to his speculation, behind the vast fog was the part of the heavens and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located. Immediately afterward, he heard the words of the stone tire being ring out. Flee to the last pure land on earth. The only place where the silence will not be completely consumed. Even if it can't withstand the erosion of the silence either, it will be the last hope. The land that will not be completely consumed by silence. Xia Qi silently compared that part of the heaven and earth where the Grand Xia dynasty was located with the Great Wasteland. Compared to the Great Wasteland, that part of the heavens and earth where the Great Xia dynasty was located was indeed rare in terms of silence. Even if there were, most of them were within cultivators who had stepped into the silent realm. So, at the time of the Great Silence, all the surviving beings in the world were fleeing to the heaven and earth where the Great Xia dynasty is located? He had long speculated about this in his mind. What's there? Natsuki asked again. The stone birth spirit was slightly silent, seemingly recalling as much as he could. Its spirituality was only a reflection of a moment before 10,000 ancient years, but it was enough to carry much. Only after a long time did it reply. Can't remember much, but we remember that it was the seed of the world, and if it took root and sprouted, it would open up a brand new era. Abstractions. Xia Qi silently spat out a sentence, but he also still grasped the point of the stone tire being's words. Is it possible for a brand new era to begin in that part of heaven and earth where the Daxia dynasty is located? Everything in the Great Wasteland is filled with silence and decay. But on the other side of the blanket of fog, there is the hope of recovery from the silence. Then what is the supreme being of this world? At this time, the stone tire being suddenly said again, for countless years, There were some beings in the outside world who had instead stepped out on another path, almost reaching the extreme, but they were also eroded by the silence and came here, only able to hide for a moment, lingering to this day. Those beings it speaks of are the supreme beings. Xiaqi's eyes flickered, instantly realizing this. Chapter 55. This forbidden zone awaits my return. Since the beginning of time, there have been supreme beings who have survived until now. Moreover, it was hidden in this Jedi Heavens Pass forbidden area. Natsuki swept his eyes around. He had previously traveled all the way through this forbidden area and indeed had not detected any beings beyond the Void Dao realm here. But it would make sense to say that all those supreme beings were hiding in a marvelous state. Do they also leave an instant behind as you do? Xiaqi asked. Instead, the stone birth spirit shook its head. Not the same. We have only this moment, but we can go through all the ages. They, on the other hand, hide themselves in a single moment, unable to walk the world, and can only occasionally manifest in the years. It's kind of a twisted way to extend longevity. Xiaqi was slightly enlightened. Even supreme beings have a limit to their lifespan, and will eventually be caught up by the momentum of silence. And these supreme beings hide in an instant and don't actually extend their lifespan. It just amounts to letting oneself jump forward into the future through time after time, extending the years of one's existence as far as possible. No wonder the existence of those supreme beings cannot be detected here. This is something they cannot do even if they want to manifest in the world. Even in that instant, none of those supreme beings were able to perceive the changes that had taken place in the years and could not perceive the sights beyond the instant. Kinda another way to live and let live. Collecting these thoughts, Xiaqi did not have the heart to find out those supreme beings hiding in a single moment. This who can know? Which moment in countless years those supreme beings are hiding? Do you have any other memories of the seeds of the new age? Xiaqi then asked again. He also didn't expect the stone tire being to remember much after silencing the past. Instead of asking them one by one, it would be better to let the stone-born beings speak for themselves. The stone birth spirit was slightly silent, then added, Immortal God Pupil once said that our path had failed, and that the new epoch would perhaps be the power of all beings. Is that all? Natsuki shook his head. To be able to learn this from the stone tire beings was already considered a great gain. He pondered the words of the stone tire being, and his heart moved slightly. The power of all beings. If there was any difference between that part of the heavens and earth where the Daxia dynasty was located and the great wasteland, apart from the power of silence, there is only the luck of the nation. It was reasonable to say that in that part of the heaven and earth of the Daxia dynasty, not only the Daxia dynasty, but among the other dynasties, there could be the power of the national fortune as well. However, after he entered the great wasteland, he had never heard of the power of national fortune. So, is the state of the nation the manifestation of the power of all beings? Thinking about this, Xiaqi became more and more convinced of his suspicions. That reversing heaven and changing fate technique was already inextricably linked to the fate of the country. In that case, the power of national fortune actually has a lot of places that can be tapped into. Sure, Xiaqi's true purpose, from the very beginning, was not just to explore the hidden secrets of this world. Rather, it's about finding boosts that can facilitate the harvesting of wool from fictitious identities in the quest for hidden secrets. Now what the stone birth spirit had said could directly provide him with a lot of inspiration. He had all the intention of immediately rushing back to that part of the heavens and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located to carry out these inspirations. The body of the stone birth spirit was like a diamond, with a rough surface, and during the conversation with Xiaqi, the stone clothes on the exterior were withering away, turning into a bit of dust that floated away in the air. No one could tell that it was, on the inside, even more ancient than imagined, but it is ultimately only a momentary reflection and carries limited information. And since it came out in the center of the penalty box, whether it was it or Xiaqi, in the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, they were all illusory to the extreme. It was as if there was no trace of the existence of these two in the world. As for what they were talking about, the cultivators were even more unable to probe. But yet it had already caused these cultivators to be incomparably alarmed. Are they discussing the Tao? Just like the Supreme Zixihe from more than 100,000 years ago, that stone-born being, even if it has not been perfected, should be far beyond the cultivators of the world? But what kind of existence is that one? Has he achieved supremacy? What was happening in this Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area today? Even though these cultivators had seen it with their own eyes, but for them, it is still beyond their knowledge as well. What he saw today, when the monks conveyed it to their respective Taoist lineages, should also become a legend widely spread in the world. The sky. Xiaqi tried to ask the stone birth spirit a few more questions, but the answers he got were basically that it no longer remembered. He also had to give up the pursuit without forcing too much. Now that you have waited for me, what about the future? He asked the last question. This stone birth spirit had waited for 10,000 years, but even if it was only a momentary reflection, it would still eventually be silenced. But that should be many years from now. Xiaoqi was actually wondering if there was any place where he could use the stone birth spirit. After all, stone birth beings were, in the eyes of worldly cultivators, existences that, once perfected, had the opportunity to prove the supreme being. If he was able to walk the world with such a stoneborn being in the future, then it was almost not even necessary for him to say anything more. Directly swinging the stone birth spirit to his side was enough to cause many speculations among the cultivators. The stone tire being, however, did not hesitate much and simply said, "Continue to wait here." This, Natsuki bristled, almost forgot. This stone birth spirit has no future either. It can only follow the reflection of that moment, always staying in the Jedi antenna forbidden area until it is completely silenced. Xiaoqi pondered for a while and finally had an idea in his mind. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he swept his eyes over this Jedi Heaven's Pass forbidden area. While you are waiting in the future, if you see any beings coming out of here that are hiding for a moment, you may inform me. There should have to be several supreme beings hidden in this forbidden area. He couldn't pull the wool over these supreme beings now, but he might be able to say so in the future. The stone birth spirit was silent for a long time, seemingly in deep thought. Xiaoqi knew what it was thinking about and immediately turned around to look at the group of cultivators around him. Spin. Only then did the stone tire living spirit say, "Once you step out of this place, I will not be able to contact you." One moment. Xiaoqi had already taken a step forward. It's not a problem for him. He turned his back to the stoneborn being, looked out into the vast mist of the sky, and let out a long sigh. Alas! Same time, the sigh echoed in the ears of all the surrounding cultivators. In that voice, it was clear that not the slightest bit of might had been mixed in, but for some reason, just hearing it alone made their hearts and minds stir. They hurriedly looked at Xiaoqi, the shock in their gazes unmistakable. What exactly did this being of unknown origin talk to that stoneborn being? "You have waited here for 10,000 ancient years just to wait for my return. Thanks." Xiaoqi's voice sounded again, full of emotion. The words fell. The figures of all the cultivators froze instantly, as if they were struck by lightning. Waiting for his return? This being of unknown origin has now descended to the Jedi antenna forbidden zone, but is actually returning? Did he ever live in this Jedi Tiantong forbidden area? Or is it? In the hearts of all the cultivators, an almost absurd thought sprang up. Chapter 56, He is the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. The 6 forbidden zones in the world had all existed for an unknown number of years, and seemed to be far more ancient than the era of a single supreme being. There are even many legends circulating, but there is no way to tell if they are true or not. And now, in the midst of this Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area, a stoneborn being that could become a supreme being had stepped out. No one knew exactly how many years this stone birth spirit had been nurtured in the deep veins of the forbidden zone. But, this stone birth spirit was actually waiting for the return of that being of unknown origin? Then what should be the identity of this being of unknown origin? At this time, Xiaoqi was already speaking leisurely once again. It's been a long time, and the world has changed so much that this place has survived to this day. Perhaps to the worldly beings, this place is already in a state of no ownership. He never even bothered to look at the group of cultivators here, as if he was missing everything in the forbidden zone. Instead, his words revealed a message. This Jedi antenna forbidden zone was not without a master. The cultivators looked at each other, all of them seeing unbelievable horror in the eyes of the others beside them. The Jedi Heavenly Pass forbidden area, countless years ago, had an owner. No, even over countless years, the owner of the Jedi antenna forbidden area has also been living long in the world. Then could this being of unknown origin be the Lord of the Jedi Ancestral Passage forbidden area? They are going to be shocked by their own thoughts. It was beyond the realm of what they could contemplate. The sky. The stone birth spirit remained in silence, as if it was also pondering over Xiaoqi's words, but in its current state alone, it cannot understand this. It also didn't understand why Xiaoqi would suddenly say all this, yet it still responded to Xiaoqi. This is originally a place that has been forgotten by the world's living beings, and we have been here for countless years, just quietly watching generations of living beings go in and out, and we have never interfered. Good assist. Xiaoqi instantly gave the stone birth spirit an appreciative glance. He chose to fictionalize his identity at this time, but he also had the exact same mindset of using the stone birth spirit realm. This kind of once the perfect out of the world can have the opportunity to achieve the existence of the supreme. Alone just stand in the forbidden zone, will be enough to prove too much. And the surrounding cultivators were already feeling confused in their heads. This series of hidden secrets of the world was actually easily spilled out by the stoneborn spirit and that being of unknown origin. They have no doubt at all about its authenticity, even regardless of the cultivator suspected to be the lord of the forbidden zone. Just this stone birth spirit has not yet been consummated. I'm afraid that it is also capable of crushing all the cultivators exploring the Forbidden Zone nowadays with just one finger, right? There was no need to lie to them with this kind of existence. Even being able to hear just a few words of these two talking was already considered a chance for them. Only then did Xia Qi turn around and nodded at the Stoneborn being. There is no problem with what you have done. The world has changed drastically. Cultivators are like mayflies. They can only seek some opportunities here to extend their lifespan. Let the world's creatures continue to do so in the future. Speaking here, he added immediately afterward, I have, at the moment, no intention of re-entering this place again. This is already being made explicit. Almost as soon as the words fell, Xia Qi clearly felt that the energy in his body was raging, and it was more like there was a subtle energy that created some sensation between him and this Jedi antenna Forbidden Zone. Effective. His fictional identity at the moment was none other than the Lord of this Jedi Heavenly Passage Forbidden Area, and now he did have some connection to this Forbidden Zone, although it is not much, but it should be enough for him to be able to search for this Forbidden Area located in the corner of the fog even if he is once again in the fog, without the help of any guidance, and all around. There were even cultivators who couldn't help but tremble in their bodies. Sure enough, this ancient existence was indeed the master of this Jedi Heavenly Passage Forbidden Area. It was an existence older than the ages. Throughout the ages, the traces left behind by the Supreme Being will all perish. Only the Forbidden Zone endures. That Lord of the Forbidden Zone was feared to be even more ancient than many of the Supreme Beings in the world. When they thought about it, they couldn't help but be even more alarmed. This Lord of the Forbidden Zone didn't countenance them cultivators intruding into the Forbidden Zone to explore for opportunities, and even, incomparably generously, allowed them to remain here. Otherwise, with this kind of existence, it was feared that but for a single thought, they would all have to be scattered in their souls. Xia Qi did not pay any more attention to the cultivators around him, but only waved his hand at the stone birth spirit. Go, I have returned and will go again into the world. He took one step and his figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. However, he didn't really leave, but instead concealed himself in the void, secretly observing the cultivators here. Now that he was in the middle of this forbidden area, the noise he had successively made could be big enough. Then even if these cultivators who were deep in the forbidden zone were considered isolated and unheard of, it was estimated that they would have to find a way to communicate the shocking changes that had occurred in this forbidden zone. That would fit his second law of wool-gathering. The stone birth spirit did not leave immediately. Instead, it stood still for a while, and then bowed slowly and performed a salute towards the direction of the void where Xia Qi was. Only then did he turn around and walk down from the high sky, his figure disappearing into a mountain peak below. The rolling dust and smoke dispersed, and the center area of this Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area was no longer home to this ancient stone birth spirit. However, Xia Qi had already constructed a trace of connection between himself and the Stoneborn being through the feedback of the identity of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. When that happens, this connection will grow as more feedback is given. Then he would be able to truly grasp the strange movements here through the stone birth spirit. In the center area of the Forbidden Zone, the crowd of cultivators had trouble slowing down for a long time. The power of suppression distributed in this forbidden area made it difficult for their divine thoughts to spread out too far. They were even more aware that the dangers lurking in this forbidden zone were not the only ones. However, what they had seen and heard today was making them more and more in awe of this forbidden area. It is necessary to convey to the outside world the shocking changes that are taking place in this forbidden area today. The Lord of the Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area returns to the world. Such an existence, even a single move will involve a change in heaven and earth. Reacting to this, some cultivators immediately moved in the direction of the periphery of the forbidden zone. But only a short while later, they noticed that there were cultivators on the outskirts of the forbidden zone who were likewise rushing this way. Ancestor, a strange change has occurred in this forbidden area. One of the outer cultivators hadn't arrived yet and had already transmitted his voice to an old Downlord level cultivator. The old cultivator nodded. He had seen the changes in this forbidden area with his own eyes, and there was no longer any need for his children or grandchildren to report on it. Instead, he instructed his children and grandchildren who had arrived. I already know the root cause of the mutation, so send word to the family that the Lord of this Jedi antenna forbidden area has returned. The cultivators on the periphery's feet lurched and their figures suddenly froze. The information contained in just this one sentence was enough to startle him to the point of being dumbfounded. Go! The old cultivator urged. There was no delay with such shocking news, but the cultivators on the periphery slowed down, but did not leave. Instead, he murmured, could it be that the senior who had planted the divine tree in the depths of the great wasteland is precisely the Lord of this Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area? Aha! At those words, the old cultivator froze. What his children and grandchildren brought with them was actually another secret enough to startle the world. Chapter 57 He will bring about a change in the world. Eastern Wasteland, Chu family residence. All of the Chu family's old cultivators converged in the middle of the underground palace, looking up at the ball of light suspended above it. The glow was ice blue in color and emitted a morose coldness, causing the entire underground palace to be condensed with frost that seemed like it would not melt for eternity. And in the light, there was even a palace floating vaguely in it. The cold ice hell shook earlier. I wonder what it means. An old cultivator sighed lightly and looked back at the group of cultivators around him. The crowd's looks also revealed a sense of confusion. Someone spoke tentatively. Perhaps, the cold hell is signaling us. The Rottenwood ship after 10,000 years reappeared in the world. But this time is not the same as the records in the ancient times, which is even out of the existence of a suspected Rottenwood shipmaster. Some kind of change is bound to happen in heaven and earth. In response, the others fell silent in thought. This world, indeed, has changed dramatically. The divine tree vision in the depths of the great wilderness disappeared, and an ancient existence suspected to have planted the divine tree 10,000 ancient years ago appeared. Another Rottenwood ship sailed through the great wasteland once again, and the ancient existence suspected to be the lord of the Rottenwood ship also manifested in the world. And now, even their Chu clan's cold ice hell had seen a disturbance. This cold ice hell was left behind by the Chu Jiang supreme exalt of the Chu clan back then. In these tens of thousands of years, it had always sheltered their Chu family. However, on normal days, unless the Chu family was in a life and death crisis, they would never use it easily. In this world, even the supreme beings could not resist the erosion of age, and the artifacts they left behind were likewise the same. At best, it is able to support many more years due to the uncommon material. But just a few days ago, this cold hell left behind by the Chu Jiang supreme, even in the silence of many years, suddenly appeared to tremble. Is this something you've sensed? They cannot know. Has contact been made with the Qi family? Does the artifact left behind by Supreme Emperor Tian Qi signal an alarm? An old cultivator at the forefront inquired to the side. If it was truly the cold ice hell that was signaling, then perhaps the Qi clan, which was also a supreme family, would be able to get the message. However, the reply they received was that the Qi family was calm and quiet, with no unusual movements occurring. The cold ice hell's artifact spirit ancestor has been dormant for too long, and this time I don't know if I should wake up its old man. The old cultivator at the very front sighed softly. The ability of the ice hell to go through tens of thousands of years without being eroded by the years is due to being in some kind of marvelous state all the time. Otherwise, even if the material of the cold ice hell could survive with the world, the spirits in it wouldn't be able to hold on. It's too expensive to wake up once. They could only observe with this to see if the cold ice hell would once again show any unusual movements. And just then, there was a faint idea that suddenly reached the hearts and minds of every cultivator in the underground palace. Benton time. All the cultivators changed their complexion. The mark left by the supreme being in the vast mist deep within the southern wasteland has been triggered? They stared into the cold hell, and speculation was rife for a moment. The intention of the party was precisely what the artifact spirit of the cold ice hell had conveyed, and all the cultivators even knew that the blanket of mist meant the true Jedi heavenly passage. It was the border between heaven and earth, and also separated another heaven and earth. Only, since ancient times, even the supreme beings had not been able to step through the vast mist and enter that side of the world. Instead, mighty cultivators could enter via the spatial cracks in the blanket of mist. However, after entering, one's own momentum of silence would be so dense that it would quickly return to silence. That Jedi antenna forbidden area, also in the blanket of fog. In his later years, the supreme being also stepped into the vast mist and went exploring, so he must have gone deeper into it. The old cultivator at the head pondered and said in a deep voice, in an area like that, what kind of living being could touch the mark left by the supreme being? It creeped them out somehow. It was a pity that even though they were a supreme family left behind by Supreme Chu Jiang, there hadn't been much recorded about the many experiences of the supreme in his later years. Today they really can't guess what it all means. At this point, the people in the underground palace suddenly seemed to have a feeling, and all looked toward the outside of the underground palace. Soon, a cultivator came flying over, and at the first moment of detecting this cultivator's aura, a flash of disbelief passed over the faces of the crowd. Shu Song, how did you come out of the forbidden zone? As early as hundreds of years ago, Shu Song, who had stepped into the peak of great power, had entered the Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area to search for a chance, and now the aura it exuded had clearly reached the Downlord level. However, the fact that he was now rushing back to the Chu clan's compound was making the hearts of the crowd of Chu clan cultivators, who were already skeptical, even more alarmed. The previous anomaly, since it happened in a blanket of fog. So, does this affect the Jedi Antennae Forbidden Zone? Ancestors, I bring news. Shu Song came to the front of the underground palace and bowed respectfully to the several old cultivators in front of the cold ice hell. He immediately said, the Lord of the Jedi Sky Tunnel Forbidden Area returns. What? Only just hearing this, the figures of the group of cultivators in the underground palace could not help but tremble. Lord of the Jedi Antenna Forbidden Zone? That forbidden zone that actually has an owner? Moreover, after the Forbidden Zone had experienced 10,000 ancient years, its owner had unexpectedly returned. This news made them all hard to come back to their senses for a long time. It was only after a long time that the old cultivator at the head of the group finally inquired to Chu Song. Over there in the Forbidden Zone, what exactly happened? That Forbidden Zone was too old, and it could be said that it was also the most special one among the 6 Forbidden Zones. It was located in the midst of a vast mist, and it was rumored that even the path to enter it was opened by a certain supreme being. Of these 6 Forbidden Zones, only the Jedi Tiantong Forbidden Zone was the least likely to have an owner to belong to. Chu Song simply recounted everything there was about the Lord of the Forbidden Area. Then, continued, I rushed back to the family on the way, learned of the divine tree of the mutation, that forbidden area, but also had personally planted the divine tree in the great wilderness, but also in a world of living beings have not seen the moon, planted a strain of osmanthus that can be called the ancestor of the osmanthus in the world. This is another shocking secret. In an instant, all the cultivators felt their hearts and minds trembling. This news, too much of an impact. That ancient existence that had planted the divine tree was actually the Lord of the Forbidden Zone? However, until now, they were not sure if that ancient existence had really experienced countless years. And now, having learned of its possible identity as the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, it seemed reasonable in turn. Only an existence like the Lord of the Forbidden Zone can, possibly, plant a divine tree. It was only after a long time that the old cultivator at the head of the group let out an emotional sigh. This news, more than anything else, made them appalled by it. With such an ancient existence in the world, even a single move should be enough to influence the world. Almost the same scene occurred in the Qi family, which was also a southern wasteland supreme family. There was even news about the Jedi Tiantong Forbidden Area that spread to other regions in the Great Desolate. And they, all of them, drew the same conclusion from it. That ancient being has appeared in the world, and some sort of change is bound to happen in heaven and earth. And Xia Qi was unaware of what was happening in the Great Wasteland. However, he was able to feel that the feedback he was receiving was rapidly increasing, especially the feedback on the identity of the tree planter and the identity of the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. He collected his thoughts and looked ahead again. Earlier, he had left the Jedi Antenna Forbidden Zone and continued deeper into the vast mist. After walking for some more time, he actually saw a door in the depths of this vast fog. Is standing in a haze of fog. Chapter 58 Ancient Beast Heavenly Court. It was a simple wooden door, just made of a few pieces of tight wooden boards embedded together, without a door frame, and it was modeled, obviously having gone through many years. However, strangely enough, Xia Qi did not feel any rottenness on this door. It seemed that the wooden door had looked like this since many years ago. There's no silent aura, or any divine difference? Natsuki was all a bit staggered. Sighting around this wooden door, Natsuki was still able to see the blanket of fog behind it. This was obviously not the boundary of the vast fog, and the wooden door was just placed in the fog as if it did not lead to any area after opening it. Who built this wooden door and why was it placed here? These, apparently, are no longer available. Natsuki stood still in front of the wooden door and looked out again into the haze further ahead. He had intended to try to pass through the vast fog this time to see if he could make it to the part of the world where the great Xia dynasty was located. But until now, even though he traveled at full speed, he was actually still unable to pass through this blanket of fog, as if there really is no end. It was only a pity that the stone birth spirit had lost its past. Otherwise, he would have been able to understand the cause of this blanket of mist. Thinking for a moment before his gaze fell back on the wooden door, it was certain that this wooden door definitely had some sort of singularity. An immortal object could never exist in the mist for so many years. He tentatively reached out and gently touched up the wooden door. Crunch! The wooden door was surprisingly pushed open slowly and not too laboriously. The scene that unfolded behind the wooden door, however, caused Xia Qi to be slightly stunned. Inside the door, it was a patch of soil. It was even possible to see the roots of plants that had been ripped out as a result of him pushing the wooden door open and squeezing the soil. Here, it was distinctly different from the barren scene in the blanket of fog. Xia Qi released his divine thoughts and perceived it a little, and his expression gradually became odd. Behind the door is. He took a step directly forward and stepped inside the door. When his figure resurfaced, he had already arrived in the middle of a graveyard, scattered around a mound, all full of weeds, a bit of graves in front of a stone monument, but unfortunately, has long been covered with moss, on which you cannot see any written records. It's like a mass grave here. The years are so long ago that it's hard to even trace where they came from. Xia Qi swept his eyes around. There is still such an ancient area in this heaven and earth? He had returned to this part of the heavens and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located. The wooden door, Herculean, linked this side of the world in a haze of fog. After stepping into this place, Xia Qi was already able to feel the great Xia's national fortune coming from a distant region, as he had sensed earlier. For some reason, the great summer's national fortune had skyrocketed. It's going to be almost 10 times higher than before. It seems that the boundaries of the Daxia dynasty have also been able to expand? Xia Qi's heart became more and more odd. He had merely turned around in the great wasteland, and it hadn't actually taken too long. So how come the great Xia dynasty had changed so much? Collecting his thoughts, Xia Qi walked to another grave mound. The graveyard here was indeed not visible for ages. As strange as the wooden door, which clearly did not contain the slightest amount of energy, but likewise, there was no momentum of silence. It's as mortal as it gets. And yet, it has remained unchanged through countless years, and that wooden door was buried underneath this burial mound in front of him. Excuse me. With a gentle wave of Xia Qi's hand, the soil of the grave mound slowly cracked open, revealing the wooden door buried within. No one could have expected that this humble and ordinary-looking wooden door was leading to the vast fog at the border of the great wilderness. Can't shrink, but can take away. A surge of energy emerged from Xia Qi's hand, easily wrapping up the wooden door and picking it up from the mound. The wooden door was as if it had remained unchanged for eternity. Not even Xia Qi could shrink it. Solely hide it into the void and carry it with you. No matter what, this wooden door could be able to lead directly to the blanket of fog. It must be extremely divine. He didn't intend to just leave it here and just grab the door and left with one hand. Xia Qi did still notice that as he took out the wooden door, the soil of this grave mound actually gradually closed again, returning to its original mound shape. This entire cemetery reveals a strangeness. He simply rose high into the air and peered down. However, he suddenly noticed that this entire area was actually a continuous mountain range suspended in the dome of the sky. Clouds and mist scattered in between, as if by the great wilderness seeped out of the vast mist composed of the distant mountains, but also visible in a huge palace. As for the mountains below, there was an endless sea. Where is this? Xia Qi hadn't explored outside of the great Xia dynasty before entering the great wasteland after traveling to this part of the world. But even though the Daxia dynasty was by the sea, its boundaries didn't extend as far as here. Even he hadn't expected that in the depths of the sea, there was such a mountain range suspended in the sky. But, between the huge halls in the distance, there was even an ancient beast that flew past from time to time. Peak power? Noticing the aura of those ancient beasts, Xia Qi was a bit stunned. Ancient beasts, due to their strong bloodline, live a bit longer than human cultivators, and even if they don't enter the ancestral ground, they are still able to continue their cultivation in the world with the Silent Realm. But even that three-headed ogre from the great Xia dynasty was only at the early stage of the Silent Destruction Realm. This place had unexpectedly gathered so many peak Silent Realm ancient beasts, and Xia Qi actually also felt the air of national fortune on the bodies of many ancient beasts. That was not the Daxia's national fortune, but it was particularly prosperous. So many ancient beasts, all sheltered by the national fortune, as if they were divine beasts of suppression. Xia Qi pondered, always feeling that there was something wrong with this territory. What kind of dynasty should it be to have so many divine beasts of state? The emperor of the great Xia dynasty actually achieved great power in the case of the national fortune being added to his body. There is something very wrong with this girl child. Having annexed the great Frost dynasty and still expanding their boundaries outward, it's time for my heavenly court to rain down divine punishment on them. The old ancestor is also very concerned about that girl child. I don't know how its old man will arrange. In midair, a giant bird and a 9-headed lion flew between the clouds. They all exuded majestic might around them, causing the many ancient beasts between the mountain ranges to crouch low, looking especially awe-inspiring. Old ancestor recruited us to come here. He has already stated his attitude. What else can we do? Either the great Xia dynasty will worship our gods and honor the heavenly court from now on, or we can only destroy it. Between the flaps of the giant bird's wings, they all swept up a fierce wind, causing the mountains below to vibrate, and the void. Xia Qi was a little surprised in his heart as he listened to their conversation. Heaven? He muttered. No wonder the great Xia dynasty's national feedback skyrocketed. Dare I say that girl Sheer was directly at the top of the world after she was freed from her bondage. But what about the heavenly court in the mouth of this ancient beast? His divine thoughts swept the light in all directions. Clearly here, and did not find any human cultivators. Here, after all, was the heavenly court made up of ancient beasts. Chapter 59, The Supreme God Spares His Life. Heaven. Before Xia Qi traveled across the world, most of his memories came from the journey to the west, where the Jade Emperor sits high in the heavenly palace, in charge of heaven and earth. It's full of fairy god mythology. But now, in this part of the heavens and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located, He had actually seen a heavenly court that was suspected to be made up of ancient beasts. Moreover, the ancient beasts, in which they were, even more so, presented themselves as gods. This could be a completely different scene from the Great Wasteland. The two ancient beasts flew at a fast speed, and in a matter of moments, they passed through a large mountain range and landed in front of a huge temple. Each of the temples in this hanging mountain range was extremely huge, reaching tens of feet high. The ancient beast, having shrunk in size, entered it and did not appear cramped. And in this temple, a stone statue was perched. It was a statue of a giant snake, with 18 heads growing, either closing their eyes and pretending to sleep, or gulping their snake letters, making it look especially strange. The giant bird and the 9-headed lion arrived in front of the statue, and immediately each respectfully bowed down. Two gods of wind and thunder, kowtow to the old ancestor. The statue emitted a slight vibration, and vaguely, a hoarse voice echoed through the temple. That muffled and hoarse voice, but it carried a clear idea. The Daxia dynasty has annexed the Wanli region and has become the Wanli dynasty, so the heavenly court can descend. Hear this. Both the giant bird and the 9-headed lion's body shook as they nodded in unison. At your service, old ancestor. They wait for the trembling of the giant snake statue to subside before they leave. The statue trembled, signifying that the old ancestor and the distant heavens and earth had cast their gaze. But for some reason, this time, the old ancestor cast his gaze a little longer. Perceive this. The giant bird and the 9-headed lion secretly exchanged glances before carefully raising their respective heads. The beak niche of the giant bird moved and tentatively asked the sculpture, "What else does the old ancestor command?" But not before its words fell. The hoarse voice had resounded again. "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, both the giant bird and the 9-headed lion could not help but be stunned. Is the old ancestor senile? Just after giving them the order, they were asked again who they were. But soon, they reacted and hurriedly turned their heads to look back. A human cultivator's figure, at some point, had suddenly appeared in this majestic hall. Ancient beasts such as them, even if they had shrunk in size, their bodies were still as high as several feet. The human cultivators looked too small in front of them. What kind of person dares to trespass the heavenly court? The 9-headed lion immediately rebuked angrily, and the voice was mixed with this vast might, and there was even more vague rolling thunder resounding. This is really heaven. Xia Qi narrowed his eyes and gazed at the statue in front of him. He asked with some curiosity, how is the heavenly court going to descend on the great Xia dynasty? Since this statue, he also felt a mighty power. Moreover, in terms of just such a might, it had actually caught up to a Downlord level cultivator. Then, the original source of this might was afraid that it wasn't an existence that surpassed the Void Dao realm. This ancient beast heavenly court had indeed brought him a lot of surprises. The giant snake statue did not send out any more thoughts, but instead trembled more and more violently. All 18 heads opened their eyes in unison, displaying snake-like vertical pupils as they gazed at Xia Qi together. Suddenly there was a ray of light shining from these eyes, reflecting fiercely on Xia Qi. Every single light actually contained an extremely powerful force, as if it were enough to destroy everything. See this. Both the giant bird and the 9-headed lion trembled. This is the divine punishment sent down by the old man. They had seen with their own eyes that an ancient beast that had stepped into the Void Dao realm was easily illuminated into flying dust by the divine light of the old ancestor for disobeying him. However, this kind of divine light fell on Xia Qi, but he stood still, not moving a muscle. Mo did not show any signs of turning into flying ash at all, but instead, under the reflection of the divine light, even the strands of hair seemed to be emitting light, like a deity. Sure enough, it's a being above the Void Dao realm. Xia Qi was quite a bit dismayed. He had walked around in the great wilderness, even in the Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area, but he hadn't seen any cultivators above the Void Dao realm. Instead, after returning to this side of the heaven and earth of the great Xia dynasty, he saw this kind of creature. However, in this heaven and earth, there should logically be almost no opportunities suitable for silent realm cultivators to cultivate. It wasn't that easy for a great power to sense the origin, not to mention stepping into the Void Dao realm. However, this being that reflected a mighty power into the statue had clearly reached above the Void Dao realm. This is 9 out of 10 wrong. How did you step above the Void Dao realm in this heaven and earth? Xia Qi once again inquired. He just lightly waved his sleeve, and one of the statue's eyes turned into flying ash and was annihilated. The divine light naturally stopped with it. Boom! Yet the next moment, the statue actually directly exploded apart and turned into flying ash all over the ground. Escaped? Xia Qi looked oddly up. He thought that this being that had stepped into the realm above the Void Dao realm would fight with him, but it turned out that he had directly and simply cut off the connection with the statue. And yet it still escaped his probing. He had already locked onto the source of this might, which seemed to be in a territory extremely distant from this ancient beast heavenly court. Xiaoqi was not in a hurry to go after it. Under his lock, this living being above the void Dao realm could not escape. Only then did he turn his gaze to the two ancient beasts in front of him. You are the two gods of wind and thunder? These two ancient beasts in the party were actually calling themselves the two gods of wind and thunder. Between the flickering of that giant bird's wings, it could indeed wrap up a fierce wind, while the nine-headed lion contained the power of thunder within its body. And in Xiaoqi's probing, this kind of divinity did not only come from their own power, but also had the power of the national fortune to add to it, the power of all beings. Xiaoqi mused. Earlier, when he was in the Jedi Heavenly Passage Forbidden Area, he had also learned from the stone tire beings that the difference between this heaven and earth and the great wasteland was precisely the so-called power of all beings, and it is highly likely that the power of all beings possesses an inextricable link with the fate of the nation. Poof, poof, two dull voices rang out. The giant bird, like a human, directly bent both of its paws and knelt on the ground, while the nine-headed lion similarly twisted its hind legs and knelt down to Xiaoqi together. Lord God, spare your life. They opened their mouths in unison, mingling with some wind and thunder, while their huge figures were all trembling. These ancient beasts, are they so sensible? First, the 18-headed monstrous snake directly fled, and then these two ancient beasts, without even resisting, directly knelt down. Xiaoqi didn't even make a move against these two ancient beasts. You are the gods of this ancient beast heavenly court? He then inquired to the two ancient beasts. Both ancient beasts were trembling with fear and trembling. After glancing at each other, the nine-headed lion immediately trembled. False god. It's just a false god. We are the pseudo-gods enthroned by the old ancestor. No, that dead snake. Enshrinement? Xiaoqi's eyes flashed. It was that monstrous snake's personification of the power of national fortune. Chapter 60 Blasphemy. The many ancient beasts in this ancient beast heavenly court were all sheltered by the power of national fortune, like the beast of the town. And the fate of a nation can only be controlled by the king of a country. In other words, as long as the country's luck is sufficient, then the king of a country can register the Jinguoshan beast and make it like a god. But where did this ancient beast heavenly court's national fortune come from? Xiaoqi pondered a little, then asked again. This heavenly court of yours, what's going on? A bunch of ancient beasts. How dare they form the heavenly court? This thing, is it really not afraid of any karma? Of course, if we really want to talk about karma, just based on these karmic consequences of Xiaoqi's current fictional identity alone, a few ancient beast heavenly courts would not be able to compare. Reporting back to the supreme god, this heavenly court, it's all because of that dead snake that started it. It's the one that enthroned us false gods and let us rule the winds and thunder of a land. The nine-headed lion hurriedly replied. According to the rumors in the heavenly court, that dead snake has been alive for tens of thousands of years. We really don't dare to resist. Ancient beasts that have lived for tens of thousands of years? Xiaoqi's eyes narrowed instantly. In this world, even the lifespan of a supreme being had an end. How could there be an ancient beast that lived for tens of thousands of years? Maybe it's just that monstrous snake harnessing subordinates. However, in this heaven and earth, being able to step above the void Dao realm was an extremely odd thing in itself. And at this time, the giant bird also followed closely to add up, as if it was afraid that if it spoke too late, it would be annihilated by Xiaoqi casually. Long before we ascended into the heavenly court, that dead snake had already formed the heavenly court. It subdued a bunch of subduing divine beasts and directly incorporated various dynasties into its territory, thus stealing the fortunes of one side of the country, and then used them to enthrone false gods such as us. 1,000 years ago, the little one was still the town beast of the earthly Dabai dynasty. It obviously knew a great deal about the fortunes of the country, and it was especially knowledgeable about the heavenly court's enthronement, directly annexing the major dynasties and thus stealing the fortunes of the country. This is indeed considered the most effective way to increase the country's fortunes. Xiaoqi quickly figured all this out. This ancient beast heavenly court was formed by that monstrous serpent by summoning many powerful ancient beasts, then take advantage of the situation to annex the major dynasties and obtain the national fortunes, and then use these national fortunes to enthrone the ancient beasts. This cycle will make the ancient beast heavenly court grow stronger and stronger. His divine thoughts spread out, and he easily perceived the many ancient beasts in this place amongst this mountain range suspended in the sky. There were actually hundreds of heads. Among them, there were some ancient beasts that had not yet stepped into the silent realm and were still in their juvenile stage. However, there were also nearly 10 ancient beasts that had already stepped into the void Dao realm. This kind of power, even if it is placed in the great wilderness, it is also called a powerful Dao lineage inheritance. Now, the rest of the problem lies with that strange snake. It was able to cultivate above the void Dao realm in this heaven and earth, and it was even able to subdue so many ancient beasts to form a heavenly court. There are bound to be unimaginable opportunities there. Even Xiaoqi was curious about this kind of chance. The one who can transcend this heaven and earth bondage. besides the great summer's late emperor's reversal of heaven and earth's destiny, can be this strange snake? Xia Qi muttered. And only then did his gaze fall back on the two ancient beasts crouching low to the ground in front of him. You guys go and gather all the ancient beasts in this heavenly court. In the imperial city of Daxia, find a three-headed augur, and listen to its orders first. As the words fell, he took a step and appeared in midair. There was a majestic might emanating from his body, and in just a moment, it actually caused the entire suspended mountain range to tremble violently. Under that kind of power, before the many ancient beasts could figure out what was happening, they all fell down uncontrollably, trembling. They only felt a wave of fear that seemed to originate from the depths of their bloodline. This isn't the old ancestors' might. What kind of existence has descended into the heavenly court? Terrifying as hell. And in the temple, the giant bird and the nine-headed lion were even more terrified. Where exactly did this terrifying existence of unknown origin come from? Xia Qi had already followed the scent that locked the strange snake and tracked it. He did not bother with these ancient beasts anymore, nor did he borrow them to fictionalize any of his identities. According to what he summarized as the second law of wool gathering, when these ancient beasts arrived at the Great Summer Imperial City and met the three-headed Jiao, the three-headed Jiao would naturally announce his identity to these ancient beasts. Daxia Imperial City. The mountain-like body of the three-headed Jiao was perched in the sky, causing countless people below to raise their heads and stare. Its body was glittering with golden light. Each scale was like the strongest armor in the world, and its vast might covered almost the entire imperial city. And in front of it, there were three ancient beasts that were also as big as mountains. The might they exuded was even more terrifying, stirring up a rolling storm between heaven and earth that couldn't help but sweep toward the Great Summer Imperial City. The gods of heaven have descended. How dare you blaspheme? Out of the three ancient beasts, a poor man walked out, with a bloodlight lingering around his body, and his fierce aura was incomparable. You guys are also worthy of calling yourselves gods? The three-headed Jiao snorted. To set up the heavenly court in the world without authorization. What a grandiose gesture. But it is clear that he is sitting on a well, not knowing the heights of heaven. Since the previous time, the female emperor had ruled over the Great Xia dynasty, taking revenge on the Great Frost and annexing it. These three ancient beasts then came to the imperial city of Daxia, claiming to be gods, but also said something from the heavenly court, as if they were the masters of the world. But the three-headed augur didn't give a damn. It is clear that in this world there are real elders like the old ancestor, and even the true dragon is just like a small worm in front of it. These ancient beasts are really short-sighted to the extreme. If you see the old ancestor, you won't be this attitude. With your talent submit, or you can be enthroned by the old ancestor. Poor Qi's tone was calm, but his voice stirred up a majestic might that could not stop sweeping the four directions. When it was truly like a god, it made heaven and earth change color. This was an ancient beast that was enough to rival a peak powerhouse. Its gaze was cast back into the middle of the palace as it spoke leisurely. Emperor of Daxia, you have achieved greatness with your national fortune added to your body. The old ancestor is also very interested in you, so he may be able to spare your life. From start to finish, it looked bottomless. It had already reached the peak of the silence realm, and if it could be rewarded by the old ancestor, it could potentially step into the void Dao realm. This three-headed augur in front of him, even though its strength wasn't weak, it wasn't enough to look at in front of it. But just then, Daxia Palace, suddenly emerged a huge humanoid silhouette, a white background with gold dress, head wearing a crown, ink hair floating. In front of the front is also suspended a jade seal silhouette. That was none other than the virtual shadow of the Great Summer Empress. She just slowly stretched her finger forward and pointed it remotely. Boom! In an instant, there was a roiling might that suddenly pressed down on the bodies of the three ancient beasts of the poor Qi, causing their forms to tremble. After the ruler of a country transcends his shackles and steps into the silent realm, even this power of the country's fortune has such an increase? The poor Qi even seemed to be a bit startled. The battle power displayed by the Great Summer Empress when she first showed up actually caused it to feel a sense of oppression. In the palace, the Empress was sitting on top of a golden chair, with the jade seal of transmission hovering in front of her, and her eyes were covered in a layer of golden light. Those three ancient beasts were indeed all particularly powerful, all at the late silent destruction realm, but she has the gong method passed down by her father, can catalyze the national fortune. Sitting in this Daxia palace, when really go all out, do not see will lose to them. The so-called gods are nothing but pseudo-gods. But suddenly, the sky inexplicably dimmed, as if thick dark clouds had swept in, dropping large shadows. Noticing this, the three-headed Jiao in the sky immediately raised its eyes, and its figure immediately stiffened. In the distant dome of the sky, there was actually an uninterrupted overhanging mountain range floating in the distance. Chapter 61, Bow to the Three-Headed Jiao. Old Ancestor. It's the Heavenly Court. Old Ancestor ordered the Heavenly Court to descend. Among the three ancient beasts, a strange bird with 6 wings let out a sharp chirp. The rolling mountain range was much more expansive than the imperial city, slowly drifting in, and even though it had yet to truly approach, it exuded a sense of oppression that almost took one's breath away. Under such a huge mountain range, the 4 ancient beasts that were as big as mountains, including the 3-headed Jiao, were extremely small. As the 3-headed Jiao gazed at this gigantic mountain range, a deep sense of vigilance immediately surged in his heart. This mountain range was the heavenly court that the poor beasts and other ancient beasts were talking about. There might be stronger ancient beasts present among them. It secretly glanced back at the Daxia palace in the rear again. The enemy was stronger than they had expected. The poor man looked at the rolling mountains in the sky, and his gaze fell back on top of the 3-headed Jiao's body with mockery. The gods are supreme, and if the living beings of this world should see them, they should bow down one step at a time, with piety in their hearts. The great Xia dynasty is only as small as the heavenly court, and it is an honor for you to receive a gift from the heavenly court. Between those rolling mountain ranges, the bodies of ancient beasts had already been revealed. Each ancient beast is as big as a mountain, exuding majestic might, looking down from above the sky, as if everything in the world could not escape their gaze. Roar! The beast's roar suddenly exploded like rolling thunder. There were even thunder flashes between them, and they split down again, transforming into a 9-headed lion. The might that was vaguely emanating from him had actually reached the peak great power level as well. For a moment, the hearts of the 3-headed scaly scales tightened up. Your Majesty, if you see a bad situation later, I'll escort you away. It secretly sent a message to the empress. This heavenly court descended from the heavenly dome, and it was impossible to estimate just how many ancient beasts were in it. If all are mighty, or even above mighty, then I am afraid, even for the current Xia dynasty, it would be a catastrophe. In the palace, the empress looked cold, and the golden light in her eyes was rich, making her at this moment as sacred as a legendary goddess. Daxia, the Daxia passed down to me by my father. The strength of the country's fortune is strong enough to exterminate a peak great power. The empress transmitted. I may be able to help you kill that poor man before I leave. Her tone of voice was wrapped in a strong sense of authority. In the state of national fortune plus, she could mobilize national fortune with every move. And poor Qi, this kind of ferocious beast, far more violent and wanton than ordinary ancient beasts, is bound to slaughter the imperial city. There was a moment of silence from the 3-headed ogre. After a long time, only then did he once again transmit his voice. Your Majesty is holy and wise. I will do my best to help your Majesty evacuate afterward. Only, if your Majesty meets the old ancestor, I still hope to be able to tell the old ancestor about my merits. After a pause, it added, it would be best, if the old ancestor has the power of resurrection, to resuscitate me again. Spin. Its body trembled as a ray of light blossomed from its scales, and it had already urged its full strength to lunge at the poor Qi in front of it. The female emperor's silhouette in the back made a move at the same time, and the jade seal of transmission was suddenly printed in the void. The dense power of national fortune immediately enveloped the 3-headed Zhao's body, causing its might to be strong to the extreme at this moment. Even, it was vaguely going to surpass the poor man in front of him, but seeing this, the poor man snorted. It's just the struggles of a mole cricket. Why bother, old ancestor? If you don't submit, then exterminate. The human race of this great Xia imperial city can provide me with a lot of blood food. It was originally a ferocious beast, feeding on the human race. However, it did also notice that as the 3-headed ogre pounced, more ancient beasts had manifested themselves in the heavenly court high in the sky. The heavenly court has descended, and these ancient beasts have to compete for credit in front of the old ancestor as well? It could definitely not give any other ancient beasts any chance. Immediately, his body moved and turned into a piercing white light, like a white sun, suddenly meeting the 3-headed scaly scow that came flying at him. But just then, from that heavenly court, suddenly stretched out a huge beast claw that could be compared to a mountain. Seeing this scene, the heart of the 3-headed Zhao trembled furiously. It had realized it since the might revealed in the claws of this huge beast. This was feared to be an ancient beast that had surpassed the silent realm. It all but fell into despair. With such a powerful ancient beast, I'm afraid that even if it wanted to fight to the death to protect the empress to escape, it would never be possible. Boom! Under that kind of majestic might, the 3-headed ogre all felt a powerful force of suppression, and it was even more difficult for their bodies to move the slightest bit. One could only watch the beast's claws fall. In the palace, the Empress Xu Huiyuli's figure had also risen into mid-air, and the light of the jade seal of transmission in front of her had bloomed almost to the extreme. In as much as he could, he used his national fortune to add to the 3-headed ogre, but he was still unable to resist that huge beast's claws. In this world, there really exists an ancient beast above the silence. Why is it necessary for the superior god to personally take the credit? A hint of displeasure flashed in the poor man's eyes. Did even an ancient beast that had stepped into the Void Dao realm have to steal credit from it? But it also did not dare to contradict, and could only suppress the displeasure in its heart, saying, "When the little god destroys this three-headed scaly dragon, it will fetch the dragon liver for the supreme god to enjoy." However, the poor man's words ended abruptly before he could even finish. Immediately after, even the originally majestic and incomparable might dissipated with it. Perceive this. The three-headed augur were all stunned and suspiciously surveyed their surroundings. The figure of that poor devil, at some point, had already disappeared. It looked suspiciously at the empress at the back, but saw that the empress's face carried the same suspicion. In fact, the doubts in the empress's heart were even stronger. Just now, she clearly saw that the huge beast's claw fell, but it directly grabbed away the poor chi. What's going on? But at this point, in the heavenly court, the shadows of the beasts were gathering, and there was an ancient beast as big as a mountain flying out from it, all of them exuding a strong and unrivaled might. Among them, not to mention ancient beasts at the peak of greatness, there were even several existences above silence. However, after they swept down, their bodies all rapidly shrunk. It even came to the front of the three-headed Jiao in a few moments, and some ancient beasts directly pounced towards the other two ancient beasts that had originally followed the poor chi, as if they were competing to be the first to come. Within a short period of time, they had exterminated those two ancient beasts on the spot. The three-headed Jiao looked at the scene in front of him in near stupor, not even reacting for a moment. These ancient beasts in the heavenly court, are they imploding? However, right in the middle of its dull gaze, an ancient beast shaped like a golden-winged rock had already swept in front of it. The three-headed Jiao couldn't help his body from trembling just by looking at the claws of this golden-winged rock. The huge beast claw in the square came from this golden-winged rock. This was definitely an existence that surpassed the silent realm. Is this the old ancestor that Porchi spoke of? This thought flashed through the three-headed Jiao's mind. Filled with despair, the heavenly court, as the name suggests, is really above the world, and the ancient beasts in it are like gods, invincible. But just as the three-headed augur watched, the golden-winged rock actually slowly lowered its head and raised its eyes to look at the three-headed Jiao, with a pair of bird eyes that still seemed to carry some apprehension. It tentatively asked, "Could the supreme god be the old ancestor of the three-headed augur?" Aha! The three-headed Jiao was struck by lightning and could hardly believe the words he heard. It looked at the golden-winged rock with its head crouched low in front of it, and then stiffly turned its head to look back at the empress. The empress also looked puzzled. At this point, behind the golden-winged rock, a group of ancient beasts that had come out from the heavenly court had also lowered their bodies in unison towards the direction where the three-headed Jiao was located. We bow to the three-headed Jiao ancestor. Chapter 62. There was also a heavenly court before the vast ages. Deep under the sea, Xiaoqi had already dived to a depth of tens of thousands of meters. Darkness and no light in all directions. And under such strong water pressure, it was also very rare to see living beings. The pressure here made it difficult for even a peak silent realm being to survive. Surprisingly hiding deep underwater. It's a bit interesting. He had come all the way after the wisp of scent that had locked the strange serpent in place since he had left the heavenly court. After flying and skimming over the ocean for some distance, he dived straight underwater. This world still follows some basic laws of physics. This kind of underwater depth, the sun does not know how many years have not shone over, seems to be plunged into millions of years of darkness. As for deep-sea phobia, doesn't exist. All fear comes from a lack of firepower. And now Natsuki obviously doesn't have to worry about that. Instead, he was a little curious as to why that strange snake was hiding here. Letting go of the heavenly court's rolling mountain ranges that were suspended in the sky, he instead used his cultivation that surpassed the Void Dao realm to hide his true body in the depths of this dark and sunless water. Finally, after diving down for some more distance, Xiaoqi stepped into a region after he felt that even a Daelord-level being would find it difficult to withstand this kind of water pressure. This is obviously the bottom of this sea. The seabed mountain ranges spread across the sea, and the high places are also thousands of meters high. Even though it was dark and lightless, Xiaoqi's vision was not obstructed. The surrounding area was covered with substances that had settled down from the sea over the ages and piled up as silt, seemingly no different from the unusual depths of the ocean floor. And in Xiaoqi's senses, the location where the real body of that strange snake was located was not too far away from him. However, under his hidden aura, the strange snake had not yet noticed his arrival. Is it the real body that can't leave? Or, Xiaoqi pondered, and simply dispersed his own aura of concealment. Bent in time, he then detected a powerful might emanating from the bearing of the strange snake in front of him. It was the one that made the seawater under these tens of thousands of meters of water depth stir, above the Void Dao realm. Even going out a distance, Xiaoqi estimated the energy of this strange snake. Beyond the Void Dao realm, It was even more so that it was still extremely far in the realm above the Void Dao realm. He was still unaware of what kind of realm was above the Void Dao realm. But come to think of it, it should not be enough for the Supreme either. This strange snake, how many years should it be a living being? He immediately took a step out and his figure appeared in the waters above this strange snake, looked downward, but noticed that below seemed to be a dilapidated, ancient well. The perimeter was covered with silt, but it was faintly discernible that, above the well, there was stacked a piece of stone tile enclosed in a circle. It's like there were traces of some kind of civilization here. Xia Qi immediately surveyed the surroundings once again. Instead, he noticed that this area, covered in silt on the bottom of the sea, clearly looked more like a ruin that had collapsed. Obviously, countless years ago, perhaps far before the sea engulfed this place, there were beings who lived here with it. Even more large buildings were constructed. It's just a shame that it's all drowned in the mulch. Suddenly, on the ground to the side of the ancient water well, a blazing mass of light bloomed open. Those were the very eyes of the monstrous serpent. The silt scattered in all directions, and the light gathered, violently irradiating towards Xia Qi. This was the divine light that the monstrous snake had previously cast, and now that it was cast by its true body, it was even more powerful. It seemed as if even the void was going to melt apart by this divine light. However, Xia Qi, acted as if he did not realize it, allowing the divine light to shine through without the slightest hint of evasion. The strange serpent in front of him had already revealed its form, but compared to the huge body of the ancient beast in the heavenly court, the body of this strange snake was not big. 18 heads stood up successively. The highest place was only more than half a man high, and its snake body was at most about 1 meter in length. However, the might emanating from the body of such a strange snake far exceeded that of all the Void Dao realm cultivators that Xia Qi had previously seen. Who the hell are you? A hoarse sound was emitted from one of the head of the strange snake, and a pair of eyes from all 18 heads were staring at Xia Qi in death. On this human cultivator before it, it inexplicably felt a sense of danger. However, even though its divine thoughts had swept through, it had not detected the slightest aura on Xia Qi. But at this point, Xia Qi, did not pay any attention to the strange snake, but instead, he landed his gaze on top of the ancient water well. He distinctly saw a cloud of liquid rising from the ancient well. The mass of liquid landed in this well at the bottom of the sea, but it was completely incompatible with the surrounding seawater. Among them, it contained particularly pure energy. Even the vitality in the liquid alone was already no weaker than the osmanthus tree he was carrying. At the same time, the monstrous snake apparently noticed the liquid rising from the well. On one of its heads, snake letters spewed out, exuding dangerous implications. Messing with our heavenly court and trespassing here. Do you really want to make a grudge against this seat? It warned Xia Qi. Until now, it couldn't feel the strength of Xia Qi and didn't dare to act rashly. Only then did Xia Qi look at the strange snake and faintly asked, "Is this the chance for you to cultivate to this point in this heaven and earth?" Even the laurel tree in the forbidden zone, which had caused many Void Dao realm cultivators to fight over it, was no match for the liquid in the ancient well. Then, this strange snake by virtue of such a chance, in this side of the world to cultivate to the present level, but also makes sense. The ruins where this ancient well was located should not have much to do with this strange snake. It's just that the strange snakes have sought out the opportunities of this place. First the rolling mountain range suspended in the sky, then this ruin located deep under the sea. The chance that this strange snake had obtained was really enough to make the supreme Dao lineages in the Great Desolate all red in the eyes. Think about it. It was only then that Xia Qi slowly spoke to the strange snake. It should have been a great blessing for you to get the chance to be here. But do you know how much karma is involved in setting up the heavenly court without authorization? It was as if he knew many hidden secrets, and he had a sense of playfulness about all of the strange snake's actions. Sure, Natsuki doesn't know what he's talking about either, but this strange snake was at least the first existence above the Void Dao realm that he had seen in this world, so he had to take advantage of the situation to pull a wool over his eyes. The strange snake was obviously shocked, and the pairs of eyes staring at Xia Qi all changed. It had already made many guesses in its mind just from this one sentence of Xia Qi's. This person, could it be that he knows the hidden secrets of the heavenly court? After pondering for a moment, it then said to Xia Qi, "The heavenly court ceased to exist 10,000 ancient years ago. I have obtained the chance left behind by the heavenly court. And what's wrong with setting up another heavenly court in the world? The heavenly court really existed 10,000 ancient years ago?" Xia Qi instantly verified this guess. That was certainly not the ancient beast heavenly court created by this monstrous serpent today. It was also a hidden secret, even concerning the beings who had fled to this heaven and earth 10,000 years ago after that great silence. Thinking about this, he still didn't change his face, but instead sighed softly. "It's just some of the creations I left in the world in the first place, but it's become your chance." Chapter 63, Your Karma and Mine. Big time. What? The strange snake was stunned. It seemed to be a bit unresponsive to what Natsuki had said. Who left the creation behind? That heavenly court from 10,000 ancient years ago was a chance left behind by this existence in front of him? Xia Qi, however, did not give the strange snake any more time to react, so he just put his hands behind his back and slowly paced in the underwater ruins. Seems to be reminiscing about the past. And with every step he took, a tremor emanated from the ruins around him. There was rubble slowly rising from the cover of silt at the bottom of the sea, reassembling and piling up into walls. The walls are again assembled into buildings, which are obviously of a different style from all those of the present day, and which appear to be somewhat humble. But all of this is like recreating the splendor of these ruins from countless years ago. With Xia Qi's ability nowadays, reconstructing ruins into buildings could not be considered difficult at all. And this ability came more from the feedback from the lord of that decaying ship. The decaying ship was in ruins, not so different from this place, and when Xia Qi reorganized the buildings around him, he did find that the style of these buildings was somewhat similar to the temples in the Rottenwood ship. More precisely, is like the ferry that escaped the Great Silence. That would have been a ferry modeled after a rotting wooden boat. Sure enough, this place is a relic left over from that era. Xia Qi had already roughly judged the age of this ruin. Over the course of countless years, the mulberry fields transformed into the ocean, and even the temple here was buried deep under the sea. The ages fly by, and the past is no more. Xia Qi leisurely opened his mouth. Ancient beasts such as you should not have grown to this point, and even more so, you are trespassing on the heavenly court. At that, he abruptly turned to stare at the strange snake again. Sinful animal, your karma, with me is a bit big. And with Xia Qi's gaze cast, the strange snake's body all inexplicably trembled, and for some reason, an uncontrollable panic welled up in its heart. It was simply unable to determine the truth of what Xia Qi had said. However, looking at the ruined halls that had been reorganized around Xia Qi, it did instantly panic. It had spent so many years in the dark depths of the ocean, and had never tried to restore the architecture of the place. The ruins here had all lost their divinity, and even if they were reassembled, they would be crushed into rubble again by the powerful water pressure. Only the ancient well would occasionally gush a cloud of liquid. Impossible. The strange snake hissed as if it had finally come back to its senses. According to the records of that ancient celestial court, they were all survivors of a worldly catastrophe, escaping to this heaven and earth from the great wilderness. But even so, they were all silenced within tens of thousands of years. It's impossible that there are still living beings that have survived to this day. It obviously knew all about that great silence. Xia Qi was also continuously drawing information from the strange snake's words. He couldn't help but recall the words spoken by the stone birth spirit in that Jedi heavenly passage forbidden area. In that great silence, all the living beings in the world are fleeing, wanting to escape to this heaven and earth. And this side of heaven and earth has the seeds of a new era. But from the words spoken by the strange snake, as well as now he's successively in that hanging mountain range as well as this place to see. Those survivors who had managed to escape to this heaven and earth in the great silence in the beginning had eventually been unable to escape the silence. That great silence was like a cleansing for everything in the world. There's no escape. In that case, it is able to explain why there are no living beings in this heaven and earth that have lived from 10,000 ancient years ago to the present time. Xia Qi secretly said in his heart, for after fleeing to this heaven and earth, they too are still all silent. What about the records they left behind? Xia Qi then asked the strange snake again. The strange snake spat out its snake letters, its tail swinging darkly as it silently retreated backwards, slightly away from Xia Qi. That hidden secret, of course you have no way to know. This seed has destroyed it, and you still dare to say that you are. Its words, however, ended abruptly. Min Ming realized that his body was actually out of control. It was originally still secretly retreating, trying to find an opportunity to escape from Xia Qi. It was unable to detect Xia Qi's aura, but according to the guess, it should not be able to defeat it. Originally, I stayed here because I didn't want to let go of that ancient well, but with Xia Qi coming to its door, it could no longer care about that. But now, the space around it all seemed to be imprisoned, making it difficult to move a single bit. You're actually in existence above the Saint Realm? The strange snake couldn't help but hiss out. The Holy Land? Xia Qi's heart fluttered, meaning that the realm above the Void Dao realm was the Holy Realm? And this strange snake, apparently relying on the liquid in the ancient well, had also walked out for some distance in the sacred realm. You have obtained the opportunity of the heavenly court, but not only did you damage the records they left behind, but you also set up your own heavenly court again, attempting to subjugate the many dynasties of the world and drive the fortunes of the nation. Xia Qi shook his head. I can't imagine that the traces they left behind in the beginning have fulfilled you. A sinful beast, this strange snake in his opinion, has already taken the way of death. Surprisingly, It destroys cultural relics and damages monuments. The records in the ancient heavenly court must have involved many hidden secrets of the world, but they were damaged by this strange snake. One of the strange snake's heads was suppressed to the ground, making it difficult to stand up, but still struggling as much as possible. Among the survivors in the beginning, the ancient beasts had already taken up a great share. So what's wrong with this seat establishing the heavenly court again? The strange snake's voice was hoarse, compared to those ancient beasts that knew what they were doing. This monstrous snake was clearly bent on finding death. But Xia Qi agreed with what the strange snake said. All the living beings from ages ago were fleeing, and it wasn't just human cultivators among them. Even divine pupil immortal exalts such as the one he had seen in the vast clouds that had been transformed into withered bones should not be completely human. However, before Xia Qi killed this strange snake, he had already planned to squeeze out its utilization value. Then do you know why I allowed, in the first place, so many ancient beasts to escape to this heaven and earth? He inquired again, casually waving his sleeve. The monstrous snake was obviously still trying to retort, but one of the heads had only just opened its mouth when its body couldn't help but tremble. The light in each pair of snake eyes also became chaotic. In the sight of the strange snake, a picture gradually appeared. It was in a vast expanse of heaven and earth, where countless living beings were flying rapidly in one direction. Among them, there were huge dragons like majestic mountains, and it was unknown whether they were real dragons or not. There were wooden fairies with wooden bodies that traveled through the void, faster than even the giant dragons. There were even cultivators with the physique of a human, but with a vast body divine light blossoming in their pupils, stopping and facing the back of the worldly beings as the other beings flew by, and their rear. It is the world that is being consumed by silence. This is the very sight of the world's living beings fleeing at the time of the great silence. Xia Qi turned it into an illusion and put it into the mind of the strange snake, and in the midst of this illusion, the strange snake, however, saw a scene that frightened it to the core. It clearly saw a human figure standing before a sight of heaven and earth, lightly waving its sleeve towards the worldly beings that were fleeing. And that was the Xia Qi it had just seen. Chapter 64. You are the lord of the ancient celestial court. The scene ends abruptly at this point. The scene in the monstrous serpent's pair of eyes once again reverted to the ruins of the seabed, but its body remained frozen in place for a long time. The shock brought to it by that great silence was too great. The entire world was turning into silence, causing everything to dissipate into nothingness, and the living beings in the world could only keep fleeing. However, no one can escape. Instead, only Xia Qi's silhouette stood in the vault of the sky, as if guiding the way forward for the living beings in the world. Then, is Xia Qi, who appears in front of it now, really a living being who survived from 10,000 years ago? It's not even just that. It seemed that even before that great silence, Xia Qi already had an extremely high status among the living beings in the world. The strange snake could not help but recall the words that Xia Qi had said just now. Ancient heavenly court was left by this person? It did always find it hard to believe this speculation, but the prowess that Xia Qi had displayed forced it to believe it. This is, perhaps, merely a slight leakage of the abilities of the ancient being in front of us. Could you be the Lord of Heaven? It murmured an inquiry to Xia Qi, but Xia Qi was in no hurry to respond. Instead, they are silently checking for feedback. In the end, it was a being who had stepped into the saint realm, and the feedback that was brought to him now was not insignificant. He was able to feel that he had created a slight connection with this relic that had been silent in the depths of the seabed for an unknown number of years. And the same was true of the rolling mountain range that was suspended in the sky. Obviously these two areas were both part of that ancient heavenly court. That rolling mountain range, it's already in the domain of the great Xia dynasty? Noticing the location of the rolling mountains, Xia Qi's heart moved slightly. It seems that all those ancient beasts are still considered to be quite capable of recognizing the time. Collecting his thoughts, Natsuki resumed his pacing. He did not bother to look at the strange snake for a second, as if he was lamenting something. It's been many years since I've heard that name. Not admitting it, not denying it, but the meaning revealed in the words was obvious enough. Xia Qi's heart fell a little belly laughing. Doesn't the so-called Lord of Heaven have a name? He had thought that it would be a name like the Heavenly Emperor or the Jade Emperor. The bodies of the giant snakes all trembled, and uneasiness and panic filled one pair of eyes. The Lord of Heaven before the ages. Surprisingly, it still exists, but the ancient celestial court had clearly returned to silence. This seat has spent his entire life dodging the karma of the ancient heavenly court, re-establishing the heavenly court but not daring to call himself the Lord of the heavenly court. And now, finally, he is still being haunted by this karma? The monstrous snake muttered, his tone revealing a sense of despair even in his voice. After obtaining the chance left behind by the ancient heavenly court, it then set up its own heavenly court in this world. So naturally, it would also be worried about whether or not there was any karma involved. Now, It had actually seen the return of the ancient heavenly court lord. Xia Qi did get another message from the strange snake's words. The self-proclaimed Lord of Heaven may also have some kind of karma. It was something that even the strange snake was able to vaguely detect. That's why the ancient beasts in that hanging mountain range called this strange snake old ancestor instead of the name of the Lord of the Heavenly Court. And now that Xia Qi had assumed the identity of the Lord of the ancient heavenly court, he did not care about the karma involved. If there really is any ancient heavenly court lord following the cause and effect to find him, that could be a gift of wool for Shirak. The third law of wool gathering, which he summarized, holds true for any living being. By now, Xia Qi already had a general understanding of the situation of this strange snake. This ancient beast had received the chance left behind by the ancient celestial court, thus being able to cultivate to the saint realm in this heaven and earth. Subsequently, he took advantage of this opportunity to subdue ancient beasts in the world and build the ancient beast heavenly court. Further annexation of secular dynasties and capturing of national fortunes. National fortune, indeed, is an especially special existence. Xia Qi silently sighed in his heart. Another casual wave of his hand toward the strange snake. I had no intention of meddling in the world, and for you to cultivate to the saint realm in this heaven and earth should have been a great stroke of luck. It's just a shame that I can't keep you, and I'll take back your past as well. The words fell. Under the constant trembling of the monstrous snake's body, Xia Qi easily wiped out all the vitality within its body. At the same time, the last shred of residual value of this monstrous snake being alive was squeezed out of him. The avatar of going back in time. Xia Qi smiled with satisfaction. This monstrous serpent destroyed the artifacts that had survived from the ancient celestial court, so much so that many of the hidden secrets are now untraceable. However, Xia Qi did not intend to just leave out the information related to the ancient celestial court. This was more or less able to piece together for him what kind of past the beings who had fled to this heaven and earth after that great silence had experienced. Spin. Xia Qi tapped his fingertips. An array of spiritual light disappeared into the corpse of the strange snake that had already lost its vitality. Immediately afterward, a scene surfaced in Xia Qi's mind. It was a long snake as big as a mountain, with only one head growing, and two dragon horns growing from the head, shaped like a dragon. This should be the period when that monstrous snake was at its peak of greatness. Natsuki muttered. This long serpent did have a strong aura, flying out from a majestic city, but the scales all around its body were covered in a deadly aura. Apparently it had already lived for many years by virtue of its ancient beast bloodline, but it was still coming to an end. And the city that it flew out of, looks like it is like the scale of the imperial city of Daxia, only the architectural style is different, but also slightly dilapidated. It is also the township divine beast of a dynasty? Xia Qi instantly came to a realization. The snake looks like it is searching for its own resting place, flying over the mountains and deep into the sea, and finally falling helplessly into the sea. And in the sea, an ancient beast seemed to have caught its scent and pursued it to devour the long snake. However, the long snake that was about to die still had some strength left, and in turn devoured the ancient beast in the sea that wasn't really strong. This was supposed to be the last meal before returning to silence, but it had never thought that it would be blessed by a disaster, and had gained a surge of vitality from that ancient beast in the sea, causing it to recover much of its chi. The strange snake therefore felt strange in the sea to find up. After swallowing many ancient beasts in the sea, the breath is also more and more powerful. Finally, after a swallowing, the body erupted light, growing 9 heads. This is the way for worldly cultivators to step into the void Dao realm? While seeing this scene, Xia Qi was a bit stunned. He had never been quite sure how a worldly cultivator could step into the void Dao realm from the silence realm, but now by retracing the strange snake's past, he understood. Continuously searching for opportunities, continuously extending his lifespan at the edge of the silence. As long as he lives past the lifespan limit of the silence realm, he will be able to step into the realm of the void Dao in this way. This seems simple, and many of the Dao lineages in the Great Wasteland were also completely capable of hard-feeding void Dao realm cultivators with their underpinnings. But Xia Qi was able to see it. There's a big problem with that. Chapter 65. After escaping the silence. In that reverse heavenly reform technique, for the realm of the void Dao realm, it was called the humanity realm. Obviously, one was comprehending the human way and melting the way into his body, while the other was even void of the way. This didn't require comprehending any Dao. One only needed to live through the shackles of the silent realm to successfully advance. No wonder, even the cultivators of the supreme Dao system in the great wilderness don't know how to step from the silence realm into the void Dao realm. Natsuki realized this, because all cultivators in the world are seeking immortality. As long as one was able to get their lifespan over that hurdle, they would be able to step into the void Dao realm. But, the void Dao realm, after all, didn't even have a foothold. And it's because of all this that they've been closely pursued by the silent momentum. The lifespan limit of the peak of the Silent Realm is at most around 3,500 years. Natsuki discerned. Those peak powerhouses he had seen in the Great Wasteland generally lived for more than 3,000 years, and stepping into the realm of the Void Dao, one should have to go through at least 500 years of longevity limit, or gain 500 years of longevity all at once in a chance somewhere. However, Dao Master level cultivators, according to Xia Qi's estimation, should generally live to be more than 5,000 years old. There may be beings who will be able to live a little longer, but not much beyond that limit. The stronger the realm, the more dense the momentum of silence would be. When a cultivator promoted to a realm, it was true that he could extend his lifespan, but the increase in lifespan would not be much. Therefore, cultivation after the Silent Realm may seem like worldly cultivators are renewing broken paths, but in reality, they are just increasing their lifespan as much as possible, disconnected and not really renewed. Collecting these thoughts, Xia Qi continued to observe the passing of the strange snake. The strange serpent that had already split into 9 heads was constantly wandering in the sea, devouring as many ancient beasts in the sea as possible, seeking opportunities and extending its lifespan. However, for the monstrous serpent that had stepped into the Void Dao realm, the lifespan that many of the ancient beasts of the sea were able to provide was already diminishing, yet occasionally, they would meet some ancient beasts that could provide unearthly vitality. This monstrous snake obviously sensed that something was wrong and searched the sea for the origin of these ancient beasts that possessed uncommon vitality. Finally, it came to the waters above this underwater ruin. Occasionally, some bubbles can be seen rising from the depths of the sea, swallowed by the ancient beasts in the sea, thus making the ancient beasts in the sea gain some vitality. Therefore, the strange snake, chased by the silent momentum within it, simply let go and went deeper into the source of the bubble. But the further they dive, the more terrifying the pressure on the bottom of the sea becomes. Even it, which had already stepped into the Void Dao realm, was unable to withstand it, and its massive body was crumbling apart inch by inch. And just as the monstrous snake was about to completely disintegrate, a jade seal was actually spat out from one of its heads. This is bringing out the dynasty's national fortune as well? Xia Qi's expression was a few degrees weirder. Obviously, the dynasty in which this snake served as the state-suppressing divine beast was in great trouble, so much so that the jade seal of the kingdom, which represents the fate of the dynasty, was brought out as it was dying. This was the last resort of this strange snake. Envelop yourself in the fate of the nation and find a ray of hope. Just, in the pressure of the deep sea, that jade seal finally shattered with a bang. But the bursting apart of the national fortune gave the snake a period of cushioning. Finally, it landed at the bottom of this sea and met this underwater relic, as well as the source of the bubbles that contained vitality, the ancient well. The liquid in the ancient well provided the strange snake with enough life to survive the pressure of the deep sea. Under this polishing and restoration, its cultivation was constantly refining. More and more heads grew until after 36. Its head count has begun to cut back again, and its size is getting progressively smaller. As Xia Qi had guessed, this strange snake had stepped into the holy realm by virtue of the chance in the ancient well. Until then, it was only then that this strange snake finally explored up since this ruin and found a stone monument. On it were the very records of the ancient celestial court. After the original Great Silence, there were after all beings who escaped to this heaven and earth and survived. Xia Qi also recognized the information he wanted through a fuzzy stone tablet modeled in age. But even in this heaven and earth, the momentum of silence eroded, and eventually all the original living beings returned to silence. And some of these powerful people facilitated the rebuilding of the pre-silence heavenly court in this heaven and earth. This was the ancient celestial court that the strange serpent had spoken of. They searched for the power of the living beings here, and eventually realized that here, after establishing their power, they could obtain the earthly chi fortune, which was the initial fortune of the country. However, ancient celestial court also did not know if this was the power of all beings. It was also mentioned in the stone tablet that even though the heavenly court was established, the lord of the heavenly court could not present himself as an emperor, as this would suffer a backlash of chi and cause himself to be silenced more quickly. In addition, at the center of this heaven and earth, they found a strange ancient well, as well as a continuous mountain range suspended in the sky. Ancient wells occasionally gushed out liquids that contained vitality, allowing living beings to continue their lives. Later, the ancient heavenly court also replaced several heavenly court lords. More so, they are constantly exploring the usefulness of the national fortune and discovering that they can enthrone earthly deities with their national fortune. The living beings in the heavens and earth branched out, and over the course of many years, they began to diverge into a party of forces. Some forces had also emerged as a powerful person by virtue of their bloodline inheritance, but the erosion of the silent momentum became more and more serious, and the worldly cultivators eventually went into decline. At the end of the day, even the ancient wells in the heavens dried up. The record on the stone tablet ends here. Obviously, the ancient celestial court also ended up under the erosion of this silent momentum, and thus ceased to exist. Xia Qi had checked the records on this stone tablet and had an understanding of the ancient celestial court. That rolling mountain range suspended in the sky was mentioned, but not the one grave in the mountain range. He shook his head. In the void behind him, the wooden door stood silently. Instead, the wooden door is buried deep beneath a grave, its roots unknown. Since this ancient well was found in this heaven and earth after the worldly beings escaped the silence. So, the graves, could they be in the same situation? Natsuki guessed. This is not impossible. From the records of the ancient celestial court, he also discovered many things that were not right. The ancient well had existed for years, surprisingly longer than that great silence. This ancient well was not built by the cultivators of the ancient celestial court, but rather, they found the ancient well in this place, and that was why they chose this place, to rebuild the celestial court. The heavenly court, too, existed before the great silence. Xia Qi's mind became more and more playful. In that case, that monstrous serpent's rebuilding of the heavenly court had its roots to be found. Counting the heavenly court before the great silence, the ancient beast heavenly court rebuilt by this monstrous serpent was already considered to be established for the third time, but without exception, all destroyed. There might even be some kind of cause and effect. Xia Qi didn't bother too much more, and after tracing the past of the strange snake, his gaze fell on the ancient well again. This ancient well was a great opportunity that even the cultivators of the ancient celestial court needed. Chapter 66, Backwoods. The ancient well was no more than a meter deep and the same diameter was about a meter. One of the liquids was calm and wave-free, with a little glow that was completely inconsistent with the dark seabed. A small portion of the surrounding stone wall had collapsed, and it was mottled and particularly ancient. When Xia Qi tapped his fingertips, a drop of liquid in the ancient well slowly floated upwards and flew down in front of him. In this liquid, not only does it contain a rich vitality, but it also has an extremely subtle energy. Even that monstrous snake was able to continuously break the shackles of the world until it stepped into the holy realm by sucking the well water for a long period of time in this place. This kind of chance, left in the depths of this seabed, is more or less a pity. He had no doubt that just this drop of liquid he drew from alone would be enough to feed the great summer ancestral land. At this point, a fluctuation emanated from the void behind Xia Qi, and the little willow tree stretched out a branch and gently touched Xia Qi's cuff. The little willow tree now has two branches growing, like two crooks, and several other shoots in the pipeline that look revitalized. Here, have a taste. Xia Qi smiled and sent the drop of liquid in front of him to Little Willow, allowing her to draw on it. Even in these depths of the sea, the little willow tree looks especially extraordinary. Chaotic mist at the root of the tree as if not at all disturbed by seawater. Dense peace. Quickly that drop of liquid into it, and after, a branch gently rubbed the trunk of the tree, sending a not yet full intention to Xia Qi. After receiving Xia Qi's consent, he simply floated over the ancient well and directly stuck himself in. Only a short time later, the liquid in the ancient well was absorbed, and around the small willow tree, it was actually gradually emerging a little bit of blue light, just like the vision of that top-heavy willow tree in the depths of the great wasteland at the beginning. The turquoise light flicked, and the young shoots on the trunk of the small willow tree gradually spat out new branches, just like the new growth of the divine chain of order. Xia Qi quietly watched the changes in the little willow tree and could feel that the little willow tree's might was rapidly increasing. Over the course of time, the little willow tree had already reached the peak mighty level, and now, it was clearly rapidly metamorphosing and stepping into the Tao Master level. And, as new branches appeared, its power continued to increase. How long has this just been out in the world? And it has already reached the Tao Master level. Natsuki was a little awestruck. This kind of cultivation advancement speed, I'm afraid it's enough to startle all the cultivators in the world. Of course, Natsuki himself doesn't count among them. As Little Willow's cultivation grew, so did the feedback he received. As for his having such unfathomable power without the need for cultivation, will it lead to any root weakness? That's even more of a complete no-brainer. No matter how high the cultivation talent and how fast the cultivation progress of the heavenly prides of this world were, it was impossible to compare to him, because he's open. Points of blue light drooped down, and the little willow's promotion was complete. On the originally bare tree trunk, more than 10 branches had now grown, all of which were like divine chains of order, shaking with a bit of light. Now it's always a bit of a potted plant, Xia Qi silently slandered. And then he noticed that the little willow tree seemed to be amazed at its own changes as well, mobilizing every branch and leaf with new curiosity. It had clearly only just stepped into the void Tao realm, and yet it was unaffected by water pressure in the depths of the seabed. Even that one branch that was like a divine chain of order was like a supreme blade when it swayed, easily cutting through the seawater, and there was even a sharp aura that chopped into the more distant seas. Then, and its branches nodded. entangled together. The harder they struggled, the more they balled up. Xia Qi, don't mess around if you're not used to your sudden extra branches. Xia Qi pulled out and smoothed out the branches of the little willow tree, and gave the little willow tree another admonition, lest the little fellow play himself to death again. Only then did he turn his attention to the ancient well that had dried up. Divine thoughts swept through, but he noticed that there was nothing special about the soil below this ancient well. It was as if the liquid in the ancient well had sprung up out of nowhere. After thinking about it, Xia Qi simply waved his sleeve hard along the perimeter of the ancient well, cut a circle of 1 zhang in diameter, and then cut the same 1 zhang below the ancient well. It made the soil where the ancient well was located like a column, separate from the undersea ruins. Take it away for now and see. After that a new liquid may gush forth. Xia Qi directly incorporated the ancient well into the void. Following his earlier escape from the door in the fog, he has accomplished the achievement of leaving his home. The sky above the imperial city of Daxia. The three-headed Jiao shrunk in size, its 2 rear claws stomping on the ground, its body standing upright like a human, carrying its 2 front claws on its back as it walked slowly through the overhanging rolling mountain ranges. The 3 dragon heads surveyed 3 different directions, as if walking idly, and behind it, there followed a group of ancient beasts that had shrunk in size. These ancient beast heavenly court gods of the past were clearly walking in this extremely familiar heavenly court, yet they appeared to be careful for fear of making the slightest noise. And the golden-winged roc is also step by step to follow behind the 3-headed Jiao. The bird head even carries a humanized fawning meaning. Old ancestor, you see. In front of you is that dead snake's temple. Earlier that upper god senior smashed the dead snake statue, then left from the heavenly court. I don't know where to go. It spoke respectfully to the 3-headed augur. The 3-headed Jiao slowly nodded one of its heads before glancing at the golden-winged roc again. It is already a great chance for you to be able to see the figure of that old ancestor. In addition, in the future, you may no longer call me old ancestor. The only one in the world who truly deserves to be called old ancestor is that one. Its tone became solemn as it spoke of this. The crowd of ancient beasts in the back all nodded their heads in a respectful manner. Previously, when Xia Qi's breath spread all over the heavenly court, these ancient beasts of theirs, without exception, felt as if they were as small as bugs. Where would they dare to have the slightest intention of resistance? With such a powerful might, it didn't see how much weaker it would be than that monstrous snake. The golden-winged roc's eyes rolled around before he tentatively opened his mouth to the 3-headed Jiao again. Supreme God, that old ancestor doesn't know if he's gone to track down the monstrous serpent's true body. It's just that, even though we've already stepped into the realm of the imaginary Tao, we're no match for that monstrous serpent. I am afraid that strange snake has stepped above the void Tao realm. I don't know if that old ancestor is, but don't wait for it to finish. A mouthful of white mist then erupted from the snout of the 3-headed Jiao, and he let out a cold snort. What do you know? The old ancestor's power exceeds your cognizance, not to mention that strange snake in your mouth. Even a true dragon from 10,000 ancient years ago would be nothing more than a small worm in front of the old ancestor. It seemed that even if it mentioned its true dragon ancestor, it did not dare to compare it to Xia Qi. As the crowd of ancient beasts listened, their hearts grew more and more alarmed. True dragons, those were beings that only existed in legends. Is that old ancestor really so powerful that not even a true dragon can be compared to him? Only, not waiting for them to be skeptical. Bang! In the sky, an object abruptly fell down, smashing on the ground. It actually caused the earth to vaguely tremble. The crowd of ancient beasts hurriedly looked over, and when they saw the object, they were all shaken violently. It was clearly a strange snake with 18 heads growing, but it was no longer half alive. Chapter 67, Above the Moon. Sheer. Expanding the boundaries and making the country submit is considered a way to boost the country's fortunes, but the drawbacks are not small. Xia Qi sat on top of the golden chair, smiling as he looked at the empress beside him. After experiencing a period of cultivation, the empress had already faded a lot of childishness, and had grown more and more elegant, adding a touch of splendor. She just stood aside, her snow-white and gold-encrusted long skirt hanging down, still outlining a slender figure with a touching demeanor. Upon hearing Xia Qi's admonition, the empress slowly nodded her head. Hair knows, only, when father left, the Great Frost Dynasty came to my Daxia to take revenge for the Rin Frost King. After they defected to the Heavenly Court, they were bent on annexing my Grand Xia, and we just had no choice but to do so. She naturally knew that expanding the territory in a single-minded manner would not necessarily make the country's fortunes continue to climb. It is equally important for the ruler of a country to coordinate the dynasty and govern the world. You guys have done a good job now. Xia Qi silently felt the national feedback. After he had rushed back to Daxia since the bottom of the sea, he heard the empress recount what had happened to Daxia. First, the Great Frost Dynasty bounced around in front of the Grand Xia just in time for the empress to step into the realm of birth and destruction. and then they were killed by the empress and the three-headed Zhao in a row. Immediately after that, there were other kingdoms that the Great Frost dynasty had subjugated, one after the other, sending experience in front of the Great Xia dynasty. And as Daxia's fortunes climbed, the empress's strength rose by leaps and bounds. Nowadays, she was no weaker than a great cultivator who had comprehended 7 or 8 origins. It would be even stronger if you counted the national luck boost. Xia Qi did not expect that the empress, who looked like a well-behaved and soft person in front of him, actually had imperial means. My father has traveled in the great wilderness, but he has discovered a hidden secret since the ages of 10,000 ages. Xia Qi said calmly, the power of national fortune may mean the hope of a new era. He couldn't determine at the moment whether the national fortune was the so-called power of all beings or not, but there must be a great deal at stake. Allow Daxia to expand its territory and then govern it so as to continuously improve its national fortunes. Then this might actually lead to an unprecedented path. Xia Qi has already calculated to let the empress continue in the future. If this path is taken to the end, the boundaries of the Great Xia dynasty spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. Then Shi'er can be considered a human emperor, right? With a wave of his hand, he mobilized the entire vastness of national fortune between heaven and earth. This must not be stronger than the supreme being? How much more beyond imagination should that give him feedback? As the empress listened to Xia Qi's words, her head slightly nodded, and a bright smile even flowed from her eyes. She was happy to be able to provide a slight boost to what her father was trying to do. Elder ancestor. At that moment, the shrunken form of the three-headed augur appeared outside the temple. Those ancient beasts are all waiting outside for old ancestors' arrangement. Speaking of all this, its tone reveals a pride that is hard to hide. The three-headed Zhao, has managed to have a day. There was no shortage of those ancient beasts in the heavenly court whose cultivation realms far exceeded it. Even the Daelord-level golden-winged rock referred to himself as a junior. See, that's what you get for following the old man. Especially after it revealed some of its many speculations about the old ancestor intentionally or unintentionally. Those ancient beasts were even more horrified. No one had ever expected that in this world there really existed such an eternal being. You've done a good job, and the corpse body of that strange snake will be rewarded to you. Xia Qi waved his hand. He had purposely retained the corpse of that monstrous snake earlier. This was after all an ancient beast that had stepped into the Sate realm, and had been able to continuously metamorphose its bloodline under the ancient well of chance. Its corpse body was already considered a supreme treasure for these ancient beasts like the three-headed Zhao. Many thanks, old ancestor. The three-headed Zhao was incredibly respectful. Xia Qi had long since felt the feedback from those ancient beasts of heaven after being taught by the three-headed Zhao, and for these ancient beasts, he already had an arrangement. But, before that, he needed to let the empress make an attempt. Those ancient beasts in the heavenly court, although they have assumed the name of gods, their means of enthroning gods with their national fortunes has some redeeming qualities. This is a method of mobilizing national fortune, which may be able to bring unexpected benefits. Hearing Xia Qi's words, the empress' heart moved and she instantly understood. Father is asking me to try, to enthrone the gods? Taking the king of a country to enthrone the gods, this was more or less an unauthorized act in the past. But with Xia Qi's explanation, the empress quickly came to her senses. She walked over to the golden chair, picked up the quill, and penciled in the holy decree, writing quickly, edict the state-supporting divine beast, the three-headed Zhao, to control the power of wind and clouds, and to bless the boundaries of Great Xia. And then, the empress gently stamped the jade seal of transmission on top of the holy decree. In an instant, light then surged around the three-headed Zhao, transforming into a mass of white clouds that enveloped its body, making all of its body appear particularly sacred. It all surveyed the circumference in some disbelief, and a great wave was set off in its heart. I'm earning numbness. Same time, Xia Qi also felt that the national fortune of Daxia seems to be vaguely up some. Sure enough, edicting a deity such as this will stabilize the nation's fortunes. He pondered for a moment and then said to the empress, as the national fortune can be edited to the ancient beasts, then it can likewise be edited to the human race. In the future, you may ordain some trustworthy ministers in the Great Xia Dynasty Hall. Xia Qi had already vaguely sensed that this might open up a great world in the Grand Xia Dynasty. The empress immediately nodded, her mind active. Then Shi'er will go and make arrangements. Among these ancient beasts, there are also some that are subduing divine beasts from other dynasties. Then they can be made to rush back to their original places and bring their dynasties to submit to my Grand Xia. The rest, depending on their performance, are royalized. In this way, the Great Summer's national fortune was bound to see another surge. Xia Qi smiled with satisfaction. This was a rewarding experience. Since this side of heaven and earth means the hope of a new era, then maybe with some maneuvering by the Great Xia Dynasty, it can really get rid of the influence of the silent moment. After spending some time in the great Xia imperial city, Xia Qi walked through the heavens and earth, hoping to find other traces left over from the ages of the 10,000 ancient ages, but nothing more was found. After that great silence, even the beings that escaped to this heaven and earth still ended up in silence, and everything ceased to exist. He went back to the heavenly court and came to that one grave. These graves, which could not be seen as special, even if Xia Qi dug up the graves, no bones could be seen in them, but it's as if this place hasn't changed in ages. After thinking about it, Xia Qi waved his sleeve. There was a fluctuation in the void, and wooden doors emerged out of nowhere. He intended to open the wooden door and see how the blanket of fog was connected to this place. Exactly. However, Xia Qi reached out and pushed open the wooden door, but he could not help but be dismayed when he saw the scene inside the door. Behind the door, it wasn't a blanket of fog. Instead, it was a barren area, like a great wilderness, but its sky was pitch black. There was only a clear, cold light that spread over the earth. He tried to walk through the door and into the middle of this barren area. As his eyes swept over the surroundings, a burst of eccentricity surged in Xia Qi's heart. Is this the moon? In the distant sky, there were two other moons suspended in the dark void. He had come to a moon high above the night. Chapter 68. The Forbidden Zone is also silent. The moon was cold, and the light that filled it was as if it were not half warm. The surrounding desert was like a great wilderness, but there were no craters that Xia Qi remembered before he crossed over. Xia Qi's gaze swept around before looking up again. Above the dome of the sky was a dark void. There were no galaxies in the heavens as Xia Qi had expected, and even the sun of this world was not seen. Only two other moons accompanied it in the even more distant dark void. And below, there is a cluster of light like a sky full of stars, as well as a vast expanse of great wilderness under the stars. There are no galaxies on this world? A wave of unexpected and supposedly complex emotions welled up in Xia Qi's heart. The sky was full of stars, all of which were just clusters of light floating in the sky, and there wasn't a single planet. It was meant to be a world that had experienced the great silence. Maybe the world wasn't supposed to look like this before that great silence. Retracting his mind, Natsuki glanced rather curiously at the wooden door at the back. How come this wooden door still leads to a different area? With a wave of his hand, the wooden door in the back was fetched to his side and incorporated into the void. The wooden door was able to be used as an undirected teleportation array, at least from what I could see so far. Take it with you and see if turning around makes a round trip possible. It was barren in all directions. Xia Qi sought a direction and quickly moved forward. Not long after, he suddenly found a stone tablet in the desert ahead of him. Ancient monoliths? Xia Qi's heart was revitalized. 3 moons hung in the night sky for an unknown number of years, thought perhaps enough to be compared to the vision of the willow tree that topped the sky. Over countless years, so many more supreme beings had appeared in the world one after another. It's impossible that no monks have landed on the moon. Maybe there's some kind of Taoist legacy on the moon. The stone monument had all been covered with cracks, and it seemed that with a light touch, it would turn into fine sand and disperse. Instead, it had 2 faint handwriting on it. Xia Qi vaguely recognized those 2 words, Forbidden Land. Xia Qi couldn't help but be slightly stunned. On this moon, is there also a forbidden place? However, according to his previous understanding in the sacred land of Shiha, the 6 forbidden areas in the world were not above the moon. This is another forbidden zone outside the 6 forbidden zones? Soon, Xia Qi then had a guess. All around this stone monument, it had long been deserted, and even the stone monument labeled Forbidden Land had lost all its divinity. This may be a forbidden area that has been returned to silence. Even immortals are silenced, and it seems perfectly normal that a forbidden area can't stop the silencing. Xia Qi was a bit emotional. He moved forward again, wandering over the moon, wanting to see if he could still come across hidden secrets here that had faded into the ages. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and slowly probed his hand towards a spot in the void. And after, a crack suddenly bloomed in the void. It was different from being hidden in the void. It was more like tearing a hole in the void, which, moreover, is vaguely something to walk out in general. Xia Qi stood still and watched quietly. Poof! The contents of the void rift fell, hitting the surface of the moon and scattering again. It was a withered bone, like a human form, but with 2 horns on its head. Only both horns had been easily shattered in the earlier fall. This is. Xia Qi looked at the still unhealed void crack, and then at the withered bone that had lost all its divinity. If you compare the void to a film, then, in his senses, this withered bone was a heavy weight pressing down on the membrane. All he needed to do was to gently point, and the withered bones fell out of it, and further away. Xia Qi also sensed that there were several cases like this withered bone. He just swept over this withered bone and probed his divine thoughts into that void crack again. That's an instant? Soon, Xia Qi understood the previous state of this withered bone. Earlier, when he was in the Jedi Heavenly Passage Forbidden Area. He had heard the Stone Tire beings recount that there were still supreme beings in this world that had survived through the many years to this day. That is to hide oneself in an instant. And here, apparently, was an instant opened up by some supreme being. The forbidden zones are all silenced. So the supreme beings who were originally hiding in an instant are also silenced? Xiaoqi tugged at the corner of his mouth. This withered bone in front of him couldn't be the corpse of a supreme being after his silence, could it? But after thinking about it, Natsuki shook his head again. Even if this withered bone lost any of its divinity, he was still able to tell that it was at most comparable to the strange snake that had stepped into the Saint Realm, and a moment in that void rift should still make it work. However, the effect had been greatly reduced, and it was estimated that even if a Daelord-level being were to hide in it, it wouldn't be able to last past a couple thousand years. Perhaps a supreme being opened up here for an instant before and then returned to silence. Those who came later happened to discover this instant, and with the help of this place they barely continued their existence. But they still fell here. Natsuki had a rough prediction. Of course, it's also possible that a certain supreme being has deliberately opened up multiple one-instant locations for his minions to hide in. But all in all silent. The path of cultivation in this world is truly desperate. Any living being, any being, must ultimately return to silence. But the good thing is, it has nothing to do with Xiaoqi. It was the same situation for those few moments in the distance. After Xiaoqi turned around, all he was able to find were traces of silence. The moon, it seemed, had fallen into an eternally dead silence many years ago, but in Xiaoqi's mind, an idea suddenly popped up. If everything on the moon is silent, why does this moon still shine? There was no sunlight for the moon to reflect in that dark void. It's not scientific. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi's gaze suddenly turned to the ground of the moon below. He was ready to look deep into the moon's underground. The middle of the great wasteland, a huge city loomed majestically, and in it, a giant tower thousands of feet high was constructed. Occasionally, there were cultivators who swept through the high altitude, but none of them dared to pass over that giant tower. This place was the supreme Tao system left behind by that Tai supreme being who had ruled over the great wilderness 10,000 years ago, the Tai Pavilion. Supreme Emperor Tai, a supreme emperor who was the closest to the current era. Many of his legends were still known to many cultivators in the great wasteland. It is rumored that he can divine the past and the future, deduce the changes in heaven and earth, and has supreme magical powers. Even now, 10,000 years later, the Tao inheritance left behind by Supreme Ease was still considered the strongest in the world. Boom! But just then, the 1,000-foot giant tower in the center of the city had collapsed violently without any warning. One time, in the entire city, all the cultivators were horrified beyond measure, their hearts and minds trembling violently. The Tai Tower is down? This giant tower, which was built up by Supreme Emperor Tai himself, was still the pride of the Tai Pavilion. It's only been 10,000 years. How could the tower collapse? Unspeakable unease and panic spread throughout the city almost instantly, and high in the sky where the original Tai Tower was located, an old cultivator with white hair suddenly stepped out. The might emanating from his body violently spread in all directions, causing all the Daelord-level cultivators in the city to tremble. It's the ancestor. Some Daelord-level cultivators who had lived for many years instantly recognized the old cultivator, and they were even more horrified to find that the old cultivator's chest was stained with blood, and the momentum of silence within his body seemed to be thick to the extreme. Declaring the great wasteland, the old cultivator trembled and spoke out. The Tai Tower signaled that heaven and earth would change dramatically, perhaps derived from the moon. Chapter 69, A World of Shock. Great Wilderness Northern Region. Sanglin Prohibited Area. A rotting wooden ship was docked on the outskirts, and even though it was still a huge haul, it was difficult to show the mast in the middle of this forest. Many cultivators surrounded the decaying wooden ship, constantly searching for opportunities. Even though there were cultivators who initiated a battle over the chance, they didn't dare to set off too much of a commotion. This was one of the 6 forbidden areas of the Great Wilderness, yet the scenery in it was very different from the many areas of the Great Wilderness. The mountains are verdant and vibrant, with giant trees everywhere. There are even many world-rare precious medicines growing in it, but all the same, it's full of peril. There are supreme formations that have survived from a long time ago, dangerous places that have been formed somehow, and many ancient beasts that have lived for thousands of years. Ordinary Daelord-level cultivators only dared to roam around the periphery and did not dare to go deeper into it. It's a good thing that this time, the rotten wood vessels docked at the periphery of this forbidden area. If we were to go a little deeper, we are afraid that we would have to stop. Taoist Lord Chai, who looked out into the depths of the forbidden zone, his eyes filled with scorn. Even an ancient beast like it didn't dare to go deeper into the forbidden zone. Among them, There might be beings above the void Dao realm hiding. This time, when the wooden ship appeared in the world, the places where it docked were all less dangerous to us. And this may be the chance given to us by the lord of the wooden ship. Chi Ching spoke in a deep voice and looked around. Now that the decaying wooden ship had experienced several stops, the cultivators that had come after it were all at the Dao Master level. The great cultivators of the Silent Realm didn't dare to easily get involved in the fight between them, but without exception, even those long-established Daelord-level cultivators were shocked beyond measure when they saw them arriving on the decaying wooden ship, riding on a rotten wooden ship. This was a treatment that only a legendary supreme being could have, right? At this point, a tremor suddenly emanated from the decaying wooden ship that was originally docked at the periphery of the Forbidden Zone. Immediately afterward, the rotten wooden ship's worn-out sails slowly raised, and the ship gradually levitated. Alas, I'm afraid that this time the rotten wood ship will have to pass through the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Chi Ching looked at the direction pointed by the bow of the rotting wooden ship and let out a light sigh. They couldn't be sure that the rotten wood ship would go deeper into the Forbidden Zone, and they didn't dare to board the rotten wood ship at this point. Cultivation of cultivators and searching for opportunities is most avoided by greed. They had already gained many opportunities one after another by traveling on the rotten wood ship along the way, and there was no need to collect them all. And all around, the crowd of cultivators were gazing at the rotting wooden ship. Every time a decaying ship appears in the world, it doesn't always stop a few times in the world, and the chance of the place where it stops is not the same each time. They were also all well aware that this rotten wooden ship was not sailing through the great wasteland solely for the purpose of bringing opportunities to worldly cultivators. As that lord of the decaying ship said, the decaying ships are just sailing along the old shipping lanes. No, the rotten ship is still rising. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed, "Is it time to leave? And now that the ship of decay is present, and has docked 7 times, it is time to depart." The cultivators couldn't help but have some mixed feelings. The next time this rotten wooden ship appeared in the world, it would be 10,000 years from now, and by then, all of them, these cultivators, are only afraid that they have been silenced. The lifespan of a cultivator, after all, could not be compared to eternity. Taoist Master Chai Hu and Chi Ching and the other cultivators were also overwhelmed with emotion in their hearts. Only that lord of the decaying wooden vessel can live forever through the ages. The more they felt the thickness of the years, the more difficult it was for them to imagine what kind of existence Xia Qi really was. But gradually, a group of cultivators here, however, realized that something was wrong. How is the decaying ship still lifting off? Where is this flying to? According to the records of the various Dao lineages, this decaying wooden ship would rise high into the sky as it departed, and then travel into the void without a trace to be found. Even the Supreme Being cannot find it. But this time, the rotten wood ship, however, did not sail into the void as the cultivators had expected. Instead, it kept rising higher and higher, and even the bow of the ship was slightly cocked, like it was traveling higher. Immediately, some cultivators reacted and rose high into the sky to pursue the direction in which the rotting wooden ship was traveling. This rotten wooden ship, could it be that it can still travel to the next docking place? The other cultivators also came back to their senses. That rotten ship was not meant to leave the great wasteland now. But soon, another wave of doubt welled up in all of their minds. Why is it ascending into the heights? Where is this going? The voyage of the decaying ship has never been seen like this in the records. Fellow Daoist Chi, does your Chi family have any records? Dao Lord Chai Hu inquired towards Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng, however, shook his head, his expression also filled with doubt. Where is it? High up in the sky, and above the dome of the sky, the sun was already setting, and it wouldn't take long for night to fall. The decaying wooden vessels were the ones that kept rising into the sky, filling the cultivators with doubt. There were many cultivators who had already followed the course of the decaying wooden ship, to ascend high into the sky together. But suddenly, the cultivators noticed that a glow emerged above the sky dome that had gradually become dim. That light is clear and cold, not like the sun that has any temperature. It was clearly a moon. The moon, showing up this early? Wait, why did only one appear? In the night sky, there are 3 moons, which is common knowledge for all living beings in the world. Even if there are dark clouds covering the sky, there will always be 3 moons. But today, only 1 moon appears in the sky. This decaying ship is traveling to the moon? A cultivator let out a gasp as if he had discovered something. The direction in which that decaying wooden ship ascended into the sky was clearly the very direction in which that moon had appeared. Southern domain of the Great Wilderness, Chi family. At this moment, in the Great Hall, the Chi family's group of old cultivators were gathered, all with a heavy concentration in their expressions. News has come from Taiyi Palace that the Taiyi Tower has collapsed, and that old palace master has appeared in the world, saying that the Taiyi Tower has signaled an alarm, and that heaven and earth will change dramatically, originating from the moon. Which moon is it? Or do all three moons cause dramatic changes in heaven and earth? While they were discussing, outside the great hall, suddenly another voice came. Now, everyone, in the sky, there is a moon. Night was about to fall and the appearance of the moon would have been a perfectly normal occurrence. But soon, these old cultivators reacted. Only one moon appeared in the sky? They immediately rushed out of the great hall and gazed up into the middle of the sky. A moon hung high above, shedding a cool light, but it just seemed a little unreal. Earlier there had been news from the Jedi Sky Tunnel Forbidden Zone that they had met the Forbidden Zone Lord who had planted the ancestor of the world's laurel tree on the moon in the Forbidden Zone. Could it be that there's something to this? A cultivator suddenly thought of the connection, but without waiting for them to think carefully, another message came. Ancestor Chi Ching has sent a message with a secret method that there has been a change in the course of the rotting wooden ship, and it seems to be sailing towards the moon that has appeared in the sky. Chapter 70, a barrier that even a supreme being couldn't pass. The soil of the moon was even looser than Xia Qi had expected, and there were no prohibitions or formations blocking it. There was not even the slightest sign of life in it. Natsuki made his way down, intending to enter the deepest part of the moon to take a look. In contrast to the great wasteland, the moon is visible in the outside world, with its appearance of a complete orb. Not that he had to worry about finding the border after going deep inside the moon. In the middle of the action, Xia Qi suddenly seemed to feel something again, and his footsteps slightly stopped. The feedback from the tree planter, the Lord of the Forbidden Zone, and the Lord of the decaying ship were all increasing rapidly. I'm so many identities, and I'm all getting feedback at the same time? Natsuki was all a bit staggered. And this feedback is a bit much. It was like there were many cultivators in the Great Wasteland who were all cognizant of these identities of his at the same time. Could it be that these identities of mine are being strung together? That's possible. After all, when he had previously fictionalized his identities, he hadn't deliberately kept each one separate. By following the trail he left behind, he was able to connect all of these identities. It doesn't hurt that it's all adding to his feedback anyway. He once again delved into the moon. What you see around you is just layers of soil, but it's all sanded down. It's like this whole moon is made of sand. I also wonder what will happen to the other two moons. Xia Qi still had many questions in his mind. This world has 3 moons as well as a sun, and while the moon only appears at night, each moon looks different when you look up in the great wilderness. The other 2 moons should not have the same view as this one. Also, and what's with the sun in this world? He had looked around into the void on the surface of this moon earlier, but none of them had revealed any sign of the sun. It is as if the sun is not in the same space as the 3 moons. The fact that there are still living beings in the great wasteland after that great silence was originally an unexplainable thing. Natsuki withdrew his mind. It is reasonable to say that after that great silence, everything in the world ceased to exist, silenced into nothingness, and the living beings in the world either fled to that part of the heavens and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located, or they died on the way and stayed in that vast fog. But in the great wasteland, not only were there living beings, but cultivators were also able to cultivate step by step until they became supreme. None of this makes any sense at all in terms of the root cause. Xia Qi didn't intend to go straight to the root of the problem right now. It's a shame no living beings exist on this moon. He was more or less helpless. There was no wool he could gather in such an empty place. However, he was in no hurry. If he can really find some hidden secrets on this moon, it will be convenient for him to fudge his identity in the future. After traveling for some more time, Xia Qi, however, suddenly noticed that an invisible barrier had suddenly appeared in front of him. Even now, it was surprisingly a bit of a struggle for him to get through. The barrier of the deep moon. Xia Qi could not help but be a little surprised. There really is something odd about the depths of this moon. He tentatively stretched out his hand and pressed his palm against the barrier in front of him, and he was clearly able to feel an extremely powerful blocking force. It was as if to really get through the barrier, one would have to push through the entire moon. With such a powerful barrier, I'm afraid it's difficult for even a supreme being to penetrate it, right? Xia Qi estimated. With the strength of this barrier, at least that strange snake that had traveled some distance in the sacred realm would definitely not be able to pass through. It was unknown how many times stronger than the power of the saint realm, and according to the projection of the longevity that a cultivator can survive, at most, there was only one great realm separating the sacred realm from the supreme realm. After all, it appeared that the supreme could survive for a maximum of 20,000 years. However, the 10,000 years of longevity in it was gained only after certifying as a supreme being. That is to say, in that realm before the supreme being, one could at most live for about 10,000 years. Sacred realm beings should be able to live for 6,000 or 7,000 years. Earlier, when Xia Qi looked back at the past of that strange snake, he realized that the strange snake had already lived for more than 6,000 years, and between the 3,000 to 4,000 years between the sacred realm and the supreme. There must still be a transitional realm. Suppressing these thoughts, Xiaoqi slowly took a step forward into the barrier in front of him. The pressure around them suddenly increased. Not a barrier, but the deeper you go, the stronger the pressure becomes. Xiaoqi quickly understood. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile instead. This is going to be fun. What being could have created this moon? To be honest, without the comparison of other cultivators of the same realm, Xiaoqi did not know what kind of existence he was considered to be right now. But even for him, going deeper into this moon step by step was becoming progressively more difficult. Then what kind of existence would be the one who created this moon? Or rather, the one who set up this powerful pressure at the center of this moon? It must not be the supreme being. Xiaoqi pushed against the pressure coming from all around him and went deeper into it step by step. Gradually, the void behind him fluctuated. The osmanthus tree that he had picked in the Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area was the first to fail to resist the pressure around it and manifested from the void. Not long after, the little willow tree also emerged from the void. A willow poked out and scratched the top of the tree, seemingly puzzled by everything around it. Instead, the ancient well, which had dried up, remained in the void. Wait here for me. I'll go in and check it out. Natsuki turned her head to Little Willow and instructed her. Little Willow was able to avoid the pressure deep under the sea, but now after going deeper into the moon, it was all too difficult to resist. Natsuki continued to step forward, deeper into the moon. Under the increasingly powerful pressure around him, his clothes were gradually deforming. Can't you walk to the end? Xiaoqi couldn't help but associate it with the blanket of fog at the border of the Great Wasteland. There, it was likewise an area that no supreme being could explore to the end. Only, one was as if it had no boundaries, while the other was blocked by infinite pressure. This moon that once hung high in the night sky, reflecting an unknown number of years, was perhaps as old as the blanket of fog. Soon, the clothes around Xiaoqi's body were clinging to the surface of his body, and the pressure in front of him had reached an immeasurable point. Every step he took was as if he was traveling against this moon. And then, Xiaoqi stopped in his tracks. And yet it wasn't because he couldn't walk anymore. Rather, he clearly sensed that there was a familiar connection right in the distance, already approaching him. It's the rotting ship. As early as when he checked the power of the feedback received, Xiaoqi had already discovered that the decaying wooden ship seemed to be traveling towards the heights of the Great Wasteland. He had thought that it was also the course of the decaying ship. Now it seems that the rotten ship is running exactly to the moon. More accurately, it says run at him. Finally, in the depths of the moon, a rotting wooden ship broke through the soil and sailed slowly. Xiaoqi slowly stretched out his hand, and the rotten wooden boat stopped, its bow just touching his palm. Chapter 71 took the moon. The identity of the lord of the decaying ship had already brought a lot of feedback for Xiaoqi. Nowadays, Xiaoqi was able to feel that the connection between him and this rotten wooden ship had become closer and closer. Even if, as earlier, he was on the moon and the rotten ship was docked at the Great Wasteland, he was also able to clearly sense the orientation of where the rotten wood ship was. Xiaoqi turned around, took a step out, and boarded the rotten wooden ship once again. It was just that even now, he was unable to control this rotten wooden ship. So why are you here? Natsuki was a bit puzzled. Walking on the rotten ship, the pressure emanating from the depths of the moon seemed to vanish. It was completely isolated by the space inside the rotting wooden ship. If the decaying ship has been sailing along the course of days gone by, the stopping places are all places of opportunity. Xiaoqi pondered. So now docking on my side again means. He understood instantly. The rotten ship rushed here because of the ancient well. After all, just the liquid that emerged from this dried-up ancient well alone was already enough to create a saint realm being in that part of the heavens and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located. After figuring that out, Natsuki's gaze went back to the depths of the moon in front of him. After arriving here, even his traveling had become particularly difficult. But here, the true center of the moon is still some distance away. In this world, even immortals fall silent, let alone the means left behind by immortals. The divine pupil immortal that Xiaoqi had seen earlier in that vast mist had already explained everything. Even if the divine pupil immortal was an immortal, after the silence, only a trace of Tao rhythm remained in his eyes. But this moon, clearly, has gone through the same 10,000 years. There was still this powerful pressure in it, and even the silent moment hadn't affected it too much. This says a lot already. Xiaoqi's heart had long been filled with curiosity. This moon definitely contains great hidden secrets. That was perhaps a hidden secret that many supreme beings in the world had never touched. A little thought. Xiaoqi then had an idea. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he stepped to the stern of the ship and summoned the ancient well from the void behind himself. And after, Xiaoqi lifted his arm, and the ancient well was suddenly thrown by him to the back of the decaying wooden ship. Immediately afterward, He sensed that the bow of the decaying wooden ship had reversed its direction and traveled to the bearing where the ancient well was located. Can't control the sailing of this rotten ship, but the mind has to be opened. Xiaoqi smiled with satisfaction. Since this rotten wood ship was running towards the ancient well, the place where the ancient well was located was the place where the rotten wood ship would dock. Therefore, as long as he controlled where the ancient well was located, he would be able to control where the rotten wood ship sailed. It's something only he can do, after all. Not to mention the fact that the docking place of the previous rotten wooden ship had what kind of chance? Whether it was like the small willow tree or the ancient well, there was only one. In countless years, the world can always only supreme, can with the help of rotten wood boats sailing a distance, discover the pattern, master the pattern, utilize the pattern. Xiaoqi walked to the bow of the rotten wooden boat, picked up the ancient well once again and threw it backwards. Soon the decaying boat traveled to where Little Willow was, seemingly noticing Natsuki on the boat. Little Willow was first puzzled for a moment and then tried to come to the rotting wooden boat. It shouldn't be too long before the mortal wood ship docks, so let's see if we can get into the center of the moon with the help of the mortal wood ship and the ancient well during that time. He picked up the cinnamon tree that had fallen astern along with it, and once again took control of the rotting ship's navigation. In the depths of this moon, the ancient well was the only one that seemed half affected by this place. Misty fog, ancient wells, the moon. Xiaoqi pondered as he traveled by boat. This may all come from the same era. It was likewise greatly related to the great silence that had occurred 10,000 ancient years ago. The rotting ship traveled slowly. Surprisingly, it did not take much effort for Xiaoqi, riding on the rotten wooden boat, to pass through the area that was enveloped by the infinite pressure. It hadn't even reached the area that Xiaoqi had previously delved into. The scene in front of him then suddenly changed. No longer the depths of the moon, the sandy soil that obscures the view. Instead, it's a vast space. This is the space inside the moon? Xiaoqi instantly realized. But before he could think about it in detail, his attention was drawn to an object in this space. It was a moon that had shrunk 1,000,000 times. Suspended in the center of this space, it quietly bloomed with a clear and cold light. The glow didn't seem harsh or the slightest bit warm. Xiaoqi stepped off the rotten wooden boat, and the pressure around him had long since disappeared. It seemed that the pressure from the depths of the moon earlier was just the isolating force at the periphery of this space. It's kind of like the relationship between the blanket of fog and that part of the world in the Daxia dynasty. Xiaoqi had a realization in his mind. Even if a supreme being traveled along the blanket of mist, they simply couldn't reach the part of the heavens and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located. The only way to reach it was to go through a spatial rift or, as in the case of Xiaoqi, pass through a wooden door. And the same. Xiaoqi had previously kept going deeper and deeper into the moon, but he was also unable to enter this space. With the help of the decaying wooden ship, it was possible to realize a situation such as going through a spatial rift. Retracting his thoughts, Natsuki took another tentative step forward, approaching the moon that had shrunk countless times. What the hell is going on here? Xiaoqi also couldn't figure out why there was another moon in the space inside the moon, pressure in the depths of the moon, and what it's really all about. But Xiaoqi didn't really care too much about it. Everything in this world has changed after a great silence. There is even less of a trail to follow. Instead of counting on that, I'd rather continue my own wool-gathering business. He walked up to this moon that had shrunk numerous times and was at best the size of a human head. At such a close distance, he didn't really feel any power. This moon gave him a feeling more like that ancient well, or that topsy-turvy willow tree vision. Of course, the little willow is from the topsy-turvy willow tree, but little willow is more like a new life. Subsequently, Natsuki tentatively reached out and slowly touched the moon. The touch that came from the palm of his hand was particularly marvelous, as if he had touched the sanded soil of the moon's periphery. Subsequently, he tried again to grab the small moon and slowly retracted his arm. It was late at night in the great wasteland. The three moons were silently suspended in the night sky. Only, at this moment, the cultivators and the many Dao lineages in the great desert were all paying close attention to one of the moons. It was the same moon that the rotting ship had sailed to earlier. Suddenly, amidst the gazes of the many cultivators in the world, a massive handprint suddenly appeared on the surface of that moon. A handprint that covered almost half the moon. And after, it was as if the moon had been taken up in the night sky and suddenly disappeared from everyone's gaze. Chapter 72, The Old Man Sees the Stars Shift. The night sky, in an instant, became a few shades darker. That had been hanging high in the night sky, as if in the beginning of the heavens and the earth already existed, but also shine in the world do not know how many years of the moon. In the world under the common gaze of many cultivators, disappeared in thin air. A corner of the night sky became empty. This made all the cultivators who were used to the three moons shining on the earth together in the night sky inexplicably feel a sense of loss and confusion from the bottom of their hearts. They Can't even accept this reality for a short period of time. The moon disappeared. Finally, a cultivator came back to his senses and let out a shriek. He hurriedly looked around and saw that the other cultivators around him were also still staring blankly at the night sky. It wasn't a hallucination. Under the watchful eyes of all their cultivators, a moon, just like that, disappeared abruptly. And before the moon disappeared, the huge handprint that covered a large portion of the moon was seared into their minds with an incomparably shocking momentum that lingered. Who took the moon? The cultivators knew very well that the moon must have been taken away by some being of unknown origin. That giant handprint says it all. But what kind of being would that have to be? This was completely beyond their knowledge. For ages and ages, even though a supreme being had come out of nowhere, they had never managed to take away a moon. Tai Pavilion. In this Tao lineage that was the most powerful of its time, which had been established by Supreme Emperor Tai 10,000 years ago, there was at that moment a crowd of old cultivators from other Tao lineage inheritances in the Great Desolate. Earlier, when the Tai Tower signaled the alarm, what exactly was the sight that Sage Push Duo Sr. saw? The moons have all disappeared. Is this the warning given to the world by the predecessor of the Sage of Pushing the Way? It's a pity that there is no supreme being in the world at the moment, otherwise it would certainly be able to shelter us. Those gathered here today were all representatives of the Tao lineage inheritance left behind by the supreme being of the human race. Among them, there was no lack of existences that had lived for nearly 5,000 years, experiencing the many changes in the world. But at this point, instead, their voices all carried a shock that was hard to hide. Even they didn't know what the disappearance of a moon that had shone for ages meant. In front of the crowd, an old man with white hair leaned on his cane with a heavy expression and slowly shook his head. The ancestor fell after leaving a sign of warning. He let out a heavy sigh, full of helplessness. Although my Tai Pavilion is inherited from Supreme Emperor Tai and is best at the method of deduction, the cost is too great. Earlier, after the Tai Pagoda collapsed, an old man came out from it to warn the world. And that old man, a cultivator who had stepped into the holy realm 1,000 years ago, pushed the degree of sainthood. It is clear that the Tai Tower is signaling the alarm, and the Push Duo Saints have been summoned, but they have also all suffered a backlash. The cultivators were even more alarmed. The Tai Pagoda was built 10,000 years ago by Supreme Emperor Tai himself, and this was only the residual backlash from the collapse of the Tai Pagoda. Surprisingly, even the saints couldn't withstand it. They have realized it. This kind of change is feared to affect the entire world. The white-haired old man from the Tai Pavilion gathered his expression and turned his gaze back to the two old cultivators from the Qi and Chu clans. Both of you, people from your families, have had contact with that ancient being who is suspected to have planted the divine tree. The Lord of the Jedi Antenna Forbidden Zone is also suspected to have returned, and there is also the possibility that he once planted an ancestor of the world laurel tree on the moon, and before the moon disappeared, worldly monks had even seen the decaying wooden ship sailing to the moon. I wonder if the Qi family and the Chu family have any speculations about this? As his words fell, the gazes of the other cultivators all converged on the side of the two old cultivators from the Qi and Chu clans. All of this information had already been learned by the Tao lineages in the Great Wasteland, but each one was so shocking that they couldn't completely believe it until now. Just for now, it seems that all of this information points to the disappearance of the moon today. They all had to ponder the connection as well. The two old cultivators from the Qi and Chu families looked at each other, and bitter smiles spread across their faces. As early as when they first learned of that ancient existence, their two families had been searching for clues of that ancient existence as much as possible, but even after searching through the canonical books, he could not be found. After thinking about it, the old cultivator from the Qi family was still the first to speak. That ancient being once said that there was no trace of him for all the years, and we simply cannot know where he came from. It's just that we presume that whether it's the one who planted the divine tree, the Lord of the decaying wooden ship, or the Lord of the Jedi Antenna Forbidden Zone, it could all be the same ancient existence, the same person. At those words, the hearts of the cultivators who had already made some guesses still could not help but tremble heavily. If this was all the same person, then this being, when it came down to it, would be unimaginable. I'm afraid that even the Supreme Being wouldn't be able to compare to it. Still, they had to hold down the fluttering of their hearts at the thought of it. Tai Pavilion whiskered old man waved his hand, sighed, that kind of existence. I'm afraid that alone just I and other speculation about him are an offense. Just do not know. And now the disappearance of the moon, whether it is again related to him. The crowd of cultivators also fell into a silence. They really couldn't speculate on what exactly that ancient existence was going to do. Luckily, from the looks of it, that ancient existence didn't have any malicious intent towards the living beings in the world. Pavilion Master Zhou, with the disappearance of the moon, it is not yet known what kind of changes will occur in the world. I wonder if the Tai Pavilion has any suggestions for the future? At this time, The old cultivator from the Chi clan gave another inquiry to the old man in front of him. The Tai pavilion was, after all, the Dao lineage left behind by the Tai Supreme 10,000 years ago, and was considered the youngest Supreme Dao lineage. So naturally, it could also be called the most powerful. However, Tai Pavilion's cultivators have never been arrogant, and they do not even demand longevity, but only focus on divination and provide advice to the world's cultivators from time to time. Therefore, the human race's supreme Dao lineage inheritance had always respected the Tai Pavilion. Tai Pavilion Master Zhou stroked his beard, seemingly pondering. Gradually, the surrounding crowd noticed that some dark mist was rising faintly between Pavilion Master Zhou's body. It was the momentum of silence. Seeing this, the hearts of all the people were shocked. No good. Pavilion Master Zhou is actually falling into silence. Is this divining something? All of you join hands to ferry him to life. They didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and immediately each made a move to ferry some life into the main body of the Zhou Pavilion. This kind of fairy life, the most depletion of longevity, even if the real fairy in, but also not 1 in 10. But at that moment, they could no longer care about that. They could not let Pavilion Master Zhou fall silent on this in front of them. Halftime. It was only then that Pavilion Master Zhou finally suppressed the momentum of silence, but he could not be bothered to thank the people around him. It was already a little weak to speak. The old man saw the group of stars shift. The subsequent sight, the old man dare not see. At those words, the horror in the hearts of the crowd instantly intensified to the extreme. The stars have shifted? Some cultivators looked up into the sky in confusion, but noted with dismay. Just as Pavilion Master Zhou's words had just fallen, the stars in the night sky had suddenly changed. Zhou Pavilion Master just almost silenced. Surprisingly, he only saw the future a few moments later. This prediction is, truthfully, not very necessary. The void. With the moon in his hand, Xia Qi stood on the bow of the decaying wooden boat and looked around with some dismay. Where's the moon? What about the moon that he had stepped on before? He was slightly stunned as his gaze fell back to the moon in his hand. Chapter 73. How many years later is it now? The moon is just going to be taken away from me? Natsuki was all a bit touch and go. He took this moon and the space inside that moon and stepped out of that space after boarding the rotting ship again. What appeared, however, was not the familiar land inside the moon. Instead, it was a void. However, looking at the other 2 moons left in the void, as well as the light clusters below like a sky full of stars, Xia Qi was again quite certain that he had definitely returned to the location where the original moon was. Only, the moon is gone. Or maybe it's in his hands. In the middle of thinking, Xia Qi in turn felt, again, a surge of energy coming from his body. He quickly understood. It should be nighttime in the great wasteland now, and with a moon missing from the night sky, all the living beings in the world should be alarmed beyond measure. Right? That's an unexpected wave of wool. Beneath his feet, the rotting wooden ship shuddered, and the sails on the masts were raised high. To depart. Xia Qi instantly sensed something. With the feedback he was getting now, he was already able to roughly sense the next course of the decaying ship. This was to leave the great wasteland and sail into the empty and distant void. He did not continue to ride on the rotten wooden ship. Presumably, the rotten wooden ship's front road above should be a real silence after the scene. There were no living beings, and no presence of any kind, perhaps not even a void. Instead, it was the countless clusters of light below that looked like a sky full of stars that gradually brightened up. If you look up in the great wilderness, there should be a change in the sky full of stars, right? Natsuki looked at the moon in his hand again. Granted, the world doesn't seem to have real stars, and even the moon is extremely divine, and doesn't even necessarily follow the basic laws of physics, but he just took the moon for nothing, and something must have changed in the world. After the rotting wooden ship traveled into the void, it simply disappeared. Xia Qi stood still, rubbing the moon in his hand while observing the bottom. I wonder how long it will take to fly from here to the great wasteland. He shook his head helplessly. His eyes fell back on the wooden door that stood silently in the distant void. After that moon disappeared, all that was left here was the wooden door, except for the few moments that had faded into silence. He came to the wooden door and pushed it open, while inside the door was the rolling mountain range suspended in the air of the great summer. With a soothing wave of his sleeve, he incorporated the wooden door into the void along with the moon in his hand. And below, the star-filled cluster of light was still changing. The many clusters of light converged and became more and more compact, as if they were trying to construct a path paved with stars. Xia Qi even noticed that the other 2 moons in the void had similarly changed. On a gradual move, close to, gradually, Xia Qi's eyes both narrowed slightly. He distinctly found, as those 2 moons continued to get closer, in the pitch-black void, the 2 moons actually gradually became like 2 eyes. In the meantime, the star-like light clusters in the sky completely converged into a road, laying down in this dark void, and then finally converging on top of the two moons respectively. It's like a path to the moon in the night sky. And after the light of those two moons suddenly became blazing as this path to the moon paved with stars took shape. It shone throughout the entire great wilderness, causing the great wilderness, which was originally under the shroud of night, to become brighter and brighter. Xiaoqi took in all this sight and already had a guess in his mind. 3 moons as well as a sky full of stars. Like some kind of formation. The changes that are taking place today are definitely not for no reason. It's more like someone deliberately set this up over an unknown number of years. He couldn't help but recall the sights he had seen when he had stepped on top of that moon earlier. The entire moon had long since undergone the cleansing of the silent momentum, and even the forbidden zones that had existed on the moon were silent. Even the infinite pressure that Xiaoqi felt when he went deep into the interior of the moon afterward would, one day, all completely fall into silence. This is a change that will only happen when that moon is completely silent. And now, that moon was taken away from him in advance. And so this change came in advance. Xiaoqi didn't know what these 2 moons as well as the change in the sky full of stars meant though, but he could realize that he must have made some kind of move that affected the world. Check out the great wilderness now. Xiaoqi looked at the moon in the void behind him and smiled slightly. Even regardless of anything else? Just this moon alone. Its degree of bluffing can definitely not be worse than the small willow tree. After all, though others could vaguely see that there was some sort of connection between the little willow tree and that topsy-turvy willow tree vision if they had a mind to. But little willow was more or less bald at the moment. This moon of his, on the other hand, is solid. Middle Wasteland Tai Pavilion. Eastern Wasteland Sun Royal Palace. Southern Wasteland Chi family. Chu family. At this moment, throughout the great wilderness, whether it was a supreme Taoist system or an unusual clan and family, almost all the living beings in the world were paying close attention to the changes in the night sky. The stars shifted and transformed into a road paved by the stars in the sky, and the 2 remaining moons in the night sky were close to each other, their cool moonlight shining on every inch of land in the great wasteland. These changes seem to mean that some kind of shocking change has taken place in the world. Pavilion Master Zhou. What the hell is going on here? In the Tai Pavilion, a group of old cultivators surrounded the weakly breathing Pavilion Master Zhou, their expressions all filled with bewilderment and shock, not to mention among the records of their various Dao lineage inheritances, even if they looked at the times in which all the supreme beings had lived. The night sky, too, has definitely never changed like this before, right? Ahem. Pavilion Master Zhou weakly coughed a few times and tightly closed his eyes. I can't look any further. I haven't stepped into the Saint Realm after all. I can't withstand this kind of backlash. It was true that Tai Pavilion cultivators would occasionally divine heavenly chances, and they were not too strong in their quest for immortality. But he wasn't so bent on death right now. The cultivators were silent. Since they stepped into the Void Dao realm, it was the first time they once again felt bewildered by everything in the world. But if the changes in this world were to occur, even they, the old cultivators of the Supreme Dao system, would not be able to know about it. And what other being can understand that? Alas! At this point, a sigh full of vicissitudes suddenly resounded in this place. All the cultivators were startled and followed the sigh. Immediately, they saw a middle-aged figure that had appeared beside them at some point. The middle-aged man was wearing a long robe with the innate 8 trigrams pattern of the Tai Pavilion imprinted on it, and it looked like he should be a Tai Pavilion cultivator. Only, the crowd of cultivators did not recognize this person. Instead, it was Pavilion Master Zhou, whose breath was originally weak, who violently stood up and respectfully saluted that middle-aged man. Ancestor, how did you manifest in the world? Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd instantly realized that this middle-aged man should be a cultivator above the Void Dao realm. When the master sent us into an instant, he had instructed me that if we could wait until the great world came, we would be able to reappear in the world. And now even the Tai Tower has collapsed. And now, how many years later is it? That middle-aged cultivator asked softly. Master? Sent into a moment? All of the surrounding cultivators were from the Supreme Dao lineage and knew many hidden secrets. They instantly seemed to realize what was going on and their expressions suddenly changed. Opening up an instant. That was a means that only a supreme being could perform. This Tai Pavilion ancestor. I'm afraid that he's the personal disciple of the Supreme Prince of Tai. Supreme Disciple. 10,000 years ago. Chapter 74. He opens the Great World. When the Great World arrives, the monks who were originally hiding for a moment will return to the earth. And it doesn't take much thought to realize that this so-called Great World must have originated from a change in the night sky. It's that being of unknown origin that opened the Great World? The old cultivator from the Qi family exclaimed. Even the Supreme Being's personal disciple had shown up. That might mean it was a certain terrible being who took the moon and took the initiative to open the Great World. They were suspicious that the disappearance of the moon had something to do with that Lord of the Decaying Ship. Pavilion Master Joe instead respectfully replied to the middle-aged cultivator. Back to the ancestor. According to the records, only 10,000 years have passed since the ancestors returned to seclusion. Only just past 10,000 years? The middle-aged cultivator was stunned, clearly not anticipating this result. Master said that the opening of the Great World should be at least 100,000 years from now. He immediately pinched up his hand seals, and an illusory innate 8 trigrams appeared under his feet, seemingly deducing something. And when the surrounding crowd heard his words, their hearts were even more startled. Sure enough, the changes taking place in the night sky were turned on early by a certain being, and directly ahead by 100,000 years. What kind of being would have to be able to do that? Is that the lord of the decaying ship? Doubts filled their minds. But at that moment, a sound of spitting blood interrupted their thoughts. The crowd hurriedly followed the sound and saw that the middle-aged cultivator's chest was dyed red with blood and his breath had become shriveled. Ancestor! Pavilion Master Joe was startled. The middle-aged cultivator, however, waved his hand with difficulty, his face full of shock. The roots of the great world, indeed, cannot be projected, only slightly touched. It is so horrible. As if he had thought of something, he looked up and gazed out into the night sky at a starry road. With the arrival of the great world, cultivators from all eras who hid in a single instant will gradually appear. I must first travel to the stars to take a look. As the words fell, he took a step and his figure instantly disappeared. The group of cultivators here, however, had learned a lot of information from his mere words. In all ages, cultivators who hide in a single moment will appear. Does this mean that our ancestors? The thought of it lifted their spirits. Entering into an instant to extend the years of existence was a treatment that could only be obtained in the age of the Supreme Pavilion Master Zhou. I don't know which senior the party was. The Chu family's old cultivator tentatively inquired to Pavilion Master Zhou. Pavilion Master Zhou took a deep breath and said, 10,000 years ago, Supreme Emperor Taiyi's young disciple, Saint Dao Yan. That was an existence that stepped into the Saint realm 10,000 years ago. Realizing this, the hearts of the cultivators were even more alarmed. None of them stayed any longer and immediately bid farewell to Pavilion Master Zhou and left. They were to immediately inform their respective Dao lineage inheritances of what they had surmised thus far. The Temple of Heavenly God. A cultivator riding a flying tiger swept his body rapidly through the night sky. The powerful might emanating from the flying tiger under his seat alone caused the crowd of Dao Lord-level cultivators around the temple to tremble and not dare to look directly at him. Soon, the cultivator arrived in front of an ancient and tall temple and respectfully knelt down. Your Holiness, the stars have shifted. A great world has arrived. And there are many cultivators from all eras who have come out from a single instant. He was outside the temple, reporting respectfully. Even the flying tiger under his seat crouched low, not daring to breathe a single breath. Ryoko. Only then did a faint voice come out from that ancient temple. Go and ascertain all the news in the world that there is about the lord of the decaying wooden ship. And as for those cultivators who have returned from an instant, there is no need to care at the moment. They couldn't even witness the Tao many ages ago, let alone today. The tone of voice did not carry the slightest amount of might, but invisibly, it was as if everything around the ancient temple was in submission. The cultivators outside the hall immediately nodded respectfully and rode away on the flying tigers. The ancient temple reverted to silence, as if it had fallen into the silence of the ages. And in the temple, a figure sitting on a plate was magnificent and incomparable, and there was even chaotic mist floating around it, making it seem ethereal to the extreme, opening the great world in advance. This person, which survivor from 10,000 ancient years ago, but does help. The night sky. Xia Qi's figure fell sharply, and the barrier around him all ignited a flame under the friction of the air. He didn't deliberately hide his figure in order to see if anyone could notice his return from the stars. What strong feedback. In the middle of the descent, Xia Qi couldn't help but be dismayed for a moment. The energy surging within him was even more majestic than when he had taken the moon earlier. This is feedback from the elderly, mixed with some more from the lord of the ancient heavenly court. As Xia Qi discerned the feedback, his mind became even more puzzled. This should not come from the side of the Daxia dynasty. He opened the wooden door in the void behind him and distinctly noticed that the overhanging mountain range was calm and nothing was happening at all. The Daxia dynasty was still steadily expanding its territory at the moment. Even if those ancient beasts that had once been the divine beasts that had subdued the country returned to their respective dynasties, what they brought to him should be the feedback of the power of the country's fortune. Think about it. Xia Qi had a rough guess in his mind. Perhaps there is some being who saw the moon taken away from me and the stars shifted, and is guessing at my identity. Moreover, that existence must be extremely powerful. Its cultivation even far surpassed that strange snake that had stepped into the Saint realm. Kind of funny. Natsuki was all a bit playful. That's a lot of unintentional wool gathering. Rather, in this world, there were still such powerful cultivators hidden? Will it be the Supreme Being? Xiaoqi can't be sure at the moment. He hadn't really seen a living Supreme Being, and it was difficult to push out the other party's strength backwards from this part of the not-so-clear feedback alone. However, it was certain that the other party was at least above the Saint Realm. Collecting these thoughts, Natsuki continued to fall downwards. At this point, in the middle of the great wilderness, however, there was a figure that was rapidly ascending into the air. Xiaoqi's divine thoughts swept over and he was also stunned. Sacred Realm sheep. Cultivators, so many? Earlier, when he had walked through the great wasteland, the ones he had seen were, at most, Daelord-level cultivators. How is it that this return, so many Saint Realm cultivators appeared at once? Moreover, all of these cultivators were ascending into the sky, apparently like they were going to explore the changes in the starry sky. Thinking of this, Xiaoqi smiled slightly, allowing the moon, which had shrunk countless times, to emerge from the void behind him. In an instant, the cool moonlight shone in all directions, appearing especially bright under this night. The moon reappeared? No, what's that? This man carries a moon behind him? The moment the moon was revealed, the group of Sacred Realm cultivators who were still ascending into the sky were instantly shocked. They came out of a moment and got to know the changes in the world. The moon was taken away, causing the great world to open. And now, they met a figure that came down from the depths of the night sky. Behind it, it was followed by a moon that seemed to have shrunk countless times. Chapter 75, Which Supreme Being is Elder? For a while, all the cultivators were stunned in place. Compared to the starry ancient path and the starry sky, it was this moon in front of them that they cared more about, and the great world of today may have been opened early. The root cause of all this is the very fact that a moon was taken away. Then, was the one who opened the great world in advance the figure in front of him? A being who can take the moon? While they were pondering, they noticed that the figure in front of them had actually stopped as well. Under the light of the moon, they couldn't see its face, and could only see a long figure with an ethereal aura. Why are you all stopping? The calm voice came, especially gentle. However, it caused a chill to well up in the hearts of the crowd of cultivators. They were all cultivators who had already stepped into the Holy Realm, as they were able to come out from the instant and ascend into the starry sky to investigate. More so, they come from different eras, and some are even 80,000 years removed from the present. But even so, they were actually unable to detect the aura of the figure in front of them. The divine mind probed, as if it were empty. It was more like meeting the Supreme Being in the beginning. They, too, were all existences that had seen the Supreme Being with their own eyes and had a rather intimate relationship with him. I don't know if the senior is. Among the crowd of cultivators, a middle-aged figure wearing a tattoo embroidered with the 8 trigrams of the heavenly creatures walked out and bowed to Xiaoqi first. As one of the closest monks to the present era, he took the lead. The late Dao Yan, under the tutelage of Supreme Emperor Tai from 10,000 years ago, he signed himself up, his mind still reeling. 10,000 years ago, he had definitely never seen this person. Even Supreme Lord Tai might not have projected the appearance of this person. This was enough to show that this person was definitely an existence whose realm far exceeded theirs. The gazes of the other cultivators around them were also silently observing on both sides of Sage Dao Yan and Xiaoqi. They had guessed many things instantly. The Supreme Being from 10,000 years ago was undoubtedly the one closest to the current era. However, it was obvious that even this Dao Yan sage did not recognize this existence with the moon. Could that moon, which seemed to have shrunk a million times, be the one that was taken 10,000 years ago? Xiaoqi murmured, as if he was remembering something. It turns out that only 10,000 years have passed since that time when I happened to catch a glimpse of that special being. It's only 10,000 years? Hearing Xiaoqi's words, all the cultivators could not help but feel a pang of complexity in their hearts. 10,000 years, even for them, was too long. They are hidden in a moment. Although they are all different from the present time, even if tens of thousands of years had passed in the outside world, to them, it was just an instant. On the other hand, Sage Dao Yan was more concerned about another layer of meaning revealed in Xiaoqi's words. Elder, has seen my master? He was surprised. His mind was already full of speculations. The person in front of him was perhaps an existence at the same level as the Supreme Being. Perhaps, like them, they were also hiding in a moment, awakening by chance over the years and inadvertently noticing the Tai Supreme at the time. I only vaguely heard someone chanting the name of Supreme Ease. I don't know if it's the person you're talking about. Xiaoqi spoke in a leisurely tone. He had previously learned some legends about the Supreme Beings in the sacred land of Shiha. Supreme Emperor Tai was the closest Supreme Emperor to the current era. It's only 10,000 years away. It hadn't occurred to him that the Tao diffraction sage in front of him was actually a disciple of Supreme Lord Tai. He figured out a lot in an instant. These Saint Realm cultivators in front of them should all have come out from within an instant. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had taken away the moon, causing the world to be shocked to the point that all these Saint Realm cultivators had been startled. Late generation Chi-Han. Grandfather was the Tianqi Supreme Father 80,000 years ago. I don't know which Supreme Father Senior is. Among the cultivators, another middle-aged man walked out and respectfully saluted Xia Qi. From the words revealed by Xia Qi just now, he had a rough guess. The person in front of him might also be a supreme being who came out of an instant. Earlier, when he was in the Qi family, he had already learned about the many news of this era. For 10,000 years, no new supreme beings had appeared. The other cultivators were also silently focusing on Xia Qi, waiting for his reply. These cultivators of theirs, all from within 100,000 years from now, each although not familiar with each other, but also from back to front, have heard the name of others. And within 100,000 years, there was no legend of the man before him. This suspected supreme being might even be from 100,000 years ago. Supreme? However, Xia Qi, however, laughed lightly and shook his head. Under the cool moonlight, his face could not be seen clearly, but it was even more dusty. Since that great silence, the beings of the world have indeed referred to some special beings who have broken their shackles as supreme beings. I, however, am not the supreme being. He casually denied the name of the supreme being. Since he was going to Woolgather, he wouldn't limit himself to a certain supreme. Rather, it was his earlier fictionalized identity as an elder, which he was now able to put to use. An everlasting one, revived from the ages of 10,000 years, had mentored the young Supreme Shiha, and had inadvertently glimpsed the figure of Supreme Tai 10,000 years ago. Now, with his knowledge of the great silence of ages ago, a new layer of patches could be applied. And at this point, the crowd of cultivators, however, fell silent. The heart had already set off an uproar. The existence in front of him wasn't a supreme being after all. Even, in his view, supreme beings were nothing more than worldly beings breaking some sort of shackle. As descendants of various supreme beings during the 100,000 years, they naturally knew many of the hidden secrets of the world. Sage Dao Yen took a deep breath and seemed to have thought of something. After my master was certified, he had searched the great wilderness. And even more so, he had gone deeper into the vast mist at the border of the great wilderness. He left words that this world had experienced a silent holocaust 10,000 ancient years ago. Speaking of this, his horror-filled gaze fell on Xia Qi again. This existence in front of him was actually also aware of the great silence that occurred 10,000 ancient years ago. So, what kind of being is this one? The other cultivators were equally moved in their hearts, their gazes shifting back and forth since Xia Qi in that moon. The doubts in their hearts were almost thick to the core. But Xia Qi didn't answer positively again. Instead, he looked at Chi-Han of the Qi clan and laughed lightly. So, little Qi has also certified as a supreme being? Chi-Han's figure shook, and his entire body froze. Who could the Shao Qi this ancient being was talking about be? The answer came instantly to his mind. It must be the Tianqi supreme being, but this was too absurd even for him. Looking at the world, since the ages of the ages, who could call Supreme Emperor Tianqi as Shao Qi? There is never a second supreme being in the age of the supreme being. Chapter 76, Against the Current for 100,000 years, Supreme Emperor Tianqi, who ruled in era 70,000 years ago, the entire Great Wasteland, all the living beings in the world, were all convinced by it, even though his time fell in the years, and the world experienced a full 70,000 years, but the world still circulates his many legends. Supreme being, that was necessarily an existence that there was no one in the entire era that could be compared to it. Chi-Han was frozen, his body resembling a statue. The words spoken by this ancient existence in front of him made him all momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. The era in which he lived was nearly 80,000 years away from the present day. At that time, his grandfather, Supreme Emperor Tianqi, had only just certified his path and hit him in an instant. But at the very least, in his time, he had definitely never heard his grandfather speak of anything that had words about this ancient existence in front of him. Among the several cultivators around him, other than the one who was nearly 100,000 years old, the other few could all know about Tianqi Supreme. The shock in their hearts was equally difficult to suppress. Xia Qi, however, acted as if he hadn't noticed their reactions, and his tone of voice all became a bit sighing. I have slept for too many years, forgetting many things, and I have previously seen your Qi family cultivators, but it was not until now that I remembered that the Tianqi Supreme in your mouth was Shao Qia. It was like he was especially familiar with Supreme Emperor Tianqi. And in fact, among so many supreme beings in this world, the ones that Xia Qi knew the most about were the Tian Qi Supreme Being and the Shi He Supreme Being. If seeing the stone monument left behind by Supreme Chu Jiang in the vast mist counted, then we could add another Supreme Chu Jiang to the list. Solely here, borrowing a bit of the Tianqi Supreme Being's bit. At this point, it was only then that Qihan finally pressed down the fluttering in his heart and spoke to Xia Qi in a trembling tone. Could it be that senior knew my grandfather? No matter what, the moon behind Xia Qi nowadays made their hearts scornful for it. What they were facing was most likely the being who took the moon. This kind of ancient existence has had no more bizarre experiences. In fact, are not too absurd. Natsuki nodded and slowly reached out a hand, gesturing at his side below his shoulder. Back then, Z was just a little over this big. Bent in time, Qihan's gaze froze again. A few others did likewise. This is describing the Supreme Being? The Supreme Being can still be compared like this? From ancient times to the present day, even when a Supreme Being was young, that was all definitely a heavenly pride that amazed the world. For example, Supreme Emperor Tianqi was only about 1,000 years old when he stepped into the Void Dao realm. This kind of cultivation speed, no matter where it was placed in any era, it could be called invincible. But what this ancient existence in front of him was talking about? Could it be the Tianqi Supreme Being who was a child? This was something that was not even recorded in the Qi family's history books. Xia Qi, however, spoke to himself as if he had not noticed the reactions of Qihan and the others. Shiha, Xiaoqi, Xiao Chu, these countless years, they are all good children who have accompanied me for some time. Another phrase that is not surprising. Qihan and the others were all struck by lightning, or rather, they were constantly bombarded by thunder. Of course they could hear that what Xia Qi was talking about was clearly the likes of Supreme Shiha, Supreme Tianqi, and Supreme Chu Jiang, but what they cared more about was how Xia Qi addressed those supreme beings. Good boy? Strong as the Supreme Being, only in the legend of the retention of its traces, in the eyes of this ancient existence, is actually a good child? Who would dare to believe that? Even now Qihan and the others could not help but feel remorseful just by listening to Xia Qi's words alone. Even just hearing this is blasphemy to the Supreme Being. Ryoko. It took them a hard time to slow down. What Xia Qi had said was too unbelievable even for them, cultivators who were at least 10,000 years away from the current era, and when they thought about it, they were even more alarmed, even leaving aside the Tianqi Supreme. Just that legendary Zixihe Supreme Father alone, from the present era, can also have been more than 100,000 years long. This was a Supreme Being far more ancient than the Tianqi Supreme Being. Then, how many years should this ancient being in front of me have existed? Has he been sleeping? Qihan and others were more or less able to judge that perhaps Xia Qi's state was different from all of them, and was not hiding in an instant. Instead, they live on with even more unimaginable powers between their thoughts. Natsuki, on the other hand, checked the feedback with good grace. It had to be said that the feedback brought by Saint Realm cultivators did indeed improve significantly. Even if these cultivators in front of him hadn't fully trusted him yet, the quality of the wool contributed was already high. But, yet it was still not as good as the feedback he had received when he had just descended. It must at least be an existence that is almost to the Supreme Being. Even if we counted according to the frequency of Supreme Beings appearing, nearly 10,000 years of age had passed since the era of that Tai Supreme Being. It is time for a new Supreme Being to emerge in this day and age. Finally, Sage Daoyan took another step forward and respectfully asked Xia Qi, "Is that the moon behind your seniors?" He finally asked the common question they shared at the moment after making sure that Xia Qi had no hostility towards them. Yes. Xia Qi's answer was extremely simple. There was another silence from the crowd. Xia Qi, on the other hand, was speculating on the reason for the appearance of these Saint Realm cultivators. From different times, all from a single moment. There must be some connection between this and his taking the moon. At this time, the Daoyan sage seemed to have figured something out and asked again. By taking the moon and opening the great world ahead of time, is Senior conveying something to the world? Opening the great age early? From Sage Daoyan's inquiry, Xia Qi did capture useful information. All this means the opening of the great age? He didn't answer, but instead asked back to Sage Daoyan. From within an instant, only a few of you have come out? These cultivators had a more comprehensive understanding of this world than he did. Sage Daoyan nodded his head repeatedly, suppressing the doubts in his heart. Their Tai Supreme lineage was most keen on projecting the future. But now, the great world had opened in advance. But it was not the same as Supreme Eminence Tai's original projection. Perhaps this ancient existence that had opened the great world ahead of time knew hidden secrets that even Supreme Emperor Tai had not deduced. But if Xia Qi didn't say anything, how could he dare to pursue the matter? My master had projected that the great world would open, and the river of years would flow against the current. and worldly beings such as myself, who were hiding in a single moment, would be wrapped up in the torrent, and come out of a single moment from the. And now that the predecessor has just taken the moon and opened the great world, during this period of time, the river of years should only flow backwards to 100,000 years of age. During these 100,000 years, we were all hidden in an instant just after stepping into the Saint realm, so we were the first to come out. 100,000 years and years of years against the current? Xiaoqi couldn't even help but be stunned. It means that this reverse flow will continue, until all the beings hiding in a moment will come forth? And how long will this reverse flow continue? That great silence? He hadn't even thought that his taking away the moon would lead to such a big change in the world, but the thought of it lifted even the corners of Xiaoqi's mouth into a smile. That's a lot of room for him to maneuver. Chapter 77, No Immortals in the World. The great world was opened in advance, causing the river of years to flow backwards. Cultivators who hid themselves for a single moment in all ages came out of it. It will lead to the emergence of an even longer existence under the continued countercurrent. And the root cause of all this is none other than Xiaoqi. How much must this cause alone bring me? Xiaoqi was secretly calculating, and he couldn't even help but be staggered. But he didn't show these thoughts on the surface, just pondered. It was only after a long time that he turned his gaze back to Sage Daoyan and Shihan and the others. Some of you are considered old friends of mine, and perhaps Xiaoqi and the others had made arrangements for all of you to show up in the great world. It's just that, and now, I've opened the great world ahead of time, and it's possible that their arrangements will fall through. He directly then admitted that it was he who had opened the great world in advance, though even now, he didn't know what this so-called great world meant. Shihan and the others were silent, with mixed feelings. The early opening of the great world will naturally cause some schemes to fall through, but tens of thousands of years had passed. Even the supreme beings could not survive for long to this day, and how much of the scheming they had left behind would remain if another 100,000 years passed? But while they were pondering, they heard Xiaoqi's words ring out again. In that case, I will make some amends for you. Before the crowd could understand the meaning of Xiaoqi's words, they saw the moon behind Xiaoqi blazing with light. Under the cool moonlight, a laurel tree emerged in the void. Its branches and leaves gently swayed, and a single osmanthus flower drifted out, as if it had condensed into a substantial moonflower. Each landed in front of them. Senior, this is. Shihan's heart was shocked. He was able to feel that this laurel flower in front of him clearly contained a strong vitality. Even for him, who had already stepped into the saint realm, it had a strange effect when suppressing the momentum of silence. Right now, all the cultivators in this world are plagued by the momentum of silence and lack of vitality. Xiaoqi seemed to have made an unusual move with his hands. I will grant you some vitality, hoping that you will be able to get the chance you want from the great world. This is not a random act. It was his wool-gathering scheme, according to the second law of wool-gathering that he had summarized. Trying to get these people to help spread the news about him and casually flashing some benefits was even more miraculous. An ancient being, revived from an unknown era, took the moon and opened the great world. This would have been a shocking hidden secret that would have shaken the world. And if, on top of that, he is also able to bestow at will the vitality that even sacred realm cultivators wish for beyond measure, then the shocking effect of this for the worldly cultivators was even more conceivable. After doing so, Xiaoqi casually waved his hand again, incorporating the moon and the laurel tree into the void together. There was no need to use the moon all the time to show off his identity. Lighting up this once could be enough to cause a lot of reverie among the cultivators. And now, there was still a question left in Xiaoqi's mind. What does the great world really mean? Why does taking the moon cause the ages to flow backwards and the great age to open early? He was figuring out how to sidestep these people. However, he saw that Sage Daoyan had already bowed to him. The late generation dares to ask the senior, what does the great world mean? There you go. These people don't know either. Xiaoqi was helpless in his heart. These people were either disciples of the Supreme Being or descendants of the Supreme Being, but none of those Supreme Beings had ever told them what the great world meant. Just to say that the great world is coming and they will be revived from a moment? Or is it simply that even the Supreme Being is unsure? Xiaoqi had no choice but to suppress these doubts and gave a light smile at Sage Daoyan. That will be for you to explore on your own. The words fell. He took one step and his figure instantly disappeared. In situ, Sage Daoyan and Shihan and the others were still looking at where Xiaoqi was originally located. Stunned. Is that senior in existence above the Supreme Being? It was only after a long time that the Daoyan sage muttered out. All of them, the cultivators who had come out of the one instant, had seen the Supreme Being with their own eyes. Even people like Shihan had seen the Supreme Being's worldly splendor before he witnessed the Tao. But even so, yet, they also realized that Xiaoqi was not like those Supreme Beings, and even, all of them were different from any existence under the Supreme Beings. That leaves only one possibility. This was an existence above the Supreme Being. Above the Supreme. Is it immortal? Chi-Han was clearly a little unsure. Seeing the crowd around him looking, he then added, when my grandfather first certified the Tao, he was near the peak of his period, and he searched all over the ancient monuments, exploring the great silence that took place 10,000 ancient years ago. It was even mentioned that there might have been an immortal in this world. Xian. There was a moment of silence. Immortal. Too ethereal. It was a presence they simply could not comprehend. However, among the crowd, a middle-aged cultivator from the Chu family shook his head. He looked as if he had thought of some horrible memory, and his face went slightly white. When my ancestor was in his later years, he explored the vast mist in the depths of the great wasteland, and when he came back, I felt the terrifying momentum of silence in him, that hasn't even escaped in the slightest, just the silent momentum contained within. It makes me feel shocked when I take a look at it. He was a descendant of the Chu Jiang Supreme Being who had been hidden in an instant only in the late years of the Supreme Being, had seen the terrible sights of the Supreme Being in his later years. A few others had sidelong glances, listening to his words. I don't know much about it, but when my ancestors returned, they immediately hid us in an instant. I only heard him talk about, there are no more immortals in the world. There are no fairies in the world. Hearing this, the faces of all the cultivators all turned pale. Immortal, perhaps above the Supreme Being, but the world should, indeed have no immortals. Otherwise, why had they never heard of the existence of the immortal since the beginning of time? Even though there was once an immortal in the world, where did that immortal go? A near-desperate speculation even sprang up in their minds. In this world, even the Supreme Being will return to silence. Will that fairy also be silent? The people looked at each other, pondering the many hidden secrets of the world. It was only after a long time that they each looked up and gazed at a path made of stars in the night sky. Feng, we were able to see that senior, and I'm afraid it's already the greatest chance we've seen since we walked out in an instant. Sai's sanctuary. The Grand Elder and Chang Yao gazed at the changes in the starry sky together, their expressions filled with astonishment. The heavens and earth have drastically changed. What's happening here? The Grand Elder murmured. It was clearly not a hidden secret that he could know. Chang Yao pondered for a long time and said softly, I wonder if the ancestor has noticed the change in the moon. She also saw, with her own eyes, the handprints that appeared on the moon. But the ancestor should be able to notice this change, right? Alas. At this point, a sigh suddenly resounded from the entire Shihi Holy Land. Both the Grand Elder and Chang Yao could not help but be shocked. Where is this sigh coming from? Immediately, they saw that a figure suddenly walked out from the depths of the Shiha Holy Land. There was even light blooming around its body, like a great sun. Ancestor as Shiha Sacred Land. And now, it has even fallen like this? The figure sighed softly, and in the light, his face could not be seen. Chapter 78, You call him Grandmaster? The Grand Elder and Chang Yao glanced at each other, their hearts all heavy to the core. Who is this? A certain ancestor who was in seclusion in the depths of the sacred land of Shiha? But earlier, Xia Qi had clearly told them that in the entire Zixihe Holy Land, there were only 2 Void Dao Realm ancestors. The Grand Elder suppressed his mind and bowed forward. I don't know if the senior is passed down by Supreme Shiha, the 4th generation disciple, Feng Blaze. The figure's tone carried an arrogant undertone, and his powerful divine thoughts had already swept through the entire Zixihe Holy Land. It was more of a casual tug from the void. Bent in time, 2 pale figures then emerged from the depths of the Shiha Holy Land. The 2 old men still had a look of bewilderment and shock in their complexion as they glanced at the figure shrouded in light, and their gazes fell back on the Grand Elder. Chang Ming Chang, what happened? They immediately droned at the Grand Elder. These 2 people were precisely the Void Dao Realm cultivators who were in seclusion in the Shiha Sacred Ground. A Supreme Elder-like existence. And now that they had been forcibly summoned out, they still didn't understand what was going on. But the Grand Elder's heart was already filled with alarm at this time. The 4th generation disciple passed down by Supreme Shiho. This is the ancestor of more than 100,000 years ago, recorded in the canonical books. And now, it is revealed to the world? Thinking of this, he looked at Chang Yao beside him again, as if he realized something. Only then did he hastily inquire to Feng Blaze in a respectful voice. Senior Chang Mingcheng, the current Grand Elder of the Zixihe Sacred Ground. Meet Ancestor Feng Blaze, Phoenix Blaze Ancestor. Upon hearing this, the 2 Supreme Elders also instantly realized Feng Blaze's identity, and their faces changed drastically. The era of the Zixihe Supreme Being was more than 100,000 years away from the present day. As for the successive generations of disciples of the Shiha Holy Land, they all knew their names. Even the 4th generation disciple was a legend. They actually saw this presence? Hurriedly, they all bowed to Feng Blaze. How many years have passed in the world? Feng Blaze had his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the light, as if he were a deity descending into the world. Back when the ancestor was around, the successive grand elders of the Shiha sacred land had to be sacred realm cultivators at least. Nowadays, there are only 2 void Dao realms left in the entire Holy Land? In response, the hearts of the grand elder and the others were filled with helplessness. The sacred land of Shiha has long since lost its former glory. Nowadays, in the middle of the southern wasteland, one can only barely maintain the Dao lineage, reporting back to the ancestor, and now from the era of Zixihe Supreme, should be the past 120,000 years. One of the Supreme Elders spoke in a respectful voice. That year the Supreme left behind the Sun Royal Palace and Zixihe Holy Land 2 great Dao Tung. The Sun Royal Palace and the East Wasteland still carry forward the Supreme's prestige. Eastern Wasteland, still carrying forward the name of the Supreme Being. More than 100,000 years have passed. The Sun Imperial Palace can still be called the world's top Taoist system. Has already been considered to be very to Shiha Supreme Spirit. Sun Royal Palace? Feng Blaze's tone, however, revealed a bit of displeasure. The Shihi Holy Land is the upper clan of the Sun Imperial Palace. Why have you fallen here? At those words, the Grand Elder and the others were stunned. Isn't the Hinomaya the upper clan? This could be completely different from what they had always known. Feng Blaze took in the reactions of these few people and waved his hand. She had spent more than 100,000 years in an instant. And now that the world had changed so much, even this Shiha sacred land was completely different from what she remembered. And now it's hard to blame anything else. However, at this time, the Grand Elder slowly raised his head and tentatively asked Feng Blaze, Ancestor Feng Blaze, could it be that ancestor who awakened you? Although his heart was shocked at the return of Ancestor Feng Blaze, he was not too shocked. If all of this was the work of that ancestor, it would make perfect sense. He was even more surprised at the strength of Xiaqi's magical powers, which could make an ancestor from more than 100,000 years ago reappear in the world. Which ancestor are you talking about? Feng Blaze was obviously a bit puzzled as well. Her revival in a single moment was born of the coming of the great world. It had nothing to do with the others waking her up. The 2 Supreme Elders also looked at the Grand Elder in confusion. They had been in seclusion for this period of time and were completely unaware of what was going on in the outside world. They were supposed to return to silence and seclusion. But some time ago, they all checked to receive a surge of vitality. So much so that they were now in a much better state. But when was there any other ancestor in the sacred land of Shiha? Not to mention, it was also able to awaken the Feng Blazing ancestor from more than 100,000 years ago. And just then, a gentle voice suddenly came from not far away. So, that girl Shiha also hid people in a single instant. She and that girl? Feng Blaze's body suddenly shook, and the round of great sunlight behind him blossomed, actually making the surroundings of the Zixihe Holy Land as bright as day. Strong might suddenly erupted from around her body, pressing horizontally in all directions. It caused the hearts of the 2 Supreme Elders to tremble violently for it. This was a Saint Realm existence. Even if they were already Void Dao Realm cultivators, the Saint Realm, for them, was too far away. Who dares to insult the Supreme Being? Feng Blaze's voice all carried an unspeakable might, layered and vast. More than 100,000 years of age have passed in the world. And now, the people of the future generations have forgotten the mighty name of the Supreme Being and dare to bully the Supreme Being like this. Her memories still stopped more than 100,000 years ago. That was the era where Supreme Shiha was extremely glorious, and all living beings in the world had to bow down and worship the Supreme's valor. And now from a moment in the out, even if her heart had expected, can see the world after the change, still cannot help but feel complicated. Now, there is even someone who dares to call the Supreme Being a girl? The Supreme Being is not to be dishonored. However, Feng Blaze's eyes, walked out a long figure, facing the light of the great sun. He seemed to be walking idly without feeling any might. In fact, Xiaqi did not expect that there were still cultivators hidden in a single instant in this Shiha Holy Land. This was more than 100,000 years after the era of the Zixihe Supreme Being. Seeing that the Shiha sacred land was on the verge of falling and dying out, it was surprising that there were still Saint Realm cultivators coming out of here. Ancestor. Seeing Xiaqi's figure, Chang Yao and the Grand Elder hurriedly saluted. They were all a bit confused at this point as well about the situation at hand. Wasn't Ancestor Feng Blaze awakened by Xiaqi? Why are you so hostile to Xiaqi at this moment? You guys called him Grandmaster? Feng Blaze's icy gaze swept over both the Grand Elder and Chang Yao. She didn't remember that there was such a cultivator in the Taoist system when Supreme Shiha was around. What's more, among the successive generations of disciples of Supreme Shiho, who would dare to disrespect the Supreme Xiaqi? however, wore a gentle smile and did not see the slightest bit of anger. Casually, he waved his hand at the two Changyao. There's no harm in it, she's just come out of an instant and doesn't yet know the changes in the world. Only then did he turn to face Feng Blaze again and said softly, the great world has opened, and the long river of years has flowed backwards for more than 100,000 years, so I'm sure that in the future there will be more beings hiding in a single instant who will come out, and there will be a great change in this world. And you meditate first. However, Feng Blaze paid no attention to what Xiaoqi said. The person in front of him seemed to be full of danger. It's true that she didn't know the situation, but how could she just sit back and do nothing because of a few words from this person? Immediately, his body moved and slammed the great sun void behind him towards Xiaoqi. However, Feng Blaze, saw that Xiaoqi merely waved his sleeves lightly. The shadow of the great sun then dissipated. Immediately after, Feng Blaze's chi and blood were instantly imprisoned, and his body was uncontrollably pulled towards the direction where Xiaoqi was. Chapter 79. The more ancient it is, the more it will fall silent. Under this kind of confinement, Feng Blaze was actually unable to exert any power, as if he was captured prey. Intense panic instantly filled Feng Blaze's mind. The person in front of her was far more powerful than she had expected. She had just come out of an instant, and what she had seen earlier was still the Supreme Being's horizontal suppression of a world of extreme splendor. A twist. She then arrived more than 100,000 years later. The power of age erodes everything, and the sites of the past are now not even ruins. There was no longer any sign of the splendor of the past, and in its place was a piece of Zixihe Holy Land that had even changed its topography. The cultivators here had replaced an unknown number of crops over the course of more than 100,000 years. Her only connection to this place would be the fact that these cultivators still honored the Zixihe Supreme, still using the Zixihe Holy Land as their name. However, it was this Shiha sacred ground that had continued for more than 100,000 years that an existence of unknown origin had appeared, clearly disrespectful to the Supreme Shiho. However, the cultivators of the Shiha Holy Land called him their ancestor. Its strength, moreover, far exceeded the Saint Realm. A sense of absurdity couldn't help but rise in Feng Blaze's heart. What has changed in this world? More than 100,000 years was too long, so long that even she didn't recognize the world at all. And that's when Feng Blaze even noticed that the terrifying being in front of her slowly shook his head and reached out his hand at her. She was powerless to resist and couldn't do anything about it. Immediately afterward, she saw that Xiaoqi flexed his fingers, and only his index finger rushed to slowly point at the center of her eyebrows. There is clearly no power in this separation, but it made her feel the most terrifying sense of silence. A finger of saintly extermination? However, nothing happened. The heart of the Tao is unstable. Having stepped into the Holy Realm, and even having traveled some distance in the Holy Realm, but now it has nearly returned to silence. The gentle voice sounded again. Xiaoqi shook his head inside softly. In that case, it's not good. He had only grabbed Feng Blaze to his side, and this girl from more than 100,000 years ago was actually almost about to have her Tao heart shattered and be silenced. But Xiaoqi was able to understand Feng Blaze's state of mind. Hiding in an instant and spending more than 100,000 years. This is certainly considered to extend the time of existence. However, after reappearing in the world, what I saw was full of loneliness. The world had been greatly changed, and there was no longer any old man. Even the most solid Tao heart was bound to be impacted. The more unqualified the heavenly pride was, the more so. Until then, it was only then that Feng Blaze finally managed to come back to his senses. Looking around blankly. Earlier, she had actually come close to returning to silence. Instead, it was this terrifying existence in front of her that rigidly stopped her silent moment. This is a divine ability that only the Supreme can do. Chang Yao, take her aside to calm down. Xiaoqi instructed to Chang Yao, who was at the side. He was actually secretly taking stock of the situation at hand. The countercurrent of the long years has apparently not stopped. It's even swimming against the current. Nowadays, it had even reached more than 100,000 years, and even the cultivators of the Shiha Supreme era had begun to come out of an instant. What can be confirmed in the moment is this. The many sites in the Great Wasteland today should all have appeared since the Great Silence 10,000 ancient years ago. Perhaps the Supreme Being, too. This time, then, he opened the Great Age so early that the River of Ages flowed backwards, and it is possible that it will flow backwards to the time of that Great Silence. And how many Supreme Beings there have been over these countless years? I'm afraid it's still hard to count. There's no telling how many people will come out of this. Think about it. Xiaoqi, however, shook his head again. Even if you hide in a moment, you will still return to silence. The sight he had seen earlier on that moon had been enough to explain many things. Even if the river of years continued to flow backwards, causing more and more cultivators to come out of a single instant. There would still be a limit. Most likely, the number of cultivators that come out of the more ancient ages will only become fewer and fewer. The longer the years of experience, the more difficult it is to survive a single moment to this day. He glanced again at Fengblaze, who had been brought not far away by Chang Yao, and raised his eyebrows slightly. I can see that. Fengblaze's cultivation level many years ago should be more than just the point where he had just stepped into the Saint Realm now. It should be stronger than the Dao Yen Sage and others he had seen earlier. However, she hid in a single moment and spent more than 100,000 years. The self must have been affected in some way. Half a day later, Xiaqi suddenly felt some feedback coming from his body, and Fengblaze also walked back with Chang Yao full of complexity. She wore a fiery red robe and had a slender figure, just like a goddess who descended to the earth. Only at this moment, her eyebrows were knitted tightly, with a touch of worry that seemed to melt away. Senior claimed to have met the young Supreme Shihi? Fengblaze asked tentatively. Even after she came here more than 100,000 years later, it was still hard for her to believe Xiaqi's claim. Xiaqi, however, did not give a clear attitude. You don't need to think too much more. Stabilize your mind and first cultivate back to the realm you were in before entering silence. He didn't need to explain anything more to Fengblaze. When afterward, the group of Dao Yen saints rushed back to their respective Dao lineage inheritances, they would definitely spread the news about him. Then at that time, Fengblaze would naturally bring him more feedback after learning about these things. Wool gathering, and you don't have to keep catching it all by yourself all the time. Fengblaze, however, was shaken. Elder can see that I was once in cultivation? It was true that before she entered the one instant, she was not just at her current cultivation level of being at the beginning of the Saint Realm, but on second thought, she figured it out again. An existence as powerful as Xiaqi's must have experienced an even more distant moment. It's only natural to be able to see her in her current state. Xiaqi shook his head as if he could read her thoughts. I don't know much about an instant. Were you in the middle of one? Out of condition? Or gradually eroded by the silence due to too many years of experience? Not much is known about an instant? Fengblaze was stunned. How is that possible? But anyone who has stepped into an instant should know something about an instant. It was hard to believe that the powerful being in front of him had not entered for an instant. She looked at Chang Yao beside her again, recalling what Chang Yao had said. This ancient existence, I am afraid that it is not hard to live to the present years. But how is that possible? Even supreme beings could not break the shackles of longevity. It took a moment of thought for her to stabilize her mind again, her white throat moving gently. As the senior said, both should be present. The years are too long ago, and even in the midst of an instant, the momentum of silence in my body still surges, and my cultivation has regressed a step as a result. Now, her attitude towards Xiaqi had become very complicated. This ancient existence was suspected to have mentored the young Supreme Shiha, but again, she had a momentary hard time accepting it. Xiaqi didn't care what she was thinking at the moment, but was savoring the meaning of her words. That makes sense, he silently belabored. Under the influence of the silent momentum, it could not be that the older the cultivator, the more powerful he was. The years were too long, and it was very likely that many cultivators would be silenced in this way. Even if one was lucky enough to survive an instant to the present day, there was still the possibility of losing much of one's cultivation. Instead, as in the case of Sage Dao Yen, the closer one gets to the present age, the stronger one's power of preservation will be. Chapter 80 Cultivation Before the Great Silence. At this time, Fengblaze seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his face changed slightly. Elder, when Shiha Supreme suppressed heaven and earth, such as this Shiha Holy Land as well as the Sun Royal Palace, are suppressing even more ancient beings, if they come out from an instant, I'm afraid that it will set off turmoil. It was really hard for her to believe in Xiaqi's identity at that moment, and even more so, she couldn't call out the ancestor's name. But now that the river of years had reversed its course, even cultivators like her from more than 100,000 years ago had appeared in the world. After that, there will surely be other cultivators even older and more powerful than her who will come out of the instant. Even though my late generation has gone through many years and my cultivation has fallen to the point where I am at the beginning of the Saint Realm, there are still more powerful cultivators that have survived since even older years to this day. Though even when hidden in a moment, it still gradually returns to silence. However, the stronger the cultivation level, the longer one was naturally able to stay in an instant. As for what Fengblaze said, Xiaqi had already expected it. This heaven and earth, after that great silence, has already gone through countless ages. It is impossible to say just how many supreme beings have appeared and how many beings have hidden in a single moment. After the river of ages continued to flow against the current and more living beings emerged from it. Past and present collide and intertwine. then there will naturally be great turmoil in the world. But what Xiaoqi was rather dismayed about was that it sounded like there were other beings hidden in a single instant even in the Sun Royal Palace and this Zixihe sacred ground. It was true that he didn't really know much about one instant. There was also very little feedback about the one moment amongst the earlier gleanings. At this time want to explore the other instant in the Shiha Holy Land. It is still a little difficult. Does Senior know what kind of existence Supreme Shiha suppressed in the first place? Fongblaze inquired to Xiaoqi again, with a bit of suspicion in the depths of his eyes. It was a sort of validation of her identity as Xiaoqi. Since this ancient existence in front of him claimed to have known the young Shiha Supreme, then it must have paid attention to the moves that Shiha Supreme made later on. Xiaoqi was naturally able to read her mind, and he, indeed, didn't know exactly what Supreme Emperor Shiha had suppressed, so much so that the Shihi Holy Land and the Sun Royal Palace, the two Taoist systems established by the Shihi Supreme Being, seem to be suppressing those things, but of course he doesn't show this. Wanting to question him, Fongblaze was still a bit too young. Immediately, instead, he laughed softly and shook his head. You girl, you are somewhat similar to Shiha's nature even back then. His gaze was despondent, as if he had recalled more than 100,000 years. There was once a little girl who, in his presence, also questioned him as now Fengqi. Fongblaze's eyebrows furrowed slightly. For those that Xiaoqi had said, her heart had actually been filled with astonishment. If this was all true, then Xiaoqi was undoubtedly an existence beyond imagination. Even one of the supreme beings in the world could not compare to him. It's just that with all this, she needs a validation. Immediately after that, she then heard Xiaoqi's words ring out again. Just a bunch of unwilling beings. That girl Shiha has not obliterated them, not because they're too strong, but there's no need for her to personally take action. Words. Fongblaze's body immediately shook, and the shock on his face was no longer hard to hide. She stared at Xiaoqi with wide eyes, her eyes flickering constantly. The entire group froze in place. Exactly. Back then, Supreme Shiha had talked about how those ancient beings that were still in the middle of an instant were not worthy of her personal action. Rather, it was to be reserved for them, the disciples of the latter days. It turns out that this ancient being does know this. Is the person in front of him really an ancient existence that had guided the CC Supreme? Call it a Imperial Master? And at this point, Xiaoqi had already received the feedback silently. She believed it. What Xiaoqi said just now was actually something he had guessed. Since it is a living being hiding in a moment, it is natural that all of them are unwilling to return to silence, wanting to fight for the great world. As for Supreme Shiho, as the most powerful being of that era, since he dared to place the Tao respectively in the places where those ancient beings were hiding, it is natural to intend to leave these beings, to be disposed of by the disciples of the latter days. Xiaoqi gave Fongblaze a meaningful look. This girl, being able to ask this question against the immense pressure he had brought on her, was already considered extremely difficult. Subsequently, he stopped bothering Fongblaze, giving the girl time to digest the information of the moment. Only then did he look again at Chang Yao, who was waiting quietly at the side, and his gaze fell on her pair of divine eyes. Spiritual eyes, heavenly eyes. This was also considered a type of human bloodline inheritance. I left earlier and traveled through the great wasteland and recalled many things. Xiaoqi smiled gently and said to Chang Yao, a long time ago, there was also an extremely powerful being who had a pair of divine pupils that reflected the world and were especially extraordinary. Earlier, he had obtained a trace of the Tao rhythm remaining in the corpse body of the divine pupil immortal emperor in that blanket of mist, and that wisp of Taoist rhythm has survived for 10,000 years. Even that great silence failed to extinguish it. Chang Yao immediately came forward, wrapped in a wisp of fragrant wind, and gazed at Xiaoqi. The beings in the ancestors' memory must be legendary existences. She couldn't even help but think freely in her mind. With the number of years that the ancestor had experienced, it was only natural to imagine the stunningness of the beings that could remain in his memory. Come, Xiaoqi smiled, calling Chang Yao to his body. Stretching out his fingers, he slowly traced them in front of her pair of soulful sky eyes. That strand of Tao rhythm originating from the divine pupil immortal was then sent into Chang Yao's eyes by him. Bent in time, Chang Yao's body trembled lightly, and a blazing golden light bloomed in her eyes. Her figure was all suspended in the air uncontrollably, as if there were infinite Tao rhythms emerging and flowing around her. Even her might was climbing rapidly. See this scene. Not far away, the Grand Elder and the others were instantly shocked, and Fongblaze did the same, staring intently at Chang Yao, neither of them understanding what was going on. However, in just a short period of time, Chang Yao's aura had actually strengthened so much that she had even stepped directly into the Void Tao realm. No, this is not an unusual Void Tao realm. Fongblaze was surprised. This aura was clearly not the same as a Void Tao realm cultivator. And what was even more alarming in her mind was this. Just now, Xia Qi had merely crossed his finger, and Chang Yao's cultivation had progressed in such a way, leaping from the silent destruction realm into the void Dao realm. And the realm, moreover, means a longer lifespan. This kind of divine power is tantamount to a finger-granting immortality. Xia Qi was also silently paying attention to Chang Yao's breath change, and his heart moved slightly. He was able to see that strand of divine pupil immortal's Dao rhythm had caused Chang Yao's physique to undergo a remodeling. Not the void Dao realm, but a cultivation system similar to the humanity realm. He reacted quickly. That wisp of Dao rhythm, after all, originated from the immortals before the Great Silence. And this, perhaps, was the cultivation system of the monks before that Great Silence. He hadn't even expected this change. Before the Great Silence, the cultivation system of the world's cultivators was also different from the present. Xia Qi could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the root of the problem with the cultivation system in the world today. And with Chang Yao obtaining this strand of Dao rhythm from the divine pupil immortal, she might be able to obtain even more information. Chapter 81, Tens of Places in an Instant. Finally, the infinite Dao rhythms that surrounded Chang Yao's body gradually dispersed, and her body slowly fell down. The light in his eyes also gradually turned inward, restoring clarity once again. The light of his eyes flowed and immediately landed on Xia Qi. Ancestor, this is me. Her mind was filled with questions, and even more so, she received a lot of complicated information. But the good thing was, it was especially mild and didn't hit her mind too hard. It's just a strand of residual Dao rhythm. What do you sense in this? Xia Qi looked like he already knew everything, his tone soft, and on the side. Feng Blaze's heart had already been shocked beyond measure. She was a cultivator of the Saint Realm, and she had even lived in the era of the Supreme Being. There is an understanding of the many hidden secrets of the world. A remnant of the Tao? What level of Dao rhythm must this be to be able to cause Chang Yao to show such a change now? Even in her opinion, it could definitely all be described as some kind of powerful inheritance. Chang Yao is not aware of these. The pretty face shows some contemplative meaning. Seems to be in a quiet sense of what? Only after a long time did she try to answer. I seem to have stepped into a cultivation path that I have never seen before. Spiritual platform realm, great power realm, Dao master realm. These realms, too, are not quite the same as any of the current cultivation realms. Words. Xia Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. The spirit platform realm, on the contrary, was the same as the realm recorded in that reverse heavenly reform technique. As for the great power realm and the Dao Lord realm, wasn't this another name that worldly cultivators used for silent realm powerhouses and void Dao realm Dao Lords respectively? He had also originally distinguished realms based on spiritual platforms, great powers, and Dao masters in these. This means that before that Great Silence, cultivators did cultivate in these realms, and after the Great Silence, the cultivation system of the monks changed, but retained more or less the ancient name. This should be the root of these realm designations. After figuring this out, Xia Qi nodded to Chang Yao again. He admonished, "This is considered the path taken by cultivators long ages ago, so you should follow this path first." In the latter realm, it was estimated that Chang Yao hadn't completely realized it yet, but according to his speculation, it should be similar to the Saint realm. Nowadays, he was considered to know 3 different cultivation systems, and of the 3, the one he cared about the most was the record of the reverse heavenly reform technique. After the humanity realm, will it also be the sacred realm? Xia Qi was in no hurry about it. The feedback from this heaven reversing technique was also closely related to the empress's side. It wouldn't be long before the boundaries of the Grand Xia dynasty would expand further. When the time comes, he will naturally reap more feedback. Collect your thoughts. Xia Qi looked again at the Grand Elder and those two Taishang elders who had been forcibly awakened from their seclusion by Feng Blaze. Until this moment, the hearts of these two supreme elders were filled with bewilderment and astonishment. They hadn't even reacted to what was happening. How is it that the Feng Blaze ancestor from more than 100,000 years ago has appeared again? And another ancestor far more ancient than the He supreme ancestor has appeared? Even if they were Dao Lord level cultivators, it was also completely beyond their understanding. The world has changed drastically, so you guys have to keep up. Xia Qi casually waved his hand, and a laurel petal emitting a cool moonlight glow floated down in front of the 3 grand elders. The vitality. In this, Feng Blaze became more and more dumbfounded. Is it a longevity medicine? In the beginning, Supreme CC he had also obtained a longevity medicine. The vitality in it was beneficial even for a supreme being. It's just, that's too precious. Not to mention that the elixir of immortality will also be silent. Even if there is still one left in the world, it will only be a very small one. However, with just a wave of his sleeve, Xia Qi displayed nearly 100 flower petals. This was something that even Supreme Shiho could not do. And go cultivate first. Just wait for the changes in the world. Xiaoqi put down a sentence and took a step to a mountain peak not far away. Allow plenty of time for these people to respond and provide him with feedback. Sitting down on a mountain peak, Natsuki looked up at the sky again. The night had passed. The sky gradually brightened, and the path formed by the stars faded. The only thing that gradually emerges is a big sun. The reverse flow of the long river of time should continue. Natsuki discerned. Nowadays, reversing the flow to more than 100,000 years is not a natural limit. In the future, there will surely be cultivators who come out of even more ancient times. He did inadvertently promote the advancement of the great world. But, he looked at the sun that was gradually emerging in the sky, and there was something strange in his heart. The sun and the moon of this world are not in the same space. But if the moon shifts, it will cause the long river of time to flow backwards, opening up the great age. So, this sun, what does it mean? Don't want to. Natsuki shook his head. There are so many mysteries in this world after a great silence. That's no way to figure out all the mysteries if you think about it in detail. Subsequently, he looked behind him into the void again. Little Willow's habits are apparently very much in keeping with a tree that moves very little on weekdays. As for the laurel tree and the wooden door and the ancient well, there was no spirit to speak of. And that moon, even in the void, still bloomed with a cool moonlight glow. It didn't disappear as the moon set and the sun rose. After thinking about it, Xiaoqi simply waved his hand and took the moon out from the void. He planned to study the moon here first, and then see what kind of changes would occur in the world when the great world came. Just, when this moon emerged from the void, Xiaoqi suddenly seemed to feel something and swept his eyes around. The Zixihe Holy Land, which was originally under the morning sun, was actually instantly plunged into the night, along with the thousands of miles of area around them. They were also covered by night. The only one is on the top of the mountain where Xiaoqi is. A moon that had shrunk by countless times blossomed into a clear and cold moonlight, illuminating the earth. Benten time. In the sacred land of Shiha, the people such as Fengblaze and the Grand Elder, who had managed to suppress the throbbing emotions in their hearts, were once again startled. What happened? Is the night falling again? It's the ancestor. That's the moon in ancestor's hand? The Grand Elder stared intently at the mountain peak where Xiaoqi was, his old eyes filled with dullness. Fengblaze's body even couldn't help but tremble. She knew better. The great world had opened, mostly due to a change in the sky and the disappearance of one of the moons. And now that vanished moon is in the hands of Xiaoqi? But at this point, Xiaoqi, however, did not bother about the reactions of Fengblaze and the Grand Elder and the others anymore, but instead cast his gaze deeper into the Zixihe Holy Land. It turns out that there are so many other instantaneous. In the sacred land of Shiha, he couldn't even help but be stumped. The moon in his hand did not give off the slightest bit of might. It seemed to be cold and dead for all eternity. But the night brought by this moon was enveloping the area around it for thousands of miles. Also, after this moon surfaced, Xiaoqi even discovered an area in the void of the Shiha Holy Land that was like a heavy squeeze. Those places were consistent with the sights he had seen earlier on the moon. It was a moment where a place opened up in the flood of time. There are dozens of places. Chapter 82. Nothing happened. Pust. The moon was casually rested above the void by Natsuki, and the sound of some heavily placed objects came out. Not loudly. The cool moonlight shone in all directions, enough to make many hidden things visible in this heaven and earth that was isolated by the night. Xiaoqi stepped in front of a void and flicked his fingertips forward. A crack was then cut into the void. There are dense light from the crack's bloom. Each ray of light seems to reflect the heaven and earth. The world changes. Immediately after, a figure then leapt out violently from the crack. What man opens a moment? Vast as thunderous intentions suddenly spread out in the sacred land of Shiha. It was not the words of the present age, more like some ancient language, but it conveyed the intention clearly. The surrounding mountains were agitated, and even more majestic might swept out in all directions. One time, in the Zixihe Holy Land, the Grand Elder and the Supreme Elder and the others couldn't help but tremble violently, their chi and blood throbbing incomparably under that might. Even Fengblaze couldn't help but blanch. Sacred Realm Cultivator. That's not someone from my Shihi Holy Land. She wasn't even quite sure what was happening in the moment. Why did that ancient being pull a moon out of the void? Is that the one lost in the night sky? And now, this Shiha Holy Land, there are actually another cultivator from a moment out of the... No, this cultivator didn't walk out on his own, but was forced out by forcing open the hidden moment. This person was definitely older than her time. Even after a much longer period of time, the chi and blood might had emitted was still stronger than her. But with this kind of power, Xiaoqi, however, was leisurely grounded in the void, letting his clothes flutter. He observed the figure that stepped out before him with interest, his eyebrows slightly raised. The figure in front of him was not a human, with two coral-like horns borne on its head and some scales on both sides of its cheeks. Instead, It looked like some sort of ancient beast in human form. A bit interesting. What kind of living beings did Supreme Emperor Shiha suppress in the past years? Xia Qi couldn't help but mutter. Although he now had a lot of information about the Great Silence, he didn't have much knowledge about the various eras that the world had experienced after the Great Silence. Human? The humanoid being's words were cumbersome. The group of great medicines that were raised in the beginning had become some climate. Its pair of eyes revealed scorn, and its aura was even rising. Imitating the holy realm is not its limit. Its circumference also exuded a blood mist, spreading out in all directions, and wherever it passed, the grass and trees were actually turned into barrenness. Means of plundering vitality? Xia Qi's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched what the humanoid creature did. In fact, the cultivators of this era searching for chances were considered a similar tactic. It's just going to seem relatively milder. Plundering the vitality of all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures so as to nourish themselves, but without exhausting themselves. Otherwise, when the world's heavenly treasures are gone, the cultivators will follow. But the means of this humanoid being was clearly not so. Directly, they were overbearingly plundering the vitality, and even, they had to spread out to the Grand Elder and the others, and were even able to plunder the vitality in the bodies of the other cultivators. It's kind of some kind of ancient law. Natsuki inwardly spat silently, and at this time, Foamblaze had already leapt into mid-air, his fiery red robes fluttering, radiating a powerful Saint Realm might. She stared at the humanoid being, her eyes filled with ice. Ancient cultivators? Back then, Supreme Emperor Shiha hadn't completely overthrown you and the others, and you still dare to make trouble? Obviously. Foamblaze also had an understanding of the origin of this humanoid being. Boom! The might between the two sides violently collided together, setting off a great fluctuation. Just the aftermath of their confrontation. It seems to be enough to flatten the mountains of the Shihi Holy Land. What Shiha Supreme? The Supreme of the human race? The humanoid being snorted. It seems that many years have passed in the world. A cultivator who has just entered the Saint Realm dares to flail about in front of this seat? He suddenly stretched out a large hand, which actually seemed to be tearing through the sky. The might suddenly overshadowed Foamblaze and was incomparably powerful. This was a being that had traveled far above the Saint Realm, and even, to be even more powerful than the Saint Realm monstrous serpent that Xia Qi had seen earlier. It was unknown just how many eras it had survived in a single instant, but even so, his strength was still incomparably powerful. The large hand slammed down on the lid, and after, nothing happens. Foamblaze couldn't help but freeze in place, somewhat dumbfounded as he looked at the scene in front of him. The vast might surrounding that humanoid being actually dissipated in an instant. The large hand that had gathered strong might just now also disappeared, and the humanoid being's body had lost one of its arms, and its body was motionless. See this? Foamblaze turned his head a little stiffly again, his eyes falling on Xia Qi. No doubt about it. It was this ancient existence that had easily suppressed that humanoid being. Huffing and puffing, with a casual wave of Xia Qi's hand, the humanoid being in midair suddenly smashed to the ground without raising any might. It's not like he released the thing from the one instant to flaunt it here. Just step aside and wait. Xia Qi commanded Foamblaze again as if casually. Foamblaze subconsciously nodded and took a step back in a daze. She clearly noticed that Xia Qi did not kill the humanoid being, but rather imprisoned all of its qi in blood. What was even more frightening was that the humanoid being seemed to be struggling. Its expression was hideous, and its mouth with sharp teeth opened and closed, but it froze and could not make any sound. As for Xia Qi, he did not pay any more attention to the humanoid being. Reaching out once more, he slashed his hand across the void, toward the front. Bang! The void cracked open, and a figure fell out of it, crashing helplessly to the ground. What fell out this time was a withered bone. The withered bones also had two coral-like horns growing on their foreheads, and should be of the same race as that humanoid being. This is silenced in an instant. Foamblaze murmured, his tone complex, hidden in a moment. It too will still gradually return to silence. The longer the continuance, the greater the chance of silence. As for those like the humanoid being that stepped out just now, who not only survived until now, but also retained a strong power, were few and far between. She looked to Natsuki again, her mind never calming. Was this ancient being trying to find all the cultivators hiding in a single instant in the sacred land of Shiha? What she doesn't know is this. After slashing through one moment in a row, Xia Qi was already getting more and more comfortable with it. He simply waved his big sleeve and directly opened all the one moment of this place. All of them. The void. A crack then emerged. There was a withered bone falling from it, losing all its divinity and smashing into the ground. There were also humanoids that still survived. Either their breath was weak and they were about to die out, or they still retained their strength like the previous humanoids. Among them, there were also human cultivators like Foamblaze. These cultivators, however, had chi and blood fluctuations within their bodies that were clearly more powerful than those humanoid beings. See this scene. Foamblaze's eyes were unconsciously wide. She looked at the human cultivators who came out of the void, and suddenly, as if realizing something, her face suddenly changed. Senior. No. Ancestor. Wait. Chapter 83, Are you the supreme being of the current era? The human cultivators here are all disciples of the Shiha Holy Land. Foamblaze had realized that Xiaoqi had forced out all the living beings that had been hiding in the Shiha Holy Land for an instant. I'm afraid I'm not going to be put to death directly. When the Great World came, the long river of years flowed against the current, and all of them, the cultivators who were originally hiding in a moment, would come out successively. She was in the worst shape of the moment, so she was the first to step out. As for the Shihi Holy Land, as the original Dao lineage left behind by the Shihi Supreme Being, naturally, she would not be the only one hiding in an instant. Now, those ancient humanoid beings as well as the cultivators of the Shiha Holy Land were all forced out. If she had been a little late in her persuasion, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If an ancient being like Xiaoqi existed, I'm afraid that even if all of them resisted together, they wouldn't be able to stop it at all. Xiaoqi looked back at Foamblaze with a playful expression. He didn't mean to exterminate all living beings. At least, he wouldn't do that until the wool gathering. There was a bit more than a moment in the Shiho sanctuary. It wasn't like he had any plans to stay in the middle of the Shihi Holy Land all the time. It couldn't be in the band waiting for these cultivators in one instant to walk out one by one, could it? At this point, the crowd of formative beings and human cultivators all looked bewildered, surveying the four directions in suspicion. None of them apparently understood what was going on today. Why did they come out in a flash at the same time? Senior sister, what is going on? Some human cultivators spotted Foamblaze not far away and eagerly inquired. Today's situation could be completely different from what Supreme Emperor Shiha had told them back then. According to what Supreme Shiha said when they entered for an instant, when the Great World comes, they will be the first to step out of a moment and wait for the river of years to flow backward to even older years. It was only then that the ancient beings suppressed in the sacred land of Shiha would appear again from a single instant. But now, these ancient beings were clearly around them, and all of those humanoid beings were rapidly communicating. And the words coming out of their mouths were obscure ancient languages. Soon, then a humanoid being discovered the dead bones on the ground, as well as the humanoid being that had been suppressed on the ground the most earlier. Boom! At that instant, humanoid beings exuded a strong might that swept through the four directions. None of them are sure, though, what is going on right now. However, there were human cultivators here, and they had to stabilize the scene first. Exalted Realm Cultivator. Foamblaze's gaze stared slightly. After such a long time has passed, he's still able to maintain his cultivation at the Exalted Realm. Venerable Realm? Xiaoqi did notice Foamblaze's words. According to his speculation, there was another realm between the Saint Realm and the Supreme. Nowadays, it seems that it should be the Zuni Realm. His gaze also landed on the humanoid being that had erupted with a strong might. The chi and blood fluctuations of this humanoid being were indeed going to far exceed those of a Saint Realm cultivator. To be able to pass through so many eras in a single instant and still be able to retain such great strength. It was enough to prove that before it entered the one instant. It was already an extremely strong existence that could be called even in the Exalted Realm. But, Xiaoqi was more concerned about those human cultivators from the Shiha Holy Land, Zunsha Realm cultivators, and there were even several of these human cultivators. It was not unheard of for the chi and blood fluctuations of the moment to be even more powerful than that Zunsha Realm humanoid being. It's already a blessing that the ancient beings have managed to survive until now. And they still dare to spread their wildness in my Shihi Holy Land. Among the human cultivators, the same aura erupted out. They are equally unaware of the current situation. However, this was supposed to be the Holy Land of Shiha, and before they entered for a split second, they would have been told by the Supreme Emperor of Shiha to suppress the ancient beings in this place. Let's take care of these ancient beings first. However, regardless of whether it was these human cultivators of the Shiha Holy Land or those humanoid beings, the might that they had erupted from suddenly dissipated in an instant. There was no more mighty outbursts in the entire Shihi Holy Land. Instead, it became silent. Perceive this. All the living beings in this place couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts and minds, each suspiciously surveying the four directions. What happened? The chi and blood in their bodies were all imprisoned, unable to leak out the slightest bit more. Even the fact that they were still able to gain a foothold in midair now was not due to themselves. Rather, they all lost control of their bodies. Just coming out of an instant. You fight and kill. Why the rush? A calm voice rang out. The gazes of all living beings then converged on a long figure high in the sky. The sleeves of his clothes were fluttering, not stained with dust, not to mention that he could not see the slightest bit of might. Xiaoqi shook his head and swept his gaze calmly over these people. He hadn't even begun to harvest feedback when the scene here descended into chaos. That's not good. Zixihe, that girl's temper when she was young was not as hot as yours. Xia Qi lightly waved his sleeve. The group of cultivators from this place then landed uncontrollably on top of the mountain peak where Fengblaze was. They looked at each other in disbelief, and a strong horror showed in their expressions. Even Fengblaze was similarly alarmed. Among the cultivators of their Shihi Holy Land, there were 3 cultivators who retained the cultivation level of the Zunshi realm. However, in front of Xia Qi, the exalted realm could not raise the slightest resistance. Fengblaze, you've come out of an instant? One of the Zunshi realm cultivators immediately asked Fengblaze. She was a young-looking female cultivator, also wearing a fiery red robe, but her temperament was much more flamboyant. Who is this senior? The supreme being of the current era? She looked at Xia Qi again, her gaze fixed. He was able to easily bring them out from an instant, and even more so, he suppressed all the cultivators in this place with his hands. This is definitely a divine ability of the supreme being. At the very least, it was an existence that had gone to the apex of the cultivator's path. Senior Gong, this is the ancestor of our Shiha Holy Land. Fengblaze greeted him and explained in a respectful voice. Which ancestor? He. Fengblaze's mind was complicated. By now, she had become more and more convinced that Xia Qi was indeed an ancient being who had once instructed the CC Supreme Being. There was absolutely no need for such a powerful existence to deceive them. Xia Qi, on the other hand, just silently checked and received the feedback without bothering about the situation on Fengblaze's side. With the previous situation of posing as an identity on Fengblaze's side, he no longer needed to personally explain anything to these people. It was only then that his gaze landed on the group of form beings. Compared to the crowds of cultivators from the Shihi Holy Land, these humanoid beings who had come out of a single instant were only a dozen or so. All the others have been silenced and turned into dry bones in an instant. But even these remaining humanoid beings were in varying conditions. The one in the best situation was the cultivator who still retained his Zunshi realm cultivation. You are the supreme being of the present age? That Zunshi realm humanoid being opened its mouth and inquired to Xia Qi. His chi and blood confinement was loosened open a bit and he stared at Xia Qi closely. Don't forget the rules of this world. Even if a supreme being appears, he may not drive other living beings to extinction. He spoke again, a hint of caution and warning in his voice. However, his words fell. But then, to his horror, he realized that his body was rapidly disintegrating. I don't need you to remind me. Chapter 84, is he alive? Xia Qi stood high in the sky, looking down at the humanoid beings below. A cultivator of the Zunshi realm was indeed extremely powerful, far beyond any cultivator Xia Qi had seen earlier. Even though this humanoid being had experienced an instant of less than 100,000 years, it was actually already in an extremely weak state. However, the chi and blood fluctuations around him were still incredibly powerful. Every chi and blood fluctuation was like 10,000 ocean waves churning and surging, and under the watchful eye of Xia Qi, wordlessly, the humanoid being's body had then disintegrated for the most part. However, only a slight flash of horror passed over the humanoid being's face before it quickly returned to calm. No, you're not a supreme. It was as if he could see what was going on, and even though his face was clearly disintegrating, a cold smile that could be described as hideous still appeared at the corners of his mouth. Soon, the humanoid being's body completely disintegrated and disappeared into thin air. However, where he had originally been, there was still a blood-colored mist in pitch black. The mist was gurgling, as if it were a heartbeat. It actually quickly coalesced into substance and turned into a puddle of black and red liquid. The liquid was flowing again, reshaping his original form. See this scene? Xia Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. This is a cultivator of the exalted realm? He was able to see that the humanoid being in front of him was indeed extremely significantly different from other cultivators. If anything, Saint Realm cultivators only completely exceeded Void Dao Realm cultivators in terms of strength and cultivation. Then, a Zunshi Realm cultivator was more like a completely elevated level of life. After the disintegration of this humanoid being's body, Xia Qi clearly detected a strong momentum of silence in that black and red mist again. It's more like, having been caught up by the silent momentum, yet a strange symbiotic state has occurred. It has merged with the momentum of silence. A sense of absurdity inexplicably rose in even Xia Qi's heart. All the monks in this world are fleeing from silence and seeking immortality. But the higher the realm, the stronger the momentum of silence. After reaching the exalted realm, it was surprising that it would be caught up by the silent momentum and thus symbiotic with it. The more he understood the cultivation system of this world, the more he felt that the problems in it were big. Back on the peaks, the 3 venerable realm cultivators from the Zixihe Holy Land were also paying attention to the situation on Xia Qi's side at this moment. Fengblaze, do you say that it is possible that this senior has instructed Supreme Emperor Shiha? The previous female cultivator inquired to Feng Blaze in a low voice, her expression filled with gravity. Feng Blaze nodded. She had already informed the crowd around her of her earlier experience after coming out of an instant. And at that moment, it was also the moment when Xiaoqi opened up all the moments in the sacred land of Shiha. In addition, the moon that was still suspended in the void was testifying to the extraordinary status of Xiaoqi. That female cultivator pondered for a moment, and her eyebrows became more and more furrowed. He is not a supreme being. If he really lives until now, then perhaps he is on a path that we have never known. She also saw that Xiaoqi was not a supreme being, or perhaps, the means that Xiaoqi had revealed nowadays were not the supreme being's divine abilities. And at this point, the humanoid being who had already remodeled his body was constantly sizing up Xiaoqi, and had also noticed the moon on the mountain not far away. This is, that age, the key chance for the opening of the great world, is actually hearing you. Surprisingly, he recognized the moon that Natsuki had been given. The exalted realm, by nature, was only below the supreme exalted, not to mention that this humanoid being had already stepped into the exalted realm at least 100,000 years ago, and then, as if he realized something, he stared at Xiaoqi. You are not the supreme being of this age, yet you have access to this age that even the supreme being can hardly touch. It seems that you are from an era even more ancient than even we are, yet you have awakened ahead of us. At the same time his words fell, Xiaoqi then felt a constant surge of energy rising up within his body. He was all a bit staggered. It's sending the wool to him on its own. He hadn't even begun to show anything, and the humanoid being in front of him was already speculating about his identity. Ancient existences that have survived from more ancient times and have awakened before the great world. The process is all wrong. The result is all right. Xiaoqi looked at the moon at the back again, and his heart moved slightly. The name of this moon is called the years. Perhaps the name also represents a lot of significance, and it was he who took the years, which led to the reversal of the flow of the years and the opening of the great world. He didn't think any deeper. Solely, he directly slapped down at the humanoid being who had already begun to build up his strength once again. It's done. Let's all subdue them first. Bang! A palm print in midair suddenly landed on the humanoid being. It was so fast that no one else around had reacted. The humanoid being looked up and stared at the palm print, and there was even a rolling black gas surging around his body, emitting a powerful momentum of silence. However, he failed to make any resistance after all. Being easily slapped down by that slap, his body suddenly exploded. In place, a black and red mist filled with the power of silence was left behind, as if the power of silence was mixed with chi and blood. And see this scene. All the other people here had their hearts and minds trembling. In particular, the faces of the three venerable realm cultivators from the Zixihe sacred land became horrified. They understood the power of the exalted realm the most. Even though in a single instant, much energy was lost and his condition became extremely poor, but it's still enough to be proud of the world. However, in front of this ancient existence, it was unable to have the slightest power of resistance. Straight away, his body was disintegrated by a slap. Xiaoqi looked at the black and red mist that was once again staring at him, and did not hurry to take a ride. Instead, he dropped his gaze over to the other humanoid beings again. A wave of the big sleeve. These humanoid beings were then uncontrollably wrapped in a force and landed in front of Fengblaze and the others. These beings will be at your disposal, Xiaoqi said lightly. Seeing this, Fengblaze looked at the female cultivator beside him, all a bit at a loss as to how to respond. It was the female cultivator who quickly reacted and bowed to Xiaoqi. Yes, sir. It was also true that she had difficulty determining Xiaoqi's identity, and it was difficult to address him as an ancestor for a while. But so far, she couldn't find any factors that could be questioned. At this point, that black and red mist had gradually coalesced into shape. It was more of a sound full of angry implications. I am venerable thousand dragons, following supreme sacrifice star. Do you know the karmic consequences of being my enemy? His head quickly coalesced into shape, his voice all but quivering slightly with rage. Having just been forcibly forced out from an instant, he suffered 2 more blows of body collapse in quick succession. More crucially, he was unable to resist. It's not even, clear what's going on in the moment. This kind of suffocation, he had never had before. Supreme sacrificial star? And as his words fell, the female cultivator beside Fengblaze looked as if she had thought of something and her face changed slightly. A supreme sacrificial star from over 200,000 years ago? It turns out that Master asked us to suppress you in the first place. The 200,000 plus years ago in her mouth. Xiaoqi's gaze quirked for a few moments. This was extrapolated from today's era. That was less than 300,000 years ago. These humanoid beings, on the contrary, were even more ancient than he had expected. But then he slapped down another smooth slap. Is the supreme sacrificial star, as you call him, Still alive? Chapter 85, with a wave of his hand, he wipes away the silence. As early as when he was in that Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area, Xia had already heard about it from the Stone Birth Spirit. In that forbidden zone, a supreme being lay dormant for an instant. Only at the present time the River of Ages flows against the current, and the beings who have come out of a single instant are not yet numerous. Xia also did not know what era of supreme beings were sleeping in the various forbidden zones, and under his slap, the Thousand Dragon Venerable One, who had managed to coalesce his form with great difficulty, burst apart once again. After stepping into the exalted realm, his level of life was indeed completely different from other beings. Even after a devastating blow, it is still able to restore itself. Even once he regained his form, it was as if he had not suffered any damage. Just in front of Xiaqi's absolute power, even the exalted realm could not truly utilize any divine abilities. Beside Phone Blaze, the female cultivator glanced at the black and red mist that Venerable Thousand Dragon was talking about and seemed to have some palpitations. Only then did he look at Xiaqi again and spoke in a respectful voice. Reporting back to Senior, Supreme Sacred Star has already fallen. Back then, after my master certified as a supreme being, he set foot in various forbidden areas and had personally wrestled a few supreme beings who were dormant for an instant. Supreme Sacrificial Star is one of them. At those words, Xiaqi was all but stunned. Killed by Supreme Shiho? Speaking of which, CC and the Supreme Being had also been to the Jedi Tianton forbidden area in the beginning, and met with the Stone Tire beings. However, it can't be that Supreme Beings are also divided into strong and weak, right? After thinking about it, he felt again that the Supreme Being of this world might not be able to be deduced by common sense. Even up until now, he didn't really know much about the strength of a Supreme Being. However, the Supreme Being was undoubtedly the most stunning existence in an era. Longevity can even be as long as 20,000 years. This was almost fundamentally different from other cultivators in the world. Boom! At this point, the black and red mist suddenly erupted with a powerful and unrivaled might. Far better than before. Venerable Thousand Dragons did not regain his form again, but allowed the black and red mist to erupt, its might sweeping in all directions. Only for a moment. This might then erupted out, and it was actually all beyond the area covered by the night curtain. In Xiaqi's senses, all the living beings around the Shiha Holy Land were trembling. There are even some beings that gradually have a dark mist emerging around them, and they are about to return to silence. This is mobilizing the silent momentum within other living beings? Xiaqi's eyes stared slightly. This Thousand Dragon Venerable One had originally realized the symbiosis of his own chi and blood in silence, and had already exceeded the realm of ordinary beings, and the power exerted now was beyond his expectations. Click, click, in the void, a slight shattering sound was heard. With that black and red mist as the center, a crack actually surfaced in the surrounding space. Just the power alone could already shatter the void. That strong? Xiaqi did not stop this black and red mist, so he just used his own might to envelop the Shiha Holy Land. It made it difficult for the might that erupted from this black and red mist to truly cause any damage to the sacred land of Shiha. He wanted to see what kind of power a cultivator of the exalted realm had. The black and red mist surged, and although it had not recovered its body, it still made a vast sound. You are indeed an ancient being, not even on the path we have taken, but you're not a supreme being after all, and by making an enemy of me, you'll only suffer greater karma. Next moment, in the black and red mist, there was a fierce and unspeakably vast might that spread out in all directions. See this scene. The faces of the group of cultivators from the Shihi Holy Land all changed drastically in unison, especially those three venerable realm cultivators. Their expressions became grave to the extreme. Not good. He's going to make everything silent. The might that erupted from that black and red mist swept through the heavens and earth. It seemed that any area affected by this mighty wave was going to lose its spirituality with it. And even more so, it was going to turn into nothingness. This is the power to silence everything. Xiaqi had no doubt about any of it. After this blow, including the Shiha sacred ground, the surrounding area of at least nearly 1,000 miles will be completely transformed into a part of the Great Wasteland. It became dead silent. Even the void suffered a ripple effect. The exalted realm. It is indeed a completely different level of life. Xiaqi had already gained a deeper understanding of the power of this Thousand Dragon Venerable. This was still a venerable realm cultivator who had just come out of a single instant, having lost most of his strength and was in an extremely poor state over the course of 300,000 to 400,000 years. But even so, it could instantly cause nearly 1,000 miles of area to fall into complete and utter silence. Speaking of which, the great wilderness looks like this nowadays. It couldn't have become a mess after a battle, could it? This thought suddenly sprang up in Xiaqi's mind. The great wasteland can indeed be filled with the barren landscape of the aftermath of the silence. And after the silence, neither the vitality nor any spiritual energy remains anymore. Even the many times that have passed will not be restored. Immediately, when that silent momentum was about to spread out, Xiaoqi once again waved his sleeve, and after, the momentum of silence that originally filled this place will no longer exist. Between heaven and earth, a calm was once again restored. It was as if nothing had ever happened before. As for the black and red mist, it also transformed into a human form once again after the silent momentum dissipated. Looking around blankly, as if realizing something, his gaze fell back on Xiaoqi, his eyes filled with horror. What kind of power do you have? Venerable Thousand Dragon's voice became shrill. The silent momentum that he had invoked had been easily erased. Even the three Zunsha realm cultivators and the mountain peaks behind them were in a daze. They were even more very clear about how terrifying the power induced by that Thousand Dragons venerable lord was just now. This even involved the origin of the exalted realm. Even if they stepped in, they could only do as much as they could to stop the Thousand Dragon Exalt's silent power. Instead, it was like Xiaoqi, who had directly erased the silent momentum. Xiaoqi did not care about this, but looked at Venerable Thousand Dragon with interest. Obviously, after he wiped away the silent momentum induced by the Thousand Dragon Venerable, this humanoid being from hundreds of thousands of years ago was finally honest, and no longer building up any power, just standing still and staring at him. Only then did Xiaoqi slowly say, I have seen a more powerful silent power. Even immortals have been silenced. This power of yours is nothing. It was as if he was just talking about a perfectly normal thing, his tone calm to the extreme. Nor is there any intention to bluff. However, after hearing his words, everyone around him however could not help but fall into a stupor. They couldn't believe their ears. Immortal. Are silent? How it sounded. This ancient being casually uttered an unimaginable hidden secret. Chapter 86, Fall of a Venerable. Anomaly of Heaven and Earth. Is there a fairy in this world? It was an unsolved mystery even for cultivators of the Zunsha realm. And now, what Xiaoqi said was simply a message that no living being in the world could even touch. Has he ever seen the silence of the immortal? This thought instantly sprang up in the hearts of many cultivators. What was that scene like? They can't even imagine it. Xian? Venerable Thousand Dragon gazed at Xiaoqi, his eyes trembling. This hidden secret made him feel an inexplicable pang of fear. This is even. Should not be the venerable realm of beings can touch the level. Perhaps only the Supreme can reach its edge. And even more alarming to him. What kind of existence should a person be who can casually tell such a hidden secret? No, you can't have seen a fairy. Suddenly, Venerable Thousand Dragon's voice shrilled. Your cultivation path is different from the cultivators of the world, and different from all the supreme beings. However, it is absolutely impossible for you to touch the immortal level. You're not a supreme being. You might just be stronger than a venerable realm being, but it's impossible for you to reach the level of a supreme being. You are talking nonsense. By the end of the sentence, it was as if he was making excuses for himself, and Xiaoqi didn't even try to refute him. It was true that Venerable Thousand Dragon was still arguing, but the feedback that was provided already said it all. Natsuki seemed to murmur to himself. All living beings in this world are seeking immortality, hoping that by becoming immortal, they will be able to transcend everything. But if all the immortals will return to silence, what will be left of what the cultivator seeks? This is directly related to the foundation of all cultivators in the world. What cultivators sought was more than just supremacy. Rather, it is truly transcendent. But if you can't even be an immortal, the road ahead of you is nothing but a sight of despair. Only then did Xiaoqi look at Venerable Thousand Dragon again, his gaze slightly undulating. An exalted realm being seemed a bit difficult to kill even for the current him. A few slaps in succession went down, but they couldn't be slapped. This may also be due to the fact that venerable realm cultivators have become special after symbiosis with silence. Natsuki molded over. He was able to see that the means that Venerable Thousand Dragons had performed earlier clearly all contained a strong momentum of silence. Even as far as remodeling the body was concerned, the momentum of silence was fused with the chi and blood. It could be said that the silent momentum existed within his body. Then Venerable Thousand Dragon would not fall. And Venerable Thousand Dragons had clearly forced down the agitation of his heart. With an icy expression, he said in a chilling voice, the path you take is ultimately different from ours. And you can't kill me. I return in the great world. When I override all beings and compete for the ultimate chance of the great world. But his words had not yet fallen. Xiaoqi was already reaching out his hand, gently grabbing it towards the front. Immediately, he no longer even looked at Venerable Thousand Dragons and returned to the mountain peak at the back. And the Thousand Dragon Venerable's words had come to an abrupt end. Around him, a sudden rolling black mist emerged, but it was no longer as before, but instead enveloped his body uncontrollably. This caused all of his flesh and blood to disintegrate and turn into bits of flying ash. This time, it was pure silence. The Thousand Dragon Venerable One was all bewildered as he surveyed the changes in his body, seemingly not even reacting to the situation he was facing. A flash of lingering horror passed through his eyes. He was returning to silence uncontrollably, but the next moment, his eyes also fell silent, leaving only empty sockets. Silence? And see this scene. The faces of the group of cultivators from the Shihi Holy Land all changed dramatically. How could an existence of the Venerable Realm suddenly return to silence? Especially the three female cultivators. As cultivators of the Zunsha realm, the scene they saw in front of them could be considered terrifying for them as well. Soon, Venerable Thousand Dragons was then completely silenced. All that was left in the spot was a withered bone that had lost any of its divinity, feebly falling down from mid-air, crashing onto the stone and splitting into pieces. This hundreds of thousands of years ago the Venerable Realm cultivator. This fell. The night sky, which was isolated by the cool moonlight, was suddenly covered with dark clouds, but they did not block the light of the moon. The dark clouds even seemed to be rapidly gathering some kind of unspeakable vastness of power, making the dark clouds become pitch black. Suddenly, and rain sprinkled down again, mixing the colors of pitch black and blood red. It splattered on the ground. The barren grass that originally appeared to be withered due to the Thousand Dragon Venerable One's silencing momentum actually reappeared to be green, and then returned to silence, once again and kept changing. A vision after the fall of an honored one? Xiaoqi took in the scene and raised his eyebrows slightly. He was able to detect the majestic might that had built up in that dark cloud. If it were not for the moon known as the years, which separates heaven and earth, such a phenomenon would have spread. At least thousands of miles of territory would be covered by such a vision. An exalted realm being was indeed already at another level of life. Even after the fall, it would produce heaven and earth visions. In the midst of that thick, dark cloud, Xiaoqi even saw a blurry figure, which was none other than the illusory figure of Venerable Thousand Dragon. The figure seemed to be constructed out of black and red, gradually becoming more and more illusory as the rain sprinkled down. The concentration of aura here, on the contrary, has risen. A touch of eccentricity flooded Xiaoqi's heart. A living being of the Venerable Realm, the heaven and earth vision formed after his fall, would actually bring about the effect of returning the aura of heaven and earth? He looked again at the withered bones that had fallen to the ground. Inexplicably, he thought of the dried hand bone from the great summer ancestral land. By now, he was able to be sure. The dry hand bone that maintained the great summer ancestral land was from a Venerable Realm being. Figure this out. Natsuki looked into his hands again. When he beheaded Venerable Thousand Dragon just now, he didn't use pure power to blast away. Instead, he mobilized the feedback from the tree planter and directly drained the vitality from the Thousand Dragon Venerable's body. The Thousand Dragon's Venerable One had realized the symbiosis between the momentum of silence and his own vitality. So if he were to siphon off the vitality in the Thousand Dragon's Venerable One's body, then within his body, naturally, there would only be the momentum of silence remaining that was dense to the extreme. Only, at this moment, a dark, silent momentum also gradually emerged from this mass of vitality in Xiaoqi's hand. The momentum of silence surged in it, and it was even going to invade Xiaoqi's palm. So mean? Xiaoqi couldn't help but be a little stunned. Earlier, Venerable Thousand Dragons had mentioned that killing him would seem to have some sort of karmic consequences. Only Xiaoqi didn't care. And now it seemed that this silent momentum after the fall of the Thousand Dragons' Venerable Lord still existed. It's more like, is getting a new host silencing me? You're afraid it's a bit difficult. A smile spread out from the corner of Xiaoqi's mouth. The palm of his hand clenched violently, in which the momentum of silence was compressed down hard by him, mixed with the vitality taken from Venerable Thousand Dragons, and coalesced into substance by him hard. Chapter 87, All Supreme Beings Have Big Problems. Natsuki slowly spread his hands. In his palm, a black and red irregular orb rested quietly, kind of like a meteorite? Xiaoqi murmured. It was like a star that had shrunk a million times, and in it, there was a mixture of complicated vitality and a terrifying might that was enough to silence all the living beings of the Zunsha realm. At this point, all around Xiaoqi, there was a dead silence. People were gazing at Natsuki in near stupefaction. Exalted realm cultivators, even in the era of the Supreme Being, were all considered a bit of a legend. They were all beings second only to the Supreme Beings. But of course, there was still an unimaginable gap between them and the Supreme Beings. But even so, these cultivators who had followed Supreme Zixi were more than capable of understanding the extraordinary nature of the exalted realm beings. But now, how could he fall so easily? Even, come to think of it, that Thousand Dragon Venerable One had not been able to raise any resistance since the beginning. Hasn't even truly displayed the divine ability of the Zunsha realm. This is absolute power crushing. After a long silence, the crowd of cultivators looked at each other in disbelief. and their gazes fell in unison on Fengblaze again. When they were sent to this side of the mountain peak by Xiaoqi just now, they had already learned the news related to Xiaoqi here in Fengblaze, an ancient existence that had mentored the young CC Supreme, and nowadays, after Xiaoqi had displayed his powerful cultivation that had casually obliterated Zunshe realm beings, it was already difficult for them to have any doubts in their hearts anymore, such as this kind of ancient existence must be able to easily raise the entire present-day Shiha Holy Land to the ground. Why lie to them? This time, Xiaoqi had already turned around and came to the front of the crowd. Ancestor, disciple just heard that killing that 1,000-dragon venerable will have any karma. Chang Yao took the lead in welcoming Xiaoqi, somewhat worried. As far as she was concerned, the 1,000 dragons exalted one was already an unattainable existence. If there was any unimaginable power in this, she wondered if it would have any effect on Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi shook his head with a light smile and rushed Chang Yao. Stretch out your hand. Chang Yao was stunned. Then she hastily stretched out her small hand. Her white palm spread out, and each of her green jade fingers appeared to be powdered and carved. And as soon as her palm sank, she realized that Xiaoqi had handed something into her hand. It was a small orb that looked like a miniature star. Noticing this, the female cultivators of the Zunshe realm beside Fengblaze couldn't help but stare. The Tao of the venerable 1,000 dragons. Her complexion was all filled with shock. After a venerable realm being falls, the Tao he cultivated should also be silenced together. Even the main body had already returned to silence, so naturally nothing should remain. It was the first time she had seen such a situation as the one in front of her. Only then did Xiaoqi look at the female cultivator beside Fengblaze with a gentle smile on his face. It's not like I can remember the changes in this world. You might as well tell me what this so-called Tao is. As early as when he had exterminated the 1,000-dragon venerable, he had already received the feedback from the crowd of cultivators from the Zixihe sacred land. Nowadays, even though they had not yet personally addressed Xiaoqi as the ancestor, but it's close enough. As for Xiaoqi's fictionalized identity, it was originally awakened from the ancient years, and not only had he forgotten many things, he did not really know much about the current world. What's more, Venerable 1,000 Dragon had said that the Tao he cultivated was completely different from the present. He asked these people about it, and naturally, it didn't arouse any suspicion. The female cultivator nodded and suddenly made a respectful bow to Xiaoqi. Late generation Shiha Supreme Disciple Wang Lingxiu, meet the ancestor. As things stood, she could no longer harbor any doubts about Xiaoqi's identity. All that was in his mind was a patch of complexity. More than 100,000 years had passed, and they had come out of an instant, and the figure of the CC Supreme had already disappeared from the world. However, the one who awakened them was an existence even more ancient than Supreme Shiho. It could even be called the ancestor of everyone in the Shiha Holy Land. And as Wang Lingxiu saluted, the other group of Shiha Holy Land disciples at the back didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. All together, they bowed respectfully. Of course there were still many questions in their minds. Why had Supreme Emperor Shiha never mentioned this ancestor? And none of them have ever seen a trace of what this ancestor left behind. Xiaoqi smiled and nodded, silently checking and receiving the feedback that came from his body again. This time, getting feedback from these cultivators from the Shiha Holy Land who had come out of an instant was beyond his expectations. He didn't even make up something about his identity and origin with these people himself. The previous arrangements alone were watertight. And at this moment, Wang Lingxiu looked at the small orb in Chang Yao's hand again, before he turned to Xiaoqi, reporting back to the ancestor. This should be the fusion of a venerable realm cultivator's vitality and the momentum of silence, which contains the Tao cultivated by venerable 1,000 dragons. When we step into the venerable realm, we all have to comprehend the great Tao from the silence before we can truly achieve venerability. These great paths, a supreme being's era, will only appear 5. That is, the path of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. If disciples' observation is correct, what that venerable 1,000 dragons cultivates should be the way of wood. Exalted realm, comprehending the 5 elements? Xiaoqi's heart fluttered. Instead, he had a deeper understanding of the cultivators of this world's Zunshe realm. If a cultivator advanced to the Void Tao realm, he would need to accumulate enough longevity, and the same goes for advancing to the Holy realm. However, the chances needed to step into the Saint realm were even more enormous. The strange snake that he had seen earlier in that part of the heaven and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located was able to step into the Saint realm, but was able to do so solely by virtue of the liquid in the ancient well. Originally, Xiaoqi thought, it was pretty much the same principle for cultivators to step into the exalted realm. Now it seems to be a little different. But soon, Natsuki then realized another wave of wrongness. Wait, you're saying that a cultivator stepping into the venerable realm must comprehend the great Tao from the momentum of silence? He immediately asked Wang Lingxiu about it. In response, Wang Lingxiu just nodded slowly. Master Ancestor, is there anything wrong with what disciple said? Her eyes moved slightly, as if she was also pondering what she had just said, but quickly shook his head, not noticing anything wrong. However, Xiaqi could not help but feel a surge of complicated thoughts in his heart. There's a big problem here. He had been exposed to the silent momentum quite a few times. After all, in this world, cultivators who had just stepped into the silent realm alone would be chased by the silent momentum. But silence, originally, is when everything in heaven and earth is reduced to nothingness. Nothing is left. Where is the great Tao of heaven and earth in this momentum of silence? What's more, it was from this that the 5 elements of heaven and earth were realized. That's not right at all. Think about that. Another speculation sprang up in Xiaqi's mind. Even cultivators in the Zunshe realm had such a big problem with cultivation. What about the Supreme? Even the Supreme Being has big problems. Chapter 88 Receiving the Decree of the Law. Xiaqi realized that he had still underestimated the Supreme Being. Immortals, it seems, only existed in the last epoch before that great silence. And after the great silence, the cultivation systems in the world had all changed. And the cultivation of the cultivators in this world had become completely different from what it was before the great silence. Originally, Xiaqi thought that, such as that divine pupil immortal, perhaps it was precisely the existence that had gone above the Supreme Being, but now it seems that it is not possible to simply classify the Supreme Being as being below the immortal. Only when he thought of this did Xiaqi ask Wan Lingxiu again. Then in your era, how does an exalted one become a supreme exalted one? The exalted realm should only be below the supreme. And as for Xiaqi's inquiry, Wang Lingxiu and the others' hearts were getting more and more complicated. Not knowing how to achieve supremacy did not mean that Xiaqi was not an existence whose realm far surpassed theirs. Rather, the antiquity of summer rising is more evident. To be even more ancient than the age of the Supreme Being. Wang Lingxiu calmed his mind a little before replying. We don't know. The achievements of the Supreme Beings are supreme. And the exalted realm is only a stage where they stay for a little while. And in every age of the Supreme, only the Supreme alone can take that step from the exalted realm and become the one and only Supreme. Therefore, only the Supreme Being truly knows how to witness the way itself. Below the Supreme, even beings as strong as those in the exalted realm could not comprehend the existence of the Supreme. Speaking of this, Wang Lingxiu looked deeply at Xiaqi again. Just as she didn't understand the existence of the Supreme Being, she was likewise unable to understand this ancient existence before her. The years of its existence were perhaps even longer than the oldest Supreme Beings in the world. Xiaqi sort of verified his suspicions and nodded. And now that the great world has arrived and the river of years continues to flow against the current, there will be more cultivators coming out of the one instant. And among you, there are 3 venerables and even more than 20 Sate realm cultivators. So I think you'll be able to gain a certain advantage in the great world. The current long river of years flows backwards for about 200,000 years at most. The first ones to come out of the instant could all be cultivators who had first entered the Saint realm. And in today's era, not to mention Zunshe realm cultivators, even Saint realm cultivators could not be seen very often. The advantage that the CC sacred land held at the moment was naturally imaginable. In response, the 3 of them, Wang Lingxiu, glanced at each other and all nodded their heads. What they cared more about at this time was, on the contrary, the ancestor in front of them. It sounds like the ancestor has no intention of getting involved in the Great World War, but it couldn't be more normal. They looked at the year-old moon in mid-air, and in their hearts, they had long since confirmed that this was the very moon that had once hung in the night sky, reflecting the light of the ages. The great world might have been opened by the very ancestor in front of him. Xiaqi now has a question about today's era. 10,000 long years have passed since the era of the last Tai Supreme. According to the law of the emergence of supreme beings, there should be a living supreme being in the current era. But today, it's clearly not quite right. Not to mention that he hadn't even heard rumors of a current supreme being in this era. Just this era's Zunshe realm cultivators alone. He wasn't even sure if they existed. Collect your thoughts. Natsuki gave another wave of his sleeve toward the moon in midair. The moon was instantly hidden into the void, and the night curtain that had originally shrouded the sacred land of Shiha receded. The sun was high in the sky, shedding blazing rays of sunlight. Xiaqi, on the other hand, walked to the mountain peaks deep in the Shiha Holy Land and quietly pondered. According to the news gathered now, there will be chaos in the world next, right? It was true that he didn't really care too much about the arrival of that so-called great world. Whatever chance it contained, it didn't necessarily compare to harvesting feedback for him. If we can wait until all those Saint Realm cultivators as well as Zunshe Realm cultivators hiding in a single instant come out, then we can harvest another wave of feedback. Then, when the time comes, it must be unimaginable. Well, it's best to be a little more prepared before then. After Xiaqi walked into the depths of the Shiha Holy Land, In the Shiha Holy Land, a group of cultivators were also busy here. Cultivators like Wang Lingxiu and Feng Blaze were too far away from the current era and needed to know about the changes that had occurred in the world over the past 100,000 years. What's more, the original Zixihe sacred land had all but fallen, and they were still planning to revitalize it. Some of the original disciples came out of the cave and were heartened to learn about the present-day situation. An ancestor from over 100,000 years ago returned and reappeared in the world. It was even claimed that the sacred land of Shiha was the true upper sect, the Tao lineage established by Supreme Emperor Shiha himself. It was different from anything they had ever known. This heaven-splitting wealth has suddenly descended upon my Shihi Holy Land? No, it's not sudden. It's ancestor blessing. Even those ancestors of more than 100,000 years were awakened by that ancestor. The respect they had for Xia Qi in their hearts was almost to the point of no return. It was at a time of rejoicing in the sacred land of Shiha. Roar! Outside the Holy Land. However, a beastly roar that sounded like thunder suddenly came out. The sound waves rolled and resounded through the heavens and earth. Just this roar alone actually caused a halo of light to lift up around the Shiha Holy Land. The sect formation of the Shiha Holy Land was activated straight away. There were invisible ripples spreading out in mid-air. Benton time. All the disciples of the Shihi Holy Land could not help but be shaken. The Grand Elder and the others all gathered in succession and arrived in front of the Holy Land's mountain gate. Foreign enemy attack? Where did the ancient beast come from? Is it going to come and break into my Zixihe sacred ground? Even with the clan formation on hold, the beast roar still had wisps of residual power emanating from it, causing the hearts and minds of the Grand Elder and the others to tremble. That ancient beast was feared to be a powerful existence above the Void Dao realm. But, yet there was no panic in their hearts. Instead, as they looked at each other, a touch of eccentricity passed through their expressions. The current Shiha Holy Land was no longer comparable. Even using the term profiteer to describe the Shiha Holy Land is not qualified. They are already the real ancestor manifestation. At a time like this, even if it was an ancient beast of the Saint Realm, forcing its way into the sacred land of Zixihe was still looking for death. The Grand Elder and the others were pondering. Wang Lingxiu had already brought Feng Blaze and Chang Yao and the others to the front of the mountain gate, and her gaze was cast toward the sky outside the mountain gate. Senior Gong, the one outside appears to be an ancient beast of the Saint Realm. Feng Blaze glanced outward and then looked at Wang Lingxiu beside him. A divine light shone in Chang Yao's eyes as she fell to see the figure of the ancient beast in the sky. It was a white tiger with 2 wings on its back, the size of a small mountain, hidden in the clouds, high above, and on the tiger's back, there was even a figure still sitting on it. This seems to be a cultivator from the Heavenly God Hall. Chang Yao immediately informed the crowd around her of what she saw. The Heavenly God Palace, a powerful Taoist system in the world today. Even though there had never been a supreme being, they dared to fight against the supreme being Tao. They traveled, often riding a white tiger with 2 wings on its back, a more distinctive feature. Wang Lingxiu nodded and looked at Chang Yao appreciatively. These divine pupils that the ancestor had opened for Chang Yao were indeed not bad. As for the cultivators outside the mountain gate, it wasn't worth her much care. As far as Saint Realm ancient beasts and cultivators were concerned, she could wipe them out with her hands. Shihi Holy Land, has a Saint Realm cultivator come out from an instant? At this time, outside the mountain gate, the figure on the tiger's back leisurely spoke. You here are the ones who passed down the Tao in the first place from Supreme Shiho himself. If any cultivator steps out, immediately step forward to receive the decree. He was actually running towards Feng Blaze and the others. Moreover, even though he knew that there were Saint Realm cultivators coming out of the Shiha Holy Land, his tone remained arrogant. Chapter 89. Has it always been so headstrong? The white tiger spread its wings and revealed a small mountain-like figure from between the clouds, covering the sky and dropping a large shadow towards the mountain gate of the Shiha Holy Land. Invisibly, it exuded an unspeakable oppressive power. On the tiger's back, a cultivator was even overlooking the sacred land of Shiha, as if the clan formation in front of him was not worth mentioning at all. In the sacred land of Shiha, Feng Blaze glanced at Wang Lingxiu, and then he immediately took a step out first. The flaming red dress swayed, the might of the holy realm was revealed, and the blazing flames reflected the clouds in the sky as if they were on fire. Who is your excellency? And what kind of decree have you come to my Shihi Holy Land to deliver? She inquired in a hushed, cold tone. What kind of decree was it that required a sacred realm cultivator to come out to greet them? Worthy of being a sacred realm cultivator from 130,000 years ago, the Zixihe sacred land back then was not bad at all. The cultivator on the tiger's back commented, unable to say whether it was praise or not. How many cultivators have come out of the Shiha Holy Land? He spoke once more. How many cultivators did the CC Supreme Being of that year send into an instant? It seemed that from the beginning, there was a commanding tone in his voice, And the number of cultivators who were sent into a single instant was a hidden secret for any Dao inheritance. Yet he continued to inquire lightly. Feng Kuei's eyebrows knitted up, a touch of displeasure showing in his complexion. Not to mention in the Zixihe sacred land in the beginning, just at the present moment, an alien Sate realm cultivator also dared to be so disrespectful in front of their Zixihe sacred land? Disrespecting my Shihi holy land. Then your excellency has come to seek revenge. She didn't have the heart to say anything more to the cultivator in front of her. Her body's chi and blood surged, and a big sun gradually coalesced around her. The vast might of the Saint realm immediately spread toward the cultivator. Before entering the one instant, she had stabilized her foundation in the holy realm, and now that she had stepped out, she had been able to recuperate in the sacred land of Shiha. The state is already more powerful than when he first stepped out. See this. That cultivator, however, smiled disdainfully. He did not make a move, but only drove the white tiger under his seat, causing it to similarly display the vast might of the Saint realm. This white tiger with two wings on its back was originally a Saint realm being. Boom! The might between the two sides collided, and the terrifying aftermath spread out, causing the earth to tremble. If I, the heavenly god palace, really want to seek revenge, even if all the cultivators of your Zixihe sacred land come out together, how can you stop them? From the beginning to the end, this cultivator's voice was full of condescension. There was no respect for the sacred land of Shiho at all. Half of it. Just, at the very moment of his words, a faint voice suddenly came out from the Shihi Holy Land. Yes, in that voice, it was as if it was not mixed with the slightest bit of might, but it was enough to make the cultivator on the tiger's back hear it clearly. Bent in time, the gaze of the cultivator on that tiger's back froze. There is more than just one awakened cultivator in the Shiha Holy Land? But before he could even react, his eyes were suddenly occupied by a fiery red. Higher in the sky, another great sun rises, like another red sun in the sky. The unbearable burning sensation hit instantly. It made that white tiger couldn't help but howl miserably, and all its might thinned out and dispersed. This is, the cultivator's eyes widened, and an uncontrollable panic instantly surged in his eyes. But under that great sun, all of his wide-eyed eyes instantly became dry. Flames, at some point, had climbed up his body. It made a set of his body burn uncontrollably. Roar! The white tiger wailed mournfully and fell down powerlessly from midair. All the hair on his body was burning under the reflection of that great sun. Bang! The white tiger, along with the cultivator on the tiger's back, crashed down onto the earth, and the ground trembled from the impact of its huge body. It stirred up rolling smoke and dust, all about to cover heaven and earth. But the flames, they have not stopped. In midair, Foamblaze cast a sidelong glance at the cultivator on the tiger's back before he retreated back to the Shiha Holy Land and returned to Wanglingshou. More than 100,000 years ago, the Master Chief had not personally made a move for a long time. And now, it was the sacred realm's cultivators and ancient beasts that were enjoying the treatment of Master Gon's strike. In the sacred land of Shiha, the Grand Elder and the others were also gazing in fascination at the scene outside. Having been dumbstruck long ago, they were pretty sure that that white tiger was then already a terrifying existence above the Void Dao realm, and the cultivator on the tiger's back will only get stronger. But the Holy Realm, in front of their Shiha Holy Land, was just a little louder, and it was all about to be refined by the flames, and deep within the Holy Land, Xiaoqi was also following the scene outside with great interest. This, he couldn't even help but play with it in his mind. Sure this isn't coming to die? The Heavenly Hall of Gods, has it always been so headstrong? Xiaoqi recalled the Heavenly God Hall cultivators he had met several times after stepping into the great wilderness, and suddenly looked odd. Speaking up, the Heavenly God's Palace cultivators really did have iron heads all the time. Even after learning the identities of the cultivators of the Qi and Shu families, they still dared to speak out against the cultivators of these two supreme families, even calling it a provocation. And now, with the river of years flowing against the current, there are constantly cultivators coming out from a single instant. Not only did the Heavenly Divine Hall not have the slightest convergence, but on the contrary, it also sent out cultivators to specifically come to the Dao lineage inheritance left behind by these supreme beings to pass on some kind of Dharma decree? That's a bit of a wild goose chase, isn't it? Think about it. Natsuki narrowed his eyes slightly again. And what's the reason they're so mad? This means that, behind the Heavenly God Palace, there are leaning on awe. In front of the mountain gate, Wang Lingxiu's expression was calm as he waved his hand towards the Grand Elder on the side. Go and bring the man and the big cat together. Her mind was also filled with doubt. More than 100,000 years had passed, and in this world, it was surprising that there would be a cultivator of a party's Dao lineage who would be so self-seeking. The Grand Elder nodded his head repeatedly and immediately flew out of the Shiha sacred ground with the two supreme elders. Soon, they then arrived in front of that white tiger. And even more so, they saw the cultivator who was crushed underneath by the white tiger. At this time, this white tiger was already scorched black, and all of its tiger fur was burnt to a crisp. The cultivator, on the other hand, was even more miserable, and his entire body was already like a charred corpse. Clearly both are the existence of the holy realm, but at the moment, even the vitality is fading. The Grand Elder and the two Supreme Elders glanced at each other, and they couldn't help but shiver. If it was in the past, it was difficult for them to even meet such a powerful existence. After the white tiger lost its might, even the three Grand Elders were able to easily drag its body and bring it along with the cultivator to the mountain gate. Wang Lingxiu stepped forward and looked disdainfully at the white tiger and the cultivator. Soon, the cultivator, who was almost in the shape of a charred corpse, woke up leisurely, opening a pair of dry eyes that were still filled with bewilderment. Immediately after that, it was like he realized something. While trembling violently, he struggled to crawl backwards a few times. Zun Realm Cultivators. Shihi Holy Land. Why are there Zun Realm Cultivators? Chapter 90. The Boundaries of the Supreme Being. Sage Mountain Shaker joined the Heavenly God Palace 400 years ago, and received a great chance, thus stepping into the Holy Realm. For nearly 1,000 years, he had been secretly wading through dangerous places and searching for opportunities for the Heavenly God Palace, rarely manifesting in the world. And nowadays, the great world is coming, and as a saint of this era, he should be mighty in the world. Even the Saint Realm cultivators from many years ago could not be compared to him. However, he had only just arrived at the sacred land of Shiha and was almost buried here. In the sky, the extra round of the great sun was no longer visible, but the shadow of the great sun lingered in his heart. That was definitely a terrifying power above the Saint Realm, even touching the legendary Exalted Realm. The mountain-shaking sage breathed heavily, supporting his body as much as he could, unable to stop himself from surveying his surroundings. Since he had already stepped into the Saint Realm, he was still able to recover from his injuries even though he was already as charred as a charcoal. He had just regained some of his senses, but he sensed an aura strong enough to suffocate him in the group of people in front of him. The Holy Land. They're all cultivators of the Saint Realm. The mountain-shaking sage only felt as if his heart was being clenched hard at this moment. There were a full dozen Saint Realm cultivators. Moreover, in front of these Saint Realm cultivators, there was a woman standing. He couldn't sense the aura emanating from this woman, but he was able to vaguely feel a momentum of silence that was enough to make his heart tremble. This woman was none other than the Zun Realm cultivator who had struck out just now. I can't imagine that more than 100,000 years have passed, and there are still saints in this world who dare to come and clamor outside my Shihi Holy Land. Wang Lingxiu sighed softly and shook his head. The Shihi Holy Land, in these more than 100,000 years, has indeed declined. In response, the Grand Elder and the two Supreme Elders silently lowered their heads, their hearts ashamed to the core. Before that ancestor had appeared, the Holy Realm is all but a legend to them. Even a single Void Dao Realm cultivator would be enough to make their entire Shihi sacred land stand on guard. At this point, the mountain-shaking sage finally managed to suppress the panic in his heart with great difficulty, swallowed his saliva, and spoke in a shocked voice. Senior, don't kill me. The latecomer is only here to deliver the decree. He is able to survive to this day, most of all because he knows what's right and what's wrong. In front of this venerable realm cultivator, if he dared to say another wrong word, he was afraid that he would immediately fall silent. Wang Lingxiu's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced back into the depths of the Shiha Holy Land. She had already learned that in this era, in the past, Saint Realm cultivators were rare. Ordinary Void Dao Realm cultivators could only search for opportunities in various places. The only exception to this is that ancestor, who is unlike any other of his time. Nowadays, however, a Holy Realm cultivator came to the sacred land of Shiha to pass on a legal decree. What kind of existence should the person behind it be? Whose decree is it? Wang Lingxiu faintly inquired. The mountain-shaking sage trembled as he supported himself, half kneeling on the ground with his hands raised high in the air, reporting back to Senior. It is the decree of my heavenly God Hall's palace master. His words fell. In the sky, a dense light emerged, and immediately afterward, a legal decree flooded with blazing golden light suddenly emerged from the void. Almost at the same time that this fiat appeared, Fengblaze and the others who originally stood behind Wang Lingxiu all felt their shoulders sink in unison. There was a powerful might spreading out from that golden legal decree, as if it was enough to suppress a sight of heaven and earth. And this, then, is just a legal decree. From an exalted realm cultivator? Wang Lingxiu's eyes condensed slightly, and with a wave of his large sleeve, a large flaming hand instantly appeared in the sky, violently grabbing the legal decree. However, the power emanating from the decree confronted each other with the big flaming hand. An exalted one who has comprehended the golden avenue? Wang Lingxiu fiercely exerted his force and ripped the legal decree hard from the sky. And the scene, watching the mountain-shaking sage, was even more alarming. He recalled the terror of that hall master and could not help but feel a chill down his spine. As for this exalt of the Shiha Holy Land in front of him, he was a powerhouse at the same level as the heavenly god hall master. Wang Lingxiu took the decree and glanced at it. His face suddenly changed slightly. And then, she instantly put away the decree. It was only then that he waved his hand again to Feng Blaze at the side and said, "Lock him up first." The words fell. She took one step and her figure instantly disappeared in place. Feng Blaze and the others hadn't even seen what was on that decree yet, and their faces were puzzled. However, he did not worry about anything, and his gaze fell on the mountain-shaking sage, the temple of heaven. This side of the Tao, there are actually saints, as well as venerable realm cultivators, deep within the Shiho Holy Land. Wang Lingxiu bowed toward the void. "Ancestor, disciple seeks an audience." She was still clutching the golden decree in her hand. Xia Qi had long since noticed her situation and walked out from the void. He was actually a little curious. In this era where saints were not visible, all the supreme Tao lineages kept a low profile, and it was almost impossible to see saint realm cultivators. On the contrary, in this heavenly god hall, not only were there saints manifested, but there were also cultivators of the venerable realm. This is very strange no matter how you look at it. Ancestor, this Dharma decree is not just as simple as a venerable realm cultivator. It contains a hint of Supreme Tao. Wang Lingxiu held the decree in both hands and handed it to Xia Qi. Supreme Dawn? Xia Qi raised an eyebrow. Where did the heavenly god palace get the Supreme Tao rhythm? Wasn't it said that the heavenly god's palace had never produced a supreme being? He received the decree, which did not have any writing on it, but contained a momentum of silence that belonged solely to the venerable realm. In addition, he did find a trace of an unusual Tao rhythm in this momentum of silence. Ancestor, this may mean that the person who made this decree has already touched the border of the supreme. Wang Lingxiu also seemed to be a little unsure. It's also possible that this person has been gifted by a supreme being. She had studied under Supreme Shiho and naturally understood the gifts of the supreme being, but in this day and age, there is clearly no supreme being. Therefore, according to her judgment, the person who made this decree might have obtained a chance related to the supreme being. Natsuki nodded. He could not say that he knew much about the supreme being at all. What Wang Lingxiu said also did make him all a little concerned. After a moment's thought, he asked with deliberation, "What is the gift of the supreme being?" In response to Xia Qi's question, Wang Lingxiu was only slightly stunned before she understood again. For the ancestor, the supreme was also just a glimpse of him in the long years. Perhaps not familiar with everything related to the supreme. Only then did he say, "Your holiness can comprehend the 5 elements, and the supreme being's gift will allow your holiness to reign in one of the 5 elements. Therefore, in the age of the supreme being, if a boon is available, there will be 5 venerable persons who will rule over each of the 5 elements. Once the disciple was one of them. Only now the times have changed and the disciple is no longer in charge of the great Tao. In other words, in one era, there is only one supreme being. The supreme being, on the other hand, can bestow the 5 elements of the great Tao to each of the 5 exalted ones." Wang Lingxiu glanced at the decree in Xia Qi's hand and added, "And the person who set up the decree seems to be somewhat like a venerable person who is in charge of the Golden Avenue. Therefore, it is possible that this person has been blessed by the supreme being." It was also possible that it was in this era where there was no supreme being that one had come to the end of the great Tao and was about to touch the border of the supreme being. At those words, Xia Qi also stared slightly. Chapter 91, Celestial God Temple Extravaganza. Supreme Wayfarer. This heavenly god's palace. It's a bit of a doorway. Xia Qi's mind surged. There is indeed something about the landscape of the present age that doesn't make a lot of sense. Between heaven and earth, every 10,000 years, a supreme being should appear. 10,000 years after the last supreme era had passed, a new supreme would witness the Tao and then rule over the heavens and earth for 10,000 years. It was reasonable to say that 10,000 years had passed since the era of that supreme emperor Tai. Now, even if there were no supreme beings, there should be celestial prides coming out side by side, thus competing for the chance to witness the supreme beings. But at the moment, not to mention heavenly pride, even void Tao realm cultivators were rare. The first saint realm being he saw in this world was still in that part of heaven and earth where the great Xia dynasty was located. Then, how did the heavenly god palace cultivator step into the exalted realm without saying a word? Xia Qi always felt that this heavenly god hall had great eccentricities. Collect your thoughts. Xia Qi threw the decree in his hand up high again and pointed his fingertips. Bent in time, the golden Dharma decree manifested a brilliant light in midair, transforming into an extremely blurry figure. There were words coming out from that blurry figure. The temple of the heavenly god is waiting for all of you, friends of the Tao, to come and participate in the event. The words were wrapped in a majestic tone, and when they fell, the figure dissipated with them. The Heavenly Hall of Gods event? Xia Qi raised an eyebrow. This heavenly divine hall had summoned these Saint Realm cultivators who had come out from the one instant at this time, but it was actually for the purpose of organizing some kind of grand event? Wang Lingxiu frowned and looked at Xia Qi. Ancestor, this heavenly divine hall is acting so ostentatiously at the time of the Great World's arrival. I'm afraid it's planning something big, and now it seems. The fact that there could be cultivators of the Zunshi realm in the Heavenly God Hall already meant that they also held a great advantage before the Great World opened. It was even possible that they had hidden their true strength for nearly 10,000 years. Xia Qi nodded, and a few points of interest rose in his heart for this Heavenly God Hall, a Taoist system that had gathered many Saint Realm cultivators without saying a word. And even more so, it also hid cultivators of the Venerable Realm. This alone seemed to be no less powerful than any other Supreme Tao lineage now. Go and see. Since it is a rare event in the world, how can one not go to the meeting? Xia Qi opened his mouth with a smile. There wasn't the slightest bit of worry in his demeanor, but rather some anticipation. This Heavenly God's Temple event was preparing a good opportunity for him to Wulgatara. He had traveled many regions in this world and left behind many legends. It was also time to have a good meeting with all the cultivators in this world. Upon hearing this, Wang Lingxiu couldn't help but have a twinkle in his eye as he asked, "Is the ancestor going to go along as well?" It was hard to imagine that an existence as dusty as the ancestor would also have to go forward to participate in a worldly event. Xia Qi smiled and was about to say something. Yet at that moment, his heart and mind suddenly stirred, and he inexplicably felt a throbbing. Xia Qi made a slight distinction and instantly realized that the throbbing originated from the Jedi Tiantong Forbidden Zone. It was the connection he had previously established with that Jedi Heavenly Passage Forbidden Area by fictionalizing the identity of the Lord of the Forbidden Area. Or perhaps it was the connection between him and the Stone Birth Spirit. When he left the Jedi Tiantong Forbidden Zone, he had instructed the Stone Birth Spirit, if a Supreme Being came out of an instant in the Jedi Heavens Pass Forbidden Zone, he could be notified. Now then, did the Stone Birth Spirit touching the connection with him mean that something had been discovered? Think about it. Xia Qi immediately gathered his expression and instructed Wang Lingxiu to the side. When you participate in the grand event, take Chang Yao and the girls with you to go first. I need to leave for a while. After saying that, he took a step and instantly left the Shiha Holy Land. With the many feedbacks nowadays, Xia Qi's speed had long been greatly improved. Only a short time later, he arrived at the border of the Great Wasteland. The vast mist still traversed the end of the Great Wilderness, as if it was separating the entire heaven and earth, with no end in sight. It had long been not the first time Xia Qi had seen this blanket of fog, but even now, he still knew nothing about the blanket of fog in front of him, and after, he followed the sensation between himself and the Jedi Antenna Forbidden Zone and took a step into the vast mist. Heaven and earth are silent. Underneath the fog, there was what seemed like an infinite desert. This time, Xia Qi took a different route from the previous one. After traveling only a short distance, Xia Qi noticed that a tall shadow stood in the mist ahead. That seems to be a tower. Xia Qi's heart stirred, and he immediately came over. He was able to tell that the tower was not dilapidated, and it was very different from what he had seen in the vast mist in the past. The tower in front of him was nearly 100 feet tall, yet there were only 7 floors on it, each of which was particularly tall. And at the top of the tower, a plaque was planted, with 4 big characters engraved on it, Tai Yi Road Guide. In this tower, Xia Qi even vaguely sensed a trace of extremely faint Dao rhythm. That was a supreme level Dao rhyme. However, it was especially weak, not even much better than the supreme Dao rhythms in the cabin of the rotting wooden ship. A building left behind by Supreme Emperor Tai Yi? Xia Qi took stock of the situation and soon realized the origin of this high tower. This should be the guiding tower left behind by Supreme Emperor Tai Yi in this vast fog. The path he was walking on nowadays was considered the closest one to the Jedi Heavens Pass Forbidden Area, and the Supreme Being was apparently able to grope his way through the haze. Therefore, high towers were erected on the path to guide the way forward for future generations of cultivators traveling to the Jedi Heavenly Pass Forbidden Zone. It seems that last time, I took the wrong path, and instead, I mistakenly encountered the stone tablet left behind by Supreme Chu Jiang. Xia Qi retrieved his thoughts and continued along this path opened up by the Supreme Being. Along the way, he did meet a few more dead bones, yet it clearly belonged to the present era, and Xia Qi was still able to vaguely recognize the race of these beings. Also, along the way, Xia Qi also saw a huge sword made of stone, an ancient temple, and a big long lance. These were all road guides left behind by one Supreme Being over the past 100,000 years. Tai Yi, Hidden Sword, Chu Jiang, Tian Qi. Xia Qi counted the names of these Supreme Beings. It could be imagined that for countless years, one Supreme Being had traveled this ancient path. As if by agreement, A magnificent marker was built in this blanket of fog to guide the way for future generations of cultivators, and what they do is enough to keep the world's living beings on the payroll. Just, at a place in the middle of this road, Xiaoqi however found dozens of dead bones that seemed to be lost in this place. And here, there is a crumbling ruin. By all rights, there should also be a road guide left behind by a supreme being here. Xiaoqi frowned slightly. All of those supreme beings had exerted great magical powers on this ancient road, thus making the landmarks they had set up sufficient to last for 100,000 years in the continuous repair of other supreme beings in later generations. But the marker in front of us was in a state of disrepair. This place is more like a vacant position left for the supreme beings of the current era. Xiaoqi narrowed his eyes. In his mind, a stream of speculation had gradually surfaced. With the layout and planning of so many supreme beings, how could it be possible that this ancient path that had continued for an unknown number of years would become vacant? By the way, when an over 100,000-year-old marker couldn't hold up, it was time for a new supreme to fill the void. Now then, this ruin seems to say enough about one thing. There's something wrong with the supreme being of the present age. Chapter 92 Time also fell silent. That is to say, according to the projections of every supreme exalt in the past 100,000 years, especially the last supreme exalt of Tai Yi, a new supreme exalt should have already appeared before this marker collapsed into ruins. Xiaoqi surveyed the ruins and pondered silently in his heart. No matter how you look at it, today's times are not quite right. He suppressed these thoughts and continued along the ancient path. Perhaps it was due to the fact that countless cultivators had traveled along this ancient path from the Great Desolate to the Jedi Heavenly Passage Forbidden Area in every era, and on this path, there were hardly any traces of too many long years to be seen. Finally, he once again returned to the Jedi Antenna Forbidden Zone. The sun and the moon are nowhere to be seen in this haze. It seemed that even the night could not envelop this place. Xiaoqi swept his eyes at the group of cultivators who were still searching for opportunities in the Forbidden Zone and did not deliberately reveal his figure. Anyway, his identity as the Lord of the Forbidden Zone had already been rumored, so he didn't need to do it again. Beyond that, this Jedi Heavenly Passage Forbidden Area was all as usual, with no other powerful beings appearing and thus affecting the Forbidden Area for a change. Soon, he then met the Stoneborn being on top of a mountain peak deep within the Forbidden Zone. However, noticing the state of the stone birth spirit at this moment, Xiaoqi frowned slightly. The fog on you. Xiaoqi took a closer look, and on the body of the Stoneborn being, there was even a wisp of mist that surfaced from time to time. The fog, on the other hand, was as if it were part of a vast mist. We felt the long river of years flowing backwards, and these changes appeared in this stone tire body. The stone tire being was calm, sitting on top of the mountain peak, and did not seem to have any emotional fluctuations. The river of ages flows backward, and it also affects stoneborn beings? Xiaoqi did not expect this. He couldn't have unintentionally opened the great world, causing the stone birth spirit to have to fall in this way, could he? Thinking of this, Xiaoqi quickly dismissed the idea again. The state of the stone birth spirit was already extremely special, and this should be some sort of unfathomable change that had occurred. And then he asked, have any special beings walked out here? It was reasonable that the long river of time flowing backwards should not affect the supreme being so quickly, right? The stone birth spirit shook its head. We touched the mark you left behind because we sensed that the blanket of mist on the outskirts of this Jedi sky tunnel was about to change in some way. Moreover, we should have received its influence at the moment, and perhaps have to fall into a deep sleep over it. This was out of Xiaoqi's expectation. This blanket of fog is actually going to change as well? Did he have that much of an impact after he took that moon? Immediately after that, he then heard the words of the stone tire being ring out again. The years flow backward, perhaps back to that great silence, and with the waves running in reverse, it is possible to flood the history of the great silence in turn, back to the last epoch. This time, Xiaoqi's heart couldn't help but be a little startled. Years and years, he had thought was sort of a very abstract description of time. I didn't realize it was so graphic. When a long river flows against the current, the river runs in the opposite direction. The waves it creates naturally sweep upstream. Then, if and when the wave sweeps upward until the time of the dike made of that great silence, is it possible to invert the dike and return to the epoch before the great silence? Natsuki couldn't be sure. A little thought. Xiaoqi again asked the stoneborn being with a somewhat complicated expression. Then what would happen if this were to happen? According to his current understanding, the reversal of the flow of the river of ages would cause all the beings that had been hiding in a single instant for countless ages to come out. Then, if in turn, it floods until the great silence, what should happen to this? Before the great silence, there can't be a living being hiding into a moment, can there? And even if one were to hide into an instant, one could never escape that great silence. The stone birth spirit was silent for a long time before shaking its head again. We don't know. That great silence reduced everything to nothingness. Even the concept of time should not exist anymore. It was, after all, only a momentary reflection of 1,000,000 years ago, and it couldn't remember much about the past. Even time is silent. Xiaoqi did still notice that even though the stone birth spirit hardly had any mood swings, however, whenever that great silence was mentioned, he was still able to detect an extremely faint wave of fear and despair since the words of the stone birth spirit. He shrugged and said, "This means that with the great silence as the demarcation, even if the river of ages flows backwards to the rear, the concept of the river of ages does not seem to still exist. But I do have another guess." Xiaoqi did have a new idea after listening to the words of the stone birth spirit. The stone-born being did not say anything, only facing Xiaoqi, waiting for his next words. Xiaoqi acted as if he was casual and said, "I don't know if you guys have ever seen a tsunami. At the time of a tsunami, all the water backs up and builds up energy so that it creates a monstrous wave that floods everything. So is there a possibility the backwash of the river of ages will still have an end, too, and when it flows backward to the end, will it set off a flood? Since you're all able to speculate with the image of a river, you might as well expand your thinking. And really, if that's the case, the ages are flooding. What kind of a sight is that?" The stone birth spirit was silent. However, Xiaoqi was inexplicably able to sense that the stone-born being seemed to look at him extremely grudgingly. "It's just a guess." Xiaoqi laughed. The stone birth spirit had long had a psychological shadow over that great silence. "Then what will happen when the mist now gushes out from time to time within you?" Xiaoqi inquired to the stone tire being again. He was able to perceive that the state of the stone birth spirit had now become more and more ethereal, like it was going to turn into part of a blanket of fog. Only then did the stone tire being reply, "We can only guess that it should be falling into a deep sleep. As for what will happen afterward, we can't predict." After all, they hadn't originally thought that there would be such a situation as the river of ages flowing backwards. It's just a dormant sleep, not just a return to silence? Xiaoqi made sure. If it's just a deep sleep, then it shouldn't be too much of a problem. The stone birth spirit nodded and said no more. Wisps of mist around his body drifted away and dissolved into the void. Their purpose of calling Xiaoqi here had been accomplished, but Xiaoqi had no intention of leaving now. Instead, he casually waved his hand backward and pulled the moon out of the void. Bent in time. Night fell, covering the entire Jedi antenna forbidden zone. However, after scanning the scenery of this place, Xiaoqi was stunned for a while. Under the light of the cool moonlight, he didn't notice a moment in the Jedi antenna's forbidden zone. Wasn't it said that there were supreme beings hiding in the Jedi antenna forbidden zone for an instant? The stoneborn being also noticed Xiaoqi's movements and asked, "You seem to be looking for those special beings hiding in an instant?" "They hide extremely deep, more like hiding at the bottom of the river of ages, and the long river flowing against the current can't affect them." "So it is." Xiaoqi was aware of this expression for the first time. He felt more and more that the description of the river of ages was extremely graphic. Nor had it been expected that the long river of years flowing in reverse would not be able to make that one supreme being come out of an instant. Only the moon was retracted into the void once more. He looked at the peaceful stone birth spirit, and suddenly it was as if he had thought of something. Asked, "By the way, have you seen any new special beings appear in this day and age? A supreme being could rule over the entire world. That should be understood even if the stoneborn beings had been on this side of the Jedi Heavenly Passage forbidden area." Earlier, Xiaoqi had thought that there were no supreme beings in the world. And now, he was somewhat skeptical. And under the watchful eye of Xiaoqi, after only a short silence, the stoneborn being replied, "About 300 years ago from now, as the world's beings believe, a new special being had appeared in the world, but his breath, which appeared only for a moment, disappeared." Words. Xiaoqi's heart was shaken.